How do you know that? And I very rarely found any. Is the earth flat? No. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. What? I answered the question. Oh, you want me to give some reasons? Oh, okay. That's fine. I can do that. Okay, the flat earth has, believe it or not, become a movement in the last few years. About 2015, it started up. And people may wonder, well, Danny, why are you so concerned about this? Why are you talking about flat earth so much? Well, you see, our critics for a long time have been equating belief in creation with belief that the earth is flat. And so I view the flat earth movement as a personal assault, really, upon my calling and upon the ministry of Answers in Genesis. So I think it's very important, vitally important, that we're here to give people thoughtful, good reasons why the flat earth movement is wrong and to answer questions people may have about it. And we've been getting many inquiries about this over the last few years. Well, you may say, didn't we answer this question, settle this question 5 centuries ago? I mean, after all, didn't Christopher Columbus prove that the earth is a globe? Well, actually, we didn't settle it 5 centuries ago. We settled it 25 centuries ago. And in fact, I think that's part of the problem we have here, is the fact that people's understanding of history on this whole matter is rather poor. Well, how do we know it goes back that far? Well, Pythagoras, you may have heard of him with the Pythagorean theorem and a few other things that he did. In the late 6th century BC, he actually talked about the earth being a sphere. We don't know what his reasons were. We can only speculate about that. But it went forward from there. But within 100 years, most Greek thinkers were thinking the earth was a sphere. And I do credit this whole question as being a good epistemological study. I used to raise this question with my students in my astronomy classes when I taught at the university. I'd ask the students the question, what shape is the earth? And eventually somebody would say, oh, it's a globe, it's a sphere, it's a ball. And I'd say, okay, how do you know that? And I very rarely found any students that could give me a good reason. Again, I think that's part of the problem as well. What do I mean by being a good epistemological study? Well, epistemology is defined by Merriam-Webster as a study or a theory of the nature and grounds of knowledge, especially with reference to its limits and validity. That's kind of a long-winded definition. Let me give you a much shorter definition. Epistemology is how we know what we know. And I'm afraid that much of our education is geared towards cramming into the heads of students as much information, facts and figures and dates, without really assimilating that into an understanding. And what I wanted to get across to my students at the university was not so much what to believe, but to understand why these things are true. That's the real education part, is getting people to understand the reasoning behind these things. And so we have some good reasons for believing the earth is a globe. How do we know that? Well, here we have a photograph of a total lunar eclipse. I took this in January of last year, about 15 months ago now. And it was quite a last total solar eclipse, a lunar eclipse visible from here. And this is during totality. This is about a 12-second exposure because the moon was very dim. But I also took photographs during the partial phases before and after the eclipse. And here's one of those photographs right there. I show the moon moving in from the right, upper right, in fact, and that's exactly how the moon moved in on the Earth's shadow. And you can already see the edge of the Earth's shadow there, and you can get an idea of the shape of the Earth's shadow. It's kind of a curved section there. Now, I took this about an hour before totality. I took another one afterwards, totality, and I put it in the right position here, and I think you can understand now a little better what kind of shape the Earth's shadow is. If you're really not seeing it at all, I can help you out and put a circle in for you. Turns out the circle of the Earth's shadow is about 2.5 times that of the circle of the moon. So the moon can be entirely engulfed inside of that shadow, giving us a total lunar eclipse. Aristotle, in 350 BC, wrote a book called On the Heavens, and he wrote that in his book that this is one of the arguments why we know the earth is a sphere. He gave a couple others. Here's another one I like. He looked at the altitude of stars in both the northern and southern parts of the sky. I have a photograph here of the Ark Encounter. Many of you will recognize exactly where that was taken, over near Zara's Cafe, looking at the front there. This photograph was taken by a good friend of mine, Jim Bonser from Iowa, a pastor there, a good friend of the ministry. And we had special permission a couple years ago. We went down there and spent about half a night shooting this photograph and a few others. And this is a half-hour exposure. You can see the stars are going in a big circular pattern. Near the center of that, just above the arc, you'll see one single star. That's Polaris, the North Star. And the Polaris, or the North Star, is within a degree of this point in the sky we call the North Celestial Pole. To the eye, and even to this photograph, it's going to look like the North Star stays still and all the other stars spin around it. Now, less known is the fact that that angle that it makes with the northern horizon is equal to your latitude. So at the arc, it's around 38, 39 degrees. So that's how high that the North Star is. And as I travel around the country and around the world, I always make it a point to look at where the North Star is in the sky. If I can find it, some parts of the world you can't. Let me illustrate that for you. Let this green circle represent the Earth, and this vertical line will represent the rotation axis. The Earth spins around that rotation axis once a day. The North Pole will be at the top, and the South Pole will be at the bottom. Let this horizontal line represent the equator of the Earth. Actually, the equator is going to be a circle going around this plane, intersecting the Earth there. But from the side view, it's just going to look like a line. Now, let's place the observer at some position, some latitude north of the equator. This is very close to what it would be for us here in northern Kentucky, around 39 degrees latitude. You can see it's a little less than half. So that's a very good representation of where we would be. Now, if you placed an observer at the end of that line, representing some temperate location, such as ours, then the horizon would be defined by the tangent plane to the circle, assuming it's the sphere of the Earth at that point. It's going to be a tangent plane, and I'll represent that by a little dotted circle going around like that. So if you stand there, at that point, everything to the upper right of that circle, that plane represented by the circle, would be visible, and nothing to the lower left would be visible. It would be below the Earth's surface and blocked at that point. Now, we can construct a little dome there to show what it looks like, and yes, the sky at night looks like a dome. It doesn't mean it is a dome. It looks like one. That's a bit of an illusion. That's why a planetarium works so well. We have a planetarium here at the Creation Museum, a new one. In fact, we've changed everything in it. So when we reopen after the COVID-19 scare is over, then we can you can come visit our planetarium, hopefully. We'll have new shows eventually, but it's a beautiful planetarium. I can't wait to start using it. But we can do that because it has a dome, and it does a fairly good job of representing what the sky looks like. So yes, the sky looks like a dome, but it doesn't mean that it is a dome. Now, I can draw a line for my location parallel to the rotation axis, and that's going to point to the direction in the sky around which the entire sky will seem to spin. The North Star will be located very close to that. So all the stars will spin around that point. Now, if I draw a line due north like that, there will be an angle. You can see that angle there between the point to the north celestial direction and the north direction, and that angle is equal to your latitude. If you've studied geometry, you could take this diagram and you could work that out and prove that. It's a nice little geometry problem. So if we've got some homeschoolers here taking high school geometry, that might be a good assignment. If you know something about geometry, you should be able to do that one. Now, what would happen? What would happen if I went farther north? Say up into Canada somewhere. Well, it's going to shift like that because my latitude is like that. I'll go back to Kentucky, now up to Canada, back to Kentucky, up to Canada. See what's going on? I'm shifting position as I do that. Now notice something. Notice the angle that the North Celestial Pole or the North Star will make with the horizon for me in Kentucky. Look at it farther north. The angle's much higher, isn't it? It's much higher. Again, that angle is equal to your latitude, and you can show that if you do geometry. If you go back farther south, it's a little lower. Now notice that if I look to the lower right, I can see stars down near the southern horizon, but if I go farther north, the southern horizon rises up and there are stars that I cannot see down to the south. You know, a couple of years ago, I was in the United Kingdom, and I made a trip up to Scotland while I was there and went to Edinburgh. I had a wonderful time while I was there, by the way. And it was a clear night, one night in Edinburgh, so I went outside to look for the North Star, and it was almost 2/3 the way up from the horizon. And back here in Kentucky, it's not even halfway up. You know, a few months later, I was in South Florida visiting my sister, latitude on 27, 28 degrees, and maybe 27, probably 26 even. And the North Star wasn't even a third of the way up. Again, all that I see when I travel is consistent with this. It's easily explained in terms of a spherical Earth. In fact, it's required. It's a proof, as it were, because if it weren't true, it would disprove the spherical model completely. Now, if you want more proof, this is due to Pliny the Elder in the 1st century AD. He noticed, the first person we know of who actually pointed this out, other people may have noticed it before, but that ships, as they sail away, disappear hull first. And I don't live near the ocean, so I can't test this very often, but I was at Virginia Beach a few years ago, and I took the photographs of a departing container ship. You can see the ship right here. It's got the NKY line on the side. That is a, NYK line, that is a major Japanese shipping firm. And you can see it's already blocked off. When I got to the beach that day and I set my telescope with the camera on it looking out over the water, this ship had already gone out some distance. And the bottom of the hull is totally blocked by something. It looks like the water to me. Now, why would it be blocked? By the way, those letters don't go to the water line. I've seen plenty of their ships close up and they stop before they get to the water line. So again, I know part of the hull is being blocked here. What's blocking the hull? Well, I believe it's the curvature of the Earth. Now, flat earthers will try to claim you zoom in that you will be able to bring it back in. Folks, I've got a nearly 1,400 millimeter focal length on the telescope that I use. That is a whale of a telephoto lens. Zooming in, I've already done it. The bottom of the hull is blocked. I took a number of pictures. Here's one a little later. You can tell the ship's farther out because, well, it appears smaller. These are printed at the same scale. You can see the white bridge castle there, and it's much smaller on the second photograph than on the first photograph. And you can't see the hull at all. You can see a little bit of a what we call an inferior mirage of some of the planking down by the deck there. The later photograph, you don't even see that. The ship has turned now. All I can see is the stern, but I don't see any of the hull. I see just containers, and some of those are actually being mirrored in that inferior mirage. And then finally, as we get late in the day, you can't even see that. All you can see is the bridge castle, part of it mirrored. Again, more and more and more of the ship is disappearing. Eventually, it would have disappeared entirely. Unfortunately, it was late afternoon. Light levels were dropping fast. The sun was getting ready to set, and I had to end what I was doing. Now, building on this, a man named Eratosthenes around 200 BC accurately measured the size of the Earth. When I'd point that out to my students, they were always very surprised. What do you mean? Over 2,000 years ago, they knew how large the Earth was, not only just how big it was a sphere, but what the circumference and the radius were. Yes, they knew that information. How did he do it? Well, Eratosthenes was Greek. He was living in Alexandria, a city of Greek learning in northern Egypt. It was established by Alexander the Great 2,400 years ago. And he Eratosthenes worked at the great library that was there at Alexandria. He traveled down to southern Egypt one year around the summer solstice. He's near this little town called Syene, which is today would be called Aswan, and it's on the edge of the tropics. And on the June solstice at noon, the sun is directly overhead. He knew this because he looked down into a very deep well, and for a few moments around noon, he could see the entire bottom of the well. That's only possible in the tropics. At my latitude, if you have a deep well, you won't see anything. It'll be in shade because the sun's never directly overhead. Well, he went back home to Alexandria, and he waited a year. He constructed a vertical pole. He knew it was vertical because they were very good builders. They could design and build things very well there. And he also knew the height of this thing. Again, they were good engineers and good architects. What he did is he waited till the next year on the same June solstice, and he looked at the shadow of this pole on at noon on the June solstice. Now, it's going to cast a shadow because that far north, you're out of the equatorial regions, out of the tropics, the sun's never going to be overhead. And he determined that angle that it made, he used trigonometry to do this by knowing the height of the pole and the length of the shadow. He figured out this angle up here, and he expressed it as a fraction of a circle. It's about 1/50th of a circle. And he realized then that the distance between those two would be 1/50th of the circumference of the earth. Now, one thing I haven't told you is Eratosthenes is the father of geography. He coined the term, and he was really the world's first geographer. He had a lot of surveys done, and they mapped out Egypt pretty well, and he knew the distance between those two is like 5,000 stadia, about 500 miles by our reckoning. So what he did is he multiplied that 5,000 stadia by 50, and he got the circumference of the earth to be 250,000 stadia, or about 25,000 miles or 40,000 kilometers. Pretty impressive for 2,200 years ago. So if people knew in the ancient world that the earth was flat, I'm talking about it in the West, by the way. The Greeks knew this. They shared this information. The Romans knew it. And throughout the Middle Ages, people in the West knew that the earth was a sphere. This was not lost information. So how did this flat earth myth arise? This idea that everybody up until 500 years ago thought the earth was flat. Well, I would attribute it to three things that happened in the 19th century. Number one, archaeology as we know it came about. The way you excavate things and the way you do the science was developed in the 19th century. And prime targets were Egypt and Mesopotamia. And as they excavated in Mesopotamia, they came across this, well, I'll put it in quotes, air quotes as well, cosmology of the ancient Near East. And this cosmology of the ancient Near East was this idea that the earth was a flat disk with a dome over top. Now, y'all put this, oh, here it is. You put it up here behind the screen. Okay, I got a little visual aid for you here. I got a circle that can represent their model. Here's this flat earth. So here's the earth, and there's a dome over top of the earth is what they were saying was the model they had there in ancient Mesopotamia. And this then became the ancient Near East cosmology. Now, I put that in quotes and in air quotes because, as it turns out, a few years later, they discovered that it wasn't the cosmology of the ancient Near East. It was merely a cosmology of the ancient Near East. There are many, many others. And it was very difficult to try to correct the record. It just sort of stood out there. Also, what happened coming out of liberal scholarship was what we call the documentary hypothesis, that Moses didn't write the Pentateuch, the first 5 books of the Bible, especially Genesis. Who knows? They didn't think Moses even existed. But if he did, the Pentateuch was actually written about 1,000 years or more after when Moses supposedly lived. This would have gone to the captivity or even after that. And since in captivity they were in Mesopotamia, they naturally picked up a lot of religious beliefs and cosmology and so forth from them, and they just simply incorporated those into the Bible. Now, folks who understand the authority and inspiration of Scripture should recognize very quickly this was a direct assault upon that. Now, this then developed, this is a diagram. Again, they said this is what the cosmology of the ancient Near East is. And by the way, the cosmology of the Bible, you've got this round, flat disk, and you've got the dome over top. And they didn't really get that from Scripture at all. What they got it from was the assumption that the Pentateuch is not inspired at all, but rather was simply picked up from bits and pieces in Mesopotamia. And then people began to choose to read Genesis and other passages in that manner. Also, during the 19th century, we have what's called the conflict thesis. And the conflict thesis was this, that there's always this conflict between Christianity, religion, but they meant Christianity really, and progress going on throughout the Middle Ages. And it was only when they threw all that off in the Age of Reason and the Enlightenment that supposedly things got better in the West and around the world. And of course, this fit very nicely with the narrative. It was that point when critics and skeptics began to argue, well, the Bible is a flat earth book. And unfortunately, some Christians at the time picked that up as truth and wore it as a badge of honor. That is where the flat earth movement began. Now, I mentioned in passing that even earlier in the 19th century, Washington Irving, who's an author I really like quite a bit, he in 1828 wrote a history of the life and voyages of Christopher Columbus. It was a multi-volume set, went through many, many editions throughout the 19th century, read quite a bit. And he supposedly researched it in Spain and so forth, but much of our mythology about Columbus came from Washington Irving's supposed biography. He had a way of blending fact and fiction in a way that we understand a little better today, but 200 years ago, people, when they read biography, didn't even conceive of the idea that there might be some fictional things thrown in, which he did a lot of that. For instance, the idea that his his crew was about to mutiny because they thought they were going to fall off the edge of the world. That's nonsense. They were a bit concerned about being so far from land. They'd been going out for a couple of months, and at that time you never sailed more than 3 days out of sight of land. Very scary thing out there. Oh, I got a photograph here of a drawing, a depiction of the creation of day 2. You have there on the left Jesus the Creator, of course, according to Apostle John in the New Testament. And you have there the earth, and it's surrounded by this expanse, this rakia, firmament, the King James says, around the earth with waters above. That's very clearly day 2 creation. And I want you to look at the shape of the earth. Do you get the impression that it is flat? No, you get this distinct impression it is a globe, it's a ball, it's a sphere. Now, where did this depiction come from? It comes from a Bible that belonged to King John the Good of France. Now, we know how old this Bible is because I think it was in the year 1356. He was defeated by the English in the Battle of Poitiers, and this was taken by the English as part of the prize, the spoils of war, and it's been in continual possession of the English ever since. We think the Bible was actually put together around 1350. This is 150 years or so before Columbus's voyage. So again, by 1350, people clearly were believing the earth was a globe. Common knowledge, actually, in the West. Now, I mentioned about the flat earth being born, and a very pivotal man in this was Samuel Rowbottom. He was a 19th century Englishman. He wrote some books, did a lot of lecturing and speaking. He made a lot of what he called the Bedford Level experiment. The Bedford Level is this region in eastern, place in eastern England where the land appears to be very flat. There's a canal basically that's been dug that's very straight, and with no real tilt. There's not much of a current at all, and they've got this long thing that goes on for 6 miles that's reasonably flat. And what he did is he got down into the water there at point A on the right in the diagram, 8 inches above the surface of the water. That's key because if the earth is a globe 25,000 miles around, then if you're 8 inches above the water, in 1 mile's distance, your view will be blocked by that edge of the earth. Anything beyond that, sitting right on the water, theoretically will not be visible. So what he did is he had somebody get in a boat, a rowboat, and they rowed away from him the entire 6 miles. First mile, of course, he's in view, but beyond that, he reasoned, being 8 inches above the water with his telescope, the bottom of that boat should start to disappear, and the boat should continue on disappearing and disappearing. You can see a flag or a marker sitting up there about 6 feet up in the boat, and by the time you get the entire 6 miles away, the boat should be hidden by a good 10 or 12, 15 feet of curvature. Well, Rowbottom was able to see that boat the entire length. He said, aha, if the curvature would block out my view of the boat over 6 miles, and yet I'm still seeing the boat, then the earth must be flat. You see this little red line I'm showing you here draws from the boat back towards the observer, but because of the curvature of the earth, it's greatly exaggerated here, of course. It exits out into space, moving off on a tangent, so it's not visible. Now, I put down there that the problem is he ignored atmospheric refraction caused by temperature inversions. I don't have time to talk about the physics of all of this, but the speed of light depends critically upon, in air at least, depends critically upon the temperature of the air. In warmer air, the light travels more quickly. In colder air, it travels more slowly. As it turns out, bodies of water stay relatively cool during the summertime because water has a large specific heat. In the winter, it generally stays warmer. That's why if you have a location near a very large body of water, the temperature is moderated tremendously. The Gulf Stream, for instance, moderates the temperature in the British Isles and parts of Northern Europe. Now, if you do this in the summer or in spring on a warm day, the air temperature is almost always going to be warmer than the water temperature. The water temperature will chill the air close to it, so you end up with a layer of very cold air, and the light moves more slowly in that. As it starts to move on that tangent, leaving the cooler air into the warmer air, it cannot do that. It's going to be refracted or bent downward, and it's going to curve along the edge of the earth. There's a perfectly reasonable and logical and physical explanation as to why people sometimes get these results, as Rowbottom did 150 years ago, 180 years ago now, there on the Bedford Level. Now, there are modern examples. One of the examples that flat earthers like to talk about is this particular photograph, and ones like them. It was done by Joshua Nowicki. I want to emphasize that Joshua Nowicki is not, repeat, not a flat earther. Flat earthers love his work, and I'm sure he's frustrated to learn that. Well, what did Mr. Nowicki do? He's a very good photographer, by the way. I'm impressed with his work. He goes out to Grand Mirror State Park and other locations in southern Michigan, on Lake Michigan, but on the state of Michigan. And Chicago is more than 50 miles across the lake. Now, sometimes he gets some elevation to do this, but other times he's closer to the water. The point is, no matter how high he gets over there are no high hills over there. You shouldn't be able to see Chicago because the Earth's curvature would amount to nearly 2,000 feet of curvature, and nothing on the skyline of Chicago is that tall. So there it is. Again, why, if this is such evidence that the Earth is flat, even better than the Bedford Level experiment that Rowbottom did, how is Joshua Nowicki not a flat earther? Well, again, I said he's a good photographer. He knows his craft. He knows what he's doing. He goes out here on very clear days when there's a temperature inversion, precisely the conditions he knows that on a spherical Earth you're going to be able to get these impossible photographs. You see, if he shoots across there during a time of no temperature inversion and he doesn't see Chicago, that is not a very interesting photograph, is it? But this one is. This is a fascinating photograph, and he's done this a number of times. In fact, he's done some of these. I've seen on some of his videos online. He puts them in a time-lapse video, and what you find is that the skyline bobs up and down like this. You see more and less like this as it bobs up and down. Now, if this is evidence that the Earth is flat, what does that mean? Well, it must mean that Chicago is bobbing up and down, but nobody in Chicago seems to notice that. The reason why it bobs up and down is because the amount of refraction that's going on over those 50 miles varies tremendously with gusts of wind and shifting air masses. And so consequently, it's not surprising it's going to bounce up and down. In fact, it's what we would expect. Again, contrast this with my earlier photos. I went on a day that there was no temperature inversion. It was in early November. The air temperature was 50 degrees when I started. It dropped to 49 before I finished. The water temperature, I looked it up, was 62 degrees. It was 12 degrees warmer than the air temperature was. There was no temperature inversion, so I knew that I would not be able to get a photograph like this. I would get the thing you're supposed to see. See, the problem is flat earthers don't like to do these problems, these experiments in the middle of winter with cold air temperature and warm water. They much prefer to do it in spring and summer, but that's precisely the conditions that are going to be prevalent to cause these temperature inversions and refraction. So Rowbottom begins with this experiment, and the flat earth movement was born. Throughout the 19th century, he was teaching this on up till his death late in the century. And the movement kind of peaked around 1890 or so, and it even continued into the 20th century, but it began to wane considerably in the 20th century. By the time you get to the 1930s or 1950s, hardly anybody's believing it. And since then, since the 50s, there have been several flat earth societies that have started up, and some of those have been kind of tongue-in-cheek, others more or less serious, but it's a grab bag. There have been various flat earth societies. And the flat earth movement was revived in the 21st century, about 5 years ago, around 2015. And it's really been fueled by social media and YouTube. That's a platform that anybody can put anything they want up there. And I think that many of these flat earth sites are really not genuine at all. These are people who are wanting to just have fun at people's expense and see how many people they can snooker by some remarkably bad arguments many times. And I found with my study over the past 4 years plus of the flat earth movement, there's a broad range of theological beliefs. There are very conservative Christians, there are New Agers, there are Muslims, there are many different beliefs. The flat earthers are fond of saying that aren't any atheists among the flat earthers. I guess the idea is that this is a flat earth, round earth with a dome over top is a very contrived sort of cosmology. So how could you possibly not believe there's a creator of some sort? The problem is it doesn't naturally then lead to a belief in the God of the Bible, the Lord Jesus Christ. That's a very important point because, again, broad range of theological ideas. I'm most concerned with the Christian version of this, however, and so I would like to talk a little bit about some of the supposed biblical arguments for a flat earth. I don't have time to do all of them. I have discussed many of them in other places, and I will give you more references for that later on. But I can't talk about all of them. I will talk about the rakia, that's a Hebrew word, This is something that God made on day 2. Its purpose was to separate the waters above from the waters below. People have debated exactly what those waters above are, and we'll continue to debate that. But this appears to be the cosmology of the Bible, if you will. Now, on day 4, 2 days hence, from the day 2 creation, God put the luminaries, or the lights, in the sky. He said He made the greater light and lesser light. He made the stars also, and I think that's referring to basically all astronomical bodies. There's a reason why I would say that. Many flat earthers today want to use the word star in the modern context and enforce it back on what most people throughout time thought stars were. For instance, the planets were stars, as it turns out. Today, we still sometimes refer to them as, say, the evening star or the morning star. I've taken some photographs and put photographs up of some planets recently, and I referred to them as stars. Why? Because that's what they look like in the sky. I've had people recently ask me about this very bright star in the evening sky. It's Venus, folks. It looks like a star, and I have no trouble calling it that because that's what it looks like. Now, in the early translations of the Bible into English, they translated this word rakia into firmament. However, many more modern translations translate it as expanse, and there's a very good reason why they do that. Because that's probably the best meaning for the word. I happen to know several world-class Hebraists, people who really not only know Hebrew, but they know probably 18 to 24 other ancient related Semitic languages. And by knowing the full range in all those other languages helps you to understand what the Hebrew means. And they say unanimously that it means expanse. It doesn't mean this hard thing up in the sky, despite what many flat earthers try to claim. Now, they also argue, flat earthers say, well, the earth was made before the sun. How can that be? Well, we've always believed that the earth was made before the sun, several days before the sun. That's not a problem. All right, doesn't automatically mean that the earth is a globe or it means it's flat. It just means that the earth was made before the sun. No problem at all. I don't understand what the point about that one is. They're saying, well, God, if he made the earth first, it can't be a sphere orbiting the sun. Well, why can't He? He is God. He can do what He wishes. Now, ultimately, you have to ask the question, if the Bible teaches the earth is flat, then shouldn't there somewhere be in the Bible some sort of verse that says something like the earth is flat? But there is no such verse. There is no such verse that says that. Now, what flat earthers do is they take a number of passages, number of verses, and they choose to read them in a manner that's consistent with a flat earth. And then they say, aha, this is the meaning of what the Scriptures say. And I'm saying, well, no, you're going to be hard-pressed to find any Bible scholars, any Hebraists, anybody who's going to agree with you on that. Sometimes they'll say, well, those are just man's ideas. Yes, but you are a man too, so why should I believe you when you know very little about these things and these other people know far, far more than you do? It doesn't really work. The complaint that they're merely men works both ways, you see, but somehow flat earthers don't seem to realize that. Again, there's nothing in Scripture that demands that the earth is flat. Merely people want to interpret it that way, and that is an example of eisegesis, reading into Scripture what you want to believe. Now, one of the arguments is that you got to read the Bible literally. In fact, people accuse us all the time. You had answers in Genesis, you creationists, you believe everything in the Bible is literal. Well, actually, we don't. That's a common misconception. For instance, we know actually, that there are many figures of speech in the Bible. We have figures of speech in English. For instance, if you wanted to translate the figure of speech, you're pulling my leg, in another language, it wouldn't make a lot of sense, would it? There are many other things like that. Then there are idioms as well, and idioms can be tricky as well, related to figures of speech. Then there are similes. Similes are things that you say when you use the word like or as. For instance, Jesus told a lot of similes. He said, the kingdom of heaven is like a sower going forth to sow seed. Or the kingdom of heaven is like a pearl of great price, or a treasure hidden in the field. He used the word is like this. This is a simile. He's not saying it is this. He's saying it's like this. But then there are metaphors. And again, there are many metaphors in Scripture. The Lord Jesus Christ in His ministry used many metaphors. He once said He was the door. He said He was the bread of life. He said He was the living water. You know, the night of the Last Supper, He told His disciples that He was the vine and they were the branches. And then He started talking about taking out something to prune them with. You know, all these cases, I don't think any of the listeners, at least the disciples following Him, thought he was literally saying these things. The woman at the well, she thought Jesus was talking about literal water, and he wasn't, of course. It's very clear, but she didn't get it. But the disciples, I'm pretty certain that night, didn't think that they were branches on the literal vine that he had there. And when you come to the poetic and prophetic books, and the flat earthers rely heavily upon these, you find huge amounts of symbolism and allegorical themes coming into play. The book of Revelation, to me, is difficult to understand. I don't claim to understand it, but I am fascinated with it, as is most people. And I find numbers all over the place. The number 7 keeps popping up. In the first chapter, you got the 7 lampstands, you got the 7 stars, and fortunately for us, that's explained to us. But as you get past that, you have the 7 bowls and the 7 trumpets and the 7 seals. And then you've got 4 showing up a number of times and 24 showing up each time and 3 a few times. And what do those numbers mean? Well, I don't know. I think there's some poetry involved in that. Numbers can be poetic, as we see. But there are many, many other forms of symbolism and allegorical themes showing up in the prophetic and poetic books. Now, I do note that many of these non-literal uses are absent from historical narrative. The book of Genesis has some idioms and figures of speech, but the other devices there are largely missing. You see, the fear that some people have is, okay, if you start admitting that anything in the Bible is non-literal, then the door is wide open for reinterpreting the days of creation and the flood and so forth in some other way that doesn't mean what it says that it means. Well, that's nonsense. You see, you're confusing the two genres. It's very easy to identify the poetic and prophetic passages in Scripture. There are certain factors that they have in them. We group them together in the 5 poetic books and the 17 prophetic books in the Old Testament. Now, the historical narratives, the first 17 books, are very different. They do have some non-literal uses, but they're not prevalent at all. That's how we can be certain when it's talking about a straightforward thing, it's not using symbolism or allegory. You need not to be lazy in these things. You need not to be fearful. You need to rightly divide the word of truth. Now, one verse the flat earthers love is Isaiah 40:22. That's one of their favorite ones. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. They say, aha, circle. A circle is two-dimensional. It's a flat plane. It is a round thing, equidistant points from a center in a plane. Therefore, a circle, this means the earth must be a circle. Aha, the earth is flat and round, as you can see here. Well, if you want to take that definition of the word circle, your particular peculiar definition of it, and you want to impose it upon ancient Hebrew, well, that's fine. But again, that is eisegesis. What does the Hebrew word there refer to? Well, it refers to something round. Now, is a circle a two-dimensional thing? Is it round? The answer is yes. Is a sphere, a globe, a ball, is it round? And the answer is yes. So both are round. And the word here is a bit ambiguous. It can refer to something that is a two-dimensional circle. It can refer to something that is a ball. They try to argue, the flat earthers do, that it means only a circle and not anything else, and that simply is false. Now, I know many Christian scientists in the past that I've talked to, creation scientists, they have been fond of quoting Isaiah 40:22 and say, aha, this word here is best rendered as being a ball or a globe. So therefore, this is Isaiah 200 years, by the way, before Pythagoras, saying that the earth is a globe. Is that true? And I don't think it necessarily is. Again, I know some world-class Hebraists, and I've talked to them about this, and they tell me that the word is a bit ambiguous. It could mean a two-dimensional circle, like this. But it also could mean a ball. We simply don't know for sure. So to hang your cosmology on this one verse is a real dangerous thing to do, but hang it they will. They have the globe here. You can see it's flat and round with Isaiah 40:22 inscribed there. And you can see what their model is. At the center of this round disc is the North Pole. There is no South Pole because you can't get there from here. And the continents are arrayed as much as you would by looking down from the North Pole of the Earth. And it's surrounded on the edges by this ice wall they call Antarctica. Antarctica, you see, is not a continent. It's simply an impenetrable wall of ice. And somewhere beyond that, the dome comes down and rests on that thing. Okay, Some flat earthers, and I can't believe they go here, they point out the earth having four corners. Well, does it have four corners? Let's look at it. Isaiah 11:12. It says, he will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the banished of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Or how about this, Revelation 7:1. After this I saw four angels standing at the four corners of the earth, holding back the four winds of the earth so that no wind might blow on the earth or against any tree. Again, the earth, Scripture says, has four corners. There are no corners on a globe. So therefore, the earth is not a globe. It must be flat. Case dismissed, slam dunk, we're done. As I said, I can't believe some flat earthers actually make that argument. Which is it? Is the earth round or is it square? Well, at least one flat earther in the 1890s, Orlando Ferguson, kind of split the difference. He had what I call here the roulette wheel model of the earth. It's square with angels in the corners, but then there's a round portion in there, and it's kind of, I call it the roulette wheel because it's kind of high in the middle and kind of dimpled like this, like a roulette wheel is sort of shaped. That was his model, and some flat earthers today, at least half-heartedly, talk about this one. I think most flat earthers, however, realize that the four corners talked about twice there in the Scriptures, once in the Old, once in the New, are references to the four cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Even today, we talk about weather of the wind, for instance, coming out of the west, southwest. Well, you're relating it to four cardinal directions. That's the way most of us understand this. Okay, what about the ends of the earth? There are 28 times the phrase ends of the earth appears in the Old Testament. For instance, Psalm 67:7, it says, God shall bless us, let all the ends of the earth fear him. They say, aha, if you go to a globe, you go around and around and around that globe, you will never reach the end of that globe. So this cannot be talking about a globe earth. But if the earth is round and flat like this, there definitely is an edge. We call it the ice wall of Antarctica. Slam dunk, the earth is flat. Well, hold on a minute. Let's look at this just a little bit. I've got it underlined there. There's a parallel passage here. It says, God shall bless us, and then let all the ends of the earth fear him. Now, I ask you, if it's talking here about the ends of the earth being a physical edge, then you're talking about geography. Can geography fear God? No, it's not talking about geography. It's talking about people. It's talking about the people living at the remotest parts of the earth. Let them fear him because of the awesome God we have. Isaiah 45:22, another one. Turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other. Again, real estate cannot be saved. Real estate cannot be saved. Only people can be saved. It's talking about people living at the remotest parts of the earth. Even today, we use this idiom, even though very few people believe the earth is flat. On a globe, we still talk about the ends of the earth because it's talking about those remotest parts of the earth. Here's another one I can't believe some flat earthers use. The tree of Daniel 4. They read Daniel 4:11. It says, the tree grew up and became strong, and its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. They say, aha, on a globe. If you have a giant tree grow up, no matter how tall it gets, half of the earth can't see it. It's on the other side of the earth. But if the earth is round and flat like this, then you can have a tree anywhere on the earth and people can see this tree. Well, let's dig into this. This is not a standalone verse in chapter 4. It's actually part of an entire narrative and nicely encapsulated. The entire 4th chapter is a complete narrative of an event that happened to Daniel there in Babylon. And we can look at this. It says, the previous verse says this, the visions of my head as I lay in bed were these. I saw and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. This was Nebuchadnezzar talking, the king, and he was having a dream. A dream. Several points I want to make. It was a dream. I could have several verses listed there, verses 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 18, and 19. That many times it says it was a dream, it was a dream, it was a dream. I think we can be pretty certain it was a dream. I don't know about you, but my dreams are pretty surrealistic. I have dreams from time to time. I don't remember most of them, but when I do, I wake up in the morning, I thought, wow, that was weird. I'll tell you one I had many years ago. there was this big wall over here, and suddenly this giant rhinoceros came crashing through the wall and charging toward me. By the time the rhinoceros got to me, it was a dove flying around. It was a mother. My mother came towards me, and then when my mother got to me, she turned into a dove and flew off. That's typical of my dreams. So if someone wants to dream about a giant tree growing on the earth, that's actually more sane than the stuff I dream many times. Dreams are not real, folks. It's not reflecting the reality of the world. Also, I need to point out that this was a dream reported by a pagan king at that time. Also, Daniel interprets the dream, and he says the tree represented Nebuchadnezzar. Now, get this straight. It's a dream, so it's not a real tree, but within the interpretation of the dream, that non-real tree represents a person. You see the several levels removed from reality this is? It actually happened, but it's a representation. There's a lot of symbolism going on here, and it's being laid out beautifully by what Daniel's saying here. That's the factual part of all of this. The dream was real, and the interpretation was real. And by the way, the other factual part was the dream was fulfilled the 7 years that he lost his mind. It's a dream, folks. The passage is not teaching cosmology. Furthermore, it's not even clear at all that the dream with possible cosmology there even matched what Nebuchadnezzar believed. If I dreamed tonight that the earth is flat, it wouldn't mean that I believe the earth is flat. It just means I was thinking about it and I had some sort of weird dream associated with it. Well, what the current flat earth model, this is a diagram that I've seen on many of their websites. Again, you've got that circle disc there with a dome over top, and you've got the stars there. And what happens every day is that the whole sky spins around. You've got this axis right here above the North Pole, and the whole thing spins around. Now, right away, you'll realize that if it's all spinning around, then nothing is rising or setting. They're just going around. And if the sun is up there, then why don't we have daylight all the time? In fact, how can flat earthers explain day and night? Well, it's very simple, they say. You have the little dotted circle there representing the motion of the sun throughout the day. And the sun is a spotlight. It shines down a conical shape of light like this. And so when we're under that cone, we see daylight, and we're not, it's dark. So this is a little video that shows, illustrates this nicely. This came from a Flat Earth website. The little white thing over in the dark, that's the moon. The bright thing in the light, that yellow thing, that is the sun. As it goes around. And notice it's going to be night for me, then day, and then night, and then day, because I live in North America, and then night. And notice as it does that, the sun gets progressively closer and farther from my location. For right here, it will be very close. Here it will be far away. Here it will be close, and there it will be far away. So throughout the day, and throughout the night for that matter, the sun's getting progressively closer and farther away from me. Now this allows us to test this. I can simply apply mathematics to this. I can use geometry and trigonometry to work this out, because if the sun's closer to me, it's going to appear larger to me. If it's farther away, it's going to appear smaller. That's pretty clear stuff. That's what we call perspective, folks. Flat earthers like to use that term. I hope they understand at least a little what that means. More distant objects look smaller to us. So I tested this claim. I took the model, many of them have, not all of them. It's 32 miles across and 3,000 miles high. Now, again, the sun does not actually rise or set. And they say it's motion like that, its disappearance is due to what they call perspective. Now, I worked out the requirements of this, and I used this model, but as it turns out, it factors out. It doesn't matter how high the sun is or how far away it is and how big it is. All that matters is it's moving in a circle above a flat earth, and it scales out beautifully. So if I have the sun only half that high and half as big as I assumed in the model, it doesn't make any difference. It factors out, and I get the same result. It's an inevitable result of mathematics which describes the world around us. I tested this 3.5 years ago. I did August 3rd, 2016. I took a photograph of the sun at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time when the sun was 8 degrees above the horizon. Why did I do it then? I did it out back by the observatory here at the Creation Museum, and that was the first time the sun got above the trees. We have some trees off to the east, and I couldn't see the sun prior to that. And then I took another photograph of the sun at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That was local noon that day when the sun was as high in the sky as possible, 63 degrees. And if you go out at noon or at sunrise or sunset, you can tell the sun's much higher here at noon than it is at sunrise or at sunset. And hence it must, if the flat earth model's true, it must be farther away at sunset or sunrise than it is at noon. And so I did the numbers on this. I determined from the figures I had, again, distance doesn't really matter, that the sun ought to appear 6.4 times larger in the second photograph. So let's look at the photographs. Here's the first one. I took it in the morning. The sun's kind of dull and red, and you can see a little tree branch to the lower right there around the 5 o'clock position. Again, it's just getting above the trees. I set the ISO setting on this. I set the exposure time. I had a filter on the front of the telescope. The sun is very dangerous to look at if you don't have the proper filtering. And so I did the proper filtering. I changed nothing later in the same day, except that the sun's higher in the sky. The ISO, the setting, everything else was the same. And here's the photograph of it. It's much brighter and more yellow. I ask you, look at those two diagrams, those two figures. Are they the same size or not? And the answer is they are. I've printed them out on paper and measured them, and they're the same size. No, forget 6.4. This in itself disproves the flat Earth model. Other examples of false claims. They say that the North Star is visible well into the southern hemisphere. I've been to the southern hemisphere 10 times, looked for the North Star. It isn't there. Another one is the circular patterns of stars throughout the night can happen only on a flat Earth. I've seen both of these claims made repeatedly by flat earthers on the internet, and both are completely wrong and false. I'll give you an example here. Here's the model again. Let's suppose you got a position. I happen to choose Australia here, but you could pick anywhere you want, not off the rotation axis of the Earth. That dotted line represents that rotation axis. So supposedly the whole thing spins around, and so a person there in Australia would see, or any other location on the Earth would see the North Star in the same position all the time. So far, so good. Now, that's the prediction of the flat Earth model. Everybody on the Earth should see the same stars, particularly they should all see the North Star. And indeed, some flat earthers claim that that's what happens. Now, on a spherical Earth, that's not the case. Here's the Earth again, as I showed you before. There is the rotation axis of the Earth. Early on, I showed what the position would be from a northern location, like here in northern Kentucky. I'm now going to show a southern location, south of the equator. I'm going to draw in the horizon circle, and I'm going to draw in the sky, the dome that you would see there. Now, notice that the North Celestial Pole, the North Star, are located on the top of that diagram along that dotted line. That's the axis of the Earth. The North Pole, South Pole is below. Notice that you cannot see that from the southern hemisphere. That is a prediction of the flat Earth model. The spherical Earth model. As I said, I've made 10 trips to the southern hemisphere. I have looked for the North Star. It is not there. I know the sky very well. I know what stars are around the North Star, and none of those were really visible. I could tell very easily, looking all night, the North Star is never going to be visible much south of the equator. When flat earthers claim that you can see the North Star south of the equator, they are wrong. They're either lying or they're misled themselves. I don't know which, but they are wrong. Flat earthers stopped making that claim because it's blatantly false, as anybody who's been in the southern hemisphere can testify is the case. Now, as far as the rotation of the stars, if you're going to position yourself on the Earth, I can put a star there on that little circle. It goes from stars on the left to stars on the right. So if the dome is spinning around like this, then stars are going to go in a circle. Now, if you are on the axis of that circle, that is along that red line that passes down to the North Pole of the Earth, then the path of the stars will look like this. It will look like a circle. But what happens if you get off that axis, say over to where I live in the United States, or maybe in South America or Australia? You're going to be viewing that circle obliquely like this, and when you view a circle obliquely like this, what shape do you have? You don't get a circle anymore, you get an ellipse. And the farther off you get, the more elliptical it looks. Only on the North Pole, at the North Pole on the Earth, would you see stars going in circles around the skies. You would not see them. Ordinarily, you'd see them all doing this if the Earth is flat with a spinning dome over top. I simulated this in our planetarium. I went in and took a photograph. I set the stars spinning around a point at the zenith, the point overhead. I set the camera off to the side, representing a position not at the North Pole of the Earth in this model, and you can see what I got. I got these ellipses, flattened out circles. This is what the sky looks like on a flat Earth, if this model's correct. But this is what you see. I took this photograph myself. It looks very much like the one Jim Bonser took. The same sort of thing. You're only seeing a half-hour exposure, but if you went completely through 24 hours, it'd be complete circles. There are no ellipses showing up here. I've done videos of this. This is above my house. You can see the North Star above the point of my house there. You can see the Big Dipper, the upper left. This is about an hour time lapse I took. and you can see that things are spinning counterclockwise around the North Star there, a very close point to the North Star, showing what you see in the Northern Hemisphere. I took this one in Arizona last year on a raft trip, and you can see the star, look to the south here, and you can see the stars are spinning in a clockwise direction because I'm turned around, I'm looking to the south, I'm not looking to the north. And the center of motion is down below the screen. I can't see it because it's below the horizon. I'll show you again here, I've got the South Celestial Pole put in there for you, but everything else has been moved up tremendously. And if you look there, you can see that the motion is actually going around that circle, a point well below the horizon for us in the Northern Hemisphere. But guess what? If you go to the Southern Hemisphere, like I have here, I took these photographs, this time lapse, a year and a half, be last year in South Africa, and you'll notice that the stars now are going to go clockwise, and they're going around a point above the trees there in the middle. There's no south star, there's no bright star there. They're going clockwise in a circle around that. Now, folks, we can't see any of those stars in that photograph from where I live. In South Africa, there are a bunch of stars they can't see that we see in the northern part of the hemisphere. This is all demanded by a spherical Earth that's spinning, but not explainable at all in terms of a flat Earth model. So that model does not work. How do flat Earthers explain lunar eclipses? Well, they try to point out that lunar eclipses have been seen with both the sun and the moon in the sky. And that actually happens occasionally. It's called a selenelion. They try to impugn that this isn't possible. Well, it is possible because refraction can raise, if the sun and the moon are low in the sky, can raise them up about a half degree. But beyond that, that's atmospheric refraction. But the sun and the moon and the earth shadow are not points. They actually have a physical extent. Every lunar eclipse, there's a region on one side of the earth, a real thin strip, where the beginning of the eclipse is observable at sunset, and on the other side, where the end of the eclipse is observable at sunrise. It happens at every eclipse that this happens, lunar eclipse. You need excellent weather, and you need no obstructions and a good clear view of the horizon in both directions. That's asking a lot. I've never seen a selenelion. I'd love to see one, but I've just never had the opportunity. I've seen plenty of lunar eclipses, however. Now, notice, however, in all of this that flat earthers don't offer any positive explanation. They just simply try to chuck rocks at the conventional cosmology. Well, that's fine. You're wrong, but that's fine. Come up with your own explanation for lunar eclipses. What about solar eclipses? Well, they don't explain those either. They say something comes in front of the sun, but they don't ever seem to know what it is. They're just convinced that the conventional understanding is wrong. I get so tired of talking to flat earthers about this. I ask the question, what caused the lunar eclipse, and then what caused the solar eclipse? How far away is the sun? All these kind of questions. And the answers I get is, I don't know, but I know what it isn't. They define the world in a very weird way. They define the world in terms of what they don't believe or don't know, in terms of what they do believe or do know. It's a most strange way of looking at the world. They claim the moon is a transparent disk. You can see stars shining through it. Again, that is not true. I've watched a number of lunar occultations where the moon passes in front of a star, and when it does, the star disappears. You can't see it shining through. And they make that claim anyway. Again, that's another false claim that they make. I have a photograph here. Didn't do such a great job on this. I didn't have my best equipment with me, but this is the star Arcturus. I've got an arrow pointing to it. Hopefully you can see it on the video there. And there's the moon. It's the first quarter phase. And after about another 20 minutes, the moon moved forward. There's the rest of the moon, by the way, because it's half lit and half dark. And a little bit later on, it moved forward, and it covered up Arcturus. Arcturus is not visible there. Excuse me, not Arcturus, Aldebaran, I misspoke. Okay, solar eclipse. Here's a photograph that I think Jim Bonser took this one as well, and this one is a beautiful solar eclipse, and they want to argue that there's something else going on here. Well, I'm going to wrap it up here soon. If the Earth is flat, then nothing can orbit the Earth. So there are no satellites, and the moon doesn't orbit either. It just goes in big circles. You can't break through the glass dome, so there's nothing there. There are no satellites. There are no astronauts, and we haven't been to the moon, all right? Except I know of at least 2 Christians who walked on the moon. Actually, they came to Christ later, but Charlie Duke and Jim Irwin. Jim Irwin is now deceased. But I contacted Charlie Duke a few years ago, and I asked him, look, would you give me a quote on this? He said, sure, be happy to. He said, I was the lunar module pilot of the Apollo 16 mission to the moon. We launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 16, 1972. We left Earth orbit for our 3-day trip to the moon about 3 hours later. As we maneuvered our spacecraft to dock with our lunar module, the Earth came into view about 20,000 miles away. It was an awesome sight. As you can see in the photo, the Earth is obviously a sphere and not a flat circle. As we journeyed to the moon, we could look out our windows and see a smaller Earth, and each time we would see different land masses, so it was obviously rotating on its axis. Charlie Duke, Christian astronaut. Or consider Jeffrey Williams. He's more recent. He spent a lot of time on the space shuttle, took a lot of photographs of the Earth from the space shuttle, and space station, excuse me. And he had a book called The Work of His Hands. I have a copy of that book. It's marvelous photography it has. And he has many pictures of the Earth, some of them showing clearly that the Earth is a globe. No tricks here, no fisheye lens. This is actually a picture. All right, what is the motivation of the flat earthers? I think some are undoubtedly well-intentioned. They mean well, they really believe this, they're convinced of this, but they're just wrong. I think some are doing this as a prank, and they're literally having quite a bit of fun, quite a bit of amusement at the people who are taking this all too seriously when it really is just a prank. I'm also convinced that some out there are just doing this for malice. They're attempting to make Christians look foolish and to discredit Scripture. And the people who want to argue the earth is flat from a biblical standpoint are doing their bidding for them. And that is hurtful, and it really hurts me to see people do that. Well, if you want to learn more about this, I have written a book. It's called Falling Flat, A Refutation of Flat Earth Claims. We have it available from Answers in Genesis. We also have a DVD called Faith on the Edge. We didn't produce this, but I'm in this and a few other people, done by the Creation Guys, and we carry this product as well. We also want to mention something else we have going on, the Creation Apologetics course you can take. There are really 6 self-paced courses. Enroll now for only $19 at theanswerseducation.com. And also, by virtue of watching today, you can get some free shipping and a discount if you order $49 or more from our website. The way to get advantage of that is to use the code SAVE10, that is SAVE10, and this expires on April 30th. So you got about 10 days to do that. And they've got answersingenesis.org store down there. You check it out. Now, we're also having any orders more than $50 or more, we offer free shipping. We're doing that now through the duration of the closures we have here at the Creation Museum and the Ark Encounter. We're not open, but we hope to open soon. But until then, and when that happens, you can still order things, but even though our bookstores aren't open, and you can order those things with free shipping for $50 or more until we open again. I mentioned the hard hits we're taking. We are looking for donations. We are in need, as so many other people are in need as well, but we do have bills to pay, even though our revenue stream has reduced tremendously. So you can go to answersingenesis.org, donate. And finally, I want to close off with the live programs. We'll be doing, right now the schedule is 10 a.m., 12 noon, 3 p.m., and 7 p.m., and of course, you're enjoying one of these right now, or maybe not enjoying it, but you're here nevertheless. I appreciate you coming today, and I just want to thank you all for being here.
Hi everybody, my name is Robert Carter. I'm a speaker for Creation Ministries International out of our U.S. offices right here in Powder Springs, Georgia. We've come out to this nature area because that is the topic of today's talk. Earth. This is Earth, folks. What is this? How is it made? What is the nature of reality? Those are the things we're going to get into as we discuss why some people believe that the Earth is flat. I recently gave a talk on the subject at our Creation Super Conference. We liked that so much we wanted to share it with you. There's about 600 people there. But before we get into it, I want to explain to you what the audience was seeing when they came into the room. Flat Earthers will say that NASA has no picture of the Earth from outer space. That is completely untrue. We humans, we have sent a satellite. into outer space, and we got it between the sun and the earth at a place called the Lagrange point. It's a point where the gravity from the sun and the earth are balanced. And so just with a little bit of finagling of little teeny rocket engines, you can keep a satellite right in one place. And it has a camera, and that camera is pointing directly at the earth. The camera is between the earth and the sun. And every hour, it takes a high-def image of the earth and sends it back to us. You can see clouds moving, you can see the earth turning, and the coolest thing about the video is that the moon photobombed the Discover satellite. So you might be wondering, why does CMI care about the flat earth or not? Well, this is a really big deal. This is a really important topic. It's influencing a lot of people. It influences the way we think about the nature of reality, about the nature of God, about how we do science. And since we are a science organization, we like to talk about science, this is a really fascinating idea. It has captured a lot of people's attention. In fact, it has trapped a lot of people in a specific way of thinking that is wrong. So what I hope to do is unpack this a little bit and share with you a couple of really key ideas that you can use to know that the earth actually is round, to explain why people are saying it, where they're coming from, and just, I'm going to fill it up with a lot of really interesting tidbits about astronomy, gravity, and science. We hope you enjoy it. How do we know what we know? How do you know? Well, obviously you have to use your brain, right? You have to think. But sometimes learning stuff feels like you're drinking from a fire hose. And in the modern digital world, there's a fire hose of misinformation. Everybody has an opinion about everything. How do you know which is right? That's a tough question, isn't it? Sometimes people speak very confidently, but they're talking nonsense. I would put Richard Dawkins in that camp. But also within our community, we see this happening also. I mean, in the Christian community. And specifically, people who are Christians and flat earthers. There is a problem that we all have, and that is we're not an expert in everything. And when someone speaks authoritatively, blah, 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 I know this stuff, you're just a peon, what do you know? We don't often have enough knowledge to refute what that person's saying. And that makes life difficult. Politics, religion, science, that's really hard stuff. Hopefully you're learning stuff at this conference. This is why we're here, to help you answer questions and things like that. But here's one of the most pernicious problems we have. Humans, by nature, self-segregate. We normally hang around with people that listen to the same music, maybe grew up at the same time, eat the same foods, have the same sort of a cultural thing. It's uncomfortable to be around people who are really different than you, for most people. Just part of human nature. But the problem is, in the modern world, we are separated algorithmically. Because Google and Facebook and YouTube aren't going to feed you information you don't like, because then you'll leave their website. So we are pigeonholed, categorized, and fed a bunch of stuff that drives advertising dollars to them. It is not surprising then that the flat earth idea was essentially non-existent before the rise of YouTube. I'm going to give you two big ideas. The first big idea I'm going to give you, and we're going to use this throughout to test different things, it's called the two-world fallacy. That's just what I call it. Imagine two worlds, and I developed this to explain evolution. Imagine there's a world of evolution and the world of creation. Is it fair to say, like an evolutionist would, every bit of information I find that supports evolution disproves creation? Is that fair? Is it fair for me to say everything I find that supports creation disproves evolution? No, because of this. Joel hinted at this in his last talk. We talked about natural selection. Natural selection is in both sides. I have no problem with natural selection whatsoever. It's just mathematical. It's kind of common sense. And natural selection is not evolution. You see, there is a zone of overlap between any two competing ideas. I call this non-discriminating information. It is information you cannot use to make a decision between the two theories. If you want to know which one is right, you have to ask the right question. The question has to be a question that's either right or wrong in one side or the other. Flat earth ideas have no supporting evidence whatsoever. Literally zero. Geocentrism is harder to refute because it's almost intuitive. It looks like things are going around the earth. It's almost biblical because the Bible uses language that's kind of equivocal. And, you can read it as if everything goes around the earth. But in the same way, if you listen to my speech throughout the day, you could accuse me of being a geocentrist. I talk about sunrise and sunset. I got my Google phone. You realize this is a geocentric reference idea, right? It's telling me how to drive on the earth as if the earth's not moving. It's not telling me, make sure you match the rotational speed of the earth or the motion of the solar system through the heavens, or else you're going to fall off. That's not part of our model. We use this geocentric thing as a shortcut all the time. Okay. As I raise up some points, I'm going to hark back to this. Remember the two-circle idea. Where does this fall on the spectrum? And I'm going to try to bring up a couple of very easy things that absolutely destroy the flat earth concept, and a couple that absolutely destroy the idea that things go around the earth. It's going to take me a while to get there, but just follow me. Okay, we okay with this so far? Here's another idea for you. Defining the word science is difficult. What if science, to use a definition I might attempt to try, what if science is just an interpretive filter of reality? It's a way of thinking, a way of taking information, categorizing it to try to make sense of it. Imagine that reality is these vertical red lines. Imagine that your concept of science is the diagonal lines. Can you see that even if you're kind of wonky in your understanding, you might get some things right? That's evolution. Evolution absolutely gets some things right. And that's all the evolutionists like to talk about, and it's all in the area of overlap between the two theories. I can listen to an evolutionist talk for a long time before I find something I disagree with them about. There's an awful lot of things they say. I'm like, yep, sure enough, true, Happens all the time. But it doesn't mean their entire theory is right. Starting from that idea of naturalism, they ran a long way before they ran into modern technology, which refutes naturalistic ideas of origins, the origin of information, the origin of life, the origin of complexity, the origin of the human mind. Evolutionary theory can't handle that. Now, I'm not claiming I have a perfect filter. I would not do that. That would be hubris. I'm not going there. I'm not claiming that I understand everything correctly. But can you see that the closer you get your filter to reality, the more you'll be able to explain? This is science. This is how science progresses. A scientific theory or idea or hypothesis that has a very high explanatory power is usually assumed to be correct. Okay? The reason why modern science has rejected geocentrism is because after centuries of work, it fell apart. The reason why science has never supported flat Earth is because there's nothing to support it. Now, I might be making some of you angry. Forgive me. I don't like calling people out. I'm going to have to, in a couple of slides from now, I'm going to say something maybe a little more harsh than I normally do. But it's for a reason. You'll see. There's a risk that any teacher runs. This verse troubles me greatly. Sometimes keeps me awake at night. James 3:1. Not many of you should become teachers, my brothers, for you know that we who teach will be judged with greater strictness. There is a danger to being a troll, a danger of judgment. I am actually doing this with a tremendous amount of trepidation. I've been worried about this talk for a long time. Not that I don't know my stuff, not that I haven't studied a lot, but if I'm claiming other people are trolls, I had better make sure that I'm being really careful with my words and really accurately saying this is what the person teaches and believes. I do not see any accuracy coming at me from the flat earth community. Completely misunderstanding, deliberately maligning my words and twisting things around, but I'm trying to be fair to the other side. Okay? There is some homework that anyone has to do before they engage in this topic. I've spent too much time on this, more than I should have. Jonathan Sarfati and I have done several very important and very long articles, very detailed with lots and lots and lots of information. I cannot possibly regurgitate all this. It's there for you. In fact, I'm going to skip over some really important parts of this idea because there's some of the things I want to talk about, but it's all in these articles. Why the universe does not revolve around the earth. That was our first one we wrote together. That was like 32 pages on Word, and then we added more to it later. Second one, refuting absolute geocentrism. We waited till we got responses back, and then we addressed those specifically. Another one, and this is surprising because all of a sudden, it was like 2 or 3 summers ago, don't remember exactly, we had a whole bunch of CMI speakers all at the same time say, you know, I just ran into a flat earther. We had never heard of this. I mean, we kind of heard about it because we know that the secularists manufactured this flat earth myth that never existed. Columbus, the people in Columbus's day, nobody believed the earth was flat. It's an urban myth invented to try to discredit Christianity. Go to creation.com, you can look that up for yourself. I don't have time to deal with it here. But all these flat earthers started popping up and people are like, yeah, this person asked me at a church and they're like challenging me. What on earth is this? And so when enough of that happened, we realized there was a trend going on. So we wrote an article called A Flat Earth and Other Nonsense. And then I wrote an article that I actually used my children to help with an experiment, a direct test of the flat earth. Now, another article I want to highly suggest is called How to Think, Not What to Think. That 2-circle illustration I just showed you, that was first presented in that article. I think that's a very powerful test of any idea. Does it really cut the mustard? Does it really split the difference? Is it a valid question? Those are hard to come up with. There's 3 types of scientific experiments. Type 1, type 2, type 3. Sometimes people say type A, B, C. But type 1 is an experiment where it actually separates 2 theories. Yes and no for both. Those are hard to find. The second type of experiment is, yeah, it disproves this theory, but it really doesn't say anything about this other theory. That would be the Michelson-Morley experiment, where they pointed an interferometer in all directions and they noticed that the light speed didn't change. What does that mean? Either the Earth isn't moving, or the light speed is the same in all directions. It disproved the ether, but it didn't prove the Earth is moving. The third type of experiment, and sadly, as a scientist, I will admit to you, I have done some of these before, is a faulty experiment where the conclusions have nothing to do with what you're testing. Scientists do this. Whoops, wow, that was absolutely ridiculous. Why did I even think that? Because science is a process and you learn as you go. Okay, so I'm admitting that I'm not perfect here, but those 3 types of experiments, we're going to try to find type 1. We're going to end up with a lot of type 2. Almost all the flat earth objections to the idea that Earth is round are type 3. And yet, in the age of information, I call this Carter's theorem of information contamination. As a young man in this room, I didn't ask permission to mention his name, but Jonathan, thank you. May you have a promising career in mathematics. He helped me formulate that formula. Basically, it's this idea, is that for every true postulate that exists, there will eventually be at least one YouTube video claiming it is not true. In mathematical terminology, as the limit, as time approaches infinity, of the probability of the false claim equals 1. For every false claim, you will be able to find someone who claims to believe it. The problem is you cannot separate the true believers from the trolls. It is not possible online to know if that person really believes what they're saying or not. And that's one of the hardest things about this whole thing. I know that there are trollish flat earthers out there who are just yanking people's chains. And there are some people who believe it. I don't know what the ratio is, but everywhere I go, in fact, I was at a homeschool conference in Texas a couple weeks ago, and 3 lovely women, nice homeschool moms, very normal, middle class, husbands are professionals. And they come up to me and they're like, yeah, NASA, as if NASA's a swear word. What? Oh yeah, this, you know what they do over at CERN. Yeah, you mean the big atoms? Oh yeah, CERN. As if CERN was like a swear word, like it's part of this gigantic government conspiracy. And sure enough, we got into it and didn't take very long. They didn't say the earth was flat. They said, I don't know what the shape of the earth is. I've not experienced it. No, wait, that's a psychological, that's a philosophy here that we're going to get into. And another problem is that someone can float an idea in 30 seconds that might take you 3 days to figure out. I'm game. Here's 2 memes. Now, I don't know who made these. I just stole these off the internet. I might have done some copyright infringement. It doesn't say copyright there, so I just took them. All right. Pilots black out at 9 Gs. The Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour. You know that's true, right? 24,000 mile circumference thereabouts, 24 hours, that's about 1,000 miles an hour. Well, if pilots black out at 9 Gs, how come we don't black out at the equator? Come on, what's the answer? Yeah, they're mixing apples and oranges here. Pilots can fly at multiple times the speed of sound and not black out, but at a much slower speed, velocity, if they do a hard turn, they might black out because it's the acceleration, not the velocity. Boom. How about this one? Child on a merry-go-round, fearing for his life at a very slow speed. But the Earth spins at 1,000 miles an hour. How come we don't fly off? How come wind doesn't rip the Earth apart? How come? What's the answer? Well, how fast would the merry-go-round have to spin to produce the same amount of centripetal acceleration as a spinning Earth?
1 revolution per day.
Actually, it's 59.1 seconds. So yeah, I'm a nerd. I like math. I like challenges. These sort of things are sort of things that like nerdy scientists, engineers, and physics majors throw at each other in the break room, and they all laugh. Ha ha! Yeah, the kid will fly out. Why don't we fly off the Earth? Ha ha ha! But then some people actually do it seriously. So the solution is a formula right there. I worked through it. It turns out that if you weigh 100 kilograms, that's 220 pounds, you would weigh 12 ounces less on the equator than you do at the North Pole. Whoop-de-doo. This is true, by the way. We can measure this. We know that you actually weigh less at the equator. There's 2 reasons, actually. One, because the Earth spins, the Earth is flattened a little bit. It's not a sphere, it's an oblate spheroid. And the equator is farther away from the center of mass than the poles are. You weigh more at the poles because you're closer. But when you factor in the shape of the Earth, it doesn't account for all the weight change because you are moving. But it's only a fraction of what you weigh. How fast would the Earth have to spin or how fast would the merry-go-round have to spin? Well, if it's a 3-meter merry-go-round, that's just an easy number mathematically. It's kind of big for a merry-go-round. But literally, it would have to turn once every 59.1 seconds. That would be the most boring playground ride in existence. In fact, you would have to stare at to see if it was turning. You ever stare at a second hand to see how fast it goes? Yeah, it's moving. Oh, wait. Yeah, it is moving. Yeah. But it's not because you can see it move usually. It's usually because now it's in a different place than it was just a little bit ago. And the relative movement you can notice much easier than looking at it. This idea that we would fly away is a lie. Most people who are promoting flat earth ideas don't know that. But the person who put this together probably did. A lot of this information is coming out of skeptical websites, just for fun. They'll float something out there and see how far it gets. Man, can I get this idea to go viral? Will the flat earthers pick it up? Will the Christian flat earthers pick it up? Yes. That is definitely happening. But I'm here to tell you that there is a better way. There is a place where we can have the Bible and science. It's a happy place. You have the Bible, history, science, all wrapped up into a nice, neat bundle. It's not driven by fear. It's not driven by conspiracy theory. It's not driven by distrust and authority. It's actually driven by trust. Trust in the Creator, who created a world that we can understand. We can know that some things are true. We can safely assume that some other things are true, but we have to learn where to draw that line, and that's often difficult, hence the creation-evolution issue. But there are some things we really don't have to struggle with. Here's my basic assumption. The universe behaves in a consistent, logical, and discoverable way because of the nature of God. He is consistent. He is logical. He is the one in whom there is no shadow of turning. He cannot and will not do anything against his own nature. Thus, when he created the universe, he would have done so according to his basic character traits. The universe is discoverable and knowable because God. That thought is what drove the scientific revolution. The modern science was founded by that kind of a philosophical idea. It's actually coming straight out of Christian philosophy. So men like Johann Kepler, amazing astronomer, he discovered the 3 laws of planetary motion that drive anytime we want to send something into outer space, we have to account for these. And he says of his work, it was like thinking God's thoughts after him. But it wasn't just Kepler. Almost all of the founders of modern science were Bible believers. Now, some we might debate a little bit about what they actually believe about it, but no, they, by and large, held a biblical worldview. You ever struggle in science class? Remember those horrible formulas? Ugh. Remember all those letters in the formulas? Most of the letters are the initials of a Christian's name. Oh, that's a cool thought. Yet I had a flat earther on Facebook. I spent a lot of time on Facebook discussing these things. This person said, I believe the father of lies could have reverse engineered his model so all the math works. Is that true? Can Satan build something so sophisticated it would actually explain the way things work? Or how about this? Who gave us the ability to think, God or Satan? God did. Who put in us a desire to explore the world, God or Satan? God did. It's part of the dominion mandate. Go look that up on creation.com. Who created this world? Oh. Can Satan deceive people into thinking a completely untrue thing about an obvious reality? Yeah, which is why the Hindus teach the earth is flat. Oh, it's Eastern philosophy. It's not Christianity. For 2,000 years, no Christian scholar that I'm aware of, and I've looked, and Dr. Sarfati's looked at even much more than I have, no Christian scholar of any repute, maybe with 2 little minor examples, have taught that the earth is flat. It is unanimous in Christian tradition, the earth is a globe. Can Satan deceive millions of people about simple math? No. Obvious realities are obvious realities. 1 + 1 = 2. Well, except for really high values of 1. Sorry, nerd joke. The flat earth idea is driven by zeititic astronomy. It's this idea. I perceive something to be true, therefore it must be true. That's close to being real. That's close, but it's not right. Because what if you and I perceive something different? Let me introduce you to what I call the idiocentric model. Now, ideo is the Greek word for pertaining to self. It's not idiot, it's not stupid model. It's the pertaining to self model. Ready? The universe, I know what the universe revolves around. That spot right there. And you can't prove me wrong. Watch, I can make the universe spin. Did you feel it? It makes me dizzy thinking how fast the universe spins around me. I get in a car, I push down the accelerator, I can feel the gravity tendrils holding me back, resisting me, accelerating the whole universe behind me. Prove me wrong. Do I have a volunteer that can prove me wrong? Someone raise their hands. Anyone. I won't embarrass you too bad. Yes, sir. Stand up. Ready? You're not going to turn around at the same time. I'm going to spin the universe. You're not. Ready? Go. The universe spun. Okay. Sir, did I spin the universe?
No, I did.
No, I did. No, I did.
Yeah, I have more mass.
What do we do when 2 different ideas are sitting there and they conflict? How do we rationalize this? Is one right and one is wrong? Not in this case, we're both wrong. But I don't know that. I think the universe spins around me. That's zeititic astronomy. We are too small to be able to measure single-handedly the size of the earth. You either have to take 2 measurements at 2 different times or 2 different measurements at 2 different places. That might help if you have another person that you trust to go someplace else to take a measurement with you. The question is too big for a 5.5 to 6 foot tall human. We need something more. We need to be able to add information from various observers together. This is why it took them centuries to figure out that the sun does not go around the earth. It was not easy. Here's a basic flat earth model. They believe in different things. This is not the old sun goes underneath the earth and gets hauled and pops up again. No. Because everybody knows that the sun has to rotate above the earth like this. They say it's about 3,000 miles up. Now I can apply math to that. Oh yeah. And they say it's about 25,000 miles in diameter. Notice we're talking miles. Miles. We're scientists. We're talking kilometers. But okay, miles. We'll go with miles here. 3,000 miles up, 25,000 miles in diameter. I don't care what the numbers are. Give me any numbers you like. I will apply a little bit of trigonometry, and I will tell you where the sun is supposed to be at any time of day. And I know the sun never sets, because at sunrise, the sun should be 19 degrees above the horizon. And at midnight, it should be about that far above the horizon, and it's close enough for me to see. But the solution to this is the sun is not a round ball, it's a spotlight. So you can't see it from the side. It's funny that, someone handed me this flat earth model, and for the life of me, I can't figure out how to put it together. Throwaway joke. So one has to explain then how the sun that's round, even if it's spotlight, can do that. On the equinoxes, exactly one half of the earth is lit up, and that slice rotates around. Or this. At the June solstice, the entirety of the North Pole, anything within the Arctic Circle, is lit up for 24 hours. The entirety of anything south of the Antarctic Circle, which is most of Antarctica, Antarctic Circle, which is most of Antarctica, is in darkness for 24 hours. And then 6 months later, it would look like this, where all of Antarctica is lit up and anything within the Arctic Circle is dark. How does a spotlight sun do that? Mendacious. Straight lie. Very popular flat earth YouTuber. They have a model of the flat earth, and they take a glass dome, half a sphere, put it on top of the earth and shine a flashlight onto it, and it makes all sorts of weird patterns. Look at that, see that? The sun can make these shapes. Why is that wrong? No, because in the flat earth idea, their sun is inside the glass dome, not outside. Eratosthenes, one of my scientific heroes. This is, he died in 194 BC. He was the head librarian at the Library of Alexandria. He calculated the circumference of the earth very accurately. Right, 200 BC, right? We already knew how big the earth was. What he did was he knew that there was a well up in Aswan, also called Syene, where the sun hit the bottom of the well. We debate if that actually happened, but he said there's this well there. And because he was the head librarian and they did very detailed surveys of Egypt every year, and he had those records, he pretty much knew exactly how far it was from Alexandria to Aswan. And he said, well, if that day the sun is straight up, he had a shadow and he measured on that same day and said, oh, it's about 7 degrees. That means I'm about 7/360ths of the way around the earth from this place. Oh, no, and just got to multiply the distance times that ratio, and he calculated the circumference of the earth. That's cool. Now, where does the flat earth idea of 3,000 miles come from? I believe, I'm not sure, but I believe what they're doing is they're taking Eratosthenes' numbers and flattening the earth out. So about 800 kilometers and about 83 degrees, you can use calculations to figure out that H in this case would be about 3,000 miles or 5,000 kilometers. Let's use kilometers as science. The problem with this, for us here, is that we're about the same latitude as Alexandria, Egypt. People don't realize it, but if you go from Atlanta or here Myrtle Beach and you go east, you don't hit Europe, you hit Africa. And this is within maybe a degree or two, maybe 2 degrees, maybe a little more than 2 degrees of Alexandria, right here. So these numbers apply to us and much of the continental United States. if we fix this at 3,000 miles, we're going to get any set of sticks going across the earth, you're going to get these angles. The problem is that angle will change based on the height of the sun, right? And you can measure it at different places, and you know what? You get different answers at different places. We know what angle it is. In fact, the angle is exactly equal to the latitude on a sphere. This is not debatable. This is something anyone can do in their backyard. We've known this for centuries. This is science, and it's just like one of those so plain facts that is not even worth talking about. But I'm a nerd. So I did this. I calculated the sun angle for various latitudes, or in this case, distance from the equator, because there's no really latitude in the flat earth concept. And the angle, so it depends upon how far away the sun is. So this is between 1,000 miles up and 1,000,000 miles up. The angle changes, right? But then I said, yeah, but the angle actually equals a latitude. So on the top of this one I have distance, and the bottom I have latitude, because they're exactly parallel to one another, and you get this nice straight line. Well, if you take their 3,000 mile figure and our measurements of the angle, you know what, they will be right at some point north of the Arctic Circle. You can set this angle to be correct at some point on the planet, but you'll be wrong at every other latitude. Direct test and a failure of the flat earth concept. I'm trying not to say flat earth model. It's not a model. That's not fair to use that word. Now, there was a point today in southeast Cuba, I believe it was 1:32 p.m., where the sun was exactly overhead one farmer's fields, straight up. The sun actually followed a line across the earth. It's called the tropic. You've heard of the Tropic of Cancer and the Tropic of Capricorn? Those are the places the farthest north and south on the earth where the sun goes straight overhead. But there's a daily tropic, and today's tropic went right across Cuba. Well, using a little bit of math and their flat earth model, there's Myrtle Beach on there, there's the tropic of today, there's the equator, there's the North Pole. Look at all these distances, and they say 3,000 miles. I can calculate where the sun was supposed to be at solar noon. In fact, using a little bit of math, very simple. I mean, this is easy math. Anytime during the day. I made an Excel spreadsheet where you can type in what your latitude is and what the tropic of the day is. I can tell you where the sun is supposed to be in the flat earth concept and in the global earth reality. In red is, let me explain my machine that's been sitting over here. We were going to do this tomorrow. It's going to rain tomorrow. I'll have this out probably Thursday. It's going to be cloudy, but it might be enough sun. This is an amazing machine. I didn't know if it was going to work or not when I built it. If you line this up, pointing due north, there's a hole right here, and underneath there, there's a angle measurement. So 0, 20, 30, 40, 45, 90 degrees. This is called the azimuth. It's the angle from north where the sun is. Well, it also tilts, and you can see a protractor. There's a little line right there. You can measure what's called the elevation. With those two, with the azimuth and the elevation, you can know where the sun is. I had a pinhole here, which is projecting onto a plus shape right there. But I call this a Sarfati modification, because good Jonathan over there, he realized that with this length, this is about 1/3 of a meter, so a 3-diopter reading glasses from the dollar store actually projects a focused image of the sun right there. So now we can also measure the relative size of the sun throughout the day. And I added a polarized pair of sunglasses so no one welded their retinas with yeah, you got the point. So with this machine, I can measure the azimuth and elevation. You can see that at noon, these two models are very similar to one another. Why? Because Eratosthenes was about our latitude. But when I measured it, even though they were very similar to one another, my measured points followed the global Earth, not the flat Earth. Now, give me any flat Earth model. I'll change the parameters in my thing. I don't care how big the Earth is. I don't care how high the sun is. We can test it. And that thing just happens to be accurate enough to do it. And I can't believe it. I'm shocked. Anyway, this will be out on Thursday. We'll have some pieces of paper where you can go anytime you want, take these two measurements, measure in this millimeter scale what the size of the Earth is, write on a piece of paper, drop it in the box, and we'll see how close we can get as a group. Okay? Oh, by the way, the size of the sun should also change size over time. In the flat Earth model, the sun gets closer and farther away, right? Well, in ours, no, it's always 93 million miles away. It doesn't change size throughout the day. Careful. There are memes out there. Here's 2 examples. Oh, the sun does get smaller as it gets towards the horizon because it's getting closer to the vanishing point, it's getting farther away from us. Really? Look at that upper picture. Where's the sun in there? I don't know. It's overexposed. Look at that lower picture. That's nonsense. If you are a flat earth supporter, I'm putting you on notice. If you post anything like this online, you are lying. Okay? Why? Because I can take lousy pictures like that too. This is Monday morning, right outside my hotel room here. But I was also here on Sunday morning. And we had, I can't believe it, and I can't believe my cell phone can do this. Now I had to get up at 5:45 in the morning to do this, but first question, how come before sunrise those clouds are lit up? Oh yeah, because Earth is actually curved. Second, there's a horizon. There's no horizon in flat Earth concept. The horizon is the place where the shape of the Earth actually interferes with your view. Notice, if the sun is getting smaller because of perspective, how come the bottom half of the sun has so much perspective you can't see it and the top half is right there? Also notice the sun hasn't changed size, nor will it all day long. In fact, it's easier to do it with the moon. The sun is harder because digital cameras get overexposed. Man, I can't believe this. Awesome. This is a direct refutation of the flat Earth idea. You'll see a lot of flat Earth supporters saying the horizon is flat, the horizon is flat, the horizon is flat. See that? Earth isn't curved. Well, of course the horizon is flat. Duh. You know why the horizon is flat? Because the horizon is a tangential slice of a sphere. Stand anywhere on Earth where you can see the horizon. Point at the horizon, turn in a circle. Oh, it's flat. It doesn't matter what altitude. A guy up in outer space, right? He's on an International Space Station floating in the air. You can go like this and go. It will be flat. Always. Now, does it curve? Yes, it does. Dave, how high did you say you flew?
About 50,000 feet.
All right. Air Force pilot, 50,000 feet. That's twice as high as a commercial airliner, thereabouts. That's way high. He said he could see the curve. But it doesn't curve as much as you think because they put into our mind it should curve, right? It's round. It curves this way. Oh, so when you look at that perspective, it separates from the horizontal line much less than you actually think because they put this false idea into our head. All right, there's no horizon in flat Earth. Obviously, this is not flat. The Bible talks about sunrise and sunset. From the rising of the sun to its setting, the name of the Lord is to be praised. That word is the same word they would use for like get up out of bed. It's to rise up. It doesn't rise in a flat Earth. It has to come around. It only rises really when it gets overhead. No, we have this thing called the ecliptic. This is the path that the sun follows. This thing can measure that. In fact, 2 nights ago, it was amazing. Right at sunset, Mercury, the moon, Venus, Jupiter, Saturn, and Mars. I don't think I've ever seen that all my life. I'm always looking at stars. I don't think I've ever seen that. And all of those things follow the ecliptic. That is, a circle slightly tilted, because the Earth is actually tilted. Okay. Here's one more easy flat Earth model disproof. I should use model again. I shouldn't use that word model. That is, anytime you look at the sun or the moon, no matter where you are, no matter what angle you're looking at it, it's always a circle. It can't be a spotlight, because a spotlight would be oval when it's over here and then round when it's overhead. Any slice you take through it is always circular, which means it is a sphere. Unless the universe is a mirage. But that's Eastern mysticism, not Christianity. Well, by the way, one of the big promoters of the flat Earth idea is a yoga instructor, martial arts instructor living in Thailand. He's American, but he's full of Eastern mysticism. Another big flat earther is an anti-Christian. If you believe the Trinity, you're a heretic. These two people are the people that started the whole, not really started, but they're the biggest popularizer of the flat Earth idea on YouTube. Today, people are, oh no, I'm not one, I don't believe that, I don't know. No, you owe what you're saying to these people. By the way, I took my kids down to the local library. I had my son put his finger on Johannesburg, and I took a string and stretched it to all these different cities. And then I calculated the Great Circle route from all these cities, and I compared them. And when you compare the flat Earth distance to the Great Circle route, guess which one actually, oh yeah, okay. That's on creation.com, direct test of the flat Earth model, right there. Okay, what we're seeing is an existential crisis in philosophy, a tremendous failure of critical thinking, an incredible application of subjective reasoning, arbitrary hunting and picking for things that seem to support the theory, which don't. And it seems to be that in order to believe flat Earth, you had to be preconditioned with a different conspiracy theory. Men didn't walk on the moon, 9/11, one of the other, that's like testing grounds, and this is just something that comes up. And you have to reject biblical principles. We simply cannot reject 2,000 years of Christian scholarship. We cannot blithely read the Bible in English and assume we understand the subtle nuances of the underlying languages. This flat Earth idea hits on multiple important topics, including exegesis, logical analysis, biblical perspicuity, biblical inspiration, textual preservation. Are those important issues? And there might not be salvation issues, but they're really important stopping points along the way, aren't they? Really, we're dealing with the difference between operational and historical science. I have no problem with the way things work. Observing, testing, repeating things today, this is the foundation of modern science, called operational science. Now, evolution is historical science. So some, like this, let me give you an example. This man built a steam-powered rocket. The dude built a steam-powered rocket and launched himself. Wow, that's some smarts, right? But he says, I don't believe in science, says Hughes, whose main sponsor for the rocket is Research Flat Earth. I know about aerodynamics and fluid dynamics and how things move through the air, about the certain size of rocket nozzles and thrust, but that's not science. That's just a formula. There's no difference between science and science fiction. What has he done? He's blended historical and operational science, and he says that since evolution claims to be science, science is wrong. That's not true. Everything he listed here is operational science. Science works, and it works well. For you fans of King James, the King James Bible that is, there's a picture of King James. What's he holding in his hand? The globus cruciger, a symbol of Christ's authority over the earth, which is a globe. There's no time in the Christian era where people thought the earth was flat. The problem with geocentrism, the main one, is that it is a descriptive model. It's kinematic. You know that word, kinematic. You've been to the movies. You've been to the cinema. Same word, the moving picture show. A kinematic model is just descriptive. The problem with this, the Tychonian view that, the sun goes around the earth, but Venus and Mercury go around the sun, everything else goes around. The problem with this is it's just descriptive. And these orbits are circular. We now know the orbits are not circular, they're actually ellipses, and one of the foci of the ellipse is on the sun. Weird. Oh yeah, we don't have any pictures of the earth, like this picture of the earth taken from behind Saturn. No, okay. Here's my big deal problem with geocentrism, the idea that the earth is the middle. This is the distance from the earth of all the planets. We measure this with high school algebra and trigonometry. That red line, if these things have to go around the earth and get back to where they were started in 24 hours, that red line, anything above it, the object has to move faster than the speed of light to get back to its starting point in 24 hours. We know what happens when we accelerate things. Hence, atom smashers. The reason that the thing at CERN is so big is because when you accelerate a particle to relativistic speeds, it becomes very massive. You can't bend its trajectory with even a giant magnet, so you got to make a big ring. If Neptune weighs as much as a hydrogen atom, it would take more energy than the energy in the universe to make it go in a circle in that much time. In fact, there is no known substance that could possibly hold Neptune. There's no crystal sphere. It's not possible. Covalent bonds will break. In fact, the forces required would separate protons in a nucleus because a strong force wouldn't be strong enough to hold them. It would rip apart protons into quarks. It would probably disintegrate quarks. There's nothing in physics saying this is even remotely possible. So what holds it together? Let me mix some metaphors here. Perhaps transparent adamantium. Sorry. The modern idea is geokinetic. I think this should be pankinetic. Everything moves, but geokinetic. Everything is free to move, and the solar system follows Newton's laws of gravity and motion with Einstein's modifications. What is this a picture of? If you took a picture of the sun exactly 1 year apart every year, the sun wouldn't always be in the same place. In fact, the sun wobbles more. The sun is about that wide. It wobbles more than its own radius. Why? Because it depends upon where Jupiter and Saturn are. Yeah, because gravitationally they pull the sun. The sun wobbles as those things orbit it. Why does the position of the sun in the sky have anything to do with the position of Saturn and Jupiter? Oh yeah, gravity. Flat Earth has no concept of this. Geocentrism has no way to explain this, and yet this is operational science. I'm going to claim that Newton's 3 laws of motion and Einstein's modifications give us the best predictive engine in history. A simple idea, all things are attracted to all other things. And a simple formula, that the force of gravity depends upon the 2 masses divided by how far apart they are. There's a couple squares in there, but so what? It's easy math, right? So check this out. There's the sun in the bottom left corner. We've known about Jupiter for a long time. We've known about Saturn for a long time. Now, as these astronomers are plotting the positions of these planets, they said, wait a minute. They're not in the right place. According to gravity theory, they should actually, but no, there's something wrong. And they use that to discover Uranus. They use the gravitational anomalies of 2 seen planets to discover an invisible planet. And when Uranus had gone less than 3/4 of the way around, they said, after we account for Saturn and Jupiter, Uranus has got a wow. Oh, so a scientist wrote the Berlin Observatory. They said, hey, point your telescope right there. And Neptune was discovered that very night. James Bradley strapped a telescope to his chimney. And every night for 20 years, he looked through his telescope and he could wiggle the eyepiece a little bit. He measured 2 stars, one on each side of the North Pole, the North Star, and they'd pass over his house every night. And for 20 years, he measured them and he realized he had to wiggle his eyepiece. Why? Because we're moving. In fact, he calculated the speed of light. What's the speed of light? 3 times 10 to the 8th, right? Meters, 2.95. 1729. Here's the sun. Here's the earth. 6 months later, there's the earth. If you take the angle to a star 6 months apart with a radius of 93 million miles, or whatever it is in kilometers, that star should move. If you're moving, that star should move, right? Right? Unless it's really far away, or unless the earth doesn't move. Well, if those stars wiggle, then we should do it. Then the earth should be moving. Friedrich Bessel in 1838 made the first stellar parallax measurement of a star called 61 Cygni. He said it was 10 light years away. It moved 0.00009 degrees. It's really far away. But here's a map of multiple stars and where they are in the heavens, how far away they are, and we know that because of geometry. But they're moving with respect to themselves, meaning there's no crystal sphere in which they're embedded. By the way, the European Space Agency has launched a satellite that's going to measure tens or hundreds of thousands of parallax measurements of nearby stars. We know how far away they are, and they move in a predictable manner. Absolute geocentrism cannot explain this in any practical way, and flat Earth is not even close. There are comets that go beyond Neptune and come close to Earth. If these things orbit, if the whole universe is going around the Earth, that comet has to get beyond light speed and come sub-light speed to get close to Earth. It would need a warp drive. But in the end, so what? The flat Earth concept, even geocentrism, do nothing. The Earth system could still be millions of years old. It could still allow time for evolution. It does not preclude other worlds. The concept of a flat earth with a dome, with God sitting on his throne, the earth is his footstool. Maybe his name is Elohim. Maybe he goes, hey, God Joshua next door, hey, look at my world. I'm covered 70% in water. Oh yeah, well I got deserts in my world. And Joe over here says, oh no, I've got a whole bunch of purple people in my world. Why not? The earth is a tiny little place in the flat earth model. A little petty God. Almost like a Mormon God. A Mormon God who's not in control of the universe, who's trapped in the universe, who's only the God of a little planet. But you might become a God with your own planet later, your own little petty God. No, our God created this universe. He's outside the universe. The universe exists because of him. He is all-powerful and all-sufficient, and he didn't create this tiny little 25,000-mile diameter dome. That is not a biblical thought. By the way, I skipped over the 200 verses that supposedly prove the flat earth. Go to our flat earth article. Jonathan actually read through all of them, and then we categorize them into which logical fallacy they're applying. Most of them have nothing to do with flat earth. Some of them actually have nothing to do with anything, and some of them are just lying. You check it out yourself. I'll leave you with that. Now, how does one become a flat earther? One, cult-like brainwashing. You watch the flat earth videos, and you know, the guys, they just talk like there's something just bursting out of them, and it's powerful, and they'll talk for 30 minutes before they say anything. I'm not kidding you. 30 minutes, 20 minutes, hour maybe before they say anything you can actually get your brain around and test, but by that point your brain is mush, because no one can think that long. And almost all flat earth videos are like 3 hours long. You get into this, you're going to go down the rabbit hole. I do not recommend it. Now, I'm not talking from on high, but I don't recommend you actually tangle with these people. Because everything they say will take you hours to answer. And down, down, down you go. There's too much lying misinformation. If you're tangling with a flat earther or someone like that, understand they think they're special. They think God has revealed something to them that you don't have. And incautious exploration has trapped many people. Teenagers, young people, people without any formal scientific training. Not that formal scientific training means anything, but we do learn how to think. If you know someone in this position, love them. Don't necessarily engage them, that would just antagonize them. Love them, support them, give them some thought bombs every once in a while. Show them that you are stable and rational. I have not yet seen someone come out of this because it is in fact a cult. Now there's no primary leader and they're not stealing everybody's money and there's not necessarily any sexual deviancy. Put those parts of cults aside. And they have the same strategy as misinformation. You have to spend so much time learning this stuff you kind of forget the rest of the world. Check out Spacecraft Earth. Pioneer in the space industry. Fantastic book. Check out Spike's 3 DVDs. Look at Alien Intrusion. Look at Starlight Time and the New Physics. Check out Light Years No Problem. Check out the Stargazer's Guide to the Night Sky. I read this at a homeschool conference. This is my kind of astronomy. Cool stuff. And you might look at our amazing created solar system. Thank you.
Okay, this video is not going to be bashing on flat earth proponents. There's been plenty of that, too much of that on the internet. But it is going to be doing something more useful than that, which is to take the fact that flat earth proponents very often pride themselves on the idea that they're handling the Bible really well, that they are one of the few groups that are saying, hey, I'm really going to believe what this text of scripture says, and it says that the earth is flat. What I'm going to say and suggest in this video and through this 2-hour interview that you're about to listen to is that the flat earth proponents have been mishandling the Bible, the thing that they're priding themselves in particular. This is not something that you need some sort of advanced degree to understand. It's not based on some difficult studies of ancient history. It's only based upon taking scripture in context. Anybody with the Bible can see these things. They seem very plain to me. And after having looked up flat earth Bible verses that are presented by you, the flat earth community, to tell me that I should believe, a Bible believer, that I should believe the earth is flat. After looking up these verses, I found them to be refutations of your position and not support for your position. So this is not just an empty claim. I'm only letting you know what this video is about. So I did this interview on a program called Cultish, and it was actually 2 podcasts that I've put into one giant video that's going to be this video right now. What I want to ask, though, is only one thing. I only ask one thing of flat earth proponents who watch this video. Please address what I address and don't change the subject to things that don't come up in the video. Those things have relevance, they're valid, and there's going to be links below to some other stuff, like say the firmament or rakia, that whole thing. But that's not what this video is about. This is about the shape of the earth, not the shape of the sky or whatever you want to put in that category. So please enjoy this long video examining verse by verse flat earth proponents' best scriptures that actually end up refuting their positions. And thanks to Cultish, a very interesting and relevant program that examines sort of different beliefs, tends to examine more fringe positions on different issues. I'll put a link below for their content if you want to check out their website or their podcast as well.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Cultish. My name is Jeremiah Roberts. I'm one of the co-hosts here. I am joined, as always, once again by Andrew, the super sleuth of the show, sleuthing in the background in your super secret headquarters in Harriman, Utah, right next to the soon-to-be-built Costco, right next to the Winco. So I don't know if I should give any more hints about your super secret headquarters, but it's good to have you. Good to be with you, Andrew.
Thank you. Well, that Costco is open now. I went there opening day. It was great, and I'm having a good day because I'm drinking out of my Mike Winger mug that he sent me, which is a blessing. He graciously sent it to me.
You have a Mike Winger mug? That's interesting.
I do.
Because it just so happens I have a Mike Winger mug too. So I want to give cheers to my water, which is in this Mike Winger mug, which is definitely well needed because it's now summer here in Arizona. Trying to stay super hydrated. You have a Mike Winger mug too. That's
I have
awesome.
one too. You know, I find that my coffee tastes a little bit more biblical.
Okay.
Like this.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Like, how did you get these coffee cups made, by the way?
It was actually just there's a potter who is a fan of the ministry, and he reached out and was like, "Hey, I'd love to make some stuff. I'll put your logo on it." And they're kind of pricey because they're handmade and everything, but I think it's about all the money goes to him pretty much, but about $5 per mug we donate to a ministry that does ministries to refugees. So Iranian refugees at the moment.
Okay.
And yeah. So I don't make anything off of it. I always feel weird about merchandise stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's definitely interesting there. But it's nice. I like it though. It's a cool aesthetic. It's funny to think too because I forgot that you had told me you were going to send me something, and so when I got, you ever get a package you don't know what it is, and it took me, even when I opened the box up and looked at it, it took me. Like, I feel like there's like a 30-second time delay before I put 2 and 2 together.
What is this? What am I looking at? Yeah.
Exactly. So anyways, I'm glad to have you on, man. So we are going to be talking about a subject that people have asked us to talk about for a long time. You've talked about before. We're going to be talking about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. And that stuff, there's definitely a lot to unpack with that. And just so you know, we're not going to be able to cover every single proof text here. So we're actually going to have additional blog content. We're going to have a couple articles by the time this article gets dropped, this podcast gets dropped. We're going to be covering different things like the firmament and a couple other major texts that people have questions specifically about. For the sake of time, there's only so much stuff we're going to be able to cover in this podcast. But you've been on our podcast before. For anyone who's not familiar with you, just tell them just a little about yourself, your YouTube channel, and what you're all about.
Well, I mean, my goal is to help people learn to think biblically about everything. And so that has to do with basically asking questions and then pulling up scriptures in context, studying carefully through the Word of God to kind of give not only here's the answer, but rather here's how we get that answer with scripture. And so I'm trying to get people into the process of being able to test everything with how we're reading the Bible. So I'm just really convinced that the Bible is like a lot better than almost everybody thinks. And by putting it on display, the nutrients and the benefits and the life transformation that comes from it is just happening in people's lives through the ministry. So people are starved from Scripture or they're confused about it. And I don't think I'm like the perfect teacher who's going to fix everything for everyone, but rather I'm one of those who's out there saying, let's really pay careful attention to verses in context and watch it change our lives.
Oh yeah, awesome. And hence the name of your YouTube channel, Bible Thinker.
Yeah.
Right. And you covered definitely a broad variety of topics, and it's good to have you back on. So yeah, I'm just, so you dropped a video about 2 years ago dealing with this exact subject. We're going to be kind of re-exploring that in this episode. I'm just curious, Mike, what initially prompted you to put that video together? Is there kind of a story behind it? Did you have close friends and acquaintances? Because I know for myself, I've got friends who, I know who are acquaintances of mine who I care for, who are intelligent, smart people who are into this, and they believe that, the Bible teaches a flat earth model, I've had back and forth conversations, and there's always, where did it stem from for you to do this video?
Well, I mean, like a lot of people, I had seen where flat earth content took over YouTube for a while. And you knew you could get a viral video if you made a flat earth video at the time. And I never made one because I don't care. I actually don't make content for the sake of going viral. And so I just I ignored it. But when I encountered a few people I knew personally who were really getting roped in to the flat earth stuff, primarily not because of science related discussions, but because they became convinced, at least they were starting to be convinced, that the Bible actually teaches a flat earth, that this is something that we should all be believing if we're going to trust Scripture as the Word of God. And when I saw that happening, and I looked around and I realized every response to flat earth, content online is either mocking or it approaches the science, but nothing approached the Bible.
Right.
Like nothing I could find anyways really approached the Bible. And even, I don't know if you guys probably aware of this, but a lot of the audience might not know. Even scholars, like Christian scholars, will affirm that the Bible does teach a flat earth.
Mm-hmm.
And I think when you look at the verses in context, you're like, this is one of those areas where many scholars are utterly failing in the basics of reading Scripture. And this is not because I have a scientific commitment to a spherical earth or something like that. I just thought, what if someone just examined all the proof texts for a flat earth in context, not to be inflammatory, not to mock or ridicule anybody, just examine them in context, then the people who trust the Bible, and that's been the important gateway for them into this movement, they'll be able to rethink it, in my opinion, because as I look at the texts, I go, guys, it's not even questionable. It's like really obvious that this is not what Scripture's teaching us.
Yeah. Right. And in this too, and I get, there's friends of mine, that are going to listen into this, and there's nothing I want to say in this podcast that I wouldn't say to them face to face. So, Andrew, you can jump in here as well too, but I'm not here to make fun of anyone or condescend to one. And in fact, I actually want to go as far as to actually compliment people who are passionate about that subject, because I want to at least give them credence to the fact that they care about the Bible. They care about the fact that they want it, that they believe that God's word is authoritative in that. But I think in that, which is a correct belief, I think there is, on levels we'll explore it, some of that passion is very misguided, and we'll definitely unravel into that. So we definitely want to be able to really look at this and really do what your YouTube channel entails us too, let's be Bible thinkers about this. Andrew, is there any thoughts you want to kind of you want to lay down as well too, as we kind of jump into this?
Yeah, and I'm totally in agreement in terms of being sensitive to the people that may hold to this flat earth model. My question would be essentially for Pastor Mike too, to elaborate on, because we know that we want to think biblically. Well, if they're trying to use the Bible and they're trying to use the Bible in order to prove the flat earth model, I think they'd be like, well, how am I not thinking biblically? I'm using the Bible, So what does it mean to read the Bible and then to read the Bible and think biblically about the Bible, Pastor Mike?
So it just comes down to really basic reading skills at this. And forgive me, I don't mean anyone with a modicum of intelligence can do, because brilliant people get this stuff wrong all the time. But you just read a verse and you read it in context, right? So Jesus says, for instance, hate your father and mother. If you don't hate your father and mother, you can't be my disciple. And there are some who do actually, some sort of cultish type groups will take those verses and they'll use them to tell members of the group, you have to leave your family and join our group. You can't talk to them anymore. And that's out of context. And how do we fix that? We read all that Jesus said about the topic. We read where Scripture says, honor your father and mother. We read the context to see that Jesus is talking in that case, in this example, he's talking about, you love your parents, you serve them, you honor them as a Christian, but if they're asking you to choose between Jesus and them, you pick Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
It's about choosing one over the other in this case. It's not about actually just hating people. I hate them because I follow Jesus. But this is what I mean. This little example is what I'm seeing in many cases with some of the proof texts to demonstrate a flat earth. Terms like ends of the earth, right? Or the pillars of heaven. There's terms that are commonly understood by a flat earth community to indicate like a physical edge on the end of the earth. And the question we should ask is, when we read those in context, is that how the author meant it? Is that what God was saying? Is that how the original readers understood it? And so we just read it in context, just basic reading comprehension stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. And so again, just you emphasize this too, Mike, is that, and you can definitely elaborate as well too, is that this specific episode, this isn't about getting into any sort of specific conspiracies or the geocentrism or ancient Near Eastern thought, any of those particular topics. We are just looking at specifically when you look at certain proof texts that come up, and I actually only recently experienced in the last couple of years where I would see people who are Facebook friends and they were just very passionate, said the Bible emphatically teaches that the earth is flat, and like you have to adhere by that. And anyone who doesn't really, and this isn't the case with everyone, there's a general what's implied a lot of times, what comes up is that anyone who does not adhere to the specific model or who questions it on some level is under satanic deception. And I think what we want to do is that anytime someone makes a biblical claim, we have the right, and it says in Acts 17, verse 11, the Bereans, who were more noble-minded than those in Thessalonica when they received Paul's message, they searched the scriptures daily to see if those things were so. In the same way, in Thessalonians, says in 5:13, it says, test all things, hold fast to that which is good. So what we're looking to do is we're going to look at what has been brought up in the flat earth community, people who are passionate about this subject. We're going to look at specific verses. And in this, our main point in this is that we need to interpret the Bible correctly. And in fact, what you emphasize too is that people can be passionate about that subject, is that the earth is flat, but the reality is, and you emphasize this in your videos, that they're not getting it from the Bible, at least correct biblical interpretation. So people, if you're watching this, you may be opposed to that. That's what we want to graciously demonstrate, and that's really the point of having you on and really having this conversation.
Right. I just want to make it super clear so people get this. Yeah, I'm not saying what the earth is. I'm asking, do these texts tell us X about the earth? Do they tell us that the earth is flat? When it comes to the question of, like, for instance, does the Bible support a spherical earth? I'm not making a case for that today. I'm asking if these proof texts about a flat earth are being read in context, if that's what they really mean. That's it. That's the whole case. I'm not trying to talk about science. I'm not dealing with those things. I'm not deriding that stuff. I'm not commenting on it at all. It's just... Right. We're talking about one issue at a time, and that really helps because some of these conversations get very heated, and then you end up bouncing between NASA and public schools, and then the topic of evolution, right? And then you go into like the shape of the earth, and then the Bible, and then ancient Near Eastern texts, and you have a skull, and you start moving through all these things, and it's like, how do we get our bearings? Right. And just ask the question, is the Bible supporting this view or not? That's all.
Right. That's a simplistic approach. Again, we're not trying to be advocate for a particular earth model. We're just looking at these particular proof texts. We're not trying to be shills for NASA. We're not part of some elaborate Jesuit conspiracy across, going on the last couple centuries. We're simply trying to look at, does the Bible actually match up with the claims that are being made for sure? So on that note, let's go ahead and just jump into it. So let's go ahead and jump into it. So one of the things you brought up in your video is that there are texts that talk about the ends of the earth. This gets brought up, and that was one of the first things that you brought up. So tell me about, when you were putting this video together, how did you see people using those specific verses? Give us some examples of how are people who are adhering to a flat earth model, how are they using those particular verses?
So it's often used, what I've seen is it's often used to indicate, hey, we see the phrase ends of the earth in scripture, and therefore the earth is like it has edges, right? It's not spherical. It's not rounded with no ends. It rather, the land goes out for a while, then there's ocean, and then there's like usually they say there's an ice wall. and this is where confusion came in for me when I first started hearing flat earth stuff, because I didn't really understand what they were doing with our picture. So imagine if you have the idea of a globe and you like put your finger right inside the middle of the South Pole, and you stretched that out and you opened it up, and now you've got that Arctic ice all around this sort of circular shape, and that is like an Arctic ice wall. And beyond that, there's just nothing, right? And so that's the ends of the earth. Then there's text after text after text in the New Testament, and Old Testament primarily, that says ends of the earth, and they go, well, that's what that means. It's talking about the ends of the earth. So when we look at, say, Job 28:24, that says he looks to the ends of the earth and sees everything under the heavens. Mm-hmm. So then they go, well, there you go. Now, most often when I found flat earth promotional materials like content and videos and stuff like that, they wouldn't actually walk through this carefully or slowly, I should say. They would just quickly list verses and then move on to the next topic. But I wanted to do it more slowly and methodically. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Andrew, do you have any initial questions about that subject when it comes to the end of the earth, or what are your thoughts on that initially when you were kind of looking through this?
Oh yeah, just a question. So with Job 28:24, in terms of what the context is in Job, what exactly is being communicated here? Then, instead of saying that, hey, I'm going to read this, and obviously it's teaching a flat earth model, it's saying ends of the earth, and we see that there's ends of the earth in this picture of a flat earth model. What is being communicated here in Job then?
So what we have with the term ends of the earth is we have a phrase that appears several times in scripture. And one way to understand not just a word, but an actual phrase, a repeated phrase in scripture, is to look at its use in multiple places and say, hey, if I want to be consistent, I'd like to see and this is important to stress, not just a word, but a phrase. I'd like to see, how is this phrase being used? What meaning does it have? When the original readers, saw it, did they think of that sort of edge of the ice wall kind of thing? That terminates all of what we would call earth in the broadest sense. And so there's other scriptures that talk about this. So Psalm 67:7, we'll bring another verse in to talk about it. So it says here, God shall bless us. Let all the ends of the earth fear him. Now, when I just started this research, I just, searched ends of the earth and started reading all the verses that had to do with the topic. Because again, there's no magic here. It's just reading stuff in context. This, on a view that affirms a flat earth, you'd have to say that there are people on that ice wall edge of the earth, and they're going to turn to him and fear God. Now that starts to sound a little strange, because on their view, there aren't people there, to my knowledge. But there's more. So Isaiah 45:22, it says, turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other. And here there's people that can be saved that live on the ends of the earth. I'm starting to get the impression that this text is just talking about people from far away places. Right? This is just, you turn to God, all the ends of the earth, that it's just a far away place. I think one of the best scriptures, though, that shows how this phrase is being used is Deuteronomy 28. So in Deuteronomy 28, verse 49, we read, the Lord will bring a nation against you. God's speaking to Israel about, curses that will happen to them if they rebel against him. It's the Lord will bring a nation against you from far away, from the end of the earth. So on that model where you have this ice wall, you'd have to have people that live there that are actually attacking Israel. It starts to feel like, wait, is that really the context? Because what ended up happening is Babylon and Assyria attacked northern and southern kingdoms of Israel and carried them away. And that's the fulfillment of Deuteronomy 28. So Babylon and Assyria become the ends of the earth. And there's more support for this in scripture. Deuteronomy 28, verse 64 says this, and the Lord will scatter you among the peoples from one end of the earth to the other. Now, from a flat earth perspective that I've heard, one end of the earth to the other is one ice wall all the way across to the other. So I'm going to pass Australia, and I'm going to pass, what we would consider the North Pole over here. We're going to pass the Americas, and then boom, we got the other ice wall. So Israel was scattered that far in the ancient in ancient times, like that didn't happen. What did happen was they were brought to Babylon. They were brought to Egypt. They were brought to other places that are not that far, actually. So the biblical phrase seems to be referring to Babylon. There's other scripture that and not only Babylon. I'll say it seems like it's being used in the sense of far away places. Ends of the earth is just places that are far away, because I think that most of the time the Bible's being written from the perspective of a human being who's just looking out, going, "Yeah, that's super far." It's like Babylon's like super duper far. They're not thinking about cosmology. They're just thinking about their normal daily experiences. So there's other scripture on this.
That's good, man. So pretty much what we're saying too is like in Job 28:24, if we're going to take the ends of the earth literal and look and bring into the text something that's actually foreign to the text, we actually need to apply that to the other scriptures that use the same phrase, ends of the earth. And if we do that, we see that you can't actually understand that scripture in context, especially with Deuteronomy 28:64, like you just mentioned. What about like Mark 13:27? Isn't that another good use of scriptures so that we can understand correctly what the ends of the earth what it means? Could you go into that?
Yeah. So Mark 13:27 says, "Now he will send out the angels and gather his elect from the four winds, from the ends of the earth to the ends of heaven." This is a very hopeful passage for the future, I believe. I don't know if your guys' perspective on that is.
Right.
So this just means, I think, that all people all over the earth all over the earth are going to be people that belong to God. This is interesting because here's Jesus speaking in the first century in the middle of Israel, sort of a subtle prophecy that Christianity will spread everywhere, will spread all over the place. It'll go much further than just the land of Israel, which is kind of like a pretty neat thing. But the biblical phrase "end of the earth" can't be used as a proof text here for those who support a flat earth, because it's just not a literal phrase about cosmology. It just means people all over are his. You know, when Nehemiah was at the ends of the earth, we know he was in about 1,035 miles from Jerusalem in Susa, right?
Right.
And so he's taught, and we know this. Let me read to you. We skipped this verse, but I'll share it real quick. Nehemiah 1:8. Nehemiah says, "Remember the word that you commanded your servant Moses, saying, if you are unfaithful, I will scatter you among the peoples. But if you return and keep my commandments and do them, though your outcasts are in the uttermost parts of heaven." That's an interesting phrase, uttermost parts of heaven. You would think uttermost parts of heaven, if on a flat earth model, is that ice wall, is right there near the ice wall. And he says, "From there I will gather them and bring them to the place I have chosen to make my name dwell there." Nehemiah is speaking about the fulfillment of the Deuteronomy 28 curse into the earth. And he's about 1,000 miles from Jerusalem. They knew there was land far beyond Babylon.
Right.
They didn't think it was a literal edge. They just thought it meant really far from where you are.
Yeah, and I think the fact too, Mike, is that, we mentioned like Mark 13, so you and I will probably differ in certain particular areas in eschatology. I'm sure you've covered that too on Bible Thinker as well too. But I think one of the things we can agree on is that there is an importance, biblical languages are important, and there are many a times where there is specific geographical language used, but not necessarily meaning geography. For example, in Acts 17:6, this would be one example people need to think about. You mentioned the ends of the earth. Here's something to think about. And this is talking about, the New Testament church. And it says, but when they did not find them, talking about, the apostles who were doing evangelism in Acts 17, says they dragged Jason and some other believers before the officials, shouting, "These men who have caused trouble all over the world have now come here." Okay. So the question is, for this particular passage, are they saying that these people have gone to every single geographical location over the entirety of the world? Is that what they're truly arguing? No, these people that they're saying, it's kind of like, when something is taking a long time and a kid says, this is taking forever. That doesn't mean like forever and eternity. It's like it's taking a long time. And so this is an example where it's just talking about a specific geographical location. There's other areas too, where in Psalms, where it says, as far as the east is from the west, so as he removed our transgressions from us. Is that adhering? Is that giving and I've had friends of mine who I've, just having a drink with and talking about this. I'm like, that's not giving a geographical measurement as far as how you measure the earth. You can't make that argument. So that's where you need to look at the consistency of what does the Bible actually mean when it's giving these geographical locations. And it's very easy many a times if you're passionate about this subject, and I'm capable of it too, to take something and then read it into the text. That's the issue that we're having here. And so when something is done, when there's a verse geographically, you need to just take away any aspect of what you believe the earth is and ask yourself, what is the actual context of that? Like I said, given that in Acts and also giving that in Psalms. What are your thoughts on that, Mike?
I agree. We want to put yourself into the mind of the original readers of the text.
Right.
How many of them are thinking, all over the world means that's a cosmological description of, it's like they're just not thinking of it. And I don't know that they were answering the question, any more than we would answer those questions if we weren't raised with those answers being inputted into us at a fairly young age. Like you would just look out and you think, yeah, from the ends of the earth, okay, it's way over there. Another one, like say, is Psalm 19:6 that says that the sun rises from one end of the heavens and its circuit is to the end of them. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing hidden from its heat. Okay, now if I take this from a flat earth perspective, I don't actually think on any flat earth model I've seen that the sun actually reaches the end of any of the heavens, because they consider the end of the heavens where it's connecting with the earth on this sort of dome, ice wall connection point. And this is saying that it reaches the end of the heavens. And you could say, well, this supports the globe thing. And I'm like, well, or you're just an earlier, pre-scientific person looking around going, the sun comes up and then it goes down and it comes up. And all you're doing is describing how it looks. Mm-hmm. And that's what I think we're actually getting in the text.
Gotcha. Definitely. Andrew, do you have any other thoughts on that before we kind of jump on to the next subject?
No, it's like poetic language, right? It's like trying to take things that are poetic and making them literal. I mean, you have the situation when you're talking to some LDS people in terms of God having a body of flesh and bone. They'll go to texts where saying the hands of God this or the feet of God there. But I mean, if you're consistent in that type of biblical interpretation, you can go to Psalm 91:4, right? And it says, he will cover you with his pinions and under his wings you will find refuge. His faithfulness is a shield and a buckler. Mm-hmm. How are you going to interpret that text? Does God have feathers? Does he have wings? No, people are speaking poetically. We need to read the Bible in context for what it's saying, specifically and especially in Job, one of the most beautifully poetic descriptions of God's sovereignty that we have in all text of Scripture. Like we've got to think biblically about those things, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Amen to that, man. I think that what we don't want to do is say things are poetry that aren't. But it would be an equal mistake to say things are not poetry when they are. So we have to let it be what it is and take it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So speaking of Job, this is something that you brought up in your original video too. Maybe you can expand on it too, Mike, is that one of the things that a proof text that comes up is, does the book of Job describe specifically the nature of the earth? So maybe you could do is give some examples of how this is used as specifically Job chapter 38, verse 14. I'll go ahead and read it. It says, it is turned as clay to the seal, and they stand as a garment. Word turned into, so that's the context. So maybe if you could just elaborate on that. But also, I think, again, it's very easy in this conversation to jump to a conclusion and talk about a specific verse. Also, if you want to maybe expand to it, maybe explain to people too, like what is the whole context of the book of Job? Okay, I think when you actually understand the purpose of a book, then you'll get a better understanding of how to understand when something gets mentioned as far as, the earth, as far as when anything is mentioned as far as any sort of cosmology goes.
Yeah. Well, let me share some thoughts and then get your guys' responses to those things.
Sure.
But so one of the real proponents who really has pushed forward flat earth views has been a guy named Dean Odell. And Dean Odell, I'll quote him now. Here's what he says. He says, when God was talking about the earth, and he's talking about Job 38:14, about turned as clay to the seal, and how he formed it, the word picture he gives in Hebrew is that it was changed as clay to the signet ring, pushed down flat. And when that happens, it causes an upturned edge. It causes a border around it. Now you look at any seal, there's going to be a border around it. That pressed down piece of wax or clay or whatever it is. Now, that's a quote from him from one of his popular videos that that promotes these views. So D. Nodal's claims are interesting, and he kind of puts this stuff out. A lot of these D. Nodal, Rob Skiba, they've put these things out like they're on a journey, and they're like, and then I found this thing, and it was amazing, and I couldn't believe it. And so they present it like that. But often they're presenting things as if they're discovering these new things. It's a little misleading, to be honest with you guys. So he says that the word turned is in Strong's, and it means to change, not to spin. Okay, so apparently some people are using this, that the earth is turned as clay, to say that the earth is a spinning globe. I think just like I say, others, flat earth views can be pushed. That could be pushing a globe view here. I don't think this is the context at all. But the word itself, okay, you could translate it turned or change. I don't care. The Hebrew word for seal, however, means signet ring. And here's a big part of that sort of flat earth perspective. The Hebrew word means signet ring, he says. And he says, think of a ring used to stamp wax, right? It's a ring. But when you actually look up Strong's, even Strong's, which is a pretty bare dictionary, there's little data there. But when you look up Strong's, it says that typically when this word is used, unless a hand is mentioned, it refers to a disc, a cylinder, not a ring. And all of a sudden, all of D. Nodal's word picture, where he has like clay, he has a wax, and you stamp it with a ring, and it has a ridge, and that's the ice wall. That all falls apart because now it's a disc that rolls over clay, and it's like it comes out like a rectangular flat with bumps, whatever they wanted to put onto the seal. And so that's actually what's strong. But it also, here's the bigger issue though. The context was not checked. It was just a verse out of context. Job 38:14. Just don't look behind the curtain to see the wizard back there doing his thing. And so the context here, Job 38:14, it says, yes, it's changed like clay under the seal. But if you read from verse 12 to verse 14, you see the poetic stuff that's going on here. And Job, the entire book, you asked for some context, the whole book of Job is poetry. The entire book, it's like Psalms is poetry. It is poetry, the whole thing. And not to say it's not teaching true things, real things, but yeah, it's poetry. A lot of it has to do with God's sovereignty and his right to do what he pleases, and the rightness of us to trust him no matter what is happening in our lives. And I think that this is something we can agree on. And I'm going to sound like a Calvinist, and I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's the elephant in the room that people always like message about. Like, hasn't he had back and forth with James White? I'm like, yeah, we know that. So,
yeah.
But this, yeah.
So, okay, but let me just read the text. Job 38:12-14 says, have you commanded the morning? This is God asking Job questions, these rhetorical questions to kind of say like, Job, you're really small, I'm really big. This is kind of the thing. He says, have you commanded the morning since your days began and caused the dawn to know its place? Notice that the morning and the dawn, we're talking about the sunrise, aren't we? Mm-hmm. Then it says that it might take hold of the skirts of the earth and the wicked be shaken out of it. Nobody's going to take that literal. I'm not going to grab the skirt. The earth doesn't have giant skirts and the wicked are in them and they're going to be shaken out by the morning. What's he talking about? Then in verse 14, it says, it is changed like clay under the seal and its features stand out like a garment. So here we arbitrarily take verse 14 to be like this literal description of the cosmology of earth. But verse 13, we ignore because it's skirts and shaking the wicked out of skirts. Like that doesn't make sense. So here's what I get in this passage in Job. It's a description of the sun coming up. And just like when you have clay, it's just this flat piece of clay and you roll the cylinder over it. Now it's all got all these contours and bumps. When the sun comes up, the light shines onto the earth, and this causes the wicked to stop what they're doing or to be caught. Now, this fits the context of Job really well because Job 24, verses 13-17 describes the wicked as doing their stuff at nighttime so they won't be caught. Let me read it to you guys. Job 24, 13-17, it says, there are those who rebel against the light, who are not acquainted with its ways, and do not sit in its paths. The murderer rises before it is light, that he may kill the poor and needy. And in the night, he is like a thief. The eye of the adulterer also waits for the twilight, saying, no eye will see me. And he veils his face. In the dark, they dig through houses. By day, they shut themselves up. They do not know the light, for deep darkness is morning to all of them. And it's as though morning, like it's the light to them. They come out in the dark, and they are friends with the terrors of deep darkness. And so God's like, I'm the one that commands the morning, that shakes the wicked out who are hiding in the dark. This is talking about, it happens every day. This thing that's being described in Job 38 is not the creation of the universe or of the world. It is actually the sun rising, and it shakes the wicked out.
Yeah.
Because it brings light into the things that they're doing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just the contours of light being cast onto mountains and valleys and trees and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In fact, Andrew, did you have something you were going to say, or?
I mean, even in Job 38, in the context, this is God replying to Job. Where were you when I was doing all of these things? Like, did you see this? Did you walk the chasms of the great deep? The picture, again, it's just the sovereignty of God. If we're going to take texts like this and interpret them literal, we're going to have to go to like Hebrews chapter 1 as well, when we have the Father bringing the Son into the world, talking about the deity of Jesus, saying in verse, 11, it says, talking about, verse 10, it says, and you, Lord, laid the foundation of the earth in the beginning, and the heavens are the works of your hands. They will perish, but you remain. They will all wear out like a garment, like a robe you will roll them up. If we're going to take these things literally in Job, and we're reading the same type of language in Hebrews, is the earth now like laying on fabric? And then Jesus is going to literally roll it up like fabric? We have to be consistent in our interpretation of biblical text. And if we can't be consistent in that interpretation, hermeneutically, your interpretation's probably wrong.
Right.
The scripture is going to be right. So I think that's extremely important, something to say. And in terms of this too, Pastor Mike and Jerry, you guys can speak to this.
Yeah.
Some of my worries when I was watching some of the videos by it's Dean Odell, right?
I believe.
Yeah. Well, before he starts giving these types of revelations, he says like the Holy Spirit showed me, right? The Holy Spirit led me to these things. Yeah. And this is a big deal to me, because if someone's coming to know who Christ is through the flat earth model, well, what about the gospel? What about the gospel? Because all of a sudden, if somebody then is unconvinced of this flat earth model through biblical text later, maybe they were never saved to begin with, right? Maybe the whole Bible is then rejected. I think that's a big worry, right? Because we shouldn't use the Lord's name in vain, is what I'm saying. I don't think that's a good thing to do, to say the Holy Spirit is showing me this when you could be utterly wrong. And that's a worry for me, is, just haphazardly using the Lord's name in vain.
Right. Well, let's say hypothetically, if I could add to that Dean Odell had said the Holy Spirit showed me this clay passage, which I think he may do that if I remember in the video, but I'm not sure. But let's say that he did. The Holy Spirit showed me this passage. Then he proceeds to misinterpret the Hebrew terms and to completely misinterpret the passage. Obviously, it's not talking about a creation thing. It's talking about something that happens every morning, and it's picturesque and poetic. Then this shows me Dean Odell does not know the voice of the Holy Spirit. He's saying God's leading him when he's not. So now we've elevated him from having a mistaken interpretation of a passage that is always a sad and unfortunate thing, to actually doing it in the name of inspiration. So now he's in a new category, if that's the case.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, and in fact, and here's the thing too, is that, and I'm glad you mentioned that, Andrew, as well. And obviously, I was joking earlier about you mentioned the whole Calvinist thing too. Obviously, we're Reformed, you're not. There's still areas, but still, there's areas in which we disagree when it comes to that, but we're still unified around the essentials. And so, we can definitely still have those conversations and disagree with each other, but still be unified as brothers in the Lord, and to be able to focus and to have an edifying conversation like this. And even, like the video series you recently did with your women in ministry. And so I haven't had a chance to actually go through it in depth. I've just seen some of your posts, and just part of me initially, I think our views might be different than that. And again, that's a conversation where you can be back and forth. But again, it's a secondary issue, and it's one of those things where this should not be something you purposely and you have to completely divide over. I think my concern when you kind of look into this whole discussion, and even why it's kind of on our platform, is because I think a lot of times, and this isn't indicative of everyone, this whole conversation about what the model of the earth is, it starts to become very white hat and black hat. Like, we have the complete truth that it's this specific model, and anyone who holds to a heliocentric model or anything else on some level, they're under spiritual deception. And to actually test what we're doing, we're taking a look at these verses, which biblically we have the warrant to do. It's almost like you're questioning the very revelation of God. And that's kind of the concern that I have. And so honestly, what we want to just encourage anyone listening in is that you want to just look at these verses and say, can you make a case for your belief of the model? Can you typically make a case for that? And when it comes to Job 38, what you see is things that are real and tangible that God is talking about, but there's also like a lot of poetic language. So, the point of Job 38 is to talk about God's sovereignty and him being able to, and God's wisdom versus Job. It's not there to give you a specific cosmological model. It's there to talk about the superiority and the supremacy of God and who he is and how he created the world. And that's really the purpose of creation as well too, is to declare the glory of God and to proclaim the work of his hands. And I think a lot of times if you start getting into these intricacies, you start losing track of what biblical cosmology, the purpose of it is to begin with.
Good thoughts. I think that my summary would be the stakes are so high for some people who think this issue gets elevated and elevated and elevated, where it was like I'm not actually that worried theologically in a person's life if they think the earth is flat. I don't really care that much.
Right.
I'm worried when it becomes a pillar of Christian faith, because it's not, biblically speaking, it's just not. And so where did this pillar come from, and how's it going to affect other things? Like you're saying, the whole looking at people as being under spiritual deception, that they're like under the God of this world has blinded their eyes. They're like, well, that's usually terminology we use for someone who rejects the gospel, not someone who has a different cosmological perspective than you. Yeah.
Yeah, so Mike, I appreciate you bringing those points, and this has been a great conversation so far. And I almost forgot at the beginning, we have a couple of sponsors too of Cultish that makes our podcast a possibility. So just real quickly, this podcast is brought to you by Forged Beard Company. If you go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, you can get some goodies for your beard, whether it's beard oils, beard washes, all the goodness and intricacies you need for your beard. Go to forgedbeardco.com/Cultish, and you will get all the goodies, and then a good portion of that will go towards this ministry. Also, a program like Cultish cannot continue without your support. So if you want to support Cultish, you can go to thecultishshow.com. You can go to the donate tab. You can donate one time or monthly. And also make sure you go to apologiastudios.com and you can become an all-access member if you want to support the studio, which makes Cultish a possibility. You can definitely get some great content, so definitely check that out. Also, make sure you go to shopcultish.com. We've got a merch store, so if you want to get some Cultish goodies, you can definitely check that out as well. All right, so back to the podcast, and I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us today, Mike. So one of the things, just real quickly, you brought this up in the video, and again, this is just a matter of just understanding holistically biblical interpretation. So one of the things you mentioned is that Earth, usually in the Bible, typically does not mean specifically planet. So I think that's a mistake that a lot of people make when they really come into this conversation. Could you elaborate on what you meant in that video?
I noticed it. Yeah, I noticed it happening as I was reading a lot of the proof texts that were being used, and then the way they were being discussed. And I even saw some saying, "Look, the Hebrew for earth here is eretz, and eretz." It sounds like you're mixing on a yeah. You're doing some DJ work there, but the word there, they say it means planet, and this is definitely not the case. And so you could just look up the word in numerous places in the Bible. It mostly does not mean that. And I say planet, whether you define that as like a globe or a flat, Earth view, is whichever term you want to use there. But yeah, Genesis 1:10, God. He calls the dry land eretz, or earth, and then the waters he calls them seas. But usually when I see flat earth, material online, they use the term earth only to refer to the entirety of everything: land, sea, ice wall, all of it together. Then in Genesis 11:1, we have the word used again. It says the whole earth had one language and the same words. Now that refers to all people of the earth. This isn't actually talking about and obviously the people don't live in the ocean. He's just talking about people and using the term eretz to talk about humans. We're not talking, like when the Bible says world, it often speaking of the people, not any physical structures. In Genesis 13:6, we have it used in another way. It says the land, the eretz, which you could translate earth, and some would say means all of existence, could not support both of them. It's talking about Abraham and Lot. So it's like, man, how big was their groups that the entire earth could not support them? Obviously, the term eretz doesn't just mean earth. Like, you just can't translate it that way. In fact, most of the time when you see the term earth in Scripture, it's not trying to talk about, and you look at it carefully, it's not trying to talk about, whether it's the globe or the flat earth model, all of that stuff. It's just usually talking about something else, something much smaller.
Okay.
Yeah, I find that to be really important, because when we're thinking even of the ends of the earth phrases, like in Genesis 11:1, we can see referring to all of the people on earth. So it's a good thing to think biblically. So what about the footstool passages, Mike? What do we do with those, and where do we start?
Yeah, so I mean, I had never thought of this as being a physical description of the entirety of the earth, but that's how I've heard it used as I was looking into some of the flat earth perspectives. And so Isaiah 66:1 says, "Thus says the Lord, heaven is my throne and earth is my footstool." And here's where I've even seen pictures, models of this. And they go, look, when you look at a footstool, right, it's rounded, it's flat on top, it has legs like pillars. It's describing the cosmology of the earth here. And then I'm like going, like, I mean, as a guy, I mean, most of the audience already knows that this is like, wait a minute, what? So let me push back for those who don't, already see some issues with this. Footstools, they're round and they're on pillars and they're flat on top. Is that what we're getting from the text of Scripture? There's several pushbacks we can have. One of them would be that heaven is his throne. Does that mean that we're getting the physical shape of heaven? But they would describe heaven as having a dome shape. So how is heaven his throne? Earth is his footstool. Does that mean he puts his feet on earth? And in heaven, he is mostly taken up just by him sitting? Is that what he's saying? Or is he saying, I rule in heaven and earth is beneath me? I'm Lord of heaven and earth is beneath me. It's a poetic discussion of God's power and sovereignty. Isaiah, here's if we use the same interpretive method to call this like cosmological descriptions of literal things, it's the issue you brought up earlier, Andrew, right? Where God, you can make a case that God has physical body parts, and they're very strangely sized. So Isaiah 40 verse 12 says that it talks about measuring the heavens, and that God measured the heavens by the span of his hand. So how big is his hand now? His hand would have to be from one eye wall to the other, right? The end, that measure the heavens. But then the earth is his footstool, so his feet are a lot smaller than that. Because I can't put my feet on a footstool that's only the size of my hand very easily. Right. And then heaven's his throne, so his throne is about as big as his hand span. So he's got this giant hand. He's got little feet, corresponding to the size of his hand, and he's on a throne that's about the size of his footstool as well. It's a little strange. 1 Kings 8:27 says this, "But will God indeed dwell on earth? Behold, heaven and the highest heaven cannot contain you. How much less this house that I've built." Solomon here built the temple, and he's like, hey, you couldn't fit here. Heaven couldn't contain you. But wait, if we read Isaiah 66:1 as a literal description of the earth as a footstool and heaven as his throne, then heaven does contain you. I mean, who sits on a chair that doesn't contain them unless they're massively obese? It just doesn't, it's not how it works. So what we're getting here is that when the Bible speaks poetically here, yeah, heaven's your throne, earth's your footstool, but when it speaks about God's actual transcendence, right, that's where he says, hey, yeah, your presence will be here, but you couldn't be limited by anything in creation. You're above and beyond it all. And so that's the transcendence of God. So these footstool verses, I think, fail because they don't, number one, they don't deal with the everything evenly. Heaven's not a throne now, but earth is a footstool, literally. And they don't deal consistently with Scripture, which says things like God doesn't fit on heaven, or his hand span is the size of the earth. It's kind of weird.
Gotcha. And just so you know, too, I mean, we're covering a lot of topics here, and there's no way that we could encompass every single topic and every single. That could be a 10-part podcast, honestly. And again, we're just focusing specifically on different proof texts. So one of them that we unfortunately didn't have the time to truly cover in this podcast, although we would have wanted to, was a couple different areas, including the aspects of the firmament. So when this podcast drops, we'll have some additional content on the cultishow.com. If you go to our blog, by the time right now when you're listening to this podcast, you will actually have some articles up there on the firmament you can definitely take a look at, and you can feel free to give comments on our social media about whether you agree or disagree on that. Also, specifically the passage, it's a story of when Moses is holding up the staff and Joshua is fighting, and there's a battle going on, and basically the sun stands still. That is typically used to prove the flat Earth model. So we're going to take a look at that as well too, along with a couple other things we're not going to be able to cover just for the sake of time. So just if you want to definitely check that out, go to thecultishow.com and you can check out our blog and check that there. So the next category, I think this is really big. In fact, I just pulled up, just one of the examples of what people believe the flat Earth model to be, and they truly do believe that there's the Earth, there's the underworld, and there's these pillars that hold up this model of the flat Earth. And so what ends up being used for that are passages about the pillars of the earth. So this is just an example. And again, we're even if people who believe in a heliocentric model, I think they're capable of trying to, sometimes maybe if they want to argue with someone who adheres to a flat earth model, I mean, it's easy to swing the other way to try and find something in the Bible that talks about something spinning or something, something that adheres to the heliocentric model, not thinking of context first. So that's just something to be wary of. But one of the verses that you mentioned in your video, and also that I've seen as well too, is mentioning of the pillars of the earth. So 1 Samuel 2:8 says, "He raises up the poor from the dust, he lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world." And there's a couple other examples. So maybe if you can just elaborate on that. How did you see these from your perspective and all the research that you were doing? How do you see these contexts of the pillars of the earth being used when it comes to people adhering to a flat earth model? And is that a correct interpretation? And also, how would we interpret that correctly biblically?
Well, the first thing I want to do is notice the context. And I noticed that because you might say, here's one verse. How do these two ideas relate to each other? They're obviously related because the second sentence starts with the word for. Right? For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Like, well, how does that relate to this? He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts up the needy from the ash heap to make them sit with princes and inherit a seat of honor. This is implying that someone's being raised up into some sort of governmental power. And then the response is, for the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. Now, we've already seen how earth is sometimes used to talk about people. And I think in this context, it's an analogy for what's happening here, that the poor are inheriting a seat of honor. They're being lifted up. And the pillars here are the people in positions of leadership. David is the example in this case, just as the apostles are called pillars in the church, that they're pillars. Mm-hmm. So I think it's just talking about leadership in this case. I really do. In this particular verse, that seems to be the only way to connect it to the idea that the pillars of the earth are the Lord's. He's the one who puts people in seats of honor. He can raise up princes. This is a theme a lot in the Old Testament, God, and in the New, actually. And God is the one who's sovereign over who's leading the nations.
Mm. Okay, great. And then, so another one that comes up as well too, and this is again enough proof text to just giving a context. Just Job 26:10 says, "He has inscribed a circle on the face of the waters at the boundary between light and darkness. The pillars of heaven tremble and are astounded at his rebuke." So the question is, I can see the appeal. If you have this, it seems to be too, and I've seen some of the videos too, where there's this excitement because I'm now understanding something in the Bible that I've never seen before. and all of a sudden it's like, oh, I just see that. And now this is describing, this particular model, and it goes against everything I've ever been taught. And all of a sudden there's this new unveiling. And I think a lot of times through that excitement, there tends to be a little bit of I don't know, like emotional beer goggles of sorts, where you're not necessarily looking at the entirety of the context. So for anyone who would, if someone would look at you being a flat earther and they bring this up, like we mentioned Job earlier, like how would you respond to this? Or maybe explain how do you think they're interpreting it? Like what's the mindset of someone like this who adheres to a flat earth model when they read Job 26:10? Like maybe take us into that world. How would you think that they're looking at this passage?
Well, they're immediately thinking that it's fairly literal, and it's describing the entirety of all that you could call Earth in the broadest sense, right? So land, water, ice wall, edges. It's describing everything. So it says he inscribed a circle on the face of the waters. They're talking about the boundary between light and darkness. That is seen as the edge on the outer edge of the entire flat earth. The pillars of heaven are seen as literal pillars, that there are actual pillars. Now they might be mountains, but they're mountains that actually get contact with like a solid dome that is over our heads, right on the very edges of things. So they're these pillars of heaven. I think that context really matters though. In Job, I think that Job is incredibly poetic. I know that sounds like a dodge to people, because I see some people do that. Well, the Bible's being poetic there. And I'm like, come on, man. Like sometimes it's not, it's just telling you stuff. But in this case, Job is extremely poetic. It just really is throughout the entire book. We'll give more examples, as we go on and talk of other places in Job where even the most strict flat earth perspective would say, yeah, that's poetic. That couldn't be literal. So we'll show, and those are right alongside the same passages they used to say it's literal. So the literalism, I think, is being a bit forced. I think that probably what the original readers would have thought was God's inscribed a circle on the face of the waters, the boundary between light and darkness. They're just talking about the horizon around them. In fact, the boundary here on a flat earth perspective wouldn't even be water. It would be ice, not water. So that's a challenge to that view. But every use of pillars, it seems to just usually have these poetic contexts. I looked up, especially pillars of the earth, that phrase. I looked up every use in the Bible, and it seems like it has this poetic context over and over again. It's possible that pillars of heaven in Job are just talking about mountains themselves. But those aren't functioning as literal pillars in a structure. And I'd be like, yeah, it's poetic. Like they're not functioning as literal pillars in this poetic passage. They're just these tall mountains that are astounded at God's rebuke. Other scriptures talk about the mountains shaking at God's rebuke. So I think that could be just a reference to mountains in general. Yeah.
No, that's good. In fact, we'll definitely elaborate on that more. So what we're going to do, we're going to kind of wrap things up here. This is a good first part, kind of really kind of just looking at some basic verses. And so again, if you're a fan of the flat earth model, I guess you would say, we love you, we care for you, and we appreciate you taking the time to listen to us, and we definitely would love to hear your thoughts specifically on the verses that we're bringing up. That's what I think we would really like for you to do, is take a look at it. Don't take our word for it. Let's test all things. It's a two-way street. Let's look at the scriptures, see what they say, and let's think. To kind of paraphrase from your channel, Mike, let's think biblically, for sure. Andrew, do you have any last thoughts as we kind of wrap up the first part of this podcast?
Yeah, just real quick, I think what Pastor Mike was bringing up is we can't just knock something off always by saying, oh, it's poetry. But what we got to understand is that it's poetry that's trying to communicate something specifically, right? We can't say, oh, we need to take this poetry literally to bring in something that's foreign to the body text of Scripture. No, we got to say, yes, it's poetry, but the poetry is trying to explain something. And in the context of Job, it's not the cosmology of the earth. It's just not. It's just a reply to one of his friends speaking in terms of the sovereignty of God, that this is the majesty of God. These are the things that he has done. It's just simply not biblical, like a cosmology, essentially. So I think that's very important.
Definitely. All right. Welcome back to Cultish. My name is Jeremiah Roberts. I'm one of the co-hosts here. I am joined here by Andrew. We both have our trusted Mike Winger coffee cups, and Mike has his. We are here with Mike Winger once again from Bible Thinker, talking about whether or not the Bible teaches that the earth is flat. Mike, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing great.
Awesome, man. I'm just so excited to have this coffee cup. I mean, there's now just so many possibilities. I'm trying to fathom all the different things that are going to be in this cup. Right now it's water. Tomorrow might be coffee. It might be some night tea or whatever. So I'm excited to have this coffee cup. So again, appreciate you sending
Possibilities
it out.
are endless.
Yes. Yeah. Speak of endless possibilities, people a lot of times think there's endless possibilities of how you can come to different conclusions about what the Bible talks about a different particular subject, where in this case, we are talking about whether or not the Bible specifically talks about whether or not the earth is flat, whether or not it adheres to this specific model. So again, what we're trying to do is just lay out certain verses that are brought up in the whole flat earth conversation. And again, just for the sake of time, there are certain categories we just didn't really have the time to get into and prep for our episode because we have things we're working on with a little revamp of Cultish. Mike, you've got your own stuff that you're working on. So specifically, there will be some articles actually available right now at thecultishtshow.com covering the firmament, kind of going into the original languages, explaining different aspects of that in response to people saying that's talking specifically about talking about the dome, and also the story of when Moses was holding up his staff and that whole battle where Joshua had his whole army and the sun standing still. We're going to be kind of dealing with a broad variety of things not brought up, expanding on this conversation. So we're not avoiding that, just so you know, just for the sake of time. Sometimes with a production, there's certain things you can do and certain things you can't do, okay? If you don't understand that, start your own podcast and see how that goes, or your own YouTube channel. So, Mike, so anyone jumping in, this is definitely part 2. Just tell them again real quickly about what you're all about and where they can find you if they want to see your other content.
Yeah, my goal is to help people learn to think biblically about everything. That's my agenda. That doesn't mean that my teaching's 100% perfect. I'm sure it's not. I mean, not to my knowledge. I don't know of errors I'm propagating, but we all make mistakes. My goal, though, is to show the process of how to evaluate scripture in context, to bring historical insights, and to try to demonstrate evidence along the way of how I'm getting where I'm getting so people can make informed decisions about what scripture says. I really believe the Bible is way better than people think it is. And it's a bigger blessing, and it's more evidentially true. And it's better in just about every possible way than people give it credit for. And by diving deep into scripture, we get those blessings. And so I really want to help people learn to think biblically about everything. That's my whole agenda. And like when it comes to the topic of flat earth, that's the agenda here. Is I'm not interested in the science, to be completely honest. I'm not interested in any of those other aspects. I'm really just interested in, are these proof texts that people use to say that the earth is flat, are they being taken in context? What is the Bible really saying on this topic?
Right, exactly, and that's our focus as well too, and that's the thing we want. Again, we had quite a few comments when we initially announced this again, and we get your passion behind it, but we want. The goal here is to think critically, but to also think biblically when it comes to this. So again, that's going to be our primary focus. So before we jump in, let me let you know about a couple of the sponsors of this podcast. It is brought to you by apologiastudios.com. If you go to apologiastudios.com and you can become an all-access member that supports the studio, which also supports Cultish, because our podcast would not be possible if it wasn't for everything that the studio does in regards to the cameras, the producers behind the scenes, and everything that makes this production a reality. So you can also get some great content if you become an all-access member, and also will support the studio. Also, go to shopcultish.com. You can definitely check out all the cool Cultish merch goodies we'll be having. We'll finally be having more designs soon, so definitely check that out. Also, if you want to support Cultish financially, you can go to thecultishtshow.com. You can go to the donate tab. You can donate one time, or you can also become a monthly partner. And also, if you have a beard or has a friend who has a beard, you can go to forgebeardco.com/cultish and get everything from beard wash to keep your beard clean, beard oil to have it nice and shiny, all the goodies for your beard. Go to forgebeardco.com/cultish. You'll support our good friend Jeremy Rule and his this passion project of his. So definitely check that out. All right, so jumping into this in the last part of the podcast, as we are part 1, again, this is part 2 of this discussion. we are looking at some of the proof text talking about the pillars of the earth. So honestly, if you just Google flat earth, Bible teaching flat earth, you'll see the model of what it looks like. And usually at the bottom, depending on who it is, you'll see specifically these pillars that are at the bottom, really literally holding the earth up. So we looked at look at 1 Samuel 2:8. We look at Job 26:10. One other passage that is used is Psalm 75 verse 2. And I'm just going to give you I'll read it and I'll give you my thoughts, and you guys can give me yours as well too. Psalm 75 verse 2 says, "A set time that I appoint, I will judge with equity. When the earth totters and all its inhabitants, it is I who steady its pillars." So I'm assuming, according to this, they say, okay, well, there's pillars of the earth, therefore these are the pillars that are holding up the earth. So does this mean if you want to take the flat earth model to its logical conclusion? Again, I'm not trying, there might be people who give me a hard time saying I'm trying to straw man. I'm just trying to think through this interpretation. So is this saying that when the earth totters and there's an earthquake, if it isn't for the Lord intervening, that those pillars at the bottom of the earth, it's going to collapse, like when Samson pushes it apart and the whole earth is just going to collapse in on itself? Is that what this specifically is saying? Honestly, I don't think that's the case. Again, if you look at the context, when you're looking at pillars, you're looking at the context of I would say, of rulers. And because again, he's talking about it's God who judges it's God who judges righteously. He judges with equity. And so it's him versus the pillars of the world. At least that's a conclusion that I'm coming to. I don't think you can look at Psalm 75. And again, if you want to believe that model is correct, go ahead by all means and do it. We're not arguing against that. Yeah. I think what we're trying to say is you can't use Psalm 75:2 to articulate that position.
Right. Like maybe the most cautious way we could say it is, if the earth had literal pillars, and we had especially clear teaching in Scripture that the earth had literal pillars, then a statement about the earth's pillars would be taken that way easily. But when your proof text, when the text you're getting to prove that the earth has literal pillars is coming from Psalms, I mean, it is poetry. This is intended to be poetry. There's tons and tons of poetic imagery in Psalms. Just imagine reading through Psalms and taking everything totally literally. It's gonna, he shall be like a tree planted by streams of water. Well, where's the water? I'm going to turn into a tree, apparently. Or it just ends up being the wicked are like chaff. The wind blows away. Well, there's a lot of symbolism and poetry throughout Psalms. So this doesn't seem like a good proof text. He says, he's going to judge, and then there's going to be this tottering of the earth and its inhabitants, and God's going to hold steady its pillars. This might be that God is preserving through judgment those who are in the right, those who are righteous. And that could be the holding steady of the pillars, because that's at least fits the context of Psalm 75. The whole Psalm does seem like it's not talking about like a cosmological descriptions of things. I agree with you. It seems to be talking about leaders or at least important individuals that God's singling out. Right.
But even if you look in, and I just pulled up Psalm 75 here and praise God for technology, on my iPhone. So Psalm 75, if you just go down a little bit, and here's another example where you see some sort of measurement language being used. And the question is, how do we even interpret that? So later on in Psalm 75 verse 6, just a couple verses down, says, For not from the east or from the west, and not from the wilderness comes lifting up, but it is God who executes judgment, putting down one and lifting up another. So what the emphasis on, it's about righteous judgment versus unrighteous judgment. So the question is, if you're going to be taking things literally, so can you say that are they giving an actual geographical measurement in this passage? For it is not from the east or from the west. So it's saying you have to make a measurement specifically in the eastern direction or the western direction. That's not the point of what this is talking about. This is talking specifically about just the general known, like everywhere. Don't look anywhere, don't look here, don't look there, but look to the Lord. Like that's
Right.
what it's articulating. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah.
I think that that's great. And I also think, putting one down and lifting others up, we're talking about the tottering of some and the holding up of others. The symbolism seems to be about people, not geography. But also keep reading verse 8. We shouldn't obviously take this literal. For in the hand of the Lord, there's a cup with foaming wine, well mixed, and he pours out from it, and all the wicked of the earth shall drain it down to the dregs. So God has a cup, and everybody's going to drink out of the one cup if they're wicked. If you read on, verse 10 says, all the horns of the wicked will be cut off. Wait, so wicked people actually have horns? I mean, this proves it. In fact, I guess that's how I know they're wicked. They have horns. Oh, but wait, no, but the horns of the righteous shall be lifted up. So I guess if your horns last, right? Obviously, it's not intended to be taken this way. This horns are speaking of pomp, are speaking of declaration of your own glory, of your own sort of the things that represent your strength, right? But it's not meant to be taken literal. So if I don't take the cup to be this literal thing, and I don't take the horns to be literal, I'm just being consistent when I look for the term pillar to represent something about God judging the wicked and holding up the righteous.
Mm.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, part of what I'm thinking in general is if we're reading the psalm like this literally, we're actually missing out on what the text is actually saying. That's a big deal because we want to know what the scripture says because it benefits us, right? It's like his word is a light unto our feet, right? Or a light unto our path. Like we want to know what the scriptures say, but if we're taking these things in their types literally, you're actually not going to understand what scripture is communicating. And the Holy Spirit is trying to communicate something clearly to us, though it is in poetic language. There's actual meaning that has purpose that can change your life. That's in here in Psalm 75. But if you're taking these things literally, you're going to miss out on the actual meaning of the text. And I think that's a very dangerous thing. Don't you think that's dangerous, Pastor Mike?
I absolutely do. And like you say, what will happen is I'll read a passage like this and my emphasis becomes cosmology when God is speaking about, be ready, I am going to judge the wicked. And that's actually the emphasis here is it's a judgment discussion and about how he will lift up the righteous. So this is supposed to set ourselves up, in our lives on this idea of future judgment, not a debate over cosmology where the term pillars is just being taken to mean something it doesn't seem to be talking about.
Yeah. So let's jump back over, Mike, to something that you brought up in your video. I think this is actually a great verse, and people have mentioned this as well too. The circle of the earth. Okay. So Proverbs 8:27, and this is actually one of my favorite passages, and it's weird for me because you ever have those verses that you go to, and it's like you always go to it because this is my favorite, Jesus is God text, or this is my favorite text to say that, God is sovereign or whatever. But all of a sudden, for whatever reason, someone brings it in the conversation. Now it's like you're viewing it in a totally different light. I feel like this is for Proverbs 8:27. And I'll explain that. So Proverbs 8:27 says, when he established the heavens, I was there. When he drew a circle in the face of the deep, when he was made firm from the skies above, when he established the fountains of the deep, emphasis, when he assigned the sea to his limit so that the waters might not transgress his command, when he marked out the foundations, then I was beside him like a master workman, and I was daily his delight, rejoicing before him, rejoicing in his inhabited world, and delighting in the children of man. And so prior to even this whole conversation about the flat earth, this passage for me would always come up when I was talking to different cultists, for example, Jehovah's Witnesses and the Trinity and the deity of Jesus. This specifically would come up. Like I see this has been one of my favorite passages to see really Christ in like it's a appearance of Christ in the Old Testament. I love this verse. But so Mike, this is actually used to try and articulate a flat earth model. And there's certain things that are highlighted, specifically the fountains of the deep. So maybe you did your research, maybe you explain for us what conclusions are people who adhere to a flat earth model coming when they look at this passage, and how should we interpret Proverbs 8:27 from your perspective?
My understanding is they'll, look at this passage and they'll notice like the circle of the earth, the fountains of the deep, and especially the earth has foundations. It specifically mentions foundations of the earth. And so they take those to be physical foundations under the surface area. Now, There, it also deals, of course, with he made firm the skies above, which is one of those passages they'll use to say there's a solid dome over the earth. You're going to have content that deals with that on that you'll put up with the show as well, so people can talk about that. I think for the sake of today, I just want to acknowledge to people, look, whether you believe the firmament is solid or not, you still have not answered the question of a flat earth. I'm just saying this is actually a different question, because you could have a solid dome firmament over a globe or something else. It just doesn't answer the question. So this I see as a distraction for the question we're dealing with today. So I understand a worry that people will have, that I'd respond and be like, well, it's poetry. Like it's my magic wand. Poetry. And it just goes away.
Yeah.
But I think the question we have to ask first is it poetry? Like Proverbs 8 is poetry. I mean, Proverbs, the book is poetry, but Proverbs, this whole section about wisdom and the woman there is very much poetic. And like Job is not to be taken literally in all of its poetic descriptions. This is talking about wisdom as if wisdom was a woman who was there when God created the earth. And there may be some typological significance with Christ, but personally, I wouldn't call it an appearance of Jesus. I would say we could try to find typology here.
Yeah.
But typology is different than saying wisdom literally is this woman who's with, because it's feminine here throughout Proverbs. Wisdom is seen as a woman.
Yeah.
Describes wisdom as a woman. So if we take this as a literal woman called wisdom was there, then we have a bunch of issues that I'm just going to add. I'm going to say, hey, if you're going to take it that way, and then we're going to take the whole section as quite literal, then we have several issues we should consider. If God literally has created literal foundations, at least because I could see foundations on a globe or a flat earth. I could see foundations on both of those. I wouldn't really have a problem with that term. Or fountains of the deep, which could just be underground springs. Easily. The Bible talks about underground springs. We know that there's such a thing as underground springs as well. Circle on the face of the deep could be the horizon, or it could be like a circle across, which would not, I don't know if it's that on the face of the deep or is a circle on the ice wall. It's not really in the water, it's on the ice. So I'm still confused by that. But the discussion here also says that God measured things. He marked out the foundations of the earth. That is, he measured it. So did God have a giant measuring tape that he used to actually measure the earth? He marked it out. He set a line upon it, is depending on your translation you've got there. No, we would say, oh, that's just poetic. It's just representing that God determined the measurements of all things. Okay, so it's not literal there, because God's omniscient. He spoke it into existence. Like from this text, you would think that God was like a builder who was measuring and building and constructing something. Yet from Genesis, you would think he just spoke it into creation.
Right. Yeah.
But that's because this is not meant to be taken that way. But let me give you more before you, any pushback or thoughts you guys have.
Yeah.
So Proverbs 8, verses 1-3, this is also a description of wisdom, right? This is the same chapter. This is the beginning of the section that we just read. Does not wisdom call out? Does not understanding raise her voice? On the heights besides the way, at the crossroads, she takes her stand. Beside the gates, in front of the town, at the entrance of the portals, she cries aloud. Should I think that wisdom is literally yelling at all of the gates of the cities?
Right.
Like there's like this literal woman there, wisdom, going like, hey, listen to me. No, obviously not. I mean, obviously this is poetic. It's not meant to be taken that way. Where are wisdom's gates? Look at Proverbs 8:34. We're going to go to just past the section we read. It says, blessed is the one who listens to me, watching daily at my gates, waiting beside my doors. Well, obviously, here we have construction descriptions, gates and doors. Like if you take a flat earth perspective, you're going to take all these things literally here. So where are wisdom's gates and doors? And how do I go stand by them so I can be wise, so I can be blessed? Obviously, it's not meant to be taken that way. I think we're just mishandling the text. Right,
exactly. And Andrew, you can give me your thoughts too. I mean, it's one thing that kind of comes to mind when I'm kind of looking through what is being discussed. You're looking at just the intricacies in regards to God's creation. So when it says, there I was beside him like a master workman. And even if you think like during the ancient times, you think of somebody who was a stone carver. You know, I'm thinking of, what was the Ten Commandments? In the Ten Commandments, they had Joshua, who was like the stone cutter. Right. And so he was, you think about in ancient times, there's someone who has whatever tools that they use to be a master workman. On any level, when Christ when the world was being created, like the context of this, does this mean that there were these particular ancient tools that were used to like form the earth together? Like, no, it's talking like there's like a master workman. It's correlating with somebody that's like, it's helping them understand in their native tongue, like what that passage is saying. So that's a case where I think you can't take it literally. So, one thing that also like sticks out to me, and again, this is also an example you mentioned, like in Job, where you need to think about it. And again, it's not just a cop out or caveat. We want to, again, think biblically when it comes to these proof texts. So Isaiah 40:22, it says, "It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in, who brings princes to nothing and makes the rulers of the earth as emptiness." So from my understanding, Mike, so the debate over this passage in this whole flat earth discussion is that when it talks about the circle of the earth, so if you were to actually view if indeed the flat earth model is correct from the aerial view, it's circular. That's the understanding. And then the bottom, we mentioned earlier, those are the pillars that hold it up. Is that what they're trying to argue?
Yes, and but it will get a little challenging because on some flat earth models, there's also corners
Right.
on the earth. Because this is what happens when you take all of these passages literally and they're not intended to be that way. So yeah, that's the idea though. You know, there's a circle and there's like a dome over it. The outside of the edge of the circle is this ice wall, and then there's just nothing after that, right?
Right.
At least nothing that we would call Earth. Yeah.
Okay. And so from that understanding, so here's an example. So for someone who's using this as a proof text, then to say, hey, this is emphatic proof that, you know, this is what the Bible teaches, and if you hold to another, like a heliocentric model, you're incorrect, you're unbiblical. How do you respond? Like, how would you explain this passage as well too? How should we think about this biblically?
Well, you know, on the flip side, I've heard globe Earth perspective people say, hey, Isaiah 40:22, that word circle, it refers to a three-dimensional ball. It's actually saying this is a proof text for demonstrating that the earth is a globe. And I'm kind of on the fence on this actually for a couple of reasons. One is I don't know that it's actually trying to give us a description of the entirety of all that is earth in the most broad sense. I don't know that it's trying to do that in the first place. It could be a two-dimensional view of a three-dimensional object. You could say, oh yeah, there are other words in Hebrew that could be used there. It just ends up being a debate I don't know how to get to the conclusion of personally yet. Maybe someone else does. I'm just on the fence a bit on that. The word's indeterminate in my opinion. But I think it's actually phenomenological, which is to say, as we get continually in the text, we're not getting people trying to describe the nature in the look from space at Earth. What are we looking at? We're rather getting people who are describing from an earthly perspective as they look around what they see. So it's the phenomena that they're observing. This is why it discusses things the way it does. So what would the circle of the earth be? I think it's just when you stand up and you have an open field around you and not a city full of buildings. If you stand up, you look around and you see a circle. It's a horizon that's around you. And God sits above the circle of the earth. He's sovereign. He's exalted above all that you see. Does it mean to tell us that at the edge of what you see all around you, that's the edge of everything? I don't think it's meaning to comment on this at all. It's just saying, you know, here's the horizon. Wherever you look, God is sovereign. For the person who takes the flat earth perspective and they take this to mean flat disk, there's a challenge for them. And I'll present this to us. I think this is something that they'd really have to be challenged on.
Right.
If they take the word circle and they go, well, in the Hebrew, this means a flat disk. It's telling us the shape of the earth in the broadest sense. The same word, circle, is used to describe heaven in Job 22:14. We read it. It says, thick clouds veil him so that he does not see, and he walks on the vault of heaven. Now, it's translated here, it's ESV, vault, but it's the same word in the Hebrew. But every flat earth person I've ever seen thinks that heavens, we're talking about a dome. And so here they think this circle word must be a dome, but then later in Isaiah, they're going to use it to mean it has to be a flat disk because of the nature of the word. So this is just not how we can't be logically consistent. What we should do is say this word has a variety of meanings. It could go either way. I don't know. I think it's just talking about the horizon.
Gotcha.
You know?
Gotcha. Andrew, do you have any thoughts on this? What are your thoughts so far?
It just blows my mind how amazing God has constructed his word into the fact where if people are trying to put an outside standard into his word to interpret it, that the word itself will typically refute the standard when you're just doing a deeper exegesis or having a correct hermeneutic with your approach to scripture. Typically, other places in the Bible will show you, God will correct you by showing you these things that you're not being logically consistent. And I think that's a great thing to have. I mean, God's word just blows my mind. It's just amazing.
Okay, yeah, I definitely would agree for sure. And so I think that's, again, we'll have some more additional content on this. But again, what you do, the point in being and bringing up these particular areas is that regardless of whether it's flat earth, regardless if it's anything that's brought up, when someone is trying to give proof text to prove their point, it's important to look at the context. So again, I think ultimately, at least my personal opinion is that I don't think the Bible adheres towards a globe model or any particular model. I think the Bible ultimately, a lot of that is used as a catalyst to declare the glory of God as him being the sovereign over all creation, and creation emphatically declares his glory. And I think ultimately the Bible gives us the preconditions of intelligibility to think scientifically and to kind of understand the true world around us. And so that's really my personal conclusion when it comes to all this. But again, our focus is, and again, that could be a catalyst into a whole other subject when it comes to this whole discussion of flat Earth. But our point, again, is just to look specifically context-wise. So another proof text, again, because we were talking about the ends of the earth, and Mike, you're talking as well too, the corners of the earth. So here's a passage, again, this is, regardless of where you stand eschatologically, it's important to understand what is being articulated here. So Revelation chapter 7, verses 1 through 4, says, "After this, I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth, and that no wind might blow on earth or sea or against any tree." So this is a verse then in your research then that would come up as also an additional proof text, because I was seeing some graphics even in that pulled up that was talking about a map and stationary earth where people were showing there's literal corners of the earth. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah. So, I mean, if you know what the habit I hope we're seeing here, the consistent habit of those who've tried to use the Bible to support a flat earth perspective is taking descriptions in a very literal sense. This is the 2 habits I see. 1, take it very literally, and 2, apply it to the entirety of Earth in the modern sense of the planet or whatever you want to call that, right? Not just land or local area or area that you can see, which is how the Bible usually uses it, but rather apply it to everything. So notice the term earth here in Revelation 7, 1 through 4, the angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, okay? But then if you read on in the verse, it says that no wind might blow on earth or sea. Wait, or sea? Isn't earth the whole thing? Isn't it everything? Why does it say or sea? Isn't earth, sea just part of the earth? Well, again, we're seeing we're just reading too much into the passage. This has challenged some flat earthers, though, because now if you're going to take it this way, you have to say that the earth has corners, yet the earth is a circle. So it's a circle and it has corners. So you get these interesting ways of trying to put this together. And I don't even know how to interpret some of these images, because I'm like, okay, so there's like a circular earth with an ice wall that you can't go beyond, and that's the edges of the earth. But beyond that, there's these corners and the earth is square, or, you know, almost cube-like, an uneven cube or whatever. I don't know what do you call that size? I don't know what that's called. Mm-hmm. A cube in thirds, and there you go.
Yeah.
And this becomes like seen as a literal thing. There's literally 4 angels literally standing there. This is what happens when you use poetic language to influence your cosmology. It's not the point of the text. It starts to get difficult. You can't glue it together because it was never intended to be that kind of picture. I think that Isaiah 11 challenges the idea that there are literal corners. So let me read to you guys Isaiah 11:12. It says, "He will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the banished of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the 4 corners of the earth." Now, why would I quote a verse that says corners of the earth to say the earth doesn't have literal corners, because here the text is talking about gathering them from local countries that aren't really that far away, actually. So the corners of the earth here is like countries 500 miles away, 1,000 miles away. It's not talking about the entire planet or whatever you want to call that. You have to make these corners, like in the image that you have there, you have to make these corners inhabited countries now where Israelites are being gathered from. That, you know what I mean? It's like, wait a minute, this is not working because I thought we couldn't go over there in the first place. That's part of the whole idea. Another verse for this is Matthew 24, verse 31. It says, and he will send out his angels, Jesus speaking, with a loud trumpet call, and they will gather his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now it's clear in the context is it's people that are being gathered. These are people that know Jesus, right? These are saved people, and they're being gathered from habited lands. These are countries all over the place, which is, again, an amazing prediction that Christianity is going to spread all over humanity. But this is just generic language for all over the place, from the four winds, four corners of the earth. We even have specific countries that are mentioned in Scripture that are said to have corners, from the four corners of it, and it's a country. So those countries aren't squares that have they have to have actual four corners. It just means all over, north, south, east, west. It's just generic language.
Yeah, and then usually, like in the flat Earth model, usually the continents, they're all kind of centralized. And then if you look at it from a aerial perspective, it's usually the ice wall, like on the very outskirts. But then out to pretty much the ice wall, it's pretty much just water, and all the continents are centralized. That's usually at least what I've seen. Right. So to try and say, like with this, it would make Isaiah 11:12 very problematic, because how do you gather Israel from, unless there's like some Waterworld scenario where you have, people on these sort of floating whatever, like out on the outskirts. You start to really jump into hermeneutical gymnastics for sure.
Yeah, they're not even being gathered from beyond the Middle East.
Right.
At that point. And so we're looking at, Isaiah 11 talks about the Middle East as the four corners of the earth. Because it doesn't mean planet when it says earth. It doesn't mean everything. It's a term that has a variety of meanings. And from the perspective of the original writers, if you're living around Jerusalem, you're like, look, if you go walking around in the Middle East, Babylon feels pretty far away. And you're not looking at it from space and thinking of the earth as this little thing on a paper in front of you.
Yeah. And again, I think you emphasized that as far as too, when you mentioned the foundations of the earth. So again, you mentioned like Micah 6:2, Isaiah 51:6, where this language is used. Like, you need to understand the broader context. Like, these are not these purposes. When you look at read the entirety of these, read the full chapter, and what you'll see is that there's not a specific cosmology given, as much as the discussion of the earth is a catalyst to declare the power and the glory of God. Like that's what you're seeing. And I think when you start getting into if you start focusing on the specifics, this means it's this particular model, in this case being the flat earth model, I think you're losing sight of what that passage is trying to articulate. And that's why it's important, regardless of what the topic is, you go through chapter by chapter, verse by verse. Like, don't read things in isolation. Look at in the same way you want to zoom out, look at the big picture when it comes to the text. Go ahead.
Well, there's one verse we didn't cover yet, but it was about it has to do with bases, the earth having bases and a cornerstone and a foundation, and it's in Job 38.
Yes.
Did you want to go over that one?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. That's good.
So I think it combines a bunch of different things, and it shows it's a good one. Now these are verses that proponents have used. Like, I've heard these used. I got them all from them. I didn't just make them up. So Job 38 verses 4-7, it says, this is God speaking to Job again. Where were you when I laid the foundation of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding, who determined its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? Again, we have a picture of God putting a line out on the earth, you're like, he literally did it. If you're going to take it all literal here, then he did it. He put a giant line. How long was that line? Where is it now? Where did it come from? Why did he have to do it? On what were its bases sunk, or who laid its cornerstone, when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy? Now, from a flat earth perspective, there's a literal foundation with a literal cornerstone, somewhere on the earth.
Right.
And all you have to do is keep reading. Okay, so here's me. I'm just going to keep reading. Here's the next few verses, totally in context, just starting with the next verse. Or who shut in the sea with doors when it burst open from the womb? When I made clouds its garment and thick darkness its swaddling band, and prescribed limits for it, and set bars and doors, and said, thus far you shall come and no farther, and here shall your proud waves be stayed. Now, if you want to take this poetic description in Job as literal, then you got to go whole hog, and you got to believe that the sea has literal bars and doors that keep the waves from coming up onto the coasts.
Right.
Literal bars and literal doors, because there's a literal foundation and a literal cornerstone. There's got to be a literal measuring line. We have to be consistent. The text seems to be very clearly indicating that's not the meaning of it, right? You have to believe that where ocean meets land, God put literal bars and doors.
Mm-hmm. This
is easily testable and known at the time, right? They had coasts accessible to them as they're reading this. It's using picturesque language of bars and doors to talk about how God sovereignly set up things so that the oceans stop, so that we could have land, so that we could have society, so we can have all these things. There's there's an order to stuff, and we give God credit for that. So you can go back to that cornerstone passage in Job 38 here. If it's a literal cornerstone, you have to believe in a literal gigantic measuring tape that God used in sizing the earth, because in the same verse he says, "Who stretched the line upon it?" Right? Did the ocean come from a giant womb?
Right.
Because that's what the text says here in verse 8. The sea burst from a womb. That's interesting. Like, who's that? Whose womb was that? Exactly. No, it's just poetic language to discuss the nature of things. So it's rich poetry, not to be taken literally. And I think that's the case with things like foundations. Although, in my opinion, you could have an earth with foundations, no matter what shape it is. All you need is large amounts of solid material underneath the surface dirt, and the earth has foundations. So that doesn't seem like it proves much to me.
Right. No, exactly. And even, for example, and this is just an example, when you look at what you're trying to prove a point. I think this is the case. What we're seeing from our perspective is that we're seeing where there's a commitment to this is the definitive model of what the earth is. Let's find verses that have a word that kind of backs up this general model, but you're not really looking at what's your ultimate conclusions, the things you actually have to accept along with that. Because if you're going to accept this type of interpretation, then there's other things you have to account for, like the line going through and things like that as well too. And this
Jerry, real quick. I think part of what I find extremely interesting is the fact that that there aren't these big doors stopping the sea from going on the earth, because you can see it, right? You can actually see it. I think part of the issue with some of the flat earth conspiracies is the fact that they believe that the earth is a disc because they have not seen what the actual earth looks like. No one's actually been to space, right? So everything that we see of the earth, everything that we see of space, there's some type of computerized image or something or the other. So there's no proof essentially to them that has never been seen. Well, the question I would have for you guys is, I understand why on your flat earth models you don't put big doors on the edge of the seas, because you can see the seas, right? But have you ever seen the bottom of the ocean? Personally, have you been to the bottom of the ocean? How do you know there's no doors on the bottom of the ocean? Right? Why aren't those on the flat earth models? All of the images you see of the bottom of the ocean, did you actually visit it?
Or have you seen the specific pillars, which apparently, there's these giant, which means that there on the bottom of earth, there's just these giant, gaps of open space, because that's what a pillar is. It holds up a foundation. And so it's kind of like they're making that model, but they're not. It's that I think a lot of times people will make an argument, but they're not truly accounting. Like they'll use that against the person that they're arguing against, not realizing, well, can you actually account for that as well too? I think, and this is a different category, Mike, and you can give your thoughts on this too. It's that, when people will argue against a emotionally charged argument about, Anne Frank, why would God allow the Holocaust to happen and for Anne Frank to go through what she went through? Well, if you have, your worldview still has to account for that. I mean, you have to, at some point, all right, let's take out the Christian worldview. Like, how do you account for that? Congratulations, you refuted Christianity. Well, now you have to account for, if you're arguing from the point of being an atheist, well, okay, well, where's the ethic wrong that's survival of the fittest going to its logical conclusion? What are you complaining about? So I think a lot of times people don't really look at what you're actually trying to articulate. And even the breadth of the earth, for example, regardless of where you understand, where you stand in eschatology, whether you have more of a partial preterist view or a futurist view of Revelation. Again, when you look at, and you mentioned this too, Mike, in Revelation 20, verse 7 through 9, this is something that's brought up as well too. When it's talking about Satan being loosed out in his prison, and he shall go out to deceive the nations, and that are in the four quarters of the earth, Gog and Magog. And then it talks about, and then to gather them together in battle, the number of them of whom is in the land of the sea, and they went out to the breadth of the earth and encompassed the camp and the beloved city, and fire came down from heaven and devoured them. And so even in this, and Mike, you can give me your thoughts too, like regardless of where both any eschatological position, like it's not arguing for a specific cosmology. Even if you go to like the MacArthur Study Bible or somebody who holds to a dispensationalist view of Revelation, that's not arguing for a cosmology. If you have, if you believe that the majority, we would hold to that the majority of Revelation is already fulfilled, right? And that's a whole nother discussion we could have at some point. But the point in being is that the context, eschatologically, it's not arguing for a cosmology. So you can hold to that model if you want to. You can't use, for example, like that passage in Revelation, regardless of what your eschatology is, to try and say, this is God showing that this is his model of the earth. That's my thought on it.
Yeah, like, and just so people get, because we're grabbing all these passages and going, oh, that's not cosmology, that's kind of. There are times where the Bible is just speaking plainly, literally about things, So when it says, like in John, there was a pool, Bethesda had 5 porches, pool of where is it? Not Bethesda. What am I trying to say there? Anyway, someone's punching.
We've been talking right for a while. It's all good.
Someone's punching there, going like, "How did you get that wrong?" Right? Yeah. Anyway, I mean, archaeologists have discovered this thing. Originally, they thought, "Oh, this is." There was these weird theologians, Germans. Mm-hmm. I mean, I love Germans. Don't get me wrong. I think Germans are great. But there's German theologians from like the 1700s who are just wacko. Yeah. And these guys were like, "Well, John is doing an interesting thing about the Pentateuch. There's 5 porches because there's 5 books, in the law, and that's the reason." And then they go digging in Jerusalem, and they're like, "Oh, there's just 5 porches there," So that's just talking about a literal description for sure, and physical things that happen there. But what we see in this passage, Revelation 20, verses 7 through 9, it's really interesting. It's partly interesting because it would never occur to anybody that this passage has affirmed cosmological anything about the earth. Normally, I think, right? Unless someone's probably telling them it does. So the indications are, well, there's 4 quarters of the earth. There's nations that are in, quote, 4 quarters of the earth. And then they're going to be gathered together for battle. And then they're going to go up on the, quote, breadth of the earth. And then they compass about the camp of the saints around Jerusalem for a battle. And, Dean Odell, who's, was I don't know, a big proponent of the flat earth views, he says, well, this word for the breadth of the earth, it's the word platus in Greek. And that word, it represents a flat earth because it's where we get our English word plateau. Now, this has like 30 problems with it when you actually evaluate the claims, because first off, where we get our English word in a modern, so we've heard this, Calvary Chapel pastor, I've heard this a million times. We get the Greek word dunamis, that's for power, the power of the Spirit will come upon you. Well, that's our English word dynamite. We get the word dynamite from, which is true. We do get dynamite from dunamis, but there was no dynamite in 1st century Greek. And so nobody's thinking about that when they're writing it. Who cares what your English, 2,000 years later, we borrow this word for this purpose. It just doesn't matter. But the second problem with it is, if it's a plateau, like nobody says, do you see that plateau? And then their friends turn them and go, are you affirming the flatness of the entirety of earth?
Yeah.
You're like, it's a plateau. I just mean it's a plateau. I'm not saying anything about cosmology here. I just look, there's a plateau. So just finding the word plateau connection there wouldn't mean anything. If you take the breadth of the earth to be a plateau, then all this means is that the army went up on a plateau. Right. Unless you take the word earth to mean the entirety of earth, in which case you have an army that is literally covering the whole earth, including the oceans, because they're saying the earth is flat and they mean all of it. So it just starts to be like, what is going on here? How are we interpreting this? But Dean Odell presents this in his teaching like he's discovered this amazing thing. And he's like, I looked into Strong's. And guys, Strong's is not the best resource out there. I used to think it was when I first was dabbling in really serious Bible study. Mm-hmm. And then I found out it's a good resource, but it's not what people think it is a lot of the time. So are there actual nations then on each of these corners of the earth? And then they're gathering up and they're going up on a plateau earth, the breadth of the plateau of the earth. It just, right. It doesn't mean that. This is an army that covers the entire flat planet earth, and then gathers around Jerusalem based upon, say, Dean Odell's interpretation of this passage, when in reality, in ancient warfare, you need flat areas to stage your armies. This is just how you stage an army. You don't stage them on a mountain. Like, you stage your army on a flat area. Like, watch Lord of the Rings, okay?
Yeah.
You stage your army on a flat area, and then they go to war. And this is what they're doing. They're marching, maybe at the Valley of Megiddo. There's connections there in Scripture. Okay. This is a frequently used area for staging armies for battle in the area of Israel. And so I think that's probably all that's happening here.
Right. Yeah, and even, for example, here's one as well, too, and Andrew, you can kind of give me your thoughts, too, if you have any thoughts on these verses as well, is, again, context matters. So one of the categories, too, is Daniel 4:11, which says, the tree grew and became strong, and its top reached the heaven and was visible to the end of the whole earth. Its leaves were beautiful, and its fruit abundant, and in it was food for all. The beasts of the field found shade under it, and the birds of the heavens lived in its branches, and all flesh was fed from it. Verse 20 says, and the tree you saw, which grew and became strong, so that its top reached the heaven, that is visible to the end of the whole earth. And so even something like this, and I can get for someone who is, again, and I've watched those videos, and I appreciate the passion that they have. And again, the thing that they're right on when it comes to people who adhere to the flat earth model, that they're passionate about God's word being true and it having the say in areas of life. In this case, the creation. I get that. I think but at the expense, but you're jumping into that at the expense of context. So even Daniel 4:11, like, this is a dream that Daniel's having. And I'll admit, I've had some weird dreams. And one of the things with dreams that you're always doing something weird. Like, you get into a fight. Like, every single time when I'd be in my dream, whenever I'd be in a situation where, like, I'm fighting for my life, all of a sudden I would be in slow motion. I couldn't move, and all of a sudden I'd be going there. Or then, I would have a dream where I would be falling, and as soon as I land, I hit the ground, I wake up. But it would be, sometimes I would speed up really, I'd slow down and then speed up when I'm falling. All these weird things, and then once you realize you're in a dream, you wake up. So the very idea of a dream, the conditions of a dream, is that you're seeing things that aren't normal. The metaphysics of being in a dream is different than being alive here on the earth. So people have, context does matter in that regard.
Yeah, to take Daniel 4:11 as saying, hey, if a tree is visible all over the earth, then that means it's a flat earth. It doesn't work on a globe. I agree that doesn't work on a globe. It doesn't really work, I don't think, in real life. I mean, I can't see Mount Everest, no matter how powerful my telescope is. So I don't see how that works. But that's kind of like saying, imagine, if you will, a flat earth. It's true now. Because Daniel 4:11 or 4, this whole section is, these are the visions of my head. It's described as the visions of my head. So we shouldn't take that as literal cosmological descriptions. Does Jacob's dream of a ladder, right? Does that mean that angels have to climb up ladders to get to heaven? Is that what that means? Does Joseph's dream about the sun, moon, and stars bowing down to him, does that mean that his dad, Israel, is literally the sun?
Right.
Is that what it means? Does Nebuchadnezzar's dream mean that Jesus is going to return as a literal gigantic meteor? Obviously not. This is all, and that's part of this, the same set of just visions and dreams that's in Daniel kind of clustered together. So yeah, I don't think, it's a dream. That's
what are we supposed to do? It's a dream.
Yeah.
Right.
And see, when I think of this passage, I think of other conspiracies like the giant silica trees that a lot of people believe used to be massive and would grow all across the earth. They would say that, what is that rock in Australia, that crazy mound-looking rock that used to be the base of this giant, massive silica tree? But I think part of the root of the issue, which I was bringing up earlier, was that if you haven't seen it, right? If you haven't seen it, then you can take poetic language and make it to be literal. However, the poetic language that we see in other tests of scripture talking about the bars of the doors on like the sea and the land, obviously you don't take that as poetic because your eyes have actually seen it. But I find that that's an illogical way to interpret scripture, because now you're breaking up one section of poetic language and then the next, because you're trying to use it to fit something that's foreign to the actual full body of context of scripture. So if you're just trying to use something because it's convenient for you to try to prove a point, but you can't use that same logic to interpret the verse right underneath it, which is a consistent thought process, then it's probably not a good form of hermeneutics, in my opinion.
Yeah. Andrew, so one other question too, we're kind of towards the end of just the verses we're going to cover. And again, for those of you who are still hanging around, again, thank you for taking the time to listen to us. We have blog content available right now at thecultishow.com under our blog, where we're going to be talking about issues of the firmament, the story of Joshua where the sun stood still, and a couple other verses that we didn't cover in this whole discussion. And so for any of you who adhere to this, again, we love you guys and gals. We're here, really the whole point of this is that we need to look at the Bible holistically and properly. And again, our gracious contention that we're trying to at least get here is that, if you want to believe that, go ahead, but you're not getting that from these proof texts. Like, that's what we're saying. And so we're saying that you need to just look at what is the Bible actually saying, and you need to look at it holistically and look at the context. So one of the last passages, we'll kind of jump into this. One of the last ones here is the story. It's actually one of my favorite. I remember as a kid being fascinated by this. It's the story of the temptation of Jesus. When Jesus goes out into the wilderness for 40 days, and then all of a sudden he's tempted by Satan in many particular ways, and Jesus combats him with scripture. And then the final temptation is that Jesus is taken up to the high places, and he says, all of these things I will give unto you if you bow down and worship me. And he sees I believe just all the treasures of the world is how it articulates it, just everything that the world can offer. And then he said, you shall worship the Lord your God and serve him only. So Andrew, what's like when you read that, just from your perspective, just what do you see like when you read this whole passage about this temptation of Jesus, and all of a sudden, the final, the culmination of him being brought up to the high places? When you've read that initially, and when you go through that, like, what do you see? What do you think is the main point of that story from your perspective?
Yeah, the main point of that story from my perspective is that Jesus is succeeding where Israel has always failed. And he's being tempted, yet he is without sin, and he does what Israel always should have done, right? Like, Israel always built altars in the high places in the very land that God gave them, right? They are the great covenant breakers. And I'm no better. I am a covenant breaker myself. I sin every single day. So I don't want to say anything in terms of saying I myself am better than ancient Israel. I'm not, but I do have the grace of God that is sufficient for me. But I see that in the fact that it's the God-man Jesus Christ who succeeds in his righteousness, in which I where humans fail, where humans fail. But thinking of this text as if I was to think of someone who held like the flat earth model, I'd have to say there's got to be some mountain in the world that we can go to, that we can see, and we can stand there and see everything. But is there?
Right.
But is there? You actually have the ability now to do that. Go climb the top of Mount Everest. It's the tallest mountain we have. Can you see everything there? Or do you believe that everything you've seen on Mount Everest is actually not a real photo of Mount Everest? That it's all just, I don't even know how you'd say it, like fake photographs, or these people never really actually went there, that it's just a stage in a Hollywood set in order to make you think that you can't actually see everything. Because I think that's what you'd have to do if you hold to a flat earth model.
Or anyone who's ever taken a picture on the top of Mount Everest who use a fish lens camera. So
they're fake. Yeah, it's fake, Jerry.
Right.
It's fake.
So
that's the
again,
thing.
We're just showing the logical conclusion. But anyways, yeah, that's what I've seen. In fact, like when I look at this passage too, I mean, I just see really the sovereignty and the supremacy of Christ. And also I see really the importance and maybe what we're talking about in this whole conversation. Again, Mike, thanks for, we appreciate you coming on here. It's just the importance of the authority of Scripture, that Jesus never appealed to his own authority. He'd always appear to authority outside of himself. And so he's not saying to Satan, because I said so. He quotes to him Scripture specifically. But yeah, Mike, as we wrap up here, maybe giving your thoughts too on this passage, how you saw this being used, particularly when it came to your research in the initial video that you did, and how should we look at this whole story of Jesus being brought up into the high places and having this interaction with Satan? How should we look at this?
Well, I mean, I agree with Andrew's summary. It's beautiful and perfect. Yeah. These are the high places. Jesus succeeds where Israel compromised. Jesus doesn't compromise with the making these stones into bread. Israel compromises with, like, we're sick of this manna, give us meat. No, wherever they fail, Jesus succeeds. Here he is in the wilderness, overcoming, and it's awesome. I love it. I think the theology of it's really neat stuff.
Yeah.
He's the one who was tempted in all ways as we are, yet without sin. But from a flat earth perspective, I've heard this used to say, hey, there's a mountain somewhere. Jesus was taken up to it, and he saw all the kingdoms of the world. This means he had to have seen, like, China, and he had to have seen everywhere, right? And so now there's some of this is just a lack of awareness about topography in Israel. So in Israel, within walking distance during Jesus' temptation, he's not just in some random wilderness, right? He's in the wilderness north of the Dead Sea, south of Jerusalem. In walking distance, let's see, you could go to Jerusalem. That's 2,474 feet high. Mount Scopus is 2,710 feet high. Most likely the closest, or the highest mountain he could reach in the 40 days of temptation without supernatural powers being used is 3,300 feet. Now, some would say, well, there's Mount Hermon up in the north. That's 9,000 feet high. It's 9,000 feet high. But guess what? There was a temple on Mount Hermon. And they had gone up to it. I remember hearing Michael Heiser, one scholar who in many ways I do like, but on this particular issue, I think he propagates some things that aren't accurate. Mm-hmm. And he said, they didn't climb mountains back then. But actually there was. I mean, the highest mountain anywhere in the region was Mount Hermon. It was 9,000 feet high, and there was a temple up there. So people had gone up there, and guess what they knew? You can't see all the kingdoms of the world on any of our mountains.
Yeah.
So here's the thought. I think this is a supernatural vision, which is why Luke records it slightly differently. It says in Luke 4:5, the devil took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Took him up and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time. Why is a moment of time relevant? Because it's relating to a vision he had, a brief vision of all the kingdoms of the world. It's, either he just showed him the king, it just doesn't make sense to add the phrase moment of time unless it's vision related, I think. Mm-hmm. But another scripture that balances this out is when Jesus calls Nathanael to be a disciple of his. I think it's really interesting when I realized this was kind of a parallel passage from a flat earth perspective. And he says to Nathanael, hey, I saw you when you were under the fig tree. And Nathanael's like, how did you see me under the fig? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, wow, you have divine knowledge. You must be the Son of God. And on a flat earth perspective, Nathanael would have turned to Jesus and been like, you must have been on a mountain, right? Because you could naturally see me. If you could see China, you could see me under the fig tree.
Right.
But there's a natural understanding that, no, you can't just go up high enough to see everything there is. This seems to be a vision from the text, yeah.
Mm-hmm. No, that's really good. And then I think just one thing to, maybe as we wrap up here, I just have one thought. Someone actually asked me on our Cultish page on our Instagram, someone actually messaged me. So I actually took a picture of your awesome cup. That's great there. So you're going to have a bunch of people who are all of a sudden going to want your cups because because of this podcast. But someone actually asked, and I think it's a good question. Someone asked if the Hebrews believed a flat earth biblical cosmology, why didn't God correct them? And I think the answer to that question is that, throughout the entirety of history, there have been a lot of different ideas about cosmology, whether or not it's the Earth is centric, whether or not the sun is centric, or people in the ancient times had their model as well too. Well, ultimately, if you look at the story of the Bible, one thing we can agree on is that the Bible is a linear story. It starts at the beginning and it goes to a conclusion. And the whole purpose of the redemptive story of Jesus coming was not to convince people of a particular model of a particular cosmology. It was to talk about the coming of the Messiah, that he was going to save his people from their sins. That's the story of the gospel. That's the whole point being, is to save people from their sin, because the main thing is not the main issue that mankind has right now, and all the brokenness and all the sin and brokenness that we see here in the world is not a misunderstanding of where the earth is versus where the stars are. Our biggest problem is that we are separated from a holy God and that we're tainted with sin. That's the purpose of the gospel. That's the purpose of the Messiah coming. That's really the focal point, Jesus being the center of history, is that it's Christ dying for our sins, being raised on the third day according to the scripture, his sin for our righteousness. That's the hope of the gospel. That's I think, in my perspective, really the focus of the entirety of history. So I think really in this whole aspect of this whole conversation, one, you guys can give me thoughts as you wrap up here, is that we should look to creation, understanding it declares the glory of God, but understand too that creation, again, it condemns mankind and makes them without excuse, and it shows people that they desperately need a savior. They need Christ. Like, that's the focal point. The focal point of the gospel is people being saved from their sins. That's what people need. That's where the focal point needs to be when it comes to us as Christians, is Christ dying for our sins, not a specific cosmology. I think it has its place, but I think it can be incredibly misguided. But I think that would be my answer to that question. Do you guys have any last thoughts that or anything as we wrap up here?
Yeah. It says in James 3:1, it says, "Not many of you should become teachers, my brothers, for you know that we who teach will be judged with greater strictness." That should be terrifying to people when you're opening up God's word, when you're posting things that you're reading necessarily, maybe on YouTube, whether you feel that you're correct. Jeremiah 17:9 says our hearts are deceitful. We must be able to be corrected by scripture. And I pose a question to anyone who does pose the flat earth model. In Acts chapter 7, verse 55, this is the stoning of Stephen. It says, "But he, full of the Holy Spirit, gazed into heaven and saw the glory of God and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. And he said, Behold, I see the heavens open and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. But they cried out with a loud voice and stopped their ears and rushed together at him." My question for you would be, how high is that? He could see it, right? If we're taking these things literal, just as everything else that may be poetic in language in scripture, and I don't think this is poetic by any means, but I'm saying if I'm to think as a flat person who holds to the flat earth model, if I'm looking up, literally heaven is above the firmament. He must have seen something, but wouldn't it be a speck? Wouldn't it be a dot? Would he actually be able to see who it was? I would say that your thought process of scripture couldn't rightly even understand this. I would say heaven is close, but we can't see it. We need to be consistent. And remember, if we teach, we will be judged with much stricter judgment. It's a dangerous thing to fall into the hands of the living God.
All right. Mike, thank you again for coming on, man. And any last thoughts from you as we wrap up here?
Well, I do have a couple thoughts. First, I'll just say thanks for having me on, you guys. Yeah. I appreciate this. This content, I think, is really needed in this discussion, and I'm really glad to have it get out there. In response to the question about what if just the Israelites were holding to a flat Earth understanding of things at the time, I would say this is not okay. It's good for historical background to know what the people at the time already believed. But it's not good to project those beliefs onto scripture if scripture doesn't actually teach it, because then you trap God into the already beliefs of the people of the time. And so there's times in Israel where they were believing weird things. They're like, here's God and here's his Asherah, his heavenly wife, right? Well, there's Israelites who believe that, but the Bible refutes that. The only way we can let the Bible teach us something different than what we or someone else already believes is if we don't just make the very reckless statement of, Well, if ancient Near Eastern people believed it, then the Bible automatically teaches it. And what we're doing is we've said, look, even scholars promote things like they say, well, the ends of the earth is talking about these actual edges on the edge of the broadest sense of the earth. But we showed you the verses in context. It's talking about Babylon. I'm like, you don't have to be a scholar to know they're wrong. This is just basic reading skills 101, just taking the scripture as it comes. And so I also am skeptical that the cosmology of the ancient Near East was this model that we keep seeing put in front of us. But that to me is a different discussion, right? Because whatever they believed, I can just show scripture doesn't teach that and move on.
Yeah. And I think also you have to take with a grain of salt, reading through the lens of the ancient, of whoever the people were at that ancient time, just because, and again, I think, Mike, you mentioned Mike Heiser. I think he's someone who's definitely a brother, and there's aspects where I appreciate him. I think one of the areas where I do disagree emphatically is that I believe he has an overemphasis on reading the scripture through the lens of the people like during that time. And I think one of the things problematic with that is that mankind's history overall is condemned by God in Romans chapter 1. So what you actually see are people during ancient times who know the true and living God, but they're suppressing the truth and unrighteousness, and they're worshiping the creation rather than the creator. And versus when you actually have God's covenant people who are truly worshiping him, so they are really a blip they're really a grain of sand in comparison to the entirety of history as far as God's covenant people go. So I think that's another aspect too, just an example why you need to look at things holistically and not take anyone's word for anything. Now, don't take my word, don't take Mike's word, don't take Andrew's word, but look at what God says and have that be first and focal and foremost. So all that being said, this has been a great discussion. So if you guys have enjoyed this podcast and conversation, go to our social media. Definitely let us know what you thought in regards to these passages. Again, there's a lot more we could cover. We did just for the sake of time and prep. We didn't have the time to cover everything. So go to thecultishtshow.com to our blog. You'll see some content discussing the firmament, a couple other passages we weren't able to address just for the sake of time. But once again, Mike, thanks for coming on, and we will have to get you on in the near future at some point.
Sounds fun, man. I love getting to spend time with you guys, and I really believe in what you're doing. So thank you.
Awesome. And we appreciate
you keeping on.
Yeah. And we appreciate you as well. All right. Thank you guys for hanging out with us, and we'll talk to you next week on Cultish. Talk to you guys soon.
All right. That's the video. I hope you liked it. Again, you can check out Cultish, links below to their podcast and the content they have. It's very interesting stuff. And yeah, I'd be interested in feedback from flat earth proponents. And even those of you who are not, who just might go down to the comments and scroll down and look, examine this. Have they handled the verses that I dealt with, that they gave me, that I then examined and looked at in context? Have they handled them fairly and properly? Or is it a bunch of distractions and changing the subject? Because I'm just being honest, that's what I've seen in response to this sort of analysis. I think that flat earth proponents, including some scholars who say that the Bible supports a flat earth, have just gone way off the reservation when it comes to simple verse-by-verse study of Scripture. And that is an area that I care very much about. I'm Mike Winger, and my goal is to help you learn how to think biblically about everything.
Welcome to the Got Questions podcast. So often on the podcast, we discuss a frequently asked question or a controversial question or something that's hot in the current culture. Today, we're kind of covering one that wasn't even on our radar. Nonsense. We've gotten a lot of questions about it in the past, but for whatever reason, in the past couple of weeks, we've been inundated with questions about this, and it seems to come and go. But the topic is: does the Bible teach that there is a flat Earth? And to some, you may find this hilarious that we're even talking about it, but believe it or not, this is a common enough question. I have no idea what's driving the recent increase in questions or interest about it, but so here we are discussing, does the Bible teach a flat earth? And joining me today is Jeff. He's the administrator of BibleRef.com, and Kevin, who is the managing editor of Got Questions Ministries. So Kevin, why don't you start us off? Does the Bible teach that there is a flat earth?
Well, no, it does not teach that there is a flat earth. Of course, I live in Kansas, and that's the big That's the big thing I always hear, is that, Kansas is so flat, but you got to come visit because it's not flat. And the Bible, when we're talking about the Bible's teaching on the shape of the earth, well, the Bible doesn't really deal with the shape of the earth, but there are some passages that people twist and take to mean that there are that the earth is flat, and they'll go so far as to say that if you don't accept the flat earth theory, then you are denying the word of God, because this is what Scripture teaches. And I've got three passages here, three places in Scripture that some people draw out of these things, out of these passages, that the earth is flat. One is Revelation 7:1, which says, "I saw four angels standing at the four corners of the earth, holding back the four winds of the earth." And so we've got the four corners of the earth. Well, that sounds pretty much like a square or a rectangle or something flat. And this is where they get the idea that people will point to this and say, "See, Earth has corners. It's not round. It's not spherical. It has corners." Well, of course, this is one example in the Bible of idiomatic language. The phrase, "the four corners of the earth," is an idiom, and it is simply referring to every distant location. We divide our compass up into four cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. And you take those four and you can describe it idiomatically as the four corners of the earth. And we still use this idiom today when around Olympics time. Olympic Games rolls around every 4 years. So every now and then, invariably, you'll hear somebody saying that athletes are coming from every corner of the world. By that, they don't mean that the world has actual corners, and neither does the writer of Scripture mean that the earth has actual physical corners. The writer of Revelation here is simply saying that at one point in the coming tribulation period, God's going to cause all wind to stop blowing from the north, south, the east, the west. The wind is going to be stilled, and it will be ceasing at God's command, part of the judgment on the earth. So another idiom that we see sometimes used by the flat earth conspiracy theorists is Psalm 75, verse 3, which says, "When the earth and all its people quake, it is I who hold its pillars firm." So here God speaks of the pillars of the earth, and he's the one who's holding those pillars firm. Well, some say, well, that sounds like the earth is flat and it's being supported by pillars from underneath it. And so God's the one who speaks of the pillars. He's the one who is holding those. We see the same idiom also in 1 Samuel chapter 2. But in both cases, in 1 Samuel 2 and in Psalm 75, we're speaking of poetry. These are both poetic passages. Much of the Bible was written in poetry. And poetry comes with poetry comes a lot of idiomatic language and metaphors and similes, and we want to recognize it for what it is. We want to appreciate the poetry for what it is and the beautiful way that it expresses truth. We don't want to start taking it all so literally that we destroy the poetry. That would be a great loss for the beauty of Scripture. And here in Psalm 73, we have the earth, the founding of the earth being likened to the building of a house. This is just this is metaphorical language. So like a house has pillars that support its roof and all the rest. So this is being used as a picture of how God made the earth. And the point is that God made it very firm, that God is in control of it even today. If I built a house, you would worry about its pillars falling down, its roof collapsing, and all the rest. I'm not a house builder, but the psalmist here is saying that God's house, so to speak, the world that he made, is very firm. And even when everything seems to be going wrong in this world and people are quaking for fear, God is going to still be sustaining the world. He's going to hold those pillars firm. But it's poetic language. It's idiomatic language. We also have another idiom used in Deuteronomy 13, verse 7. And Moses here warns the people of the gods of the people who are around you, whether near you or far off from you, from one end of the earth to the other. Now, this one is the ends of the earth is used, I think we counted up 28 times in the King James Version. And this phrase is similar to that of the four corners of the earth. It's idiomatic, it's metaphorical. And the biblical writers are simply speaking of the farthest reaches of the inhabited world. As, you know, you can go anywhere you want, the ends of the earth, and you're still going to find the truth of God there. And this is very plain, actually, in Psalm 67, verse 7, which says, "May God bless us still, so that all the ends of the earth will fear him." Here, the ends of the earth is obviously not referring to a geographical feature, but the ends of the earth is referring to people who live in the uttermost reaches of the earth, the people who are the farthest from us. They are fearing God. And so poetry is beautiful, and much of the Bible is written in poetry. We need to accept it and appreciate it for what it is.
Poetry is a good thing for us to recognize in Scripture, and it's also important for us to recognize when the Bible is actually speaking on a topic and when it's not. And this is not one of those circumstances where the Bible says anything. There is no place in Scripture where it makes any sort of reference to the actual shape of the earth. And that's important to emphasize because there are other mythologies that specifically talk about things like discs or cylinders or squares, cubes, things like that. They're the only places that we have references in the Bible that people take are these sorts of poetic, idiomatic references. There just isn't anywhere that it talks about that. So first of all, we got to recognize that this is just not something the Bible addresses. And the danger in that is that means that people can take verses and read them the way they sort of prefer. I've seen people read some verses in Scripture saying that they indicate a spherical earth. You know, there's verses that talk about God sits on the circle of the earth, and people have said, see, that's a reference to a sphere. It just doesn't say anything one way or the other. It's not a topic that's especially important. And, you know, there's things we can talk about history and what people did and didn't know about the shape of the earth and when they knew it. All of those things are worthwhile and interesting, but sometimes it's just a question of understanding how do we handle this in the first place. You know, for the most part, you aren't really having conversations as a believer with people about does the Bible actually say this or not. It's mostly just about why would a person believe this anyway? What's leading a person into this mindset, and what do you do about it? And I think it's important to remember that people believe things for reasons. They're not always great reasons, but there is something that causes a person to take certain interpretations. And the flat earth thing is like a lot of other conspiracy theories. It is rooted in something that's real, but misunderstood. So it is in the conspiracy theory standpoint. And the problem is that for a lot of people in the flat earth mindset, and it has very little to do with religion per se, it has everything to do with not trusting the experts. And one of the worst things that we can do when somebody's in that circumstance is just tell them, well, you're stupid and you're wrong and you're a fool and you just need to accept this. The whole reason that they're doubting this is because we actually do have evidence that sometimes the so-called experts have been wrong. We do have evidence that sometimes authority figures have lied to people for their own reasons. We do have reasons to think that established science sometimes overturns. What we don't want to do is we don't want to say, no, you just need to listen to the experts, listen to the science, listen to everything just because. We should acknowledge, you're right, there's times where people have said things that turned out to be incorrect. There's times where people have said things that have turned out to be a lie. That really does happen. That is a thing, and it is something that goes on. But let's take a look at this actual scenario that we're looking at right now. and usually what you find out with the flat earth issue is that it's like a lot of other conspiracy theories. Some of these points are difficult to understand. Not everybody is going to be able to sit down and grasp the geometry that Greeks in 500 BC used to figure out the basic size of the sphere of the earth. It's not necessarily an intuitive thing. And as human beings, we have this natural tendency to want to say, if I can't understand it, it cannot be true. And that's a dangerous place to be, because we don't want to be in a position of gullibility. We don't want to say, well, I'm just not that smart, so I guess whatever people say is whatever people say. But there's this habit of us to say, if I don't fully grasp it, if I don't understand it, it can't be true. And that affects our spiritual lives. We see that a lot of times with things about God's nature, about theology, translations of the Bible, all sorts of things we see where people get stuck in that mindset that says, I don't understand it, but I'm sticking with this belief because this particular belief is either simpler or easier, or it meets some particular need or idea. So I think if anybody's listening and they, for whatever reason, feel attracted to the flat earth concept, or if we're talking to people who are in there, we need to acknowledge this is not about people lacking intellect. This is not about people being paranoid or gullible or stupid. It really is rooted in real things that we really see. But at the same time, Scripture never says anything that would suggest that the earth is flat. And the shape of the earth at this point in time is proven about as obviously as you could say, does Jeff have a beard? You know, I know deep fakes exist and everything else like that, but it's pretty hard to deny. And to deny the stuff that we see in the idea of what the earth is really shaped like takes an awful lot of conspiracy thinking. So as we deal with this as believers, once we get through the idea of what Scripture says and doesn't say, we do need to remember that people have their reasons for why they believe this. And we should try to acknowledge the semi-legitimate reasons why people are skeptical and why people lean to this, instead of just throwing them under the bus and saying, well, they just must be stupid, because they're not.
Yeah. When I remember back when the first time Got Questions received a question about the flat earth, and I was like, I didn't even know this was still a thing. I mean, in my mind, once Columbus didn't fall off the edge of the earth trying to get to India and accidentally discovering the Caribbean, it was pretty much settled science from that point on. And but it's not even an accurate telling of the story, but that was kind of my mindset. I had no idea there were still people who believe this. And I've run across people who will say that Australia doesn't exist, at least in the sense that it's not on the opposite side of the planet. I've had people say that people who pretend to be Australians are actually hired actors of the conspiracy mongers and trying to convince us that the earth is a globe. I've heard people say that when you're on an airplane and you're flying a really long flight and you're high enough up, you can actually see the curvature of the earth, that's actually essentially a movie that they're playing on the airplane windows. So some of these, like, wow, the depths that people will go to argue for the conspiracy theories, it's mind blowing, especially when, at least from a Christian perspective, they become so convinced that the verses that Kevin talked about earlier are teaching a flat earth, that to them, this is, I have to defend the faith. The earth cannot be a globe because Bible clearly teaches that it's flat. And this is so disturbing that they invest so much time and effort into something that's not even necessary. That NASA is not a satanic conspiracy to attack the Bible. I mean, that's the depths that some people will go. But like Jeff said, we don't want to argue with them in a way that we're convincing they're stupid. Like, no, let's point them towards, I mean, you need to read these verses in the Bible differently and thereby be a little more open-minded to other possibilities. I like, Jeff, that you explained that some people will say, oh, the Bible absolutely clearly teaches that the earth is a sphere based on these other passages. And it's like, at most, the Bible allows for that understanding. And with some of those passages. So we don't want to go either direction. But again, the Bible is not a geographic textbook. It's not a scientific textbook in the sense that it's not designed to, when God was speaking of scientific things, he used the language of the common understanding of that time to communicate spiritual truths. He did not feel it was necessary to communicate to people living in 2000 BC that the earth is a globe that's floating in space, actually revolving around the sun, and the earth revolves around this moon revolves around this. He didn't concern himself with explaining those things, because in the terms of what he was trying to communicate, those things are not that important. But again, it blows my mind that to some people, the flat earth issue is so important that they will get hostile, angry, belligerent with any, even fellow believers who buy into the conspiracy that the earth is actually a globe that revolves around the sun. And I've chosen to not make this a major focus of Got Questions or definitely of my life, but for some people, this is the end-all be-all issue. And that is something to be concerned about way more than the issue itself.
And I'm glad that Got Questions Ministries does not make this a major point to try to refute all of these types of things. But how to engage people who are holding to the flat Earth theory? This is for a lot of people, it's a conversation stopper. As soon as it starts coming out that they believe in a flat Earth, it's like, okay, I'm out of here. They walk away, and but I don't think that's the proper response, just to not even engage at all. But how do we engage with these types of conversations? And it's not just flat Earth, but there are a lot of conspiracy theories out there now, politically, medical conspiracy theories, a lot of different stuff that people really latch onto, and it becomes a very important part of their belief system, and a huge topic of conversation usually when you meet them. But you guys have any tips on how we engage and how we speak the truth in love and try to present the truth of what the Bible says?
Usually the best way to go about it is to try to approach somebody by asking precisely what it is that they think and what they believe, just to understand accurately what exactly is it that you think, what exactly is it that you believe, why do you think this? And then you pick your battles. If you're at a family function with 17 people around and your 85-year-old uncle wants to argue about whether or not the earth is flat, probably not the most opportune time to get into that. But if it's a private conversation, maybe you press a little bit more to find out what the reasons are. And you're right also, Kevin, that the way we approach this is important, because it's not just about flat earth. There's a lot of different topics where the same basic idea comes up, whether it's theological. It happens when it's science, regardless of what a Christian believes about topics like the age of the earth or evolution or anything else like that. It is still possible to have incorrect ideas about something that you feel you have to stick to simply because that's your perception of what your view means. And that can be difficult, because then when you have doubt about one little sliver of it, you start having doubts about the rest of it. So at least in my experience, I think it's a question of just standing firm on the idea that Scripture does not in any sense say such a thing. And theologically, that's easier, because if we can at least get to that point where somebody can agree, you're right, the Bible doesn't demand and it doesn't forbid a particular stance on there. Well, now we can open this up to something reasonable, to where a person can say, okay, I now know spiritually that, there's a lot of different ways that a person could approach the idea. But definitely truth and love is something that's important. I think we also don't want to waste an excessive amount of time on the idea. In other words, there is a sense in which you can give too much credit to something that, and I know we're talking about speaking truth in love, but it is an idea that in the context in which we're speaking is vaguely ridiculous. This is not something even on the level of like the moon landing, where there's a certain level of explanation for how you could have a conspiracy to make people think this happened when it never really did. This is like telling people the color blue doesn't really exist. It's very difficult to actually have this belief and to hold to it. So to some extent, we don't want to waste an excessive amount of time on it, but we do want to take people seriously, just mostly by starting with asking, what do you believe and why? Explain this to me.
Yeah, that's good.
Yeah. I mean, all three of us have been involved at Got Questions long enough that we have become more discerning about which conversations are worth having and which ones are ultimately going to be a waste of time. And at Got Questions, we love dealing with the truly important questions, majoring on the majors, minoring on the minors. So often when I run across someone like this, whether it's online or in person, I really try to focus as like, are you sure that this is really worth the amount of time and emotional and mental energy you're pouring into it? And in many cases, focusing them back on the gospel. I mean, whether the earth is flat or whether the earth is a globe, that doesn't change the message of the gospel. And why are you spending so much time focusing on this? And I've never heard you once say anything about pointing someone to faith in Christ for salvation. So I'm not saying that method is often successful, but that's usually what I try to go, just to really force them to think more about why are they dedicating so much time to something that in the grand scheme of things is not a foundational issue of the faith. But then also there are two verses in Proverbs that I like to point to. And again, by using the word fool, I'm not saying stupid, and saying someone who's unwise and someone who is dedicating so much time to something like this is being unwise. It's Proverbs 26, 4-5. Verse 4 says, answer not a fool according to his folly, lest you be like him yourself. And verse 5 says, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own eyes. And some people look at these two verses, they contradict each other. And in a sense they do, but what they're doing is presenting a no-win situation. That if you answer a fool according to a folly, you're going to be like him. So if you spend so much time arguing with someone on an issue like this, you're going to look just as foolish as he does. But at the same time, answer a fool according to his folly, lest he be wise in his own eyes. There is a time when we are to correct someone. We are to point out the error of his ways. So these two verses are presenting, it's a difficult decision to know which direction do I go. How can I correct this person without appearing like him? That's very difficult to accomplish. So it requires a lot of discernment. It requires a lot of prayer for wisdom. Like, Lord, is this worth my time? Is it worth me engaging with this person on this issue? Or is it just going to make things worse? So that's kind of the approach I take. Generally speaking, I avoid getting into arguments on these things, non-essentials of the faith. But at times, if I really think there's a possibility of making some progress with someone, I will engage on a issue like this. But it's difficult because I know that the three of us, none of us are interested in wasting our time. And often that's what conversations like this result in.
And it's good that we're bringing up that idea in Proverbs. The core of what that is really saying is that sometimes you need to correct somebody so that they don't keep doing something foolish, but you don't want to imitate the style of their foolishness. Yeah. So if somebody's involved in, let's say it's flat earth or something like that, we don't want to go off and assume all this scientific, mathematical, historical expertise that we don't have, that they don't have, because now we're answering the fool according to their folly. We're just doing exactly the same thing this person is and not approaching it the right way. So we do need to be careful about the way that we actually go about it. And that starts with enough humility to say, look, there's some things we don't fully grasp and get. Let's converse about this instead of just looking at other people and assuming that there's something blatantly wrong with them. And to that person, it's important. We may not understand why it's important, but to them, it is. So we need to treat it like it's important, at least in that context.
Yeah. So this has been the Got Questions podcast on discussing, does the Bible teach that there is a flat earth? I guess in summary, there are some verses that, if interpreted strictly literally, can lead to that conclusion, but in context, it's very clear that they're using poetic or idiomatic language. So no, we do not believe that the Bible teaches a flat earth, and we do not in any sense believe that the earth is flat. But I think the crux of our conversation has been more along the lines of how to deal with conspiracy theories like this, and how to maybe point people towards investing their time in more important things. So I hope our conversation has been both informative and also interesting to you. And again, speaking the truth in love. That's a repeated theme of our podcast, and all these controversial issues that we discuss. Speaking the truth in love, Ephesians 4:15, is something we always want to go back to. So I hope our conversation has been interesting, informative to you. Thank you for tuning in. Come back next time for another interesting conversation on something else that we're getting hit with a lot lately. So, got questions? Bible has answers, and we'll help you find them.
The flat earth has, believe it or not, become a movement in the last few years. About 2015, it started up. And people may wonder, well, Danny, why are you so concerned about this? Why are you talking about flat earth so much? Well, you see, our critics for a long time have been equating belief in creation with belief that the earth is flat. And so I view the flat earth movement as a personal assault, really, upon my calling and upon the ministry of Answers in Genesis. Didn't we answer this question, settle this question 5 centuries ago? I mean, after all, didn't Christopher Columbus prove that the earth is a globe? Well, actually, we didn't settle it 5 centuries ago. We settled it 25 centuries ago. And in fact, I think that's part of the problem we have here, is the fact that people's understanding of history on this whole matter is rather poor. Well, how do we know it goes back that far? Well, Pythagoras, you may have heard of him with the Pythagorean theorem and a few other things that he did. In the late 6th century BC, he actually talked about the earth being a sphere. We don't know what his reasons were. We can only speculate about that. But it went forward from there. But within 100 years, most Greek thinkers were thinking the earth was a sphere. And so we have some good reasons for believing the earth is a globe. How do we know that? Well, here we have a photograph of a total lunar eclipse. I took this in January of last year, about 15 months ago now, and it was quite a last total solar eclipse, a lunar eclipse visible from here. And this is during totality. This is about a 12-second exposure because the moon was very dim. But I also took photographs during the partial phases before and after the eclipse. And here's one of those photographs right there. I show the moon moving in from the right, upper right, in fact, and that's exactly how the moon moved in on the Earth's shadow. And you can already see the edge of the Earth's shadow there, and you can get an idea of the shape of the Earth's shadow. It's kind of a curved section there. Now, I took this about an hour before totality. I took another one afterwards, totality, and I put it in the same right position here, and I think you can understand now a little better what kind of shape the Earth's shadow is. If you're really not seeing it at all, I can help you out and put a circle in for you. Turns out the circle of the Earth's shadow is about 2.5 times that of the circle of the moon. So the moon can be entirely engulfed inside of that shadow, giving us a total lunar eclipse. Aristotle, in 350 BC, wrote a book called On the Heavens, and he wrote that in his book, this is one of the arguments why we know the earth is a sphere. He gave a couple others. Here's another one I like. He looked at the altitude of stars in both the northern and southern parts of the sky. I have a photograph here of the Ark Encounter. Many of you will recognize exactly where that was taken, over near Zara's Cafe, looking at the front there. This photograph was taken by a good friend of mine, Jim Bonser from Iowa, a pastor there, a good friend of the ministry. And we had special permission a couple years ago. We went down there and spent about half a night shooting this photograph and a few others. And this is a half-hour exposure. You can see the stars are going in a big circular pattern. Near the center of that, just above the arc, you'll see one single star. That's Polaris, the North Star. And the Polaris, or the North Star, is within a degree of this point in the sky we call the North celestial pole. To the eye and even to this photograph, it's going to look like the North Star stays still and all the other stars spin around it. Now, less known is the fact that that angle that it makes with the northern horizon is equal to your latitude. So at the arc, it's around 38, 39 degrees. So that's how high that the North Star is. And as I travel around the country and around the world, I always make it a point to look at where the North Star is in the sky. If I can find it, some parts of the world you can't. Now, this was Samuel Rowbottom. He was a 19th century Englishman. He wrote some books, did a lot of lecturing and speaking. He made a lot of what he called the Bedford Level experiment. The Bedford Level is this region in place in eastern England where the land appears to be very flat. There's a canal basically that's been dug that's very straight and with no real tilt. There's not much of a current at all, and they've got this long thing that goes on for 6 miles that's reasonably flat. And what he did is he got down into the water there at point A on the right in the diagram, 8 inches above the surface of the water. That's key because if the Earth is a globe 25,000 miles around, then if you're 8 inches above the water, in 1 mile's distance, your view will be blocked by that edge of the Earth. Anything beyond that, sitting right on the water, theoretically will not be visible. So what he did is he had somebody get in a rowboat, and they rowed away from him the entire 6 miles. First mile, of course, he's in view, but beyond that, he reasoned, being 8 inches above the water with his telescope, the bottom of that boat should start to disappear, and the boat should continue on disappearing and disappearing. You can see a flag or a marker sitting up there about 6 feet up in the boat. Well, Rowbottom was able to see that boat the entire length. They said, aha, if the curvature would block out my view of the boat over 6 miles, and yet I'm still seeing the boat, then the Earth must be flat. You see this little red line I'm showing you here draws from the boat back towards the observer, but because of the curvature of the Earth, it's greatly exaggerated here, of course. It exits out into space, moving off on a tangent, so it's not visible. Now, I put down there that the problem is he ignored atmospheric refraction caused by temperature inversions. I don't have time to talk about the physics of all of this, but the speed of light depends critically upon, in air at least, depends critically upon the temperature of the air. In warmer air, the light travels more quickly, and colder air, it travels more slowly. As it turns out, bodies of water stay relatively cool during the summertime because water has a large specific heat. In the winter, it generally stays warmer. That's why if you have a location near a very large body of water, the temperature is moderated tremendously. The Gulf Stream, for instance, moderates the temperature in the British Isles and parts of Northern Europe. If you do this in the summer or in spring on a warm day, the air temperature is almost always going to be warmer than the water temperature. The water temperature will chill the air close to it, so you end up with a layer of very cold air, and the light moves more slowly in that. As it starts to move on that tangent, leaving the cooler air into the warmer air, it cannot do that. It's going to be refracted or bent downward, and it's going to curve along the edge of the Earth. There's a perfectly reasonable and logical and physical explanation as to why people sometimes get these results, as Rowbottom did 150 years ago, 180 years ago now, there on the Bedford Level. Oh, I got a photograph here of a drawing, a depiction of the creation of day 2. You have there on the left Jesus the Creator, of course, according to Apostle John in the New Testament. And you have there the earth, and it's surrounded by this expanse, this rakia, firmament, the King James says, around the earth with waters above that. It's very clearly day 2 creation. And I want you to look at the shape of the earth. Do you get the impression that it is flat? No, you get this distinct impression it is a globe, it's a ball, it's a sphere. Now, where did this depiction come from? It comes from a Bible that belonged to King John the Good of France. Now, we know how old this Bible is because I think it was in the year 1356. He was defeated by the English in the Battle of Poitiers, and this was taken by the English as part of the prize and spoils of war. And we think the Bible was actually put together around 1350. This is 150 years or so before Columbus's voyage. So again, by 1350, people clearly were believing the earth was a globe. Common knowledge, actually, in the West. So I would like to talk a little bit about some of the supposed biblical arguments for a flat earth. I don't have time to do all of them. I will talk about the rakia. That's a Hebrew word. This is something that God made on day 2. Its purpose was to separate the waters above from the waters below. People have debated exactly what those waters above are, and we'll continue to debate that. But this appears to be the cosmology of the Bible, if you will. Now, on day 4, 2 days hence, from the day 2 creation, God put the luminaries, or the lights, in the sky. He said he made the greater light and lesser light. He made the stars also, and I think that's referring to basically all astronomical bodies. There's a reason why I would say that. Many flat earthers today want to use the word star in the modern context and enforce it back on what most people throughout time thought stars were. For instance, the planets were stars, as it turns out. Today, we still sometimes refer to them as, say, the evening star or the morning star. I've taken some photographs and put photographs up of some planets recently, and I refer to them as stars. Why? Because that's what they look like in the sky. I've had people recently ask me about this very bright star in the evening sky. It's Venus, folks. It looks like a star, and I have no trouble calling it that because that's what it looks like. Now, in the early translations of the Bible into English, they translated this word rakia into firmament. However, many more modern translations translate it as expanse, and there's a very good reason why they do that, because that's probably the best meaning for the word. I happen to know several world-class Hebraists, people who really not only know Hebrew, but they know probably 18 to 24 other ancient related Semitic languages. And by knowing the full range in all those other languages helps you to understand what the Hebrew means. And they say unanimously that it means expanse. It doesn't mean this hard thing up in the sky, despite what many flat earthers try to claim. Now, they also argue, flat earthers say, well, the earth was made before the sun. How can that be? Well, we've always believed that the earth was made before the sun, several days before the sun. That's not a problem. All right, doesn't automatically mean that the earth is a globe or it means it's flat. It just means that the earth was made before the sun. No problem at all. I don't understand what the point about that one is. They're saying, well, God, if he made the earth first, it can't be a sphere orbiting the sun. Well, why can't he? He is God. He can do what he wishes. Now, ultimately, you have to ask the question, if the Bible teaches the earth is flat, then shouldn't there somewhere be in the Bible some sort of verse that says something like the earth is flat? But there is no such verse. There is no such verse that says that. Now, what flat earthers do is they take a number of passages, number of verses, and they choose to read them in a manner that's consistent with a flat earth. And then they say, aha, this is the meaning of what the scriptures say. And I'm saying, well, no, you're going to have to be hard-pressed to find any Bible scholars, any Hebraists, anybody who's going to agree with you on that. Sometimes they'll say, well, those are just man's ideas. Yes, but you are a man too, so why should I believe you when you know very little about these things and these other people know far, far more than you do? It doesn't really work. The complaint that they're merely men works both ways, you see, but somehow flat earthers don't seem to realize that. Now, one verse the flat earthers love is Isaiah 40:22. That's one of their favorite ones. It is he who sits above the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are like grasshoppers, who stretches out the heavens like a curtain and spreads them like a tent to dwell in. They say, aha, circle. A circle is two-dimensional. It's a flat plane. It is a round thing, equidistant points from a center in a plane. Therefore, a circle, this means the earth must be a circle. Aha, the earth is flat and round, as you can see here. Well, if you want to take that definition of the word circle, your particular peculiar definition of it, and you want to impose it upon ancient Hebrew, well, that's fine. But again, that is eisegesis. What does the Hebrew word there refer to? Well, it refers to something round. Now, is a circle a two-dimensional thing? Is it round? The answer is yes. Is a sphere, a globe, a ball, is it round? And the answer is yes. So both are round. And the word here is a bit ambiguous. It can refer to something that is a two-dimensional circle. It can refer to something that is a ball. They try to argue, the flat earthers do, that it means only a circle and not anything else, and that simply is false. Some flat earthers, and I can't believe they go here, they point out the earth having four corners. Well, does it have four corners? Let's look at it. Isaiah 11:12. It says, he will raise a signal for the nations and will assemble the banished of Israel and gather the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth. Or how about this, Revelation 7:1? After this I saw four angels standing at the four corners of the earth, holding back the four winds of the earth, so that no wind might blow on the earth or against any tree. Again, the earth, Scripture says, has four corners. There are no corners on a globe. So therefore, the earth is not a globe. It must be flat. Case dismissed. Slam dunk. We're done. As I said, I can't believe some flat earthers actually make that argument. Which is it? Is the earth round or is it square? Well, at least one flat earther in the 1890s, Orlando Ferguson, kind of split the difference. He had what I call here the roulette wheel model of the earth. It's square with angels in the corners, but then there's a round portion in there, and it's kind of, I call it the roulette wheel because it's kind of high in the middle and kind of dimpled like this, like a roulette wheel is sort of shaped. That was his model, and some flat earthers today at least half-heartedly talk about this one. I think most flat earthers, however, realize that the four corners talked about twice there in the scriptures, once in the Old, once in the New, are references to the four cardinal directions, north, south, east, and west. Even today we talk about weather of the wind, for instance, coming out of the west, southwest. Well, you're relating it to four cardinal directions. That's the way most of us understand this. Okay, what about the ends of the earth? There are 28 times the phrase ends of the earth appears in the Old Testament. For instance, Psalm 67:7, it says, God shall bless us, let all the ends of the earth fear him. They say, aha, if you go to a globe, you go around and around and around that globe, you will never reach the end of that globe. So this cannot be talking about a globe earth. But if the earth is round and flat like this, there definitely is an edge. We call it the ice wall of Antarctica. Slam dunk, the earth is flat. Well, hold on a minute. Let's look at this just a little bit. I've got it underlined there. There's a parallel passage here. It says, God shall bless us, and then let all the ends of the earth fear him. Now, I ask you, if it's talking here about the ends of the earth being a physical edge, then you're talking about geography. Can geography fear God? No, it's not talking about geography, it's talking about people. Here's another one I can't believe some flat earthers use. The tree of Daniel 4, they read Daniel 4:11. It says, the tree grew up and became strong, and its top reached to heaven, and it was visible to the end of the whole earth. They say, aha, on a globe. If you have a giant tree grow up, no matter how tall it gets, half of the earth can't see it. It's on the other side of the earth. But if the earth is round and flat like this, then you can have a tree anywhere on the earth, and people can see this tree. Well, let's dig into this. This is not a standalone verse in chapter 4. It's actually part of an entire narrative, and nicely encapsulated. The entire 4th chapter is a complete narrative of an event that happened to Daniel there in Babylon. And we can look at this. It says, the previous verse says this, the visions of my head as I lay in bed were these. I saw and behold a tree in the midst of the earth, and its height was great. This was Nebuchadnezzar talking, the king, and he was having a dream. Several points I want to make. It was a dream. I could have several verses listed there, verses 4 and 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 18, and 19. That many times it says it was a dream, it was a dream, it was a dream. I think we can be pretty certain it was a dream. What the current flat earth model, this is a diagram that I've seen on many of their websites. Again, you've got that circle disc there with a dome over top, and you've got the stars there. And what happens every day is that the stars, the whole sky spins around. You've got this axis right here above the North Pole, and the whole thing spins around. Now, right away, you'll realize that if it's all spinning around, then nothing is rising or setting. They're just going around. And if the sun is up there, then why don't we have daylight all the time? In fact, how can flat earthers explain day and night? Well, it's very simple, they say. You have the little dotted circle there representing the motion of the sun throughout the day. And the sun is a spotlight. It shines down a conical shape of light like this. And so when we're under that cone, we see daylight, and we're not, it's dark. So this is a little video that shows, illustrates this nicely. This came from a Flat Earth website. The little white thing over in the dark, that's the moon. The bright thing and the light, that yellow thing, that is the sun. As it goes around, and notice it's going to be night for me, then day, and then night, and then day, because I live in North America, and then night. And notice as it does that, the sun gets progressively closer and farther from my location. For right here, it will be very close. Here it will be far away. Here it will be close, and there it will be far away. So throughout the day, and throughout the night for that matter, the sun's getting progressively closer and farther away from me. If the sun's closer to me, it's going to appear larger to me. If it's farther away, it's going to appear smaller. That's pretty clear stuff. That's what we call perspective, folks. Flat earthers like to use that term. I hope they understand at least a little what that means. More distant objects look smaller to us. So I tested this claim. I tested this 3.5 years ago. I took a photograph of the sun at 7:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time when the sun was 8 degrees above the horizon. And then I took another photograph of the sun at 1:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. That was local noon that day when the sun was as high in the sky as possible. And so I did the numbers on this. I determined from the figures I had that the sun ought to appear 6.4 times larger in the second photograph. I ask you, look at those two diagrams, those two figures. Are they the same size or not? This in itself disproves the flat earth model. Other examples of false claims. They say that the North North Star is visible well into the southern hemisphere. I've been to the southern hemisphere 10 times, looked for the North Star. It isn't there. I could tell very easily, looking all night, the North Star is never going to be visible much south of the equator. Flat earthers stopped making that claim because it's blatantly false, as anybody who's been in the southern hemisphere can testify is the case. Another one is the circular patterns of stars throughout the night can happen only on a flat earth. I've seen both of these claims made repeatedly by flat earthers on the internet, and both are completely wrong and false. If you're going to position yourself on the earth, I can put a star there on that little circle. It goes from stars on the left to stars on the right. So if the dome is spinning around like this, then stars are going to go in a circle. Now, if you are on the axis of that circle, that is along that red line that passes down to the north pole of the earth, then the path of the stars will look like this. It will look like a circle. But what happens if you get off that axis, say over to where I live in the United States, or maybe South America or Australia? You're going to be viewing that circle obliquely like this, and when you view a circle obliquely like this, what shape do you have? You don't get a circle anymore, you get an ellipse. And the farther off you get, the more elliptical it looks. Only at the North Pole on the Earth would you see stars going in circles around the skies. You would not see them, ordinarily you'd see them all doing this, if the Earth is flat with a spinning dome over top. But this is what you see. I took this photograph myself. It looks very much like the one Jim Bonser took. The same sort of thing. You're only seeing a half-hour exposure, but if you went completely through 24 hours, it'd be complete circles. There are no ellipses showing up here. How do flat earthers explain lunar eclipses? Well, they try to point out that lunar eclipses have been seen with both the sun and the moon in the sky, and that actually happens occasionally. It's called a selenelion. They try to impugn that this isn't possible. Well, it is possible because refraction can raise, if the sun and the moon are low in the sky, can raise them up about 1/2 degree. But beyond that, that's atmospheric refraction. But the sun and the moon and the earth shadow are not points. They actually have a physical extent. Every lunar eclipse, there's a region on one side of the earth, a real thin strip, where the beginning of the eclipse is observable at sunset, and on the other side, where the end of the eclipse is observable at sunrise. It happens at every eclipse that this happens, lunar eclipse. You need excellent weather, and you need no obstructions and a good clear view of the horizon in both directions. That's asking a lot. I've never seen a selenelion. I'd love to see one, but I've just never had the opportunity. I've seen plenty of lunar eclipses. Now, notice, however, in all of this that flat earthers don't offer any positive explanation. They just simply try to chuck rocks at the conventional cosmology. Well, that's fine. You're wrong, but that's fine. Come up with your own explanation for lunar eclipses. What about solar eclipses? Well, they don't explain those either. They say something comes in front of the sun, but they don't ever seem to know what it is. They're just convinced that the conventional understanding is wrong. I get so tired of talking to flat earthers about this. I ask the question, what caused the lunar eclipse, and then what caused the solar eclipse? How far away is the sun? All these kind of questions. And the answers I get is, I don't know, but I know what it isn't. They define the world in a very weird way. They define the world in terms of what they don't believe or don't know, in terms of what they do believe or do know. It's a most strange way of looking at the world. They claim the moon is a transparent disk. You can see stars shining through it. Again, that is not true. I've watched a number of lunar occultations where the moon passes in front of a star, and when it does, the star disappears. You can't see it shining through. And they make that claim anyway. Again, that's another false claim that they make. I have a photograph here. This is the star Arcturus. I've got an arrow pointing to it. Hopefully you can see it on the video there. And there's the moon. It's the first quarter phase. And after about another 20 minutes, the moon moved forward. There's the rest of the moon, by the way, because it's half lit and half dark. And a little bit later on, it moved forward and it covered up Arcturus. Arcturus is not visible there. Excuse me, not Arcturus, Aldebaran, I misspoke. If the Earth is flat, then nothing can orbit the Earth. So there are no satellites, and the moon doesn't orbit either. It just goes in big circles. You can't break through the glass dome, so there's nothing there. There are no satellites. There are no astronauts, and we haven't been to the moon, except I know of at least 2 Christians who walked on the moon. Actually, they came to Christ later, but Charlie Duke and Jim Irwin. Jim Irwin is now deceased. But I contacted Charlie Duke a few years ago and I asked him, look, would you give me a quote on this? He said, sure, be happy to. He said, I was a lunar module pilot of the Apollo 16 mission to the moon. We launched from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida on April 16th, 1972. We left Earth orbit for our 3-day trip to the moon about 3 hours later. As we maneuvered our spacecraft to dock with our lunar module, the Earth came into view about 20,000 miles away. It was an awesome sight. As you can see in the photo, the Earth is obviously a sphere and not a flat circle. As we journeyed to the moon, we could look out our windows and see a smaller Earth, and each time we would see different land masses, so it was obviously rotating on its axis. Charlie Duke. Christian astronaut. Or consider Jeffrey Williams. He's more recent. He's spent a lot of time on the space shuttle, took a lot of photographs of the Earth from the space shuttle and space station, and he had a book called The Work of His Hands. I have a copy of that book. It's marvelous photography it has, and he has many pictures of the Earth, some of them showing clearly that the Earth is a globe. No tricks here, no fisheye lens. This is actually a picture. What is the motivation of the flat earthers? I think some are undoubtedly well-intentioned. They mean well, they really believe this, they're convinced of this, but they're just wrong. I think some are doing this as a prank, and they're literally having quite a bit of fun, quite a bit of amusement at the people who are taking this all too seriously when it really is just a prank. I'm also convinced that some out there are just doing this for malice. They're attempting to make Christians look foolish and to discredit Scripture, and the people who want to argue the earth is flat from a biblical standpoint are doing their bidding for them, and that is hurtful, and it really hurts me to see people do that. Well, if you want to learn more about this, I have written a book. It's called Falling Flat, A Refutation of Flat Earth Claims. We have it available from Answers in Genesis. We also have a DVD called Faith on the Edge. We didn't produce this, but I'm in this and a few other people, done by the Creation Guys, and we carry this product as well.
Does the Bible teach that the earth is flat? We're going to answer that question. Many skeptics claim that the Bible depicts a flat earth. Critics cite several scriptural references in an attempt to prove their theory. Are the critics correct? Is the Bible anti-science in its teaching that the earth is flat? The truth is, the Bible does not comment on the shape of the planet Earth. It does not say that the earth is flat, and it does not say that it is spherical. Let's take a closer look at those commonly cited passages that supposedly depict a flat earth. Revelation 7:1 says, I saw 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth. In writing this, the Apostle John was using idiomatic language. We use the same idiom today. For example, when we speak of Olympic athletes coming from the 4 corners of the earth to compete in the games, we mean that they are coming from all over the world. The 4 corners encompass the cardinal directions: north, south, east, and west. Psalm 75:3 quotes God saying, When the earth and all its people quake, it is I who hold its pillars firm. Other passages also refer to the earth's pillars, but in no case should the language be taken literally. The book of Psalms and Hannah's song in 1 Samuel 2 are poetry. The writers liken the founding of the earth to the constructing of a house, and their depictions are metaphorical, not literal. The point is not that the earth is flat, but that the earth belongs to God. It is His construction, and He guarantees its stability. What about the Bible's references to the ends of the earth? Does a reference to the ends of the earth teach that the earth has an edge and is therefore flat? We'll take Deuteronomy 13:7 as representative of all the passages. Here, Moses warns the people, the gods of the peoples who are around you, whether near you or far off from you, from the one end of the earth to the other. First, that phrase, like the 4 corners of the earth, is idiomatic. We don't expect people to take us literally when we speak of going back to the drawing board. Neither should we force a literal interpretation on the ends of the earth. When biblical writers speak of the ends of the earth, they are simply referring to the farthest reaches of the inhabited world. Second, the phrase the ends of the earth at times refers to people, not to land. For example, Psalm 67:7 says, May God bless us still, so that all the ends of the earth will fear Him. In this verse, the ends of the earth references the people who inhabit remote and distant places. Obviously, in this context, the phrase is metaphorical and cannot be used to depict the earth as having a physical edge. The same phrase used elsewhere should also be considered figurative. The Bible does not teach that the earth is flat. The references to the earth in the Bible are often not references to planetary earth, but to a portion of dry land bound by water. For example, Genesis 1:10 says, God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together He called seas. Earth is mentioned as distinct from seas and cannot refer to Earth as a planet. While the Bible does not teach that the earth is flat, neither does the Bible explicitly teach that the earth is spherical. Some passages do allow for a spherical earth, such as Job 26:7 and Isaiah 40:22. In any event, the Bible is far from affirming a naive or unscientific understanding of the earth and the solar system. There is simply no basis for the charge that the Bible teaches a flat earth. Passages that seem to present a flat earth can all be explained when correctly understood. That answers the question, does the Bible teach that the earth is flat? Research this question further on our website, gotquestions.org. Give a thumbs up and be sure to click subscribe. Meanwhile, check out these other questions.
Does the Bible teach that the earth is flat? Some skeptics argue that the Bible portrays a flat earth. They cite verses such as Revelation chapter 7 verse 1, which speaks of 4 angels standing at the 4 corners of the earth, and Psalm chapter 75 verse 3, which says that God holds the pillars of the earth firmly. Other passages, including Deuteronomy chapter 13 verse 7, Job chapter 28 verse 24, Psalm chapter 48 verse 10, and Proverbs chapter 30 verse 4, are also cited as evidence that the Bible teaches a flat earth, as they mention the ends of the earth. But are these critics correct? Does the Bible contradict science by teaching that the earth is flat? The Bible does not provide any information on the shape of planet Earth. It neither confirms that the Earth is flat, nor does it state that it is spherical. There are certain passages that are often referred to as evidence of a flat Earth. However, let's closely examine these passages to see if they indeed depict a flat Earth. Revelation chapter 7 verse 1 says, "After this, I saw 4 angels stationed at the 4 corners of the earth, holding back the 4 winds of the earth, so that no wind would blow on the earth or on the sea or on any tree." The Apostle John used an idiom while writing, "where 4 corners of the earth" means every distant location. This idiom is still used today. For instance, when we talk about Olympic athletes coming from the 4 corners of the earth to participate in the games, we mean they are coming from all over the world. What does the Bible mean when it refers to the corners of the earth? The phrase corners of the earth is used figuratively in several places in the Bible to refer to the outermost borders or most distant parts of the earth. In the book of Job, Elihu describes the voice of the Lord as thunder and lightning, saying, "Keep listening to the thunder of his voice and the rumbling that comes from his mouth. Under the whole heaven he lets it go, and his lightning reaches the corners of the earth." Job chapter 37 verses 2 through 3. In the passage, the word corners is a translation of the Hebrew term for wings, which refers to the outstretched wings of a bird covering its young. The fully extended wings of a bird reach the extremities of its body. Therefore, the term corners indicates the extremities of a thing, and in this case, it refers to the earth. The voice of the Lord fills the entire heavens and travels to the furthest ends of the earth. In Isaiah chapter 11 verse 12, the prophet speaks of a future restoration of Israel, where the dispersed of Judah will gather from all over the world. The phrase 4 corners of the earth is a poetic way of describing the farthest reaches of the earth in the north, south, east, and west directions, implying a gathering of God's people from all over the world. The same idea is conveyed by the 4 corners in Ezekiel chapter 7 verse 2, except that here, the all-inclusive event is the catastrophic end of the world. Also, Son of man, thus says the Lord God to the land of Israel, an end. The end is coming on the four corners of the land. In the New Living Translation, the second half of the verse is translated as, the end is here. Wherever you look, east, west, north, or south, your land is finished. In Revelation chapter 7, verse 1, John's vision is described from a heavenly perspective. The picture suggests that these angels have control over the entire world, and the number 4 symbolizes Earth and its boundaries. It is worth noting that there are many numbers in the Bible that have a symbolic or idiomatic meaning. The phrase 4 corners of the earth appears for the final time in the Bible in Revelation chapter 20. And when 1,000 years are completed, Satan will be released from his prison, the abyss, and will come out to deceive and mislead the nations which are in the 4 corners of the earth, including Gog and Magog, to gather them together for the war. Their number is like the sand of the seashore. Revelation chapter 20, verses 7 through 8. It is prophesied that Satan will be released from his temporary prison in the abyss before he is thrown into his final place of judgment. During this time, he will deceive the nations and go out into all the earth. In this context, the phrase 4 corners of the earth is used to mean the extreme limits of the world. Some skeptics have argued that the use of the phrase corners of the earth in the scriptures implies that the earth is flat or square. However, this is a misunderstanding of the idiomatic phrase. The Bible does not intend to suggest that the earth has literal squared-off corners. The Bible writers used figures of speech just like we do today. For instance, Shakespeare once wrote, "All the world desires her. From the 4 corners of the earth they come, to kiss this shrine, this mortal breathing saint." However, no one assumes that Shakespeare believed in a flat earth. We understand that his use of poetic descriptions was meant to be figurative. Idioms are common in every language. When we say we have the best of both worlds, we mean that we are enjoying an ideal situation, not that we literally have 2 worlds. Similarly, when poetic portions of the Bible speak of the corners of the earth, they are using a figure of speech to refer to the entire world. The book of Revelation uses a lot of symbolic language and non-literal descriptions. It doesn't make sense to interpret Revelation chapter 7 verse 1 in a hyper-literal way. In this verse, John simply states that during the tribulation, God will stop all the wind from blowing. The phrase 4 corners refers to the cardinal directions, i.e., north, south, east, and west. So, at God's command, all wind will cease. Psalm chapter 75 verse 3 quotes God saying, "The earth and all the inhabitants of it melt in tumultuous times. It is I who will steady its pillars." Selah. Passages like 1 Samuel chapter 2 verse 8 also refer to the earth's pillars, but this language should not be taken literally. 1 Samuel chapter 2 verse 8. He raises up the poor from the dust. He lifts up the needy from the ash heap, to make them sit with nobles, and inherit a seat of honor and glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he set the land on them. The book of Psalms and Hannah's song in 1 Samuel chapter 2 are metaphorical poetry describing the founding of the earth as the construction of a house. The issue is not whether the earth is flat or not, but rather that it belongs to God. He is the one who created it and guarantees its stability. His pillars will not move, and his roof will not collapse. Even when the moral order of the world seems to have crumbled, and people are overcome with fear, God will not withdraw his sustaining power completely. The phrase "the pillars of the earth" appears several times in the Bible. A closer look at the context reveals its meaning. It's important to understand that the phrase "the pillars of the earth" is not meant to be taken literally, but rather metaphorically. Just like how people today use the phrase "the four corners of the earth" without implying that the earth is square, the Bible uses the phrase "the pillars of the earth" without implying that the earth is flat or has actual pillars supporting it. While some translations, such as the New King James Version, English Standard Version, and New American Standard Bible, use the phrase "pillars of the earth," other translations simply use "the foundations of the earth." In Hannah's prayer of thanksgiving, she says, "The pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and on them he has set the world." 1 Samuel chapter 2, verse 8. Hannah observes that God has established and organized the world in its current form, and controls the fundamental elements that make it up. Her words evoke the image of a sturdy house. God is the builder of the earth, constantly upholding and supporting its continued existence. As the creator and sustainer of the world's pillars, God exercises power over every living thing. In the book of Job, the pillars of the earth are also mentioned. While responding to his friend Bildad, Job emphasizes on God's mighty power, which surpasses any human being's power and disqualifies them from contending with him. Job mentions that no man could answer God even once out of 1,000 times. Job chapter 9, verse 3. Job describes God as the one who has the power to overturn mountains and shake the earth out of its place, causing its pillars to tremble. Verse 6. Here, pillars refers to the rocky foundations of the earth which only God has the power to control. If he deems it necessary, he can cause an upheaval in the earth's foundations. In Psalm chapter 75, verse 3, Asaph quotes God, "When the earth totters and all its inhabitants, it is I who keep steady its pillars." The passage is about God's judgment of the wicked, which will happen at a time of his choosing. At that time, he will bring down the evildoer and exalt the righteous. The shaking pillars of the earth mentioned in the psalm appear to refer to the instability and unrest in society caused by the wicked. In Psalm chapter 75, verse 3, the word pillars could be referring to the righteous, whom God promises to keep from falling. This is in line with the idea that God will intervene and restore society to stability. The term pillars has been used to describe people in other biblical verses, like Psalm chapter 144, verse 12, Galatians chapter 2, verse 9, and Revelation chapter 3, verse 12. Galatians chapter 2, verse 9. And recognizing the grace that God had bestowed on me, James and Cephas, Peter and John, who were reputed to be pillars of the Jerusalem church, gave to me and Barnabas the right hand of fellowship, so that we could go to the Gentiles with their blessing, and they to the circumcised. Revelation chapter 3, verse 12. He who overcomes the world through believing that Jesus is the Son of God, I will make him a pillar in the temple of my God. He will most certainly never be put out of it, and I will write on him the name of my God, and the name of the city of my God, the new Jerusalem, which descends out of heaven from my God, and my own new name. When people use the phrase the pillars of the earth in the Bible, they are not providing a scientific description of the world's shape. The Bible does not teach that pillars, poles, or piers support the earth. The phrase the pillars of the earth is a poetic way to refer to the foundations. What do the references to the ends of the earth in Deuteronomy chapter 13 verse 7, Job chapter 28 verse 24, Psalm chapter 48 verse 10, Proverbs chapter 30 verse 4, and other passages in the Bible mean? Job chapter 28 verse 24, for he looks to the ends of the earth and sees everything under the heavens. Psalm chapter 48 verse 10, as is your name, O God, so is your praise to the ends of the earth. Your right hand is full of righteousness, rightness, justice. Does a reference to the ends of the earth suggest that the earth is flat with an edge? Deuteronomy chapter 13 verse 7 is used as an example of all the passages that we will look at. In this passage, Moses warns the people of the gods of the peoples who are around you, near you or far from you, from one end of the earth to the other. Deuteronomy chapter 13 verse 7. There are a couple of things that should be clarified regarding the phrase the ends of the earth, to demonstrate that it is not meant to be taken literally and does not refer to a flat earth. Firstly, this phrase, just like the four corners of the earth, is idiomatic. This means that we do not expect people to take it literally when we use it in conversation. Therefore, we should not force a literal interpretation on the ends of the earth. Secondly, when biblical writers talk about the ends of the earth, which is mentioned 28 times in the King James Version, they are simply referring to the farthest reaches of the inhabited world. The phrase the ends of the earth can sometimes refer to people rather than land. A good example of this is in Psalm chapter 67 verse 7, where it says, may God bless us still, so that all the ends of the earth will fear him. In this verse, the ends of the earth refers to the people who live in remote and faraway places. Also Psalm chapter 98 verse 3. He has graciously remembered his loving kindness and his faithfulness to the house of Israel. All the ends of the earth have witnessed the salvation of our God. Isaiah chapter 45 verse 22. Turn to me and be saved, all the ends of the earth, for I am God and there is no other. It is important to note that the phrase edge of the earth is a metaphorical expression and should not be taken literally to suggest that the earth has a physical edge. When used in other contexts, this phrase should also be interpreted figuratively. Furthermore, the Bible does not promote the notion that the earth is flat. The term earth in the Bible often refers to a portion of dry land surrounded by water, rather than the planet as a whole. The Bible verse Genesis chapter 1 verse 10 reads, God called the dry land earth, and the waters that were gathered together he called seas. This verse distinguishes earth from seas, indicating that it cannot be referring to the planet Earth. The Hebrew word for earth used in this verse is also used in Deuteronomy chapter 13 verse 7 and other similar passages. Although the Bible does not explicitly state that the earth is spherical, it also does not teach that the earth is flat. There are certain passages in the Bible that mention a spherical earth, such as Job chapter 26 verse 7 and Isaiah chapter 40 verse 22. Additionally, Job chapter 26 verse 10 describes God drawing a circular horizon, at the boundary of light and darkness, which suggests the presence of two hemispheres. The Bible does not endorse an unscientific or oversimplified view of the Earth and the solar system. There is no proof that the Bible advocates the notion of a flat Earth. Any passages that may seem to imply a flat Earth can be clarified when interpreted accurately. How can I recognize and understand biblical symbolism? The Bible's language is metaphorical, using everyday objects to symbolize spiritual truths. This is especially common in poetry and prophecy. Poetry heavily relies on figurative language and often uses symbols to declare the desirability and uniqueness of the subject. For instance, in the Song of Solomon, chapter 2, verse 2, when Solomon calls his bride a lily among thorns, he employs symbols to express her beauty and rarity. Similarly, prophecy also contains much figurative imagery. For example, Isaiah frequently used trees and forests as symbols of strength, as seen in Isaiah chapter 10 verses 18 through 19 and chapter 32 verse 19. In the book of Daniel, Daniel has a vision of a goat with a horn between its eyes. The goat came from the west and moved swiftly without touching the ground. Scholars interpret this vision as representing the kingdom of Greece and its king, Alexander the Great, who rapidly conquered a significant part of the world. Jesus used a lot of symbolism in his teachings. He referred to himself as a shepherd, a sower, a bridegroom, a door, a cornerstone, a vine, light, bread, and water. He also compared the kingdom of heaven to a wedding feast, a seed, a tree, a field, a net, a pearl, and yeast. There are many other symbols in the Bible that Jesus used in his teachings. Please note that a literal interpretation of the Bible may sometimes involve figurative language. There is a simple rule to follow to determine if a passage uses symbols. If the literal meaning of a passage leads to obvious absurdity, but a figurative meaning yields clarity, then it is likely that the passage is using symbols. For instance, in Exodus chapter 19 verse 4, God tells Israel, "I carried you on eagle's wings." If read literally, this statement would lead to absurdity. God did not use real eagles to airlift his people out of Egypt. Therefore, it is clear that the statement is symbolic. God is highlighting the swiftness and force with which he rescued the Israelites. This also reveals a principle of biblical interpretation. A symbol always represents a non-symbolic reality. This means that every figure of speech in the Bible has a factual basis to it, be it a real person, a genuine historical event, or a verifiable attribute. Here are a few symbols used in the Bible. Old Testament. Walk with God. To walk with someone is to live in fellowship and harmony with that person. When it comes to walking with God, it means living our lives according to the path He has set out for us, which involves obeying Him. This is because God can only live in a way that reflects His holy character. So walking with Him means aligning ourselves with His will. Dust, stars, sand. The Bible often uses metaphors to represent the descendants promised to Abraham, including physical, Jews and Arabs, and spiritual, those who live by faith. Galatians chapter 3 verse 7. Flowing with milk and honey. In the Old Testament, God frequently described Canaan as a land that was abundant in milk and honey. The phrase flowing with milk and honey symbolized the presence of fertile farmland, plentiful water sources, rich vegetation for dairy animals to graze on, and a variety of flowers for bees to produce honey. Milk and honey were considered to be two of the most valuable foods during that time, and a land that was flowing with these resources would have been highly desirable. Circumcised hearts. Circumcision was a physical sign of the covenant between God and the Jewish people. However, it was only an external change. What God truly desired was an internal change, a spiritual circumcision. To have a circumcised heart meant fully identifying with God. It's not sufficient to merely obey His word externally. We must also embody His teachings internally. Hearts of stone or flesh. A spiritually dead heart, depicted by a heart of stone, can't respond to God's grace. God promises to replace it with a living, loving heart that can follow Him. New Testament. Ramah and Rachel. Ramah, a small town located approximately 5 miles from Jerusalem, holds significant biblical importance. Rachel, one of Jacob's wives, was buried near Bethlehem according to Genesis chapter 35, verse 19. In the book of Jeremiah, the mourning of Ramah and the weeping of Rachel are used as metaphors of the sorrow experienced when Babylon conquered Judah and sent its people into exile. Matthew later references Jeremiah and expands on the metaphor. He applies it to King Herod's massacre of babies in Bethlehem, where Ramah symbolizes Bethlehem, and Rachel represents the grieving mothers who lost their children. Capstone. A capstone is a metaphorical term used to describe the crowning achievement or the finishing touch, often associated with Jesus. So, what does the Bible teach us of the earth? What does it mean that the earth was without form and void? Genesis chapter 1 verse 2. Genesis chapter 1 verse 1 states that in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. This fact is not surprising. However, the following statement in Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 has raised some questions. It says that the earth was without form and void. The Hebrew words used are tohu, which means without form or formless, and bohu, which is translated as void or empty. Therefore, Genesis chapter 1 verse 2 could be translated as it came about that the earth was without form and empty. Another truth that we know is the earth was judged before and will be judged again. Let us pray. Divine Lord, in your infinite wisdom and boundless love, we come before you seeking understanding of your sacred word, the Bible. As we embark on this journey of enlightenment, guide our hearts and minds, that we may grasp the profound truths within its pages. Grant us the humility to approach your word with reverence, recognizing its significance in shaping our lives. Help us set aside preconceived notions and open our hearts to receive the messages you have for us. May your Spirit illuminate the words of Scripture, revealing their deeper meanings and applications to our lives today. Help us to see beyond the surface, to discern the timeless truths that transcend cultures and generations. Grant us the gift of discernment, that we may distinguish between your truth and the distortions of human interpretation. Let us not be swayed by popular opinion or personal agendas, but anchor our understanding in your unwavering truth. Strengthen our faith as we encounter passages that challenge our beliefs or understanding. Teach us to wrestle with difficult concepts, knowing that through struggle comes growth and deeper insight into your ways. Help us to approach your word with a spirit of humility and teachability, recognizing that we are but finite beings, seeking to comprehend the infinite wisdom of your divine revelation. Give us eyes to see and ears to hear, that we may perceive the hidden treasures within Scripture. Let its words resonate in our hearts and transform our lives, leading us closer to you and shaping us into the image of your Son, Jesus Christ. Grant us the courage to apply what we learn, to live out the principles of love, mercy, and justice that are woven throughout your word. Empower us to be doers of the word, not just hearers, as we seek to bring your kingdom values to bear in our daily lives. In moments of confusion or doubt, may your peace, which surpasses all understanding, guard our hearts and minds. Remind us of your faithfulness throughout history and in our own lives, reassuring us that you are always present to guide and sustain us. As we delve into the depths of Scripture, let us not forget the ultimate purpose of our study, to know you more intimately and to make you known to others. May our understanding of your word lead to a deeper relationship with you and a greater passion for sharing your love with the world. In all things, may your name be glorified as we seek to live according to your word and fulfill the purpose for which you have created us. Amen.
There is currently a very large exodus happening from the flat earth community. And there is something very significant about it that people must be aware of. Now, before I get to that, I've now lost count of how many people have contacted me, thanking me for creating the final experiment and helping them see the truth of not only the globe we live on, but more importantly, the reality of the community they were a part of. Here are just a few of the messages I've received. The impact of what you did with TFE will be talked about for many, many generations. It truly was historic on so many levels. I'm so thankful that I could see the truth with it all. Thanks again, Will. And then this one. Hi, Will. Just catching up on all your videos and just wanted to reach out and say thank you for making the TFE possible. It has changed my life. Your efforts have a ripple effect that is touching more lives than you know. My family and I are extremely grateful for you. God bless you and yours. All the best. And then one more. Hello, Will. Just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate the final experiment, and I can see how necessary it was to show the truth about our world. My husband and I were into FE for over 2 years, and we are so happy to be out of this cult. There were so many things that have been brought to our awareness that we didn't realize before, but it's so clear now. Jaron Campanella has a new series on his channel Jeranism called WWF, which stands for We Were Flat. He interviews those who are no longer flat Earth. So check those out and you can hear their stories and how they originally got into flat Earth and everything that contributed to them finally seeing the truth and getting out. Now, all of this is very encouraging, and it's what I hoped would happen when I originally created TFE. But something very disturbing is happening, and everyone needs to be aware of it. I honestly should have seen this coming because it happened to me when I revealed myself as the creator of TFE. But I didn't think it would happen to those who were actual flat earthers and in the community, some of them for almost a decade. And this behavior should send shivers down your spine and be a wake-up call to anyone who is still caught up in the lie of flat Earth. When I went public as the man behind TFE, immediately, flat earthers started calling me a fake pastor. They tried to find dirt on me and created complete fabrications about me in order to discredit me and TFE any way they could. Now, what's absolutely insane about that is that TFE was an equal opportunity for both sides, flat and globe, to prove their side. I created what I think is the greatest opportunity in the history of flat Earth for them to prove that the claims they had been making for years were true. And instead of the flat Earth community getting excited about this, they instead attacked me, called me a shill, called me fake this and fake that, and worst of all, fabricated stories about me without a shred of truth in them. Now, if you don't see what all that means, if it's not immediately clear to you why the flat Earth community chose to react to TFE in that way, keep listening, because you need to hear this. And you need to understand what this means. Nothing may be more important for you to hear today. When flat earthers who said for years that a 24-hour sun was impossible on a flat Earth, and that there was no South Celestial Pole, and there was no geographic South Pole, and that the sun would set in a northerly direction if you were south of the Tropic of Capricorn, and so many other claims that were all proven completely wrong by TFE. When these flat earthers, starting with Jaron, admitted they were wrong, admitted that the AE map was wrong, acknowledged that the Earth cannot be flat, and that we indeed live on a globe, what happened to them? In any normal situation, people would just reach out to them and ask them if they could talk to them to learn more about why they've changed their mind. That's what a normal person would do. So is that what happened? Not exactly. What actually happened is nothing short of disturbing. Flat earthers, including those who were longtime friends of those now admitting they were wrong about flat Earth, they started making up false stories about these people who simply admitted they were wrong about flat Earth. You are hearing this correctly. They didn't reach out to their longtime friends. No calls, no texts, no attempts at hearing their perspective. Instead, they fabricated false stories about them and started spreading them around the community. How could someone treat another human being like this? There is nothing normal about this behavior at all. This feels very cult-like to me. And let me give you some examples of what I'm talking about so you can see just how terrible this is. Jaron was told by multiple people since returning from Antarctica that he has been compromised and took a deal and sold out, and to watch him carefully because he is probably going to get a new house, one with a pool. Now, here's what makes me really angry. Prior to TFE, many of you know that it was exposed that Flat Earth Dave's app, the Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app, had little to no security on it, and practically anyone could access user data on it, including your password and home address. Now, when this happened, prior to TFE, Jaron told Dave Weiss that since his personal info was leaked, he would probably have to now move, but Jaron tried to stay positive about it and said maybe he could find an affordable place to live that had a pool. Are you starting to see how nefarious this is? So things that these former flat earthers previously said are now being used as evidence that they are compromised, when in reality, it's just things they were already going to do and had expressed to some people close to them. You see, this has never been and will never be about truth. TFE is proof of that. If flat Earth was about truth, the entire flat earth community would have jumped for joy at the chance for flat earthers to go on fully paid trips to Antarctica to prove their claim that there is no 24-hour sun. That in and of itself proves the flat earth community as a whole is not in search of truth. But this right here, this goes to a much deeper level, and it's despicable. This is about taking information you know about someone, including the truth behind this information, and then creating a false narrative, a complete lie, so that when it does happen, your lie that they are compromised and paid off will be believed. This is about as low as it gets. And here's the crazy thing. This isn't just one person doing this. I can't keep up with all the fabricated stories coming out of the flat earth community. Flat Earth Banjo posted this, putting words in my mouth and calling it Amazon The Volume Studios, implying we were in a studio, not in Antarctica. He calls Jaron a shill and falsely claims Jaron said the sun sets when everyone knows he actually said since. Now, if that wasn't bad enough, Flat Earth Banjo created an AI video with my image and my voice, which says that Jaron was paid to lie and that Austin Whitsitt was in on it and agreed to stay flat earth to make the whole thing believable. How is this acceptable behavior to any flat earther? I can't find any flat earthers decrying all of this horrible behavior and standing up for what is right. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Flat earth is not about what's right or what's true. Patricia Steer, she is one of the longtime flat earthers who has now left flat earth, and she recently bought a new car. Now, she's entitled to do that, as we all are, but the flat earth community is now using that against her, claiming that it's evidence she was paid off. Again, this is cult-like behavior, and if you can't see that, you're probably in the cult. This is no way to treat another human being. This is master manipulation, although that sounds too nice. This is cold and calculated evil. That's what this is. So what is Jaron supposed to do now? If he moves, which he wants to do, then all the gullible people will automatically believe the lie that he's been compromised and paid off. So he's essentially stuck. He's under house arrest now because of the actions of flat earthers. And what do other flat earthers do? Can they no longer buy a new car because a false narrative will be created and propagated about them that they sold their soul for money? I'm stunned that this is going on, and I honestly cannot wait to get out of all of this. I'm already planning a farewell live stream, and that will be the end for me. And another completely fabricated story was recently created about 3 specific people who have recently left Flat Earth: ROBBIE Davidson, Patricia Steer, and Paul on the Plane. And this one is so bad, it has led to legal action against the Flat Earthers spreading this lie about them, which they have no evidence for because it's nothing more than a made-up story. Marty Leeds, a flat earther who refers to me as a mother effer, and I don't even know the guy, he made a video that was quickly shared all around the flat earth community and even mirrored on flat earth channels like Taboo Conspiracy. Now, Ben, if you really are a lawyer as you claim to be, I'm in shock that a lawyer, a real lawyer, would promote a video making egregious claims without any evidence. And I know you haven't seen any evidence because all of this was completely fabricated. And Marty Leeds' video insinuated that these 3 former flat earthers, ROBBIE, Patricia, and Paul, committed SEC violations, and that they escaped punishment, including jail time, in exchange for flipping back to the globe.
They had a podcast. They had a YouTube channel. They were told, guess what? You guys were violating SEC violations. And we'll get into that, okay? And this is so, all you have to do here, ladies and gentlemen, is follow the money. This is an age-old tactic, right? It's like, how do you get to the bottom of this stuff? Well, just follow where the money goes. Money goes to one specific place. Next thing you know, all of them come out. Flat Earth is a cult. An SEC violation, Security and Exchange Committee, something like that, right? Has the threat of one violation up to 25 years in prison or jail or whatever. Doesn't even matter. And so then I guess the question is, if they're fully admitting that they were engaged in SEC violations and that somebody got to them, why weren't they charged?
Notice how he puts a picture of Patricia's new car as he says these things. To set the record straight, and again, I have to make this video because the flat earth community is not about truth. Robbie Davidson, Patricia Steer, and Paul on the Plane were never under investigation by the SEC. They didn't take a deal to avoid jail time, and they weren't paid off by anyone. These false narratives are created in order to keep the false narrative of flat earth alive. That is why these false narratives are created. It is simply to keep the false narrative of flat earth alive. When you don't have actual evidence for a flat earth, and when you don't have answers for the observations and experiments that came from TFE, what else can you do? Apparently, this is what else you can do. And it sickens me, honestly. Go ahead and believe whatever you want to believe in. Not a big deal. But to stoop this low and do this to people who have done nothing wrong is horrendous. Thankfully, these three decided to stand up for themselves and issued a cease and desist to Marty Leeds, Flat Earth Dave, and Mark Sargent. Marty Leeds has since removed his video and issued a public apology. Although he buried his apology by immediately uploading about 20 new videos on top of it, but I will put a link to his apology in the description below. If Marty Leeds even had a shred of evidence that these three had committed SEC violations or were under investigation by the SEC or took a deal from the government in exchange for flipping back to the globe, he wouldn't remove his video or issue an apology. But it was all completely made up. And you can get in trouble for doing that kind of stuff. Now, Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss have not followed Marty's lead as best I can tell. Mark seems to be doubling down and asking for a legal battle.
It's not going to happen. I am going to keep talking about this moving forward. If you want to throw me in jail, please try to do it. I would love to see you try. You will turn this into a circus. And the best part about it is you're going to end up paying for it while you're doing it.
I would love to see that one, in all honesty, but I know that only the real winners will be the lawyers involved. And Flat Earth Dave continues to spread the lies.
But then three other earthers that were kind of just in retirement pretty much, were just like not talking flat earth. They all came out on the same day. They flipped with the exact same script, the exact same talking points. Weird, right? But all three of them were involved in pushing a crypto coin several years ago. And they had their own show that stopped abruptly when the SEC came after them. And so they were never charged, right? Because a lot of people, including myself, lost significant amounts of money. And each one of those violations comes with 25 years in prison, consecutive, right? Perhaps, I can't think of a better explanation, that they were told that they need to flip, have these talking points. They came out with the same talking points on the same day, throwing out everything. So again, if something's real, there would be evidence. There's no evidence of the globe. I offer 3 Bitcoins still to this day for 1 globe proof, and there's none. The globe, well, he's not going to pay anyway. The final experiment is proof. It's not proof.
Speaking of Flat Earth Dave, he likes to say during his interviews that he will gladly pay 3 Bitcoins for just 1 globe proof, and then says no one can even give just 1 globe proof to get 3 Bitcoins. Well, guess what? That's just another lie. And how many flat earthers fell for it? How many flat earthers believed that if there was even 1 globe proof, then they would simply give it to Flat Earth Dave and collect 3 Bitcoins? Too many to count. Well, I'm going to let you in on a little something going on behind the scenes. Flat Earth Dave was given a globe proof about a month ago. And this was an official submission for his public 3 Bitcoin challenge. And Flat Earth Dave won't pay up. Why is that, Dave? You know it's a globe proof. You know it's impossible on a flat earth. In fact, Flat Earth Dave won't even acknowledge this submission. Why is that, Dave? Oh yeah, because your challenge is not real. It's just another lie. Maybe this will also turn into a legal battle. Are you ready for that, Dave? I am. Okay, so if I want to go to the South Pole, how do I get there on a flat earth?
By going to it.
Buckle up for this one. It is so rare that I see something so dishonest that I've got to stop what I'm doing in the middle of the week. I normally make my videos on a weekend, but to stop in the middle of a week to make a video on something is extremely rare. You know what you're about to see is special when it comes to flat earth dishonesty. It is absolutely incredible, and it all involves these 2 men here.
So extremely hot that any ship would vaporize from the heat before it got anywhere near the sun's surface.
Yeah. That's Flatzoid learning about the sun from a children's cartoon, and he's already perhaps considered by many to be the most dishonest flat earther on the internet. And then there's this man here, Pastor Will Duffy. This is Will Duffy, a man who led an expedition down to Antarctica, taking flat earthers with him so they could see for themselves the 24-hour sun in action. This caused an absolute exodus of flat earthers from the flat earth scam. So well done, Will Duffy. Now, for anybody who's got an ounce of intellectual honesty, they would realise that this 24-hour sun absolutely destroys the idea of a flat earth. But Flatzoid and his crew, they don't fall into that category. So Will Duffy bobbed over to ask them a very simple question.
I was watching one of your old videos where you were talking about flights to the South Pole.
Yeah.
And you said that they fly to the South Pole, but then they change direction.
Yes.
Where are they flying to before they change direction?
To the South Pole.
He's gonna say the South Pole, of course.
Where is the South Pole?
Now, before we look at Flatzoid's hilarious sequence of dishonest ducks and dives to this very simple question, I want to thank Where's Wally and recommend everybody goes and subscribes to his channel. He's the man who first spotted this video and suggested that I should perhaps cover it. Thank you very much for that, Where's Wally. And secondly, for those people who aren't really sure why this question is a problem for flat earthers, I've put this together. It's 60 seconds long. Feel free to skip it. Will Duffy really wants to go to the South Pole, and here it is, the ceremonial South Pole. It's a stick in the ground. It's about 100 meters away from the geographical South Pole. So for the purpose of this video, we're going to treat them as being the same place. The problem is, Will is confused about how to get there, because people like Flatzoid have been saying the Earth is flat. And if the Earth is flat and you start off at the North Pole, any direction you head is south. So it is pointless to say to somebody, head south and you'll get to the South Pole. That doesn't make any sense. For example, if the South Pole is over here, it makes more sense to say, head to Australia and keep going. If it's over here, head to the bottom of Africa and keep going. And if it's over here, get your swimming boots on and keep going. Simple as that. So all Flatzoid needs to do is give him a little bit more information than simply head south. And I'm sure Flatzoid and his team will be able to deliver that no problem. And if you've ever seen my videos and you know me by now, then you'll know I mean the exact opposite of that. Of course, they're going to have no hope at all. In fact, I think they'd have better luck trying to force a marshmallow into a money box with a hammer. So here is just some of the hilarious ducks, dives, and dishonest dodges to what should be a relatively easy question. Enjoy.
Where is the South Pole?
It's a ceremonial place.
And where is it?
At the ceremonial South Pole place where they put the pole up.
And where is it that they put the pole up?
In Antarctica.
But where in Antarctica? You guys make Antarctica so big. Where is it? I want to find it on a map.
At the ceremonial South Pole.
Okay, so if I want to go to the South Pole, how do I get there on a flat Earth?
By going to it.
I want to know where the South Pole is on a flat Earth, just so you guys know.
In Antarctica, 90 degrees south.
Hey,
that's wherever they placed the ceremonial South Pole.
You guys talked about a ceremonial pole?
Yes, that people made like a pole and they stuck it in the ground and said, this we shall call the ceremonial South Pole.
Where is it?
In Antarctica.
Where?
90 degrees south.
Okay, Flatzoid, you're going to regret this. For example, if it's over here, then I would need to go to Australia first or something to get there. I wouldn't want to go to South America first. So I need to know where it is.
It's just 90 degrees south. So what's the problem?
No. Two people at the North Pole could go in the exact opposite direction. Mm-hmm. They both would not end up in the same place.
Yeah, because it's flat Earth.
Why would they?
So how do you get to the South Pole?
By going to 90 degrees south.
Now, I often mock flat earthers for, getting stuck in revolving doors or getting confused about the symbols on the buttons of a calculator. And of course, all those things are perfectly true. But in this instance, I really, really cannot believe that Flatzoid can't get his head around what Will is saying. This is the most dishonest deflection I have ever seen in my entire life, brought on obviously by cognitive dissonance and absolute panic. But Will is a patient guy, and eventually he gets somewhere.
Everyone in the world knows where the South Pole is except flat earthers. Everyone can show where the South Pole is on a map except flat earthers. Flat Earth is finished.
No, we definitely know where it is.
And though we have it, Will's patience has paid off. Flatzoid now says, no, we do know where it is. And he gets one of his team members to tell Will. And after all this nonsense about saying, just go south, just go 90 degrees south, just go to Antarctica, his teammate is obviously going to come up with something different. His teammate isn't going to repeat the same mantra. His teammate is going to give us a straightforward answer. I'm sure you all can't wait to hear it. Here it is.
Easy answer. When you are on the, let's say, North Pole, whatever direction you go south.
Yeah, there you go.
Only kidding. Of course he wasn't going to give us a different answer. Of course he was just going to say, just head south. Because when you're a flat earther and you're presented with a question that you don't know the answer to, such as, where is the South Pole on a flat earth? Or what is 3 + 1? It doesn't matter what answer you give. All that matters is that you have an answer to give. Some kind of soundbite. Whether you just simply say over and over again, just head south, or whether you simply say over and over again, show me bendy water. It doesn't matter, because to a flat earther, as long as you have something to say, you are in the debate and you are doing well.
If I want to get there as quickly as possible, which continent would I start in? Would I start in Africa, South America, or Australia?
Doesn't really matter which one's closer.
Well, which one of those continents is closer to the ceremonial South Pole?
I'm guessing Chile.
Yes, because you guys don't know. So that is an incorrect answer. So.
Well done, Will Duffy. But Flatzoid, he didn't like being told what he didn't know. Instead, Flatzoid decided to say, I tell you what, I'm going to show you exactly what I don't know. And in this instance, he didn't know how a globe works. And more specifically, what he didn't realise is, on a globe, you do only have to just go south to get to the singular point, which is the South Pole. In fact, he was so desperate to show us how little he understood about that very, very simple fact that he decided to say this.
If you fly from, even on your globe, from Australia to go to the South Pole, you don't just travel directly south. You travel southeast. If you travel from Chile, you travel southwest.
Now, at this point, Flatzoid had a power cut and could no longer appear on stream, so Will Duffy was left speaking to his teammates. And unfortunately, they weren't faring much better.
Roger, where's the ceremonial pole in the ice?
It's at a location, dude. It says particular. I don't have it right off the hand, so I can look it up.
I'm just exposing you guys for not doing your research. You should know where
we
that.
don't research it because we're not worried about it, because it's not a real place, dude. It's not an actual place on a ball.
But after a while, Roger loosened up, and he no longer wanted to say that the South Pole was just at a specific particular place. He decided he was going to open up and start to give a little bit more detail.
So here's my next question: is that little peninsula that they call Antarctica, is that at the bottom of the ball?
It's not at the South Pole.
Well, that's where the South Pole ceremonial place is. The archipelago right down there at the bottom. Yeah, yeah, it's right. It's on their map.
Roger, you're helping me. You're helping me.
How? That's not.
And he was helping us in the absence of Flatzoid due to his power cut. He's now about to tell us exactly where the South Pole is on a flat Earth. I can't wait for the answer. Will can't wait for the answer. And I'm sure you can't wait for the answer. But unfortunately, that is exactly where the stream ended due to a power cut at Flatzoid's house. It's all very complicated for me. But in the comments section, Flatzoid's habit of dishonestly ducking and diving questions lives on. As Jedi Tech says, notice how Duffy never mentions a final experiment because he knows it's falling apart. Quite the statement, until he's asked by Brandon, 1708, where is the evidence of it being fake then? Now, despite being asked for evidence for his claim, this is a case of monkey see, monkey do, as Jedi Tech has obviously learnt from Master Flatzoid. He's been asked a question, and the only response he was ever going to give is this. Of course, the answer is, he won't entertain an answer. He won't give an answer, because unless you agree with him in the first place, you simply don't deserve an answer from him. So it seems that the best answer we are ever going to get from Flatzoid and his dishonest crew about how do we get to the South Pole on a flat Earth is this.
Okay, so if I want to go to the South Pole, how do I get there on a flat Earth?
By going to it.
Anyway, well done, Will Duffy. I will be interviewing him on the 7th of March, which is a Friday at 9 p.m. UK time. Where's Wally's channel and Will Duffy's Final Experiment channel are both linked in the description. Something different today, just a short little one that I thought I would knock out on a weeknight. And hopefully I'll be back with something a little bit more like my old self at the weekend. Goodbye.
Where is the South Pole?
It's a ceremonial place.
And where is it?
At the ceremonial South Pole place where they put the pole up.
And where is it that they put the pole up?
In Antarctica.
But where in Antarctica? You guys make Antarctica so big. Where is it? I want to find it on a map.
At the ceremonial South Pole.
Okay, so if I want to go to the South Pole, how do I get there on a flat Earth?
By going to it.
I want to know where the South Pole is on a flat Earth, just so you guys know.
In Antarctica, 90 degrees south.
Hey,
that's wherever they placed the ceremonial South Pole.
You guys talked about a ceremonial pole.
Yes, that people made like a pole and they stuck it in the ground and said, this we shall call the ceremonial South Pole.
Where is it?
In Antarctica.
Where?
90 degrees south.
Okay, Flatzoid, you're going to regret this. For example, if it's over here, then I would need to go to Australia first or something to get there. I wouldn't want to go to South America first. So I need to know where it is.
It's just 90 degrees south. So what's the problem?
No. Two people at the North Pole could go in the exact opposite direction. Mm-hmm. They both would not end up in the same place.
Yeah, because it's flat Earth, dude.
Why would they?
So how do you get to the South Pole?
By going to 90 degrees south.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Hey guys, welcome back to Fight the Flat Earth. I've got a surprise video for you today and a special guest with me. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Adam Joseph Dowdy, or I was known as Adam Joseph Dowdy on my former YouTube channel that after I left Flat Earth, I just deleted and shut down.
Okay. Obviously, Adam is someone who was involved with Flat Earth, and saw the light and has come out of it. And I thought that was very interesting because so many flat earthers that I speak to are of the opinion of once you go flat, you never go back. And so I wanted to speak to Adam to find out his opinions and his thoughts on why he got into flat earth and then why he got out of it. So thank you, Adam, for doing this. Thank you very, very much. I do appreciate that. The first thing I'd like to ask you is what got you exposed to the flat earth idea in the first place?
Well, I had a YouTube channel, that YouTube channel for a while. I did music and stuff on it. And then I was doing later on, years later, just Bible studies and stuff, just simple stuff, not really looking for a following or anything. And I came across Tiger Dan, 925, and he had mentioned in a video about flat Earth, and I was kind of interested. So I kind of looked through scripture, and then he talked about it more, and then I thought, okay, it seems like it is biblical to me, and I kind of went for it, and then I started uploading videos about flat Earth, what I found in scripture, and really followed Tiger Dan pretty much,
So
which is interesting. Yeah.
Would you say it was the scripture and the way that you were introduced to the scripture that made you think that flat Earth was a possibility?
Yeah, I did, because you look at some scripture, only, if I don't think it's actually saying that necessarily, but about the immovable Earth or the sun being in a circuit and stuff, and you kind of start to see, like Isaiah, like it is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. So you start thinking maybe that a flat Earth map is, maybe that's what it is, like a circle or something. So you start using confirmation bias, and you start seeing it, like me as a Christian, because that's what really got into me before I started, people at P900s and all these other so-called experiments.
Choice.
Yeah, whatever. Or they have the P1000 now and stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Scripture was kind of the gateway for me. And I made the mistake of confusing one thing. I started seeing it as a doctrine. So you got that flat Earth doctrine rather than, it doesn't actually say, it doesn't at all. So I started making a doctrine out of flat Earth pretty much.
Was there any particular specific point that made you think that, oh yes, this is definitely true?
I don't know. It's just something that I gradually just started to believe. And then when, it's out there, Patricia Steer asked me if I would come on her show, I thought to myself, well, maybe it's, I don't know, I'm wondering if I'm called to do this, should I do this? So I was really flattered. So it kind of made me feel like special, because I felt, so I felt it confirmed something to me. Anyways.
What kind of experiences did you have within the flat Earth community?
Wow. It was like a year or so of like, I was impressed at one thing, that my YouTube channel grew so fast, and I had a lot of people following me. Like I never felt that important before. So why are these people following me? And
so you felt you had a voice.
I felt like I had a voice, even though I was getting kind of burnt out from a lot of the hate. But at the same time, the hate actually fueled me to want to even go more. The trolls and that. So.
Yeah, absolutely. Apart from Tiger Dan, was there anyone else that helped you find this? Think that this was real?
You know what? In a strange way, even though he didn't mean to, and he doesn't even support flat Earth, is Kent Hovind.
Right. Okay.
Because I in the 90s, in the mid 90s, I was in high school, and I went to a Kent Hovind seminar, and he gave his creation speech, and he did a debate at the university in town here and that. So I saw all that, and then he went. I don't know if you know who he is, but he went to prison. That even though he doesn't support it, I started noticing around that time that he got out of prison, and all these people were trying to get him to at least look at flat Earth or a geocentric Earth or whatever like that. So, but he kept like shooting them down and putting them down. So even though he was like against it, the fact that he was putting it down so hard made me believe it even more.
Right.
It sounds weird.
Fair enough. So at what point within your experience within flat Earth did you start to doubt the whole flat Earth thing?
I was so sold out to it. I was so sold out to it. I didn't, not till the end. I had some family members that really cared about me and everything, and I basically went out of it cold turkey. Like I was out of it. I remember, it sounds stupid, like it pretty well does, but it's like, it's kind of like getting out of a cult, and I was shaking. I was literally shaking. Like I felt like I was going through attention withdrawals because I liked the attention, and just getting out of that, like it was weird. I just went cold turkey with help of others. Like I would never have got out by myself. I don't
So would you say it was the help of others that was the thing that actually allowed you to get out of it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you think you could have ever left it on your own?
Oh, I don't know. I think, see, where I was heading, I was really burnt out, and I felt the burnt out because I kept getting calls going hangouts and stuff. Sometimes I'd sit down. It's crazy because I go on Flat Earth and Other Hot Potatoes, and I'd sit there and I don't even know what they're talking about. It's like, I thought we were talking about Flat Earth, and they're bringing all these other topics I don't know anything about. How the heck am I even an expert at that? I don't even research this stuff. So I started feeling like really insecure. Like, what is this all about? So I don't think I doubted that. Because of that, I started feeling really burnt out, like exhausted emotionally.
Okay. The way you described it as a cult, I think that's quite an accurate description. Would you see Flat Earth as something that is dangerous?
I would think so, because it's like you get so wrapped up in it that you can't see anything else. And the only way I can describe it is like a fantasy land. You know, it's like you're playing Dungeons and Dragons, and it's like you're in this fantasy world, and it's like you're moving up in the ranks, and these people depend on you, and without them they can't go on. You start feeling like that. So yeah, if that answered your question.
Whilst you were within the cult, did you have a niggling doubt in the back of your mind? Was there ever a point that you were 100% convinced, or was there always something in the back of your mind that was like, this isn't quite right?
It was, you know what? Okay, I can answer your question, I think. Now that because I stepped away from Flat Earth cold turkey, and I didn't really look at it for a while. And what I was experiencing, I think, is cognitive dissonance. Because in my mind, I'm totally sold out. Like totally sold out. You know, I'm getting burnt out, I'm experiencing this, but in my heart I kept feeling like, walk away, you need to leave, don't be a part of this. So I felt like a huge conflict between my mind and my heart, I guess you could say. I really was, even though I was 100% in my mind, 100% sold out. So there's flat earthers kind of like I was. If they were that involved, I wouldn't doubt that they're experiencing the same thing.
Do you think that the Flat Earth movement has been gaining momentum recently?
I think it has, and I don't know why.
No, I'm the same. I don't know why.
I can say this. Okay, I watched. I don't know if you know who Mike Hoggart is, but he was what guy I used to watch for years, and now he's starting to have videos about why he doesn't believe the scripture supports flat Earth, and they're really good. Like they're really good and just logical. Go through scripture that it doesn't actually say, and everything. But sorry, I faded out.
That's all right. From a Christian standpoint, then. Is there any in the Bible that you can see that is telling you that it's flat, or is it just all misinterpretations?
Sorry, I know what I was going to say. Sorry,
carry on.
Yeah. I'm losing my train of thought.
That's all right.
He said one thing, Mike Hoggart, that the reason why, and he made a good point, which was true to me in one of his last few videos, is that it's hard to reason with a flat earther, even with logic, because it's in their heart.
Right.
And it really is, like it's in there, and it's not going anywhere. And I think that's very true.
So it is a belief, then, something that
it is a belief
outside of logic.
Which is weird, because you're told that, okay, when you first enter flat Earth, you kind of believe that I was raised in a lie. Oh, the heliocentric model, NASA's a lie. You watch Jeranism and everything, NASA's a lie. They're lying to us. The heliocentric model is all that bad, and we were brainwashed. Well, okay, But then you go into something else, it's brainwashing too. It's like, if your eyes are truly opened, okay, if you have the truth of something that you really believe in, then why do you have to go to something else then? You know, that isn't true. You know, it's like you leave one thing that you think at the time is lies, and then you go directly into something else that's way worse by far.
One of my opinions about flat earthers is that one of the reasons they hold on to it so deeply is that because they feel special because they know something that other people don't. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, narcissism.
Narcissism. That's the perfect way to put it.
Narcissism.
Absolutely.
Because I kind of felt like that. I remember sharing with some people at work about it, and they kind of made fun of me a bit, some of them. But I kind of felt like, well, I know something, and it's crazy. Like I don't know if you're a Christian or not, but as a Christian, we're supposed to believe that, and I believe this, and it's faith. You can't prove it, but the greatest truth we have is Jesus. Yet for some reason I thought, oh, there's something greater than that. It's flat Earth, you know?
Yeah.
It's really messed up. It's messed up.
Okay. So what advice would you have for people that are looking into flat Earth but aren't really sure?
Before you get into something like that, like Mark Sargent said something that's really true. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He said, oh, you watched it. He said this years ago, and I'm pretty sure all the guy does is repeat himself. He has nothing new. He just regurgitates the same old vomit.
Oh yeah.
But what he said was, it's like a marble in your head. You know, you watch a Flat Earth Clues and you'll make fun of it, but it's like a marble in a paint can, and eventually you'll believe it's true. And I think there's a lot of truth to what he says. It's like, I think don't even look at it. Like, don't even look at it, because as strong as you think you are, a lot of people don't understand real science.
Mm-hmm.
They don't understand why science at this point has come to the conclusions they have. I mean, they're still learning about things. I'm sure 100 years from now it'll be totally different because they're learning.
Obviously.
But they're not educated in why things are the way they are to begin with. So you walk into flat Earth, you know, and all these concepts that they teach you, and you're not grounded in why they believe what they believe. So it's easy to get drawn into that.
Right.
Because you don't even know what you're talking about to begin with.
That's perfect. That's exactly the kind of thoughts that I have. I think the last question that I would really ask you is that, do you ever consider going back and looking into it? Is there ever any thoughts in your mind that maybe you've left something that is true, or are you completely convinced now that the Earth is a globe?
Oh, it's a globe of some kind. It's not it's not flat. There's definitely a curve, and I think there's a lot of evidence for that. Like on that, can you pronounce me? Non sequitur
show.
Non sequitur. I always have a hard time saying. I saw that debate with Jaron, and it's like, I've watched a lot of debates and things because I think that they do the best job. I don't always agree with like everything, but I think as far as their debate format, there's nothing like it right now. I mean, you can watch
Non sequitur show is
I love their
brilliant.
show.
I got put on the Non sequitur show the other week, and I was ecstatic that they had me on there. So
it's the best show. I just love watching it because you have Nathan Oakley who has debates, but they're just nonsense. It's just
Nathan Oakley's it's not debates. I've been in his room a couple of times on different accounts, and both times I was banned within 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm. It's just nonsense.
No,
that's all it is.
I've offered to debate Nathan Oakley, but he won't come out behind his mute button.
Mm-hmm.
So,
but my point was, like, you have Jaron and these other people on a boat in Flat Earth.
Yeah.
You know, and you have like Red's Rhetoric and some others that just totally like just slam them. Like there's no doubt. It's not even like Jaron had one good point that couldn't be refuted. Yet he goes back to his channel. He goes back to Globebusters, and they believe him. Yeah. And it's like, you did your best, buddy. You did your best. No, you didn't. You lost because you have nothing.
Got destroyed. Yeah, absolutely.
He was destroyed. Like, my God. I don't know if I would have saw that years ago. I don't know what would have gone through my mind. You know, definitely there's got to be. If you really believe in flat Earth and you're really honest with yourself after debates like those, and you still believe in flat Earth, you have to have some serious cognitive dissonance going on. You have to be somehow messed up inside.
So, the fact that people like Jeranism are still going after 3 years of solidly looking into flat Earth, you know, there's no way that in it, you know, he can really believe it still with all the things that's been proved wrong to him. So do you think that part of the flat earth movement is just people trying to make money, or, you know, just trying to keep their YouTube going?
I don't know. Like, I can't claim to know all the agenda, everything that goes on, but it's like, you look at people like him, it's like, what's he doing? I know I was in Hangouts with him because I would talk to him on Skype, and I was in some Hangouts with him, and I got to know him a little bit, at least whatever he was presenting in front of me.
Yeah.
And he seems more of a Gnostic. Like, he's trying to get some Gnostic message across rather than even flat Earth. I think that's more important to him.
Yeah.
So maybe he's using flat Earth or debunking NASA to springboard something else he really wants to talk about, or he's a part of a group of people that had some really twisted agenda. I really don't know. I don't know.
I think Globebusters definitely have a twisted agenda.
Well, it seems like it. Yeah, it does. Yeah.
Well, Adam, I think I'm going to leave it there. I want to say thank you very, very much for coming on and talking to me. I really do appreciate that. You've got a new YouTube channel now. Do you want to promote that quickly?
Well, I don't do much on it. It's that clear cognition, and I'm going to start getting music again because I used to love that, and I deleted my channel. And I lost all that stuff that I had on there. So I'm just working on new music. And I think I'm going to go more into that and put a few things on about flat Earth. But I think it's tough because I think when you deal with flat Earth, even if you come against it, sometimes you could draw people to believe it because they'll look at the other side. And if they're not stable in their mind, they could get sucked right into that. And who knows from there, right?
Okay. Well, thank you very much, Adam. I hope to speak to you soon again, and good luck with everything that you're going to do.
All right. Thanks, man.
Thanks very much.
We're living on a disk, floating through space, with a tiny sun.
Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024, when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey to Antarctica with me, Will Duffy. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the south to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, which served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we do not live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat earth. If they say that flat earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat earth is impossible because a flat earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every single day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat earth map and there is no working flat earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat earth does not exist. Because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist. And you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat earth. This brings us to South Pole flights. Every single year, flights depart from multiple continents and head south, and they all end up at the exact same geographic location, the South Pole. This not only confirms the globe, but it would also be impossible on a flat earth. Before we dive into South Pole flights, it's crucial to point out that the South Pole itself refutes flat earth. There cannot be a geographic South Pole on a flat earth, as south on a flat earth is all directions away from the North Pole. So south on a flat earth gets bigger and bigger indefinitely, whereas on a globe, everything south of the equator gets smaller and smaller and closer together, eventually coming to a single point, the geographic South Pole. In our South Pole video, in the Final Experiments series, we show how this special privileged place on the globe is the only place in the world where the right to left 24-hour sun does not change elevation angle, and where the south celestial pole is directly above the observer. In this video, we are going to look again at this special privileged place on the globe where all flights heading due south in the southern hemisphere will all meet up at the same geographic location, the South Pole. Here, flat earther Karen B. describe this as a real final experiment.
Well, my idea that I've been saying for the real final experiment, what it should have been, is they should have had 3 different teams, and they should have had one team leave from Australia to Antarctica, and one from South America to Antarctica, and one from Africa, South Africa to Antarctica, because all 3 of these places advertise that they have trips to the South Pole, and from your trip to the South Pole, you can pay extra to go to the actual geographic South Pole from all 3 of these places. So if they really wanted to end it, they could take 3 different teams and leave from those 3 different locations, and everybody go to the South Pole, and everybody rendezvous at the actual geographic South Pole at the same time, all coming from different areas. One trip, boom, let's prove it. Let's do it.
That's the best I've heard thus far.
She is correct in calling this a real final experiment, as this would not be possible on a flat earth. And flights leaving 3 different continents, heading south, and meeting up at the same place is exactly what would happen on a globe. So what does happen with flights in the southern hemisphere that fly due south. That's right. The globe prediction is correct again, and the flat earth prediction is completely false. This will be a common theme in this series. Globe predictions were correct, and every flat earth prediction was wrong. Flat earthers predicted there was no 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
But there is no midnight sun in Antarctica.
And no 24-hour moon.
Right? You know, there's a 24-hour moon in the north, but not a 24-hour moon in the south.
That the sun at the southern tip of Chile would set in a northerly direction.
All you have to do is watch which way it tracks. If it goes west by northwest, you're gonna be on you're on a flat earth.
That there was no south celestial pole.
In the southern outer hemisphere, people say that the stars rotate in the opposite direction. They make circles in the opposite direction, and that can only happen on a ball Earth. I have yet to see any real proof of this.
That nonstop southern hemisphere flights were fake.
And every time flat earthers have attempted to book the nonstop flight, it fails to go through, gets canceled and refunded days before departure, or changes to a non-direct flight.
That there was no South Pole.
No one's at the South Pole because there is no South Pole.
And now that flights starting in different continents would never end up in the same place when flying south. Multiple times every year, flights leave Africa, South America, and New Zealand to get to Antarctica. And once in Antarctica, after flying south for a short period of time, they all end up at the geographic South Pole. This is not only confirmation of the globe, but more importantly, is completely impossible on a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, flights originating in Punta Arenas, Chile, Cape Town, South Africa, and Christchurch, New Zealand, if they headed south, would never cross paths and would in fact get further and further from each other indefinitely. But this is not what happens in reality. Flights leaving these three cities, spanning 3 different continents, all end up at the same geographic location when flying due south. And that's the geographic South Pole. Now, flat earthers are undoubtedly going to say that these flights are also fake, just like they did with nonstop southern hemisphere flights. And that's totally fine with me because the Final Experiment series is systematically documenting how flat earth claims are consistently incorrect. I personally know 3 people who have flown to the South Pole. Anthony Powell, who we've covered in other videos in this series, and one of them we actually all met on our trip to Antarctica, and she flew to the South Pole while we were at Union Glacier. Now, these flights to the South Pole happen every year and are available to the general public. You can purchase your own flight to the South Pole, or you can apply to work in Antarctica, which may include work at the Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. The first time I ever heard someone point out to a flat earther that people work at the South Pole was when Professor Dave mentioned this to Flat Earth Dave. Of course, Professor Dave was right, but listen to Flat Earth Dave's response.
No, you say the South Pole isn't real.
We don't.
Even though there's people who go there and work there, and
people work at the South Pole.
yeah,
Yeah, prove it. Okay.
Yes, Dave Weiss, people do work at the South Pole. And yes, it's very easy to prove. We will start with Antarctic Logistics and Expeditions. ALE is the company we used for the Final Experiment to get us to Antarctica. ALE is an incredible company that runs over a dozen trips to Antarctica every year. They fly people to Antarctica from Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America. And they offer flights to the South Pole from Union Glacier Camp. Now, not just any airplane can fly to the South Pole. They do not have a blue ice runway at the South Pole, and so only ski planes can land there. Ski planes are aircraft specifically equipped with skis for landing, as opposed to the traditional wheels that the vast majority of planes use to land. So this is an extreme limitation to the available aircraft that can be used to get to the South Pole. ALE uses a Basler BT-67, which is a converted DC-3. This is a very small aircraft that can seat a maximum of just 18 passengers, can only cruise at about 215 miles per hour, and has a range of only approximately 1,800 miles. These limitations will be crucial later in the video as to why flights to the South Pole are simply impossible on a flat Earth. I met someone in Antarctica who is from England. Her name is Lizzie. She found TFE extremely fascinating and started hanging out with all of us for multiple days. And she flew to the South Pole from Union Glacier while we were all in Antarctica together. Her flight from Union Glacier to the South Pole in their Basler ski plane was about 4 hours. And here are some of the pictures she took while visiting both the geographic South Pole and the enormous Amundsen Scott South Pole Station. Another company that flies tourists to the South Pole is White Desert. White Desert flies people to Antarctica from Cape Town, South Africa, which is at the southern tip of Africa, to Wolf's Fang Runway, which is their blue ice runway. Their flights to the South Pole use the same aircraft as ALE, the Basler BT-67. Now, their flight takes a total of 7 hours and requires a stop to refuel after about 5 hours. And this is, again, due to the small aircraft and because White Desert's Witchaway camp is right at 71 degrees south compared to ALE's Union Glacier camp, which is right at 80 degrees south. And finally, there are flights to the South Pole from McMurdo Station and Scott Base. McMurdo and Scott Base are so close in proximity to one another that they share airfields. And they share 2 airfields, one for wheeled aircraft and the other for ski planes. Flights coming into McMurdo and Scott Base originate in Christchurch, New Zealand, and land at Phoenix Airfield. And then Williams Field is the airfield used for ski planes and specifically for the flights to and from the South Pole. My friend John Santandrea, who is actually just called back to Antarctica for work and is there as I record this video, John works at the South Pole every year. And he also flew to the South Pole while TFE was in Antarctica in December of 2024. He flew in this LC-130, which is a ski-equipped aircraft of the United States Air Force, designed specifically for use in the Arctic and Antarctic. The LC-130 is a bigger aircraft than a Basler and can fly almost double the speed, reaching a maximum speed of over 400 miles per hour and a cruising speed of about 366 miles per hour. So the flight from Williams Field to the South Pole is just a 3-hour flight. These 3 South Pole flights all match up perfectly with the globe model, where again, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. When you get as far south as Antarctica, everything gets really close in proximity, and traveling south from anywhere in Antarctica brings you to the exact same geographic location, the South Pole. This is just impossible on a flat Earth. Heading south from Punta Arenas, Chile to Union Glacier, Antarctica puts you nowhere near those who head south from Cape Town, South Africa to get to Witchaway Camp, Antarctica. And neither of those locations are anywhere near those who head south from Christchurch, New Zealand to McMurdo Station and Scott Base in Antarctica. To make matters worse, flying south from these three locations in Antarctica on a flat Earth would only put everyone further and further apart. But in reality, people at Union Glacier, Witchaway Camp, and McMurdo and Scott Base can all get to the South Pole Station in very short flights on relatively small and slow aircraft. Just as flat earthers are unable to locate the ceremonial South Pole and the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station on any flat earth map, they will also be unable to show which direction these three flights travel in order to all meet up at the same geographical location. They cannot have the planes head south, as they would only travel further and further away from each other. And if they attempt to claim that they are instead traveling east or west in order to have these planes somehow meet up together, which is what happens in reality, one of the three planes would never meet up with the other two. And let's not forget that the short flight times on the relatively slow ski planes would also prevent even the two planes headed toward each other from ever getting anywhere near reaching each other, as a flat Earth makes the South bigger and bigger the further you get from the equator. So add South Pole flights to the growing list of experiments and observations that were part of TFE that flat earthers have no answer for. Our trip to Antarctica was incredibly eye-opening, and everything we saw, learned, and documented is what is driving the current significant exodus from flat Earth. I originally created the final experiment specifically to observe and record the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But every step of the way through our journey, other flat Earth predictions kept being falsified, and the globe model was confirmed over and over and over again. Make sure to check out all of these in our other videos in the Final Experiments series. At the end of this video, enjoy a flight over Antarctica in a Basler ski plane. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Welcome to the final experiments. The final experiments are a preponderance of evidence against flat Earth. And the final experiments all confirm the globe. These experiments were all conducted in December of 2024 when 4 flat earthers and 4 globers went on a journey to Antarctica with me, Will Duffy. We spent time in Punta Arenas, Chile, which is at the southern tip of South America, before flying to Antarctica. This entire trip allowed us to conduct historic experiments and collect data firsthand from an area of the world that few people will ever have the opportunity to visit and do this themselves. Prior to my announcement of the final experiment in early 2024, a vast majority of flat earthers, with very few exceptions, promoted the Gleason's map of the world, which is an azimuthal equidistant projection. This map had the North Pole at the center and pushed the South to the outer perimeter of the known world. This made Antarctica an ice wall perimeter around all the world's continents, which served to hold in all the world's oceans, as flat earthers claim water must have a container. It also extends the entire southern hemisphere into a larger and larger area, where on the globe, everything south of the equator gets closer and closer together. This made being at the southern tip of South America and in Antarctica the perfect place to test flat Earth claims and also confirm the globe predictions. Every single flat Earth claim failed. Every flat Earth prediction was demonstrably false. The final experiments are meant to be taken collectively, just like evidence in a court of law. Undoubtedly, flat earthers will attempt to discredit individual experiments we did, while at the same time ignoring the rest. If they cannot provide an accurate map of the world and a working model that can account for the results of all of these final experiments collectively, that is because we do not live on a flat Earth. If they try to say these experiments are not actual experiments, but only observations, that is because they cannot reconcile our findings with a flat Earth. If they say that flat Earth does not make predictions, that is because making accurate and testable predictions based on a flat Earth is impossible, because a flat Earth does not exist. You cannot make and test predictions based on something that is not real. Maps of the globe exist because the globe exists. The entire globe model exists because the globe exists. Countless globe predictions come true every single day, and countless future globe predictions will continue to happen exactly as predicted because the globe exists. If a flat earther tells you that there is no accurate flat Earth map and there is no working flat Earth model and that they don't make predictions, that is an implicit admission that a flat Earth does not exist, because you can map things that exist. You can model things that exist, and you can make very specific predictions that come true based on something that actually exists and is testable. I created the final experiment to give both sides, flat Earth and globe, an equal opportunity to prove their side. Only the globe side returned with evidence supporting their position. The globe side returned with tons of concrete evidence that both accurately matches the globe model and also falsifies flat Earth. This brings us to weight variation based on latitude. We had a very important participant with us in Antarctica on the globe side. His name is Critical Think.
Well, g'day flatties and reality defenders. This is Critical Think from Down Under. Thank you.
Critical Think, or CT for short, was an instrumental part of TFE. First, as we covered in a previous video, he took the non-stop flight between Sydney, Australia and Santiago, Chile, both on his way to Antarctica and on his way home from Antarctica for TFE. This flight makes perfect sense on a globe and would be impossible on a flat Earth. Flat Earthers said for years that this very flight was fake and would not work on a flat Earth and would prove the globe. And surprise, they no longer stick with what they said once it was demonstrated that this flight is indeed real and travels nonstop without crossing the equator, staying in the southern hemisphere the entire time. But Critical Think didn't join TFE in Antarctica just so he could take a nonstop flight that he already knew was real. CT had much bigger plans in mind. He wanted to show the world that we live on a rotating globe. More specifically, an oblate spheroid. For over 6 years now, CT has been traveling the world, taking very precise measurements that confirm 3 things concerning the globe: rotation, curvature, and gravity. Now you will start to see why having CT and his experiment with us in Antarctica were so crucial. Before we get into the details of his experiment, we need to do what we do best here at TFE, and that is bring receipts. Going back to the beginning of TFE, we have always provided receipts of what those on the flat Earth side have claimed, and this was done so as to not strawman the flat Earth model. Once again, let's listen to a flat earther, this time Phuket word, talk about the globe's prediction of a weight variation based on latitude.
The 20 questions guy goes on about the difference in the weight of things at the equator compared to other places in the Earth. Have you actually gone and measured it? Have you ever done it? We understand that in the model, based on the spin and centrifugals, centripetal whatever forces, that's the result that you can calculate based on your model. But has anyone actually gone and measured this so-called difference? Has anyone actually measured that a kilogram weighed in somewhere up north is any different to a kilogram weighed on the equator? Has anyone actually gone and done that? No, they have not. A kilogram is a kilogram wherever you are on the Earth.
Well, Phuket word, it's your lucky day. Because Critical Think has done exactly what you claim no one has done. And not only that, he has accurately predicted these variations in weight before doing the actual tests. And this is part of what is known as the scientific method. Only the globe side participates in the scientific method. And here's a quick refresher on what the scientific method is and how it works.
In general, we look for a new law by the following process. First, we guess it. Then we well, don't laugh, that's really true. Then we compute the consequences of the guess to see if this is right, if this law that we guessed is right, we see what it would imply. And then we compare those computation results to nature. Or we say compare to experiment or experience. Compare it directly with observation to see if it works. If it disagrees with experiment, it's wrong. And that simple statement is the key to science.
Predictions are the name of the game when it comes to science. Flat earthers go out of their way to avoid making predictions and to avoid doing experiments to test predictions, and we all know why. Historically, every time they actually made a prediction, it was wrong. You can't go to Antarctica.
We're not allowed to go to Antarctica. Okay? We're not allowed to go to Antarctica.
There is no 24-hour sun in the South.
We do not have a 24-hour sun in the South.
The South Pole doesn't exist.
No one's at the South Pole because there is no South Pole.
No one has ever crossed Antarctica.
Nobody has actually really gone all the way across Antarctica.
Non-stop flights in the Southern Hemisphere don't exist.
It has yet to be proven that these flights even exist, since no unedited video footage exists online, and every time flat earthers have attempted to book the non-stop flight, it fails to go through, gets cancelled and refunded days before departure, or changes to a non-direct flight.
You can't circumnavigate north to south.
All you'd have to do to prove the Earth's a ball and shut this stupid flat earther up is fly over Antarctica and pop back up on the other side. That's impossible on a flat earth. It's called north to south circumnavigation. Never been done in the history of mankind, and it's illegal to even try to do it.
The list goes on and on. Instead of realizing the pattern here, they have decided to stop making predictions altogether, and as far as I can tell, have no interest in any future experimentation that follows the scientific method. The globe model is so robust that there are countless predictions that can be made based on the globe, and they will all happen just as predicted. One such prediction is not well known, but is an incredibly powerful one. And I will let CT give an overview of his experiment.
Now, why is this experiment so fabulous? I mean, I love this experiment. And I've explained this before, but here we go again. The results are sort of unexpected. I mean, who would think that as you go towards the equator, you're going to weigh just a little bit less? And this little bit less is in fact measurable. And it's a non-optical observation, no refraction required. You know, there's a lot of flatties, they come and ask me, oh, do you have a non-optical evidence of curvature? Oh, yes, we do. It's this experiment. Non-optical. No geometric horizon required. Isn't that good news? And there is no flat Earth explanation for this naturally observed phenomenon. It's observable, testable, repeatable, and falsifiable. And anyone can do the experiment. Even flat earthers could do it if they really tried, and I know one that has. Now, if there was no R, it would not work. So when flatties say you're going to need an R for that, well, if you didn't have R, this wouldn't work at all. So yes, we have an R for that. And if there was no rotation, it would not work as well. So not only do we have an R, we have rotation. Everything you need to disprove the flat and stationary Earth.
Now, the predictions made for these weight differences based on what latitude you are at on the globe are based on the World Geodetic System, which precisely defines the shape of the Earth, which gives a basis for a coordinate system which can be used to locate points on the Earth's surface, which can then be used for mapping and navigation, among other important things. The latest World Geodetic System version was established in 1984 and goes by the acronym WGS84. So if you ever see this license plate on the road, you will now understand that this is not just another random license plate, but rather a custom personalized plate. And if you see this plate, go ahead and pull up next to the vehicle, and you may or may not see Ruhif behind the wheel. WGS84 states that the Earth is an ellipsoid or spheroid and not a perfect sphere. This is important because certain predictions based on the globe model would actually differ if we lived on a sphere versus an ellipsoid. Now, before CT shows us what he does for this experiment, there is some basic knowledge you must have to understand his experiment, starting with the difference between weight and mass. Many people talk about mass when they mean weight, and vice versa. It's beyond the scope of this video to teach the difference, but basically mass is the amount of matter an object has, and that does not change based on location on the globe. But weight, on the other hand, is the force exerted on an object by gravity. When the experiment shows that the weight changes by latitude, the mass remains the same. The change seen on the scale is a change in the gravitational force, which has predictable and measurable differences based on the location on a rotating spheroid. Seeing as flat earthers reject not only the globe, but also gravity, a change in weight based on latitude would be confirmation of the globe and leave the flat earth position with absolutely no explanation for this anomaly. Hear CT talk about the math behind the predictions, which are based not just on a globe, but a rotating spheroid.
These two forces, we can predict what anything should weigh anywhere on the Earth to within a small percentage. I mean, there's going to be variations. It's not going to be perfect. So you'll see that the gravitational force gets smaller as the R gets bigger. So at the equator, where the Earth is a little bit fatter, the gravitational force will be a little bit less because of that. And also the centrifugal force gets greater as you get further away from the center of the Earth. So there's two things there to make something lighter at the equator. It also means that as you go up a mountain, for example, this will change because your R is different now and your weight will get lighter as well. Another thing to note is that Fy will get smaller as you move away from the equator. So the latitude increases, cos theta gets smaller, the radius of rotation gets a lot smaller, and so this centrifugal component will become less and less. At the same time, the gravitational component will become a little bit larger because the R will decrease slightly because of the oblate shape of the Earth. So the net effect is as you move away from the equator, the weight will increase. So here I've worked an example. So if I were to take 1,000 grams of weight and weigh it on an accurate scale at the equator and then go to 30 degrees latitude without recalibrating the scale, then it should weigh 1,001.31 grams. Now that is a very small change. So you can see if you want to measure this, you're going to need an accurate and stable scale.
Now this is highly technical, but no one said math and science were easy. If we want to do real science, we must move past elementary arguments such as it looks flat to me and I don't feel any rotation. Again, anyone can see for themselves the variation in weight with just an inexpensive scale. Listen as CT goes over the steps he completes at each new location where he performs this experiment.
Now I've taken measurements at temperature, magnetic field, pressure, and GPS position and elevation. I did try to get accelerometer readings, but I found they're too unreliable, so I didn't include those. Now here's the method. I level the scales. They have adjustable feet and a bubble indicator of level. Weigh 500 grams on each scale, including the portable one. Swap the weights on scales 1 and 2, and then weigh 2 500-gram weights on the one scale on scale 1 and scale 2, because scale 3 only went to 500. Take my environment readings, and I've recorded all readings in here.
CT's experiment has been conducted 140 times all over the world, spanning 6 continents. And the best part? Anyone can do this. All you need is a $20 scale, which means the flat earthers' typical response of calling this fake or calling critical think a liar won't work, as anyone can see this for themselves with just a very inexpensive scale. But as I mentioned, I have not seen any flat earthers who are interested in experimentation and following the scientific method. Now, predictions are at the heart of real science, and watch CT make predictions for the final experiment for both Punta Arenas, Chile, and Union Glacier, Antarctica, 2 places he'd never been.
Now I've conglomerated all my measurements, combined them along with other people's measurements, and you see it's nicely clustered around the rotating spheroid model, which is a very, very powerful evidence. And as I've shown before with statistical analysis, the chances are that this is all just a mistake and by accident is a 0 point something with more than 20 zeros after it and 1. The chances of that being an accident. So this is pretty powerful and great evidence that yes, we live on a globe and yes, it's rotating. And when we go to Punta Arenas, we're expecting a number in this area, and at Union Glacier, we're expecting a number in this area.
That video was released November 23rd, 2024, a little over 2 weeks before our trip. And those predictions were made based on WGS 84, which states that we live on a rotating spheroid. And here is the most important part. Those predictions differ not only from what is expected on a flat Earth, which is no variation whatsoever. Those predictions also differ from a rotating sphere that is not a spheroid. Yes, this experiment accurately predicts a variation in weight based on specifically a rotating spheroid, while simultaneously predicting that weight variations which would be expected on a rotating sphere will not be observed. This is how science is done. Now let's watch what happened when CT conducted his experiment at Union Glacier while we were all in Antarctica for TFE.
I've got something very important to do with the weight measurement at Union Glacier. I've got to repeat it in a more stable environment, and here we are. I'm going to turn this around. Here we are in the dining hall, and I've got this set up on the serving bench, which is probably the most level place in the whole Union Glacier. So I've got 0.1 degrees there and 0.1. This is the best place to do the measurement. So we're going to go ahead with the best scale I got, which the prediction is 1003.80. So down there outside it was 1003. We weighed it around about 76. So in here, a little bit more stable environment. It's a little bit more. 1,000, but it's still 1003 is settled down to 0.82, which is 0.02 of a gram from what was predicted.
We are talking about accuracy here down to hundredths of a gram. That is incredible precision, and a stunning prediction. And of course, is only possible because we live on a globe. The flat Earth prediction is that the weight would remain the same regardless of location because they reject the globe, rotation, and gravity. Now, flat earthers have desperately tried to explain why things weigh differently based on latitude, and these attempts all fall short. Here is CT talking about some of them.
So what have been the flat earth cult objections? Well, we've had straight up denial, which is something that you heard in that video clip. And I know David Weiss has also denied that this actually can be measured. There's arguments about, it's the air density, the air temperature, the air pressure, or magnetic field. Well, those effects are very minimal, and I'll demonstrate through the statistical analysis that's all of those things. I have before demonstrated that there's no correlation between the weight and those things. And so they're just random effects that are not going to randomly put your weight into the exact reading that matches the globe model. No. Random variations in density, air temperature, air pressure, and magnetic field are not going to do that. They're going to produce random results, not a correlated result. And Rachie has said, there could be variations in gravity. Okay, so you're admitting gravity exists now. And there's people have said, yes, that's very good, but I think you need to repeat the experiment. Well, I've done it a lot of times already. It's been repeated and repeated ad nauseum. And some people have said, you don't have a dependent or independent variable. That's obviously false as well. And another flat earther, my jeweler says, blah, 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 blah. So your jeweler's a physics expert now. That's a bit like asking your hairdresser what's wrong with your car. And you go to the mechanic and you say, my hairdresser says this is wrong with the car. And the mechanic's going to look at you very strange and go, what, really? So I've even been told that, because there's no mainstream media mention of this, then he hasn't heard of it in the mainstream media, then it's not real. And how can some random dude on the internet, that's me, have any credibility when, no other scientist is whatever or TV channel or whatever has mentioned it? Like I said, well, maybe it is that I'm breaking new ground here and I am now perhaps the subject matter expert on this experiment. And again, I have to ask, well, what happened to do your own research? Is that gone by the by now? Oh dear, oh dear. And I will debate anybody on this topic. Bring it on. A neutral platform for debate, that is. Not one of those platforms where the mute button is overused.
Now, he mentioned Rachie as that video is almost 3 years old. Rachie is no longer a flat earther. When a flat earther says once you go flat, you never globe back, that is simply false. And as you heard, CT said he will debate anyone on his experiment. But no flat earther seems to want to. I wonder why. This graph shows the cumulative measurements plotted out from all of the locations where his experiment has been conducted. As you can see, they clearly follow what is expected on a rotating spheroid based on WGS 84, which is the green line. The magenta line is what would be expected on a rotating sphere, meaning not a spheroid. The brown line is what would be expected on a stationary spheroid, and the blue line is what would be expected on a flat Earth. This is very powerful evidence of the globe, curvature, and gravity. And there is simply no explanation for this whatsoever on a flat Earth. 2 weeks before we all departed for the final experiment, Flat Earther Phuket Word posted this on X. He said, "Flat Earth is obviously reality, but globe believers love to claim that weight predictably changes with latitude. but even professional scale makers cannot prove this globe assumption. Well, Critical Think not only predicted a precise weight variation in Chile and Antarctica, his predictions were also correct. To learn more about CT's experiment, head on over to his channel on YouTube and subscribe. Make sure to check out his playlist called Evidence for Earth Rotation, where he conducts his experiment all over the world. I originally created the final experiment specifically to observe and record the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. But every step of the way through our journey, other flat Earth predictions kept being falsified, and the globe model was confirmed over and over and over again. Make sure to check out all of these and our other videos in the Final Experiments series. And please share this video with anyone you know who is a flat earther or considering flat Earth. As Jesus said in John 8:32, you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Goes on about the difference in the weight of things at the equator compared to other places in the Earth. Have you actually gone and measured it? Have you ever done it? We understand that in the model, based on the spin and centrifugals, centripetal, whatever forces, that's the result that you can calculate based on your model.
Yes, we did.
But has anyone actually gone and measured this so-called difference? Has anyone actually measured that a kilogram weighed in somewhere up north is any different to a kilogram weighed on the equator?
Yep.
Has anyone actually gone and done that?
Yep.
No, they have not.
Oh, no.
A kilogram is a kilogram wherever you are on the Earth.
But we've done it.
2025 is one heck of a time to be alive. I searched on the internet this week and I learnt from the European Space Agency that we've just taken some fantastic pictures of Mercury. I learnt that an astronaut had just gone out into space and done a spacewalk. Fantastic times. And I also learnt from a flat earther, this.
Mass is identical to weight, but this weight is space weight.
And if he wasn't so unbelievably and incomprehensibly incorrect on that, he'd actually be correct. But this video isn't about that flat earther. It's about one of the internet's most notorious flat earthers, deep inside the rabbit hole, or as we know him, David Weiss.
Don't believe anything I say.
Okay, great advice. Now, David Weiss is an extremely enthusiastic flat earther. Whenever he speaks to somebody about the flat earth, he really gets their emotions going. He gets them so excited and interested, just like we can see he did with Roseanne Barr here.
And we have Flat Earth David Weiss as our guest. Hi, Flat Earth Dave. I'm so intrigued by the whole flat earth thing.
Yes, aren't we all? It is so exciting. Now, David Weiss is also a master debater. Make of that what you will. Here he is getting schooled by Professor Dave over on the Sean Atwood podcast. It's an old clip, but it's a good one.
You think that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour and we don't feel it and we're changing, we're changing directions? How is that possible?
The Earth goes around the sun in how long? How long does it take?
A year.
A year, right? So why don't you go ahead and get in a car and do a 360 turn and make it take a year? Are you going to feel that?
Dave, that's not a
Let's
fair...
break it down. 360 degrees, 365 days, that's about a degree a year, right? Why don't you get in a car and drive for 24 hours and over 24 hours veer by 1 degree? Are you going to feel that?
Now, before you jump in the comment section, yes, Professor Dave misspoke. It happens in a live debate. He said 1 degree a year when he meant to say about 1 degree a day. Fair enough. But you know what? At least he didn't say this.
You might be saying, that guy, why would they even invent gravity then? Why is there mass? What is this shit about mass?
And that, of course, is one of the great questions we will never ever be able to answer. It's up there with what is the meaning of life, or will a flat earther ever figure out where the world goes when he shuts his eyes? But David Weiss, why are we talking about him? Well, we're talking about him because he's been very, very vocal in the past about a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. He's very, very adamant it does not exist, and if it did exist, it would destroy the notion of a flat earth. Here he is in his own words.
The 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth. It works in the north, but not in the south. Well, guess what? There's thousands of videos of the 24-hour sun and from Alaska and Norway and, very northern places. You can book vacations and go and watch it in June, right? But in December, the same thing should happen in Antarctica, and it doesn't. And there's 4 videos where they've clearly faked it. And we watch their cams, and there's 10 hours cut out of every day. Like, why are you cutting out the same 10 hours? So why are they lying about the globe? The 24-hour sun in Antarctica doesn't work on a flat Earth.
And he's absolutely right. A 24-hour sun in Antarctica wouldn't work if the Earth was flat. And I'll tell you what else wouldn't work if the Earth was flat. Fucking everything, obviously. So it was very, very important to flat earthers that they found out if there was or wasn't a 24-hour sun in Antarctica. So they mounted an expedition. They decided to do an experiment. Now, flat earthers have got a long history of doing experiments, and they haven't always been successful, such as this experiment here to disprove the presence of gravity.
See, take my old phone here. Shit.
Actually, come to think of it, as an experiment into gravity, maybe that wasn't a failure after all. Now, before the final experiment, as it was called, occurred, before the flat earthers went down to Antarctica, I was asked on the You Are Mocked podcast, which is linked in the description, and it's amazing. I was asked what I thought would happen to the flat earthers who went down there, and I gave 2 possible options. Here's my first.
Yeah.
The flat earther will observe the 24-hour, sunlight, and then come up with an alternative reason as to why that would happen on a flat Earth. Done. Now, I'm not one to brag and tell you I told you so, but I absolutely nailed that one. This is Witsit Gets It, one of the flat earthers who went down to Antarctica, who did just that. He saw the 24-hour sun and basically give it a big, nuh-uh, it doesn't matter anyway. And here he is, explaining that in his own words.
Objectively, it was just all real. We have no sleep. We see it. We're asked the truth. We tell the truth. That's why we were supposed to go down there, to be honest witnesses. That's what we did. It doesn't prove the Earth's a tilted wobbling spinning ball falling through a vacuum. That's absolutely ridiculous and insane. Antarctica was incredibly flat. It was ice you could see from incredibly far away. We have long distance infrared videos. We debunked the globe in multiple ways, in my opinion, there. Okay.
Although we have Witsit Gets It ignoring the observation and claiming that when he went to see the 24-hour sun, in his opinion, he debunked the globe, after previously saying, of course, that a 24-hour sun would be a big problem for flat Earth. But still, that's just Witsit's opinion, and if I had £1 for everybody who respected Witsit's opinion, I would be in huge debt. Anyway, I also gave a second option for what might happen to a flat earther who went and saw the 24-hour sun, and this is what I said. Or the flat earther, while they are there and, maybe having conversation with people, may slowly, like we say, get themselves in a frame of mind where they're thinking, okay, maybe I'm wrong here. And then they are immediately called out by the rest of the flat earth community as being a shill and never a true flat earther all along. And would you believe it, I am 2 for 2. I'm sure we all know Jeran from the Jeranism channel by now is no longer a flat earther. And not only is he no longer a flat earther, he's being called a shill left, right and centre by people. But to his credit, he is standing firm, he's standing fast, and he's beginning to help other people realise that they are down a rabbit hole. And he does seem to be really interested in helping them dig themselves out. Okay, sorry, I'm just going to interrupt for a second. If you are enjoying the video that I am currently editing and you're currently watching, my question to you is, why? It's rubbish. And I know what comes next. It doesn't get any better. But subscribe anyway. See you later.
So I realized I had a block. Okay, now to the you conspiracy theorists out there, I want you to really listen to what I'm saying, because I realized this after the fact, and maybe you can realize it now. Okay, we have a mental block. It's a big, fat, stubborn mental block, the kind that you don't see because, ironically, you are too busy staring at the things that you've made, looking at the walls that you put up around you. And let me tell you that once the block comes tumbling down, kaboom. It was like somebody cleaned my eyes with Windex or something. So the kicker is that I was the guy. I was the guy that did the bad research. Okay? You know the kind where you cherry pick facts? Like you're at an all-you-can-eat buffet or something, ignoring the stuff that doesn't taste very good, just keep grabbing the shrimp, grabbing the steak. I had that kind of righteous energy. I was convinced that I was fighting the good fight, when really what I was doing is shadowboxing my own bias.
Powerful words, and it couldn't have been easy for him to say that. So where does that leave this guy?
Don't believe anything I say.
Well, given that David Weiss makes an awful lot of money selling his Flat Earth app, and given that he's been so vocal in the past saying that there isn't a 24-hour sun ever in Antarctica, and if there was, it would be disastrous for Flat Earth, he has to come up with some sort of answer, an explanation as to why Whitsitt and Jeran have seen what they've seen. And this week, he's done just that.
Basically, what you're saying is that you think that they faked the sun down there.
Absolutely. But when we say fake the sun, we don't mean the sun simulator. We don't mean this, because this is crazy.
Yes, I agree. It is crazy. It's absolutely crazy to say somebody has taken a sun simulator to Antarctica and used it to somehow cast a 24-hour sun in the sky. He's right. That is absolutely nuts. And David Weiss is so convinced it's nuts. He thinks a sun simulator may have actually been leaked as some kind of anti-flat Earth psyop.
I think that the sun simulator was leaked several years ago as a red herring for this exact operation. When I say operation, this is an operation equal to the moon landing.
Wow, that's quite the claim. So there's only one question left. David Weiss accepts the fact that Jeran and Whitsitt saw a 24-hour sun, or at least what they believe is a 24-hour sun, and David Weiss has an explanation for it. But his explanation is not going to be anywhere near as crazy as them taking a sun simulator down to Antarctica, because after all, in his own words, that would be absolutely nuts. And here's David Weiss coming up with an explanation that is not anywhere near as nuts as the idea of taking a sun simulator. And I can't stress that enough. What you're about to hear is apparently far, far less crazy than the idea of them taking a sun simulator. This is a far less nuts and crazy explanation. I hope I've made that point. What you're about to hear is not nuts and crazy. So how did David Weiss say they faked it?
So there's one of the technologies, this is called a dragon fire. And you can shoot energy up into the sky and literally create a plasma ball.
And this is a trip. This is
So just seeing this stuff. I mean, if I cut out the background, you wouldn't know what you were looking at. If I said it was the sun, you would see the sun, right? Look at this. Look at that. Doesn't that look a little bit like a sun? Doesn't that look like a beam, with the sun? Very strange. Like if there was at different beams projecting this, like these are very, very strange sun flares. This could be an extraterrestrial orb that we don't understand, or this could just be another hoax with some directed energy, a plasma ball being projected in the sky. Looks a little bit like a sun. So if here's Union Glacier, their camp is somewhere in here, you could have one location here, and it beams the sun around this beam, and then when it gets over here, there's a handoff to another projector.
And I think the whole Flat Earth community are reeling in relief that David has come up with something far less nuts than the sun simulator. So thank you, David, for that. Phew is all I can say. But there were one or two people in the comments section of his video that did have just a little bit of a problem with his completely non-nuts explanation of what might have happened. For example, we have AV Warrior here saying, I really appreciate what you've done there, Dave, but I'm scratching my head. How can this localized beam of light end up illuminating the entire plane like the natural sun does? And that is a great question. When you're in a dark room and you shine a torch, for example, or a laser onto a wall, you can see that spot of light, but it's not going to illuminate the room like it would be in natural daylight. There's an obvious difference. And it's going to take a great genius mind to explain how this plasma ball laser projection onto the sky is resulting in some natural daylight. But luckily, we have a genius level flat earther in David Weiss who can answer this question.
Hello, it's me. I'm pretty sure this is what I sound like on my day off. It is today anyway. Listen, the sky is already lit because of the coffee cup caustic. They just need to put the fake sun in it. That makes perfect sense. And if you can't debunk it, it's probably because you can't understand what I'm trying to say. But, still, you can't debunk it, so up yours.
So there we have our answer. We now know how this laser projection could result in natural looking daylight in Antarctica. And that answer was so complete and perfect, there is no remaining confusion about the matter whatsoever. Thank you, Flat Earth Dave. But there was somebody a little bit confused about a slightly different topic. They said if the sun in Antarctica was a projection, then where is the real sun?
Oh, I know. I've got it. Me. Let me answer. It's simply too far away to rise. Yeah, that's it. Perfectly explained. I'm going now. Bye.
That's it, Dave. Always leave them wanting more. I love that. But there was another question in the chat, and that was from somebody who was a little bit confused about the marathon runners that go running down in Antarctica. And do they not see the 24-hour sun?
No, they don't. It was it was cloudy. Yeah. What? What do you mean that's a rubbish answer?
Now, some people in his comment section decided to be friendly and actually help Dave Weiss out by offering other explanations of how they might have faked it down there. But Dave, he seems to want the monopoly on stupid excuses.
How dare you say something as stupid as it was a green screen? You've no idea what you're talking about. No idea. Let me handle this, because I know about the plasma laser sun that creates natural light, except when it's cloudy, and I think I've explained it perfectly. I don't need your help. Go away.
So I think if we ignore the fact that he's explained nothing, we can safely now assume that he's explained everything and got it all covered. Except there is just one last thing. And that is that this projection of a sun in the sky was used by Jeranism while he was down there to burn a hole in a piece of paper using a magnifying glass, something which a projection just simply wouldn't be capable of doing.
One more time.
Now, this does really pose a significant problem to Dave's completely non-nuts and non-crazy alternative to the sun simulator, because it literally would break the laws of physics, just like everything involved in Flat Earth, to be able to hold a magnifying glass up to something projected on a screen and use it to burn a hole in a piece of paper. This is a real problem. It is literally just impossible to do what Jeranism is doing here if this is some kind of projection. And this impossibility was put to him by NewsDrops5361, who says, but can you really take a magnifying glass and burn paper with a laser spot in the sky? I doubt it. Now, he's raised an excellent point here, and I really wonder, how our flat earth genius David Weiss is going to respond.
It's all right. It's not a problem for me. I know all the things to say. Wrong. Yo can. Yes, wrong. Yo can. That explains everything. That explains absolutely everything about how he was able to use that magnifying glass. Yeo can. I'm going now. Bye.
Now, if you've learned anything from this video, hopefully it's this.
Don't believe anything I say.
But if you disagree and you think David Weiss is talking a lot of sense, then I have some magic beans to sell you. At least they tasted magic when I ate them yesterday. You might have to wait another 24 to 48 hours before I can get them to you. But we won't go into that any further. I do want to add before I leave that FTFE is debating Dr. Andrew Wilson on the 15th of February in one heck of a debate. Dr. Andrew Wilson isn't a flirt, an uneducated flirt. He's a very articulate and educated individual who is going to be a real challenge, I think, for anybody, FTFE included. And the debate is going to be about morals and ethics, and is religion likely to produce a more moral and ethical person, or is, basically just understanding science and the way the world works going to be equally as good? FTFE is standing on the side of science, and I'm really looking forward to it. I've linked it in the description, so anyone who wants to watch it can. He's flying all the way out to somewhere. He did tell me, and I've forgotten recording this video, but he's flying Jersey or New Jersey, whatever. It's linked in the description, but it'll be well worth just getting on your watch list for YouTube. I'm certainly looking forward to it. Anyway, until next time, goodbye.
Hey everyone, so some of you may be aware of my recent foray into the Flat Earth community, most notably with this lengthy response to the Globe Busters. For about 2 months now, the comments section of that video has been a consistent hotbed of activity, with hundreds of Flat Earthers stopping by to share their opinions. For people who claim that globe-tards just repeat what they were told in school, you guys sure do all say the exact same things. And I don't just mean the same arguments, I mean the same things word for word, like they were copied and pasted from some manifesto. This is because you all watch the same ridiculous YouTube videos made by the same handful of con men, and you all quote them verbatim without applying a shred of critical thinking. So now that I am intimately familiar with your greatest hits, I just had to make one more video so that I could share the 10 things that all flat earthers say. If you're a regular person and you haven't seen my other 2 Flat Earth videos, you may want to check those out first for a little bit of context. But if you're a Flat Earther yourself, don't bother. I'll be speaking directly to you throughout this video. Let's begin. Number 1. One extremely problematic side effect of taking the globe and flattening it out into a plane is that gravity makes no sense, and there is no reason for things to fall to the ground. All objects accelerate towards the ground at 9.8 meters per second squared. That's an indisputable fact, and it is also an indisputable fact that any acceleration requires a force to produce it. This is how cars drive, planes fly, people walk, cats jump. It's how literally all motion works. Even charlatans like the globe busters accept at least this much, which is why they go off on their rants about magnetic magic, as you may have seen in my previous video. But quite comically, most flat earthers don't even do this. Most of you address this problem by simply listing 2 words: density and buoyancy. Well, I hate to break it to you guys, but these are not forces. Forces are vectors. They have a magnitude, which means a numerical amount, and a direction, which means they have to point somewhere. Density is simply mass per unit volume, or how much matter sits in a particular space. It doesn't point anywhere. And buoyancy is simply a measurement of an object's tendency to float. So allow me to repeat, these are not forces. This is trivial to prove. You say that objects fall down because they are more dense than the air below them. Why down? Why not up? Or sideways? When you let go of a ball, there is air all around it. How does it know to fall down? Also, objects fall down when they are in a vacuum, which means there is no air below them. What's happening there? Face the facts. Things accelerate down towards the ground because of a downward force. That force is gravity, which pulls everything towards the center of the Earth, which is its center of mass. Denser things displace less dense things because gravity exists. More mass means a greater gravitational attraction. This is clearly why things that are less dense than water float on water. Again, because gravity exists. Rocks are pulled down harder than water, which is pulled down harder than air. Some of your more popular retorts to this include wondering how oceans stay on the earth while birds and insects can fly. It's because birds and insects have wings. They flap them and generate an upward force. If that force exceeds the gravitational force, they go up. Oceans can't do this because oceans don't have wings. Individual water molecules can evaporate and go up into the sky because they are so tiny. But when they get up to where it is colder and accumulate into clouds, they eventually condense back into liquid water. And guess what happens? They fall back down as rain. Hopefully you are familiar with rain. As for planes and other macroscopic objects, again, they go up only when a force is applied. When you throw a ball up into the sky, the force imparted on the ball by your arm is greater than the gravitational force. But as soon as it leaves your hand, no more force is being applied, and only the gravitational force is acting upon the ball. So that velocity gets smaller and smaller, hits 0, at which point it starts to fall, and it falls faster and faster until it hits the ground. Gravity. Gravity exists, period. Saying it is just a theory does nothing but display that you have no idea what a theory is. Stop repeating what you hear on Flat Earth videos and catch up to the 17th century. Number 2, Flat Earthers all say, I shouldn't see this thing, but I do, so the Earth is flat. Then to justify this claim, you all say the same thing, typically with no context whatsoever. 8 inches per mile squared. None of you have any idea what this means. You can't derive it. You can't calculate anything with it. You can't make a prediction with it. You can't tell me anything about this value at all. When I point this out to you, you get very angry, and instead of answering simple questions, you just link me to a bunch of videos made by con men. Well, I'm sorry, friends. Those people are doing incorrect math, or lying, or both, and they are counting on the fact that you won't do any math at all to check up on them. 8 inches per mile squared is not a valid way to measure Earth's curvature. If you understood math, you would immediately see that this squared on miles is totally out of place. That's because this is a parabolic approximation. This is for doing calculations with a parabola. It's possible that you remember this shape from middle school algebra, but I wouldn't be surprised if you don't. As you can see, the Earth is not shaped like this. So where does it come from, and why do people use it? It comes from the Flat Earth Bible, Zetetic astronomy, and Flat Earth priests use it because they know it's not accurate. It gives them incorrect values that they can use to claim that they shouldn't be able to see something when in fact they totally should. There are dozens of videos on YouTube demonstrating this, several of which reference the actual formula that actually describes Earth's curvature, which as you can see requires trigonometry. Stop blindly repeating what you hear on Flat Earth videos and learn some basic math so that you can do these calculations for yourself. Number 3, all flat earthers say the same two things about water. The first is, water doesn't curve, and the second is, water finds its own level. The second phrase is completely meaningless, so the fact that you all say that exact thing verbatim is just one of the many demonstrations that you all blindly repeat what you hear without giving it a moment's thought. As for the first phrase, stating that water doesn't curve is at least a coherent thought. However, it is dead wrong. Put a drop of water on a piece of wax paper or a leaf. What does it look like? A freaking sphere. Isn't that something? In your haste to mindlessly parrot what you heard from flat earth priests about water, you forgot to look at water. Water curves, my friends. Look at this curved meniscus. Look at these waves. Water curves all the time. Water is not magic. It is subject to influence by external forces just like all other matter. With a spherical water droplet, that's the electromagnetic force. Water molecules make hydrogen bonds with one another, which in this context we refer to as cohesive forces. That's why water has a very high surface tension. And that's why a water droplet remains spherical, so that it can maximize the number of hydrogen bonds that are formed and keep the system at the lowest energy possible. So clearly and indisputably, water curves. In this example, it is due to the electromagnetic force. It is therefore quite easy to understand that it can curve under the influence of any force, including gravity. The oceans conform to the curvature of the Earth just like the land does, and for the same reason. This is why saying that water finds its own level is absolutely meaningless. You think that level means flat, as though on the globe model, water should just magically project into space at some arbitrary angle. In fact, level just means as close to the center of the Earth as possible. What's most hilarious is that even in the tool called the level, which only works because gravity exists, there is a curved bubble right in there. If the bubble is curved, what is the liquid, which is mostly water, doing around that bubble? It curves. It is absolutely astonishing how the things you repeat from Flat Earth videos are incompatible with even the most trivial everyday observations. You should acknowledge that. Number 4, you are all quite perplexed about how Earth's atmosphere can exist next to the vacuum of space. This one is rather amusing because what's happening is that since you have no science education, your only context for the word vacuum is a vacuum cleaner. And again, because you have no science education, none of you understand how a vacuum cleaner works, which is a problem because you seem to think that outer space is a vacuum cleaner. Let's take a moment and clear this up. A vacuum is any region where there is no stuff. Here, there is stuff, like air. In space, there is no stuff, or at least very, very close to no stuff. Space is essentially empty. That's a vacuum. It is not a thing that sucks. Vacuums don't suck. Everyone say it with me together. Vacuums don't suck. Earth's atmosphere displays a gradient because gravity exists. There's a lot of atmosphere right near the ground, and then as you rise, because fewer and fewer molecules will have enough kinetic energy to go so high, it gets thinner and thinner and thinner until there's none left. Then you're in space. It's that simple. Number 5. One of your favorite little gotcha challenges is to request that we demonstrate how water can stick to a ball spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. The implication is that water and everything else should fly off of it like a child getting thrown from a merry-go-round. Well, it's very cute that you get overwhelmed by numbers with 4 digits in them, but in actuality, the Earth spins once per day. One time in 24 hours. Get on a merry-go-round and have someone push you one time around over 24 hours. Not a very thrilling ride, is it? The issue is that the Earth is really, really big. So if instead of using rotational velocity to describe a rotating body, like a normal person, you try to use linear tangential velocity, you're gonna get a pretty big number. But to be honest, it's still not really that big. Planes go more than half that speed, and sitting on a plane at cruising altitude with no turbulence is just like sitting on a chair on the ground. Flat Earth priests cite these big velocities associated with the Earth and the solar system purely for shock value, and you're falling for it. Stop doing that. Furthermore, this little water doesn't stick to a ball challenge is the strawiest straw man that was ever made of straw. The Earth is huge. It generates an enormous gravitational field. That's why everything sticks to it. A ball is very tiny. It does not generate an enormous gravitational field, so things don't stick to it. Also, unless you're doing this in space, the ball must be very close to the Earth, which, as we just said, generates an enormous gravitational field. So when water drips off the ball onto the ground, your desired demonstration of gravity fails because gravity exists. Stop asking for ridiculous and impossible demonstrations like having to build an Earth-sized object to show you how water sticks to something as big as the Earth. Number 6. Lots of you say that moonlight is cold. This is astonishing for a number of reasons. The first is that it is not related to any claim you could possibly be making in order to argue for a flat Earth. But the second and much more important detail is that it is the perfect demonstration of the fact that you have no clue how science works. Some flat Earth priest measured the temperature under the moonlight and then again under something providing shade. Wow, moonlight makes it colder. But does it? Shouldn't you add some element of control to your experiment? What's a control, you ask? Fair question. You see, your measurement isn't evidence of anything. You now have to repeat the experiment when there is no moonlight to make sure that the moonlight was indeed the cause of the discrepancy in temperature. This is something you should have learned in middle school, but don't worry, I'll finish the experiment for you. Take the measurements again on a night with a new moon so that there is no moonlight. Look at that. You'll get the same result. So the moonlight absolutely wasn't the reason for the discrepancy in temperature. What was the reason? Well, that thing that is providing the shade from the moonlight is also trapping in heat that is emanating from the Earth while it faces away from the sun. So, case closed. I'll link to at least one empirical demonstration of this fact in the description below. See how important it is to know how to do a science experiment? Maybe you should actually learn science rather than just repeating what you hear on flat Earth videos. Number 7. Many of you say some unintelligible nonsense about water flowing uphill, or that on the globe model some rivers flow uphill. This one is so stupid that I genuinely can't believe any human could fall for it. You'll look at a globe and say that a river flows this way and that this is somehow uphill, because you seem to think that up on the screen is some kind of universal up in space. Well, how about if I turn this a little bit? What do you know? Now it's down. Listen up, there is no up and down in space. This is not up, this is not down. To believe so would be as dumb as thinking that on Earth, whichever way you happen to be facing is north. No one on Earth is upside down or on their side. Up on Earth is away from the surface of the Earth, no matter where you are on the Earth. Rivers flow from higher elevation to lower elevation, which is a measure of how far away you are from the surface of the Earth. This has nothing to do with flowing in any particular direction along the surface. This is also why people who make videos acting confused about why elevation doesn't change between various sea level locations around the world are among the dumbest people alive. This is sea level. This is sea level. This is above sea level. This is above sea level. That's what elevation means. Learn the definitions of words before you try to use them in a sentence. Number 8. Many flat earthers remain dumbfounded by the idea that the Earth is slightly closer to the sun in winter than in summer. As I've said before, winter up north is summer down south and vice versa. So your confusion is one of northern hemisphere narcissism, but it is also one of complete ignorance. Here's the Earth. Here's the light coming from the sun. Look at this portion. It hits the Earth straight on. Look at this portion. Because of the curvature of the Earth, the light hits the surface at an angle and is therefore distributed around a greater area. Same amount of heat distributed around a larger area, lower average temperature. This is absolutely trivial to understand. It's why magnifying glasses can focus light to a point and set things on fire. It's how heat works. Flat Earth priests know this. They just pretend to be confused about things that they know their viewers won't check up on. Number 9. Many flat earthers refer to the body of scientific knowledge as scientism. This is meant to be derogatory, implying that science is a religion. I'm very sorry, but saying this just demonstrates that you know nothing about science and probably didn't pass a single science class in high school. Science students are not told what to believe. They are shown how to perform experiments. Even in high school physics, students use blocks and ramps and balls and pendulums and carts and rulers and timers to derive Newton's laws and many other such pillars of science. They personally do the science that has already been done by others in order to derive the knowledge that we already know and prove its validity to themselves. This continues through college and then on into graduate school, where students do their own research and figure out things that no one else has done yet. So using the word scientism only serves to disqualify you from adult conversation regarding science. In actuality, it is quite clear why you adopt this viewpoint, because you just accept whatever you hear if it's what you want to believe. This is why your beliefs are baseless. Since you are incapable of doing anything other than repeating what you are told, you assume that others are doing the same thing. But they are not. Those that are educated in the sciences understand how things work and use this information to build technology, such as computers and the internet, both of which you use to claim that the science that produced them isn't real, in a display of irony so thick that you could cut it with a knife. And to wrap things up, number 10, the pièce de résistance, the claim that we have all been indoctrinated, that we have been brainwashed, by schools, by the government, by NASA, by Freemasons, by Hollywood. Take your pick. Well, as I have demonstrated in this clip, you all say the same exact ridiculous things word for word, like you're reciting the oath of the Flat Earth fraternity. So it's a rather silly accusation to be throwing around. The fact that you all say the same things is not surprising in the slightest. What do you do when you want to brainwash someone? You tell them they have already been brainwashed. That's what flat earth priests do. They tell you that you've been brainwashed so that you are nice and receptive to the brainwashing. They tell you that everything you know is a lie so that they can lie to you. It's human psychology 101. Why do they do this? Money, status. It's a way for con men to capitalize on the gullible few who exhibit a combination of ignorance and suggestibility. It's a cult. You're part of a cult. Not like the kill yourselves with Kool-Aid kind, but it's not that far off. So get angry, call me a shill, call me whatever you want. I guarantee that many of you will bring up these 10 things I just talked about while commenting on this very video, demonstrating that you didn't even watch any of it. Most of the rest of you will avoid addressing anything I said and just vomit a bunch of other different flat earth talking points. But maybe a portion of you will have the courage to accept that you've fallen for a hoax. It's not that big a deal. Many of us have fallen for hoaxes or been manipulated at one time or another, myself included. Just admit that to yourself and walk away. And when you're ready to learn science in earnest, my tutorials will be waiting for you. Thanks for watching.
Okay. All right. Hey everyone, we are live once again from Antarctica. Got to deal with a brand new conspiracy that just popped up very quickly. But before we do that, a couple of announcements. Number one, a lot of people were monitoring our flight to Antarctica yesterday on the website Flight Radar 24. And I was alerted that our flight was the #1 tracked flight yesterday. Super cool. I think at the peak, there were some 2,000 people monitoring our flight on that website, which is pretty amazing considering that there are over 100,000 commercial flights per day. And so to have 2,000 people just watching our flight on that website is pretty neat. Second thing I want to state, very, very important, is we need so much help gathering data on the sun, taking pictures of the sun, taking pictures of sunspots using solar photography and solar filters. There is a lot of talk among the flat earth community that the 24-hour sun, which has now been confirmed, is a reflection. And so taking pictures of the sunspots would show if it's a reflection or not. Obviously, I do not believe that it is. So if you're able to help, it's super important that we get these pictures taken while we're here. And our website is set up where you can upload them. You can upload your location. And we're just trying to create the biggest data set possible. Just so you guys know,
the flat earthers that are here are doing the same thing. So they're helping. We're going to have a lot of people doing this, but the more we have, the better, from all over the world. So if this is something you can do to help us today and tomorrow, that would be great. We're going to be departing here on the 18th. So pictures today, tomorrow, and the following day would be the most important. And again, the website is completely set up to help you get those to us so that we will be able to go over them and take a look at what we see. Obviously, I expect the results to match the globe, but we do need your help. So, all right, let's talk about this new conspiracy. Anybody that's been following The Final Experiment knows that I use a green screen. So I have a TFE background that has globes on it. It has flat earth maps on it, AE maps, and then it has our TFE logo and our special Antarctica logo with the different versions of Antarctica between the globe and flat earth. Always use a green screen. When we got to Antarctica, we rushed to get our orientation done, to get our camp tour, to eat dinner, and then come out to our special campsite. Once we were here, we had to set up Starlink and get it up on the roof of the building. And then as soon as we had everything set up, we wanted to go live, and we went live. And so I since I use a green screen, there's something called chroma key, which essentially removes green from the image and puts something that you want up there, which is my TFE background. And I didn't turn that setting off because I've always used it for every single video. And so the conspiracy now is that we're not in Antarctica and it's a green screen. And so we are going to refute that right now, 3 ways. Irrefutable proof that we are not using a green screen. Number 1, you'll see MCToon behind me. He is live streaming. So we are both live streaming each other. That would not be possible if there was a green screen. Hello. Number 2, I am going to grab Jonathan. So Jonathan Morandi, when he went on camera, he had a patch on his shirt that was greenish in color, which was removed because of the chroma key. So I have now taken that off. And so now you can see the color of the patch, and it's there, which would have disappeared with a green screen. Thank you so much. You can get back to filming. So anyway, how it works is when you have things like, this is the water bottle I've been using out here that are green in color, and you have that chroma key turned on, it removes that. Here is a can of some Chilean Pringles called Crispos. You'll notice here the red and the green color, so no green screen. But what I'm most excited about is I am going to utilize my drone to show you that there is no green screen behind me.
He's going to fly it away behind him.
Hopefully this goes well here. I've never had to fly my drone for an audience of almost 900 people, but this is going to be fun for me. So getting everything booted up right now, and I'm actually going to remove my gloves so that I have perfect control of the drone. Do not want to have any accidents. So here is the drone, upside down, right side up, twisted all around. This is my DJI drone that I brought to Antarctica. So here we go. Let me go ahead and launch this here real quick for you guys. All right, here we go.
Home points updated.
Okay, hopefully you can hear me with the drone, but I'm also going to record what the drone is videoing, which is my screen. And I'm going to go backward. So obviously, if there was a green screen, this drone would not be able to fly backward toward MCToon, who's also live streaming. and who's also filming the drone. All right, now I'm going to come right back to us. All right. And back again. So here we go. We now come on. And right back. So here's what I'd like to say, which is that flat earthers, I do want to give you credit for the amount of effort that you put into what you believe. There's definitely something noble there. But I do want to also give you some friendly advice if you'd like it, which is that when you jump to conclusions prematurely, it's not a good look. Things should be thought out. So if you immediately thought that this green screen effect was evidence of something going on, instead of making a video about it or starting a new conspiracy, the best thing to do would be to reach out to someone who's used a green screen. I can tell you anyone who's ever used a green screen would immediately have recognized what was going on in the video. And this is going to sound weird, but it's true. Actually proves we were not using a green screen because of what happened. I'll also tell you that flat earthers who are notoriously not the biggest fans of myself or the final experiment have come to my defense. That includes Flat Earth Dave. You should know by now, if you know Flat Earth Dave, that he uses a green screen. He's always got different images and videos up behind him, and in a conversation, he can pull up whatever he wants to show people. And that's because he's using a green screen. So he came to my defense and said, hey guys, this is just the green screen effect. This is nothing. This isn't funny business. And then another flat earther who goes online by the name of Divergent Droid also came to my defense. I'm guessing he uses things like OBS or green screens, and he's very familiar with it. So anyway, there's been a pattern with the final experiment, which is things being claimed about me and predictions being made which were not true. And so we put our heads together and we say, okay, how are we going to refute this, or how are we going to answer this? And we put our heads together after we were alerted that this new conspiracy had popped up. I need to give credit to Wolfie 6020. If you guys are familiar with him, you should definitely check out his channel. He's a pilot. He's a member of the Wolf Pack, and it was his idea to do the simulcast live streams with each other, which we did with MCToon. And who was it? It was Where's Wally? He had the suggestion to show both blue things, green things, and red things on this live stream to show that we're not using any type of a colored screen. He's also a member of the Wolf Pack. Check out his channel, Where's Wally? And then I just was looking for fun ways to utilize my drone while we were out here. And I was like, hey, if there's a screen behind me, I can't fly a drone through it. So anyway, just wanted to give everybody an update on everything. Let me tell you where things are at. The sun is actually now over my right shoulder, which is the opposite direction of where it was when we live streamed yesterday at midnight. So I haven't looked it up, but I'm guessing we're right near solar noon.
Just after.
It's just after solar noon here. And the sun has not set, obviously. It has continued to circle above us. And our cameras are all still rolling, which is great. We're actually now on the final countdown to reach a full 24 hours of not only witnessing and observing the sun here, but also recording it in many different forms and methods, which is very exciting. So that's the update from here, from Antarctica. We're super, super excited. Things are just going well. The conversations are great. We're just having a great time together. We're bonding, and we're learning about each other, not only what we believe, but also just who we are as people, which is relationships are the most important thing on this earth and in our lives. And that's what we're doing. We're building relationships. So anyway, my advice to the flat earthers would be don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Think things through, ask around, ask questions. You guys do have a very large community, and it's very broken from my perspective. It's very disjointed. It seems like there's a lot of infighting and various groups that go on, and you just don't really see that much of that from the Globe community. Believe it or not, the Globe community has significant disagreements with each other, but in the space of this debate, flat Earth versus globe, we realize that we agree on this, and so we focus on what we agree on, and we don't focus on what we disagree on. So I would just encourage you guys to think about that before quickly jumping to conclusions and making videos that, you know, are not going to put you in the best light for people that understand what's going on and have experience with these different things. So anyway, always appreciate the opportunity to strengthen what we're doing out here. I'm going to go ahead and also spin the computer around one more time. You'll see the just beautiful, gorgeous landscape here in Antarctica. Pictures and videos will never do it justice. If you ever have the opportunity, you really do need to see this with your own eyes. You'll see all of our gear and setup. That's Dave McKeegan back there in MCToon. You'll see all the different cameras, tripods, and just the otherworldly, surreal environment and landscape that we have going on here. So there's Mark Herman. Here's Critical Think getting his gloves on. And then as we spin here, you'll see the great place that we've been using as kind of our home base, set up by ALE with solar panels and power and food and water. You've got the Tucker machine, orange Tucker machine back there, which is what they use to take us from Union Glacier Base Camp out here to where we are. It's about a 15 to a 20-minute drive. And I'll just go ahead and do a full 360 here so you can kind of get a good look at the landscape. And I would just encourage you, because these live streams aren't the highest quality, just wait until we bring back 4K footage, 5K footage. We're even going to have some 11K footage of Antarctica coming back for everybody to see, which is super, super exciting. So I do need to apologize. It's so bright. I've got these special glacier glasses on, which keep the sun from entering in on the top and the sides. And it just makes it almost impossible to see the screen. So I was not able to see the comments this time at all, but wanted to give everybody an update, answer the conspiracy that was put against us here. And again, we need to have a mindset of let's find truth. We need to have a mindset of let's work together to find truth. And that's if you truly are looking for truth. If that's something that both sides have in common, which I hope and pray we do, then we need to work together. So that is the spirit of the final experiment. That is what I wanted to do from the very beginning. And that's exactly what we're doing out here. And it's just incredible. I can't tell you how amazing this is. So whatever happens in the future in this flat Earth versus globe debate, if you guys want to do any type of expeditions and experiments and observations and testing, please get together, do it together, talk to each other, meet each other face to face. You won't regret it. So anyway, we're going to get back to it. Thanks everyone for joining, and I'll keep everyone updated. So, all right, bye-bye.
So yesterday I did a video on Akshay Nanavati's solo trek across Antarctica. And it turns out it was wishful thinking on my part, that flat earthers would admit they were wrong concerning their claim that you cannot privately and independently explore Antarctica. Instead, they gave me the silliest of responses, like this one, which says, "Stop lying, Will, you little snake. You cannot go there and explore with fuel, etc. You cannot go far enough on skis to explore what's beyond Antarctica, and it's still through ALE, not on his own, so you're lying, Will." So I guess if you use an airline like ALE to get to Antarctica, that doesn't count. I'm insanely curious how flat earthers are going to get to Antarctica if they won't even use a commercial airline to get there. Anyway, today I would like to introduce everyone to Johnny Huntington. Johnny is currently in Punta Arenas and about to fly to Antarctica, where he will ski completely alone to the South Pole. But what makes this story so incredible is that he is disabled.
I'm Johnny Huntington, a disabled polar explorer and endurance athlete. In November 2024, I will attempt to become the first ever disabled person to ski solo and unsupported from the edge of Antarctica to the South Pole.
Johnny is from Devon, England, which is just south of Wales. Hey, maybe he knows Creaky. Tragically, back in 2014, Johnny suffered a stroke while serving in the British Army, which left him paralyzed from the neck down on the left side of his body. Listen to Johnny discuss his ambitious attempt to reach the South Pole alone.
I'm trying to become the first ever disabled person to ski from the edge of the continent to the South Pole, solo and unsupported. So I'll basically be doing 911 kilometers roughly if I don't get lost. On skis with all of my kit and equipment. I'll be bringing it all with me in one go, and I'll be doing it completely on my own with no sort of help, no resupply, nothing like that. So you sort of get thrown out of a plane at one end, and you know, hopefully wind up at the other end 40-ish days later.
So this is another solo trip in Antarctica, proving that the flat earthers' claim you can only go to Antarctica on guided tours was completely false. And did you notice what he said in the video? He will be dropped off by plane at one end of Antarctica and then left by himself to make it to the South Pole. This is called private and independent exploration. Now, I mentioned the silly responses I got from flat earthers yesterday. Check this one out. He says, ridiculous. Why is it always a lone guy? No other witness. So he can go film himself in Greenland. We will never know. I feel like it's impossible to please a flat earther. They say you can't privately explore Antarctica, and here Akshay and Johnny are alone, which is the very definition of private. To do something in private means there is no one else present. And now that is being presented as a problem. So which is it? Well, I've got some good news for you. Just like Akshay, Johnny is also wearing a tracker so you can follow him live. His website is johnnyhuntington.com. And once you're there, if you just scroll down, you can follow Johnny live on his journey. Now, I know how flat earthers call everyone liars. And so if you're just going to call Akshay and Johnny liars, why don't you just keep that to yourself? I trust people until they give me a good reason not to. And these two men have been planning and training literally for years in order to do these solo expeditions of Antarctica. Now, Johnny is headed by himself to the South Pole. But wait a minute. There is no South Pole on a flat Earth. I hear flat earthers use the term South Pole all the time, and I think they forget that there cannot be a South Pole on a flat Earth. In fact, Eric Dubé has a video called "The South Pole Does Not Exist." And he has a video teaching you how to talk since the South Pole does not exist. Here's a quick lesson from Eric himself.
For contestable words like this, or space, or the South Pole, I like to make finger quotations when speaking, or to insert the words alleged, or supposed, or so-called, before saying these words, to make it clear to the listener that they should remain skeptical of the concepts being described.
There is one flat earther who follows Eric's advice here, and that's Flatzoid. He uses those finger quotations beautifully.
Could be a lie. Could not exist. Could just not be there. Could be a big firmament going like that.
But I mean, I laugh whenever I see the people claim that people traverse through Antarctica, and then when you look at the way they went, they didn't go through Antarctica. They always go the same way. They go to the South Pole.
Now, in case you think I'm straw manning the flat Earth position, let's go back to Eric Dubé, who will tell us that the South Pole does not exist.
In the flat Earth model, the South Pole does not exist at all, and Antarctica is instead a gigantic ice wall extending the circumference of Earth, holding in the oceans like a giant bowl or a World Cup.
There you have it. The South Pole does not exist on a flat Earth. So where are Akshay and Johnny headed if the South Pole does not exist? This is perplexing. Fear not, Flat Earth Dave to the rescue.
Well, there's something that you said where you mentioned we're not allowed to go there. What do you mean we're not allowed to go there?
So the Antarctica has a 57 nations, I think, treaty that's been in place forever that no one is allowed to explore Antarctica. No corporations can get its resources, nothing. The only way to go to Antarctica, you can go there. It costs a lot of money, maybe $15,000 to go for a couple days. And you get a little tour of the edge of Antarctica, and you get brought to a ceremonial spot. They say this is the South Pole. It's not. It's just a pole stuck in the ice. And that's it, you know.
Okay, so they're headed to a pole that's just stuck in the ice somewhere. Eric Dubé agrees.
This feat has never and will never be achieved because the so-called South Pole is simply an arbitrary point along the Antarctic ice, marked with a red and white barbershop pole and topped with a little metal ball earth.
So the South Pole is just this barbershop pole placed in an arbitrary point in Antarctica. Very interesting. So what is the South Pole on a globe? Again, Eric Dubé has the answer.
On the globe Earth model, the geographic South Pole is located at 90 degrees south latitude, where all 360 degrees of longitude converge to one hypothetical point in the middle of an Antarctic continent.
I agree. That is the South Pole on a globe, which is located right here. And that is where Akshay and Johnny are headed. But if the Earth is flat, what does this mean?
In reality, though, the Antarctic is not a continent, but an encircling icy perimeter of unknown length.
Okay, so Antarctica is holding in all the water of the world. I'm still trying to figure out how the flat Earth Antarctic ice wall holds all the water in when ice floats on water, but I guess that's a video for another time. So if Antarctica is an encircling icy perimeter, then where are Akshay and Johnny going, and how do they know how to get there?
In other words, the so-called geographic South Pole is just an arbitrary point in the Antarctic along any line of longitude significantly far enough south where all lines of longitude on the globe converge and become 0 degrees. For ease of transportation, supplies, and navigation, all South Pole explorers just retrace their paths back to their boats, though if Earth was truly shaped like a ball, conceivably they should be able to simply continue a straight-line path and come out the other side of Antarctica.
But Eric, this is exactly what Akshay is doing. He's crossing Antarctica. And Johnny is not going along the coast, he's going south to the South Pole. Now, this got me thinking. Many companies offer trips to the South Pole. You can fly to the South Pole, you can ski with a group of people to the South Pole. And if you want to freely and independently explore Antarctica alone, you can do like Akshay and Johnny and have them drop you off with a plane at the coast of Antarctica and leave you all alone to travel to and find the South Pole. Now, all of these people end up in the same place. They all end up right here. Now, I know you think calling it the ceremonial South Pole gets you out of this problem, but it doesn't. You see, Globers can show you exactly where the ceremonial South Pole is. It's at the bottom of the globe. And people will go through South America to get to the South Pole. People will go through Africa to get to the South Pole. And others will go through Australia or New Zealand to get to the South Pole. And guess what? It will take all of them roughly the same amount of time to get there. Similar flight times, similar ski times. So here's the question of the day for flat earthers. Where exactly is this ceremonial pole on the flat earth map? Please show us. But I think you already see the problem. Wherever you point to on this map, I will be able to show you examples of people getting to this physical pole from countries incredibly far away, but in a very short period of time. So if you say that it's here, well, people get to the South Pole from here, and people get to the South Pole from here. So you see, this appears to only be possible on a globe. On a globe, everything gets smaller and smaller as you head south of the equator. So multiple countries can reach the South Pole in similar times, and these times are relatively short. And people can get to this physical pole from different places in Antarctica in very similar times. But this seems to me to be impossible on a flat Earth. So please, will at least one flat earther tell me in the comments below where this ceremonial South Pole is located on your map? I'd love to know. Johnny, you have our full support. You have an incredible story. You are disabled, and not even that is stopping you from traveling to Antarctica and being left completely alone to freely and independently attempt to find your way to the South Pole. Here at TFE, we will not call you a liar. We will follow your journey closely and wish you the very best.
This is a down metal gondola which will bring us into the stratosphere. We are going to be lifted up there by Linde hydrogen. That hydrogen will lift us in a place where nobody can breathe and live.
Once again, Professor Picard, the Belgian scientist, has ascended to heights never before reached by man to study the stratosphere, that unknown region which surrounds the Earth at a distance of more than 7 miles. The balloon rose quickly and eventually climbed to over 10.5 miles above the Earth.
This camera, part of a flying laboratory, is recovered by Clyde Holliday of Johns Hopkins, who prepared it for its trip to the upper stratosphere. Rivaling the fantastic imagination of Jules Verne, the camera brought back a record of a flight into the heavens of a captured German V-2 rocket. At White Sands, New Mexico, the huge missile takes off. Air Force pictures show the rocket in flight. and the flying camera automatically takes over. The huge projectile drops the Earth behind at the tremendous speed of 4,000 feet per second. The rotation of the rocket causes the planet to spin before the lens, and the camera photographs the Earth 65 miles straight down. The horizon, 720 miles away, and the curvature of the Earth are astonishingly apparent in this still picture from the film.
Hi, I'm Daryl, and I'm a realist, also known as a flat earther. What I'd like to do is submit a new experiment to the scientific community. Grab a spirit level and take it on the plane with you. Now, I say take it on the plane because if we're living on a spinning ball or a globe that's 25,000 miles in circumference around the equator, according to curvature math, then the plane should be constantly dipping its nose forward in order to compensate for the curvature.
So it's Saturday the 28th of January now, and I'm back in the USA after having flown from Sydney on QF7, which is the Airbus A380 operating direct from Sydney to Dallas. Once again, I used my Bad Elf GPS units to record the flight, and it's a seamless log without any dropouts. During this flight, I took the opportunity also to just compare the position of the wingtip to the horizon as we were climbing, and I specifically requested an upper deck seat on the right hand side with a window just for these experiments, and I was nicely in line with the wingtip. So what we're looking at there is just my seating position looking out across the wing. We're on the ground in Sydney just as we were taxiing out for takeoff. This is at about 5,000 to 6,000 feet. You'll notice the position of the horizon is just cutting through the bottom of that winglet. Now as we climbed further, you'll see that the horizon was definitely dropping. So we're just approaching 6,000 feet on climb after taking off from Sydney, and that's about 1,700 metres altitude. If we have a look out the window, just notice where the horizon is in relation to the wingtip at this altitude. What I'm going to do is just move the camera down and up in the window. You see there's very little perspective change on the wingtip. And what I'll do again, once we're at cruise altitude in the 30,000 feet plus, we'll have another look at where that horizon is in relation to the wing. So we've now climbed about another 11,000 feet. We're just passing 18,000 feet, still climbing. 5,500 metres, and if we look at the wing now, you'll see the lower part of the winglet is now above the horizon. At lower altitude it was actually just intersecting the horizon. Again, we'll just move the camera up and down to make sure it's not just perspective causing this. The lower part of the winglet is above the horizon, and we're not even at 20,000 feet yet, so you'll see once we get up to the mid-30s cruising altitude, it's going to show the horizon has dropped even further. So we're approaching 30,000 feet now, still climbing, still heading 069 degrees, almost 9,000 metres, and if we have a look now again at the wingtip, you'll see that the horizon has dropped even further. Very, very obvious now. Now remember that when we first started this, the horizon was there, in line with that part of the winglet. Now it's significantly lower. So what you're seeing is actually proof that the horizon is dropping as we gain altitude, and that's evidence of curvature. You see, as I move the camera up and down in the window, it really makes no difference to the position of the horizon in relation to the wingtip.
If Rock Lake is part of a sphere that has a radius of 3,959 miles, then Rock Lake should also have a horizon. What I mean by a horizon is a physical visual obstruction that keeps the viewer from seeing beyond it. Things beyond the horizon would then appear lower and or even hidden completely. In this test, I placed 4 lights on the lake spaced about 1 mile apart.
Around 1 in every 10 Americans say that they believe that the Earth is flat, or that they at least have their doubts that it's round. I'm going to test that. I'm going to test if the Earth is flat or not. I'm here with Casey at the Saskatchewan Science Centre, and we've got 2 identical sundials set up. Let's get started. Here goes science. Okay. This is Highway 33, and since it's very flat here and there are no mountains to go around or hills to go over, this is one of the longest straight roads in the whole world. And that's why I'm here. Okay, so I just set up one sundial in Stoughton, and Casey set up the other one in Regina. We made sure that they were both level and checked that they were both aligned with one another, and everything seems to be good. Okay, I just measured my shadow, and mine was 66.1 centimeters. And then I called Casey, and his was 70.0 centimeters, which means that our shadows are 3.9 centimeters different. Mine is 3.9 centimeters smaller than his is in Regina, which means that the Earth is a sphere.
After the 2 measurements at Lake Balaton, FE Corps performed 5 TLT measurement over Lake Isel. Measurement 3, Lake Isel, Target 1. On April 8, 2018, at 1 o'clock a.m., the blue laser was on the salad at 2.85 meters, or 9.35 feet, above the lake's surface. It was seen at the Target 1 position, 21.26 kilometers, or 13.21 miles, at a height of 1.2 meters, or 3.94 feet above the lake's surface. It took less than 60 seconds for them to see the source of the laser at the Target 1 location.
Can you guys see it?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, that's there. Okay, yeah, we can see it really well there.
Can you see the reflection on the water?
I'm gonna zoom out. Yes, we do. Yes, we do. Look at that. Wow. Oh, man, that is irrefutable. Awesome.
I can watch this all day, you know?
This is awesome.
Yeah, this is really awesome.
Look at that reflection. That reflection absolutely caps it.
Yeah.
That caps it. That annihilates any possibility of it being refracted, and that also annihilates any possibility of any convexity.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot track it with being curved.
The 21.26 kilometer calculations based upon the WGS-84 geoid model resulted in a target hidden height for measurement 3 Isel Lake, Target 1 location of 18.18 meters, or 59.6 feet. The camera height was 1.2 meters. The WGS-84 geoid model differed by 16.98 meters in this measurement, which meant 93% of the target hidden height was visible. The lake temperature was 7.6 degrees Celsius, or 45.7 degrees Fahrenheit, and the air temperature was 10.8 degrees Celsius, or 46.4 degrees Fahrenheit, above the lake. The ambient conditions showed the refractive indexes were about the same on both sides of the lake. TLT calculations factor in any variations in recorded data and geoid datum parameters of the WGS-84 mathematical construct. Both target and laser positions are at 0 meters mean sea level. The WGS-84 geoid undulation map shows a marginal 23 centimeters or 9 inches height difference at the 2 positions.
But what if we come into the garage and do a more controlled experiment?
But what if we could eliminate all motion from the water?
This is a 1.5 meter kiddie pool.
I have here a 5-foot wide kiddie pool.
So let's let the water settle for a complete day so that we know that it's perfectly still.
And I've left this water sitting here for 24 hours. I really hope this works. Destin, wish me luck.
Good luck, Derek.
I'm about to pull the plug.
Okay, opening the valve in 3, 2, 1. Water should be flowing.
And the pool is draining. To help us see where the water is flowing, I'm going to put some food coloring in on the 4 cardinal directions around the pool.
Check it out, it's like a tornado, like right off the bat. We got a counterclockwise rotation. We filled it up clockwise, and now it's going counterclockwise.
You can clearly see that the water is flowing clockwise in this direction, and that makes sense because that's how it should flow in the southern hemisphere due to the Earth's rotation.
Step 1, launch a balloon into space.
My name is Sebit, and I believe the Earth is flat.
3, 2, 1. Step 2, live stream what the camera sees into his vision using a VR headset.
Oh, whoa. I'm seeing clouds. That's awesome.
Step 3, wait for the balloon to reach space and see what he says.
So the camera's getting a little bit more level, but I feel like it's still a little flat. Like I don't see that much of a curve.
Do you see a slight curve though? No, I agree with them. I
like honestly, it doesn't even feel like a slight. I'm looking forward to checking out the footage.
Yeah,
sure.
we'll see what it looks like.
It's a lot of Earth.
It's a lot of Earth.
That seems fairly flat, right? Like I think
a ruler. I mean, I see a little bit of curvature.
A little bit of a curve. It would be cool to see, kind of like if we were to like go pixel to pixel, seeing if there is a straight line.
The Copernican principle, named after Nicholas Copernicus, states that the Earth is not in any specially favored or central location. Welcome to the principle.
It always seems like we're the center of the universe, but we're not.
There's nothing special about humans.
It's tremendous to be human. So why wouldn't we want to be in a special place in the universe, made by a special God?
Then there's cosmology.
And there are probably 100 billion solar systems in our galaxy alone.
The Copernican principle.
The universe on large scales is extremely simple. It's the same in all directions.
There's nothing special about the Earth. In fact, our universe may be one among many universes.
What our universe is really trying to tell us.
If our Earth really turns out to be special, then I would say, hey, God made a mistake.
God. That's the only infinity. How are we going to move into the next decade?
Philosophically speaking, it's very uncomfortable. Because if the Earth is in the center of the universe, that means that somebody put it there.
We've always believed that there was a Garden of Eden.
I believe in God. I believe the universe was created by God.
We realized that maybe Earth is more special than we thought after all, but for a different reason.
We live at a very special time.
Life is extremely special.
This idea that we're not in any special place in the universe, there's something wrong with that.
All these things are rather strange, and we don't know why they're occurring right now. It's a mystery that's frustrating many of us.
There's all this stuff out there. That must mean we're insignificant. That must mean there's nothing special about this place.
On the largest possible scales, the universe is uniform.
So why would they expect to see anything special?
Just because we are smaller than a star or the Andromeda Galaxy, we're somehow less significant.
For better or worse, there's going to be a debate over this matter, and it's proper that the debate continue until the resolution has been hit upon. Always question the scientists and their foundations. At the moment, modern physics is not making a lot of sense.
What is everything made of? Well, oops, there's about 95% stuff we don't know.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch.
They've tried all the answers, and none of the answers work.
We are in a special place. I do believe that.
I don't think that this is telling us that we humans are in a particular special place.
It seems to make it special, but we don't like being special.
It's the moment of truth for science.
The principle is simple. It tells us we're nothing special. As Carl Sagan has put it, we live on an insignificant planet of a humdrum star, lost in a galaxy tucked away in some forgotten corner of a universe in which there are far more galaxies than people. Whether we call it the Copernican principle, or the cosmological principle, or the mediocrity principle, it all boils down to the same thing. We're nothing special. There are no special places or directions in the universe. No center, no edges, no up, no down, no left or right. For almost 500 years, as we have looked further and further out into the cosmos, everything has seemed to confirm this principle over and over again. And yet, we have never seen anything like Earth. A baby's smile, the finale of a great symphony. The lights of all of the cities of our Earth shining out into space. We observe these things nowhere else in all this vastness. We have yet to find evidence of other intelligent life, or any other life for that matter. If we really are nothing special, then where is everybody? Over the past decade or so, we have seen out to the very limits of the observable cosmos. We've mapped its largest structure, the cosmic microwave background, the oldest light in the universe according to the standard Big Bang model of cosmology. What we have discovered is shocking.
There is a crisis in cosmology.
It's an exciting time for cosmology because everything has changed.
We are asking about ultimate things.
Seeing the fingerprint of God or the hallmarks of the Creator.
You see, in some sense, what is happening, our concept of what the universe is has changed.
The pendulum has kind of swung all the way over and kind of a bit back again on the Copernican principle.
Big Bang cosmology assumes that the only thing that exists is the physical world. There's nothing beyond that.
People want to save the existing models because there's a lot that's invested in them.
The standard model is a really good model. It fits the observations very, very well.
We have a conflict between what is a well-established mainstream thought and what is the testimony of experiments.
They've essentially run into dead ends.
This is the moment of truth because they have nowhere to go.
The colors we see here in the cosmic microwave background map are kind of like a weather map showing hotter and colder, showing how hot the radiation is that's coming from different places. This is just radio noise from our own Milky Way galaxy. We're supposed to see the same number and types of hot and cold spots in all directions because there is no up in the universe that's special. And that is sort of what we see, except not quite. This map here can be decomposed into what we call multipoles. You blur out all the little spots, and you still have the bigger ones remain. Like here is an area with a lot of blue. So when you smudge it, this will be one single big blue spot. Whereas when I smudge this, where there's a lot of red and yellow, it'll be one big blurry hot spot. On the very largest scales, we see a pattern of really big hot and cold spots which line up around a special axis, which has been dubbed the axis of evil. And it's quite puzzling. Why is there a special direction in space?
Our most recent large-scale observations challenge the basic assumption upon which our modern scientific worldview rests, the Copernican principle. If the principle is wrong, it could mean that everything we think we know about our universe is wrong.
All of us are born with an innate need. In fact, it's hardwired into us to answer the question, who are we? Where did we come from? What does it all mean?
Was there a beginning? And if there was a beginning, was there a creator?
Cosmology used to be a very flaky subject, somewhere out there between philosophy and metaphysics.
In the early days, cosmology was really very much a matter of almost speculating about the universe without the data.
Because there weren't any empirical proofs for what they were finding. There were theories.
Cosmology. The study of the origins, structures, laws, and ultimate fate of the universe.
Now the remarkable thing about cosmology is that we have the data.
What counts as science and what doesn't?
Traditionally, people have said, well, once you get to the Big Bang itself, you're in the domain of philosophy or even theology. So it doesn't make sense to ask the question, what happened at the Big Bang, let alone what happened before the Big Bang.
Philosophy was useful before we had natural science. Namely, you can speculate about the origin of the universe, but you can speculate till the cows come home. But until you measure things and predict things, you don't know if they happen.
But today, we think we have it. We think we have the theory of all creation, the theory of everything.
The theory of everything. The system of the world. It has always been the dream of scientists, and earlier of philosophers and theologians, to achieve a consistent and complete description of reality. In the book of Genesis, God tells Abraham, "Look up and number the stars, if you can." This is the beginning of faith and the beginning of science. In the beginning, they're both the same thing. It was the natural assumption of the ancient world to see the movements in the heavens as centered upon us. From the location of Stonehenge, near Salisbury, England, we can see the standing ruins of what may be the very first astronomical observatory, constructed from an Earth-centered, fixed viewpoint around which the heavens revolve. If we imagine ourselves standing on a fixed world at a latitude of 51 degrees during the summer, the circle of the sun seems to rise toward the North Pole, giving us the long days of summer. Over the full course of the year, the circle of the sun will rise and fall 23.5 degrees. Add stars, and our world can be described by this diagram. Ptolemy refined a system with Earth at the center, and the puzzling back and forth motions of the planets as seen from Earth attributed to a series of epicycles, deferent and equant. The general assumption at the time was that the heavenly bodies should move in perfect, uniform circles, and Ptolemy's addition of the epicycles disturbed this metaphysical notion.
Ironically, the problem with the Ptolemaic system was a particular feature in it, which was actually, in my opinion, by far the greatest discovery made in antiquity. He had the planets moving on what was called a deferent, non-uniformly. He broke the hallowed tradition that everything must move at a uniform speed on a perfect circle. And he was forced to do that because his theory, which initially had that property, didn't fit the data.
In that regard, it should be kept in mind that if you look at pictures of medieval cosmology, then you see not only the Earth and the planets, but the outer sphere. Beyond that, you would have heaven. So that the Earth was considered to be at rest, ultimately, with respect to heaven, with respect to the throne of God.
For 1,500 years, Ptolemy's system was used as the basis of astronomy and calendars, and it worked quite well. But there were always those who detested its departure from the purely uniform, circular motion, assumed to be perfect and appropriate for heavenly bodies. Among these was Nicolaus Copernicus.
Copernicus hated that, and Copernicus set about to undo Ptolemy's greatest discovery.
While working at the request of Pope Leo X on improvements to the Julian calendar, Copernicus conceived what turned out to be the foundational idea of modernity itself, the idea that the Earth moved.
The Copernican principle is theological dynamite.
It did, in a way, all start with Copernicus, because Copernicus, we started off with the geocentric view, and Copernicus showed that that is wrong, that actually it's the sun is the center of the universe as it seemed then. The Earth goes around the sun. So then we had the heliocentric view.
Copernicus told us that we're not the center of the universe. We're certainly not the center of the solar system. The sun doesn't go around the Earth goes around the sun.
That's the Copernican principle, that if we are not really special, then this gigantic universe of ours doesn't care about us. We are nothing, absolute nothing.
In the context of cosmology, this is called the cosmological principle. So the point is that we might think we're at the center of the universe because everything should look pretty symmetric as we look around us, around the sky, but actually any other observer would see the same thing.
It's the basis of the standard cosmologies, and it's taken for granted by almost everybody in cosmology.
When Copernicus first came along and said, hey, we humans are not so special that everything centers around us, a lot of people viewed this Copernican principle as something bad.
The Copernican revolution is the revolution of the mobility of the Earth.
Copernican principle leads to, ultimately, the idea that there is no God.
That we are nothing compared to the splendorous universe of ours.
I think it was actually one of the greatest things that ever happened to us. We had this arrogance, and we got it knocked out of us. And we realized that actually we're not the center of everything, so we can't just say, oh, I'm not going to look at what the world looks like because I have a book here or my authority told me this is how it is. I don't need to do observations, and instead say, hey, it doesn't all center around us. We humans have to be humble. We have to look and ask Mother Nature, how do you work?
Not all were persuaded by Copernicus, however. The greatest astronomer of the time, Tycho Brahe, developed a new geocentric model. The Earth occupies the center, the planets orbit the sun, and the sun orbits the Earth.
Tycho Brahe, who is a great unsung hero of this, because he did an immense number of observations, very accurate ones, very precise for a long period of time.
Well, in the Tychonic geocentric system, the sun is traveling around the Earth literally and carrying the planets with it. So the sun is making the ecliptic, it's not the Earth.
Tycho hired a young assistant named Johannes Kepler in 1600. Kepler, working on his own development of the Copernican system, needed Tycho's observations, but Tycho refused to part with them. When Tycho died suddenly and mysteriously in 1601, Kepler took charge of Tycho's observations and used them to develop his own system.
Kepler's great insight was that the sun must be playing a significant role in the motion of the planets. They are following very definite paths, we know that for sure. How on earth do they do it? And what moves them? So he said, the sun must be somehow causing them to go round. So he postulated that the sun is rotating and had sort of spokes, which somehow got weaker as you were further from the sun.
In Kepler's system, the sun is in the center, while the planets move on ellipses, non-uniformly. The ellipse, with its two foci, allows us to see that Ptolemy's epicycles and equant were actually a brilliant attempt to express non-uniform motion centuries before Kepler. Indeed, once the concept of non-uniform motion is introduced, all of these systems can be shown to be geometrically identical. It was Kepler's idea that the sun must somehow be moving the planets in their orbits that set the stage for Isaac Newton's great breakthroughs. But observational tools equal to the task would first have to be developed.
Now, it's good old Galileo was the first person in the modern age who made this clear. He made the distinction between what I think it's Locke, then the philosopher Locke, described as primary qualities and secondary qualities. The primary qualities are the shapes of objects and the way they move and the space in which they move.
Galileo employed the telescope to establish that Jupiter was itself orbited by moons. This contradicted Ptolemy's idea that all bodies orbited the Earth, and was seen as proof that the Earth must likewise orbit a much larger body, the Sun. For the first time, observational science claimed to have established an error in the Church's understanding of Scripture, and the first great battle between faith and science was joined.
The criticism has been made back in Galileo's time that it was the church that was controlling knowledge, only allowing people to think within certain boundaries.
Science and theology were wed together. They were one basic entity. Theology always had a supremacy over science.
After years of house arrest, but seemingly quite sincerely nonetheless, Galileo eventually recanted.
A year before Galileo died, he rejected the heliocentric or Copernican universe that he had defended for about 30 years. A friend of his named Francesco Rinuccini came to him because he thought he had evidence from this astronomer named Giovanni Perioni to prove that the Earth was moving. And so they brought this evidence to Galileo, and Galileo said, well, there's no way I'm going to accept this. And it was a very long letter that he wrote, explaining the theology, the science, and everything he needed to explain that Perioni couldn't have found proof that the Earth was moving. Rinuccini got the letter, and as soon as he got it and read it, he erased Galileo's signature off the letter because he didn't want anybody to know that Galileo had finally repented of his heliocentric views.
However, when Giordano Bruno's ideas were similarly condemned, Bruno resisted to the bitter end.
Giordano Bruno got burnt at the stake the year 1600 for writing about an infinite space.
He was burned alive in the streets of Rome in the year 1600 for simply saying that there are other worlds out there, that there's nothing essentially special about our world. So why would the Catholic Church burn this person alive in the streets of Rome? Because think about it. If there are other worlds, then the question is, are there people on these other planets? If so, do they have a savior? If so, do they have a pope? If so, how many saints do they have? Imagine 1 billion popes, 1 trillion saints. How many trinities are there? The mind goes crazy contemplating a universe of universes. And so what did the church do? They simply burned him alive.
Bruno told his inquisitors at his sentencing, It may be that you fear more to deliver judgment upon me than I fear judgment. Henceforth, science would increasingly assert its independence from the influence of the church. Extending Kepler's famous laws of planetary motion, Isaac Newton published his Principia Mathematica in 1687. This most influential work in all of scientific history introduced Newton's theory of universal gravitation, the first and still the greatest attempt to construct a true system of the world.
When Newton came with his theory in the late 1600s, it was felt by many people that he had resolved the whole situation, the choice between Copernicus and Tycho, by means of his equations for mechanics.
But what happened was people misunderstood what Newton really said.
But actually what Newton said was that both Copernicus and Tycho would have been wrong, because neither the sun nor the earth would be the center of the solar system or universe, but you'd have to look at centers of mass and things of that nature.
He didn't say that the smaller goes around the larger. He said that both bodies go around the center of mass. So even in the heliocentric system, it's not the Earth going around the sun. Scientifically and technically, we would say that the Earth and the sun are going around one point called the center of mass. It just so happens that Newton agrees that you could have a rotating star field, and if you do, then the center of mass is going to be somewhere in the middle of that rotating star field. And it just so happens that any object can occupy that center of mass. What that does is it nullifies the objection that the smaller always has to go around the larger. That would be true in 99.999% of the universe, but there's one place where that wouldn't be true, and that's where that star field is rotating around the center of mass.
Newton had introduced the idea of absolute space and time, which is something a bit like, as regards space, which is the more important concept, a bit like this room, a rigid framework in which you can sensibly say that a thing is moving in a straight line.
Newton's theory was based on the idea of an absolute space through which objects could be shown to be in motion. His famous bucket experiment was designed to show that motion was not relative, but had to be occurring within absolute space.
Newton had hung a bucket full of water in his room in Cambridge, and he'd wound the bucket round, and then held it still with the cord of the rope all twisted and the water in the bucket level. Then he'd let go of the bucket, and the bucket had started to spin, and its centrifugal force makes it go up the side of the bucket. And Newton argues from that concavity of the water surface can't be explained by relative motion, because when the relative motion between the bucket wall and the water was greatest, the water was flat, and when it had stopped and there was no relative motion, the concavity was greatest.
Newton argues, therefore, there must be an absolute space that allows us to say that motion is not relative.
Newton didn't provide a mechanism. He just provided the behaviors of objects in gravitational fields. He never accounted for what caused the field.
So although it was widely thought that Newton had proven the Earth to be in absolute motion, this was by no means proven to everyone's satisfaction.
Physicist Ernst Mach provided an alternate explanation. According to Mach's principle, the Earth could be considered as the pivot point of the universe. The fact that the universe is orbiting around the Earth will create the exact same forces that we usually ascribe to the motion of the Earth. Mach's ideas would strongly influence the later development of the theory of relativity.
And Mach's principle says that you should get exactly the same effects whether the Earth is rotating in the universe or whether the Earth is fixed and the universe is rotating about it.
Motion is relative. All the objects in the universe must be moving relative to each other.
Mach's principle that because all we observe is relative motion, then once you start talking about absolute motion, that means you've imported a metaphysical principle into the system.
Mach had such absolute conviction that motion must be relative. He said, well, actually, it's nothing to do with the Earth rotating relative to absolute space. It's the Earth and the stars are in relative rotation. There's a relative rotation between them.
Rotation is relative. That is, you cannot tell by measuring centrifugal and inertial forces whether you are rotating or the universe is rotating, because you will see the same effect no matter which one it is.
And Mach then said, that's the cause of the oblation of the Earth, that it's not a perfect sphere. Whenever there is relative rotation, however you like to look at it, there will be that effect. And in fact, he goes back and says you can actually look at this from either the Ptolemaic or the Copernican point of view. You have to just concentrate on what is objectively true and say that if there is a relative rotation, then the Earth will be oblate.
By the end of the 19th century, the triumph of the Copernican system seemed complete. Only one tiny detail had eluded the experimenters. Physics at the time, including Maxwell's famous equations for electrodynamics, was based on the assumption that space was filled with a substance, an ether through which light and other electromagnetic waves would propagate. But all attempts to directly measure the motion of the Earth around the Sun through this ether had paradoxically resulted in an apparent velocity of 0. The stage was set for one of the most important events in the history of physics, the Michelson-Morley experiment.
1887 Michelson-Morley experiment. If the Earth were moving through an ether, then a sort of ether wind would be created at the surface of the Earth. A light beam projected directly into this ether wind would be expected to move slower than a light beam projected across the ether wind. If we project the beams across a known distance and then recombine them, we would expect the two waves to be out of phase by an amount that would tell us the distance the Earth had moved.
If the Earth is moving through the ether, then light waves going one direction relative to us should travel at a different speed than another direction. It's like if you're in a fast-moving river and you're swimming along with the current, you're swimming much faster relative to the shore than if you're swimming against the current. So what the Michelson-Morley experiment was designed to do was measure the speed of light in one direction versus another direction to see how fast we're moving through the ether. And what it discovered was it's the same in one direction as the other.
Michelson-Morley couldn't measure any effect of Earth's orbit, even though the assumption was at the time that that would affect the measured speed of light.
The experiment failed to detect the Earth moving in or against the ether. The problem was serious. Although various solutions were advanced, in the end, science was faced with a choice. Either discard the ether or admit that the Earth wasn't orbiting the Sun. It was Albert Einstein who came up with the solution, which now forms the basis of our physics and which we call the theory of relativity.
What they thought they would discover in terms of the ether, there just wasn't any ether there. There were relative motions between objects.
Which told us there wasn't an ether and laid the basis for Einstein's theory of relativity, which says there is no ether, that light always travels the same speed no matter which direction it's going, or even whether it's emitted from a moving source or a source that's standing still.
So how did Einstein do it? An earlier explanation proposed by physicist Hendrik Lorentz had suggested that the measuring arm of the Michelson-Morley apparatus was being compressed by the ether in the direction of motion, just enough to make it look like we were standing still.
Lorentz says, well, the length must contract a little bit to make it look like it's the same, even though it's not. I believe that interpretation is still correct, that we do, in fact, have length contraction. He was closer to the correct explanation than Einstein's later theories.
Einstein eliminated the ether as the cause and said that it was simply a principle of nature, that when objects move through empty space, they contract in length, they decrease in the time traveled, and their mass increases, all by the same proportion, which is now known as the Lorentz transform. Hence, in order to maintain the Copernican principle, the length, time, and mass of moving objects were altered. And this is the essence of Einstein's special theory of relativity.
It was a null experiment. They were very disappointed because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth through the ether. And Michelson himself was extremely disappointed that he couldn't do it.
And the fact that he wasn't able to measure anything was startling to a lot of people.
One of the remarkable consequences of the adoption of relativity was that every argument advanced from Galileo forward to prove the motion of the Earth around the Sun had to be abandoned. This point is made by Einstein in a book he published in 1938. The struggle, so violent in the early days of science, between the views of Ptolemy and Copernicus would then be quite meaningless. Either coordinate system could be used with equal justification. The two sentences, the sun is at rest and the earth moves, or the sun moves and the earth is at rest, would simply mean two different conventions concerning two different coordinate systems.
But if Einstein is wrong, then we had the problem that all these measured velocities of the Earth being zero stand unchallenged and unqualified. So the Earth is not moving exactly like the Michelson-Morley interferometer says it's not moving.
Albert Einstein himself said that if Michelson-Morley is wrong, then relativity is wrong.
All I have to do to shut up geocentrists is to run this experiment up on the moon and see what's going to happen. Of course, Einstein dies on the vine the second that you get a non-zero result on the moon with the Michelson-Morley interferometer, and all of a sudden that Earth is not moving, and all of physics collapses with that experiment. I think there's a reason not to put the experiment on the moon and to pretend that we already know the result and to whistle in the dark and mock the opposition.
If one day God comes down from above and says, look, these two great theories, relativity and the quantum theory, are wrong, what would I say? First of all, I would say, oh my God, all my published works are wrong. I mean, I'll have to look for another job.
And I've heard people say that the reason they don't want to publish papers that disagree with special relativity or general relativity is that they built their careers on this, and that it would be admitting a major mistake.
But second of all, once I collect my wits, I would simply say, but of course. You see, we are approaching truth, but can you actually get to absolute truth?
If you were paranoid, you'd say there's a conspiracy. Whatever it is, there is a lot of resistance to getting something published that disagrees with either of Einstein's two theories.
By the end of the 1920s, astronomer Edwin Hubble, working with the large 100-inch telescope atop Mount Wilson outside Los Angeles, had established that our galaxy was only one of many galaxies in the universe. His observations presented serious new challenges to the Copernican principle.
Well, he looks through his telescope and he sees galaxies for the first time. We had powerful telescopes back then. And not only does he see galaxies, but he sees these galaxies with what they call redshift. The wavelength of the light is now being stretched, so you see more red than you see blue.
Redshift. A shift in the wavelength of light toward the red, or lower energy end of the spectrum, giving the appearance that the light has either lost energy or has had its wavelength stretched by some physical force, as in the expansion of space.
An amazing law. We look out at other galaxies, on average they're moving away from us, And those that are twice as far away are moving twice as fast, and those that are 3 times as far away are moving 3 times as fast. And of course, that makes us look like we're the center of the universe, but it's not true. It just means the universe is expanding uniformly.
Now, he struggled with this. He didn't know whether to say that the redshift was a velocity indicator, that is, that the galaxies are being stretched apart from us, and that's why the wavelength of that light is being stretched so we see red, or it could be something else, you see. But he was pressured a lot by the Copernican principle to say, well, okay, let's say it's a velocity factor. The redshift is a velocity factor, and yet I'm not quite comfortable with that because that puts us in the center.
Such a condition would imply that we occupy a unique position in the universe, analogous, in a sense, to the ancient conception of a central Earth. This hypothesis cannot be disproved, but it is unwelcome and would only be accepted as a last resort in order to save the phenomena. Therefore, we disregard this possibility. The unwelcome position of a favored location must be avoided at all costs. Such a favored position is intolerable.
Hubble never believed in the expanding universe because he had the wrong value of the Hubble constant.
Hubble constant. The presumed rate at which space is created and galaxies are believed to be moving away from each other in the expanding universe theory.
Now, it's one of the most important numbers in cosmology, because once we know how fast a galaxy a million light years away from us is moving, simple physics to work backwards and figure out how long ago we were together.
But that left the centrality issue unsolved. A new idea would be required.
Friedman came up with the expanding models, which have this kind of paradoxical property that they're spatially homogeneous and isotropic, so everything looks the same everywhere and everything looks the same in every direction everywhere. And therefore, although from your viewpoint it looks as if everything is expanding away from you, from every other galaxy's viewpoint it looks as if everything is expanding away from you.
You can say that they're being expanded because you see their redshift.
People that believe in the expansion of the universe claim that it's like a muffin with raisins embedded.
Exactly as the Copernican principle requires. Imagine a cake in an oven with raisins. As the dough rises, the raisins move apart from each other, just as galaxies would move away from each other on the surface of a balloon.
So if you curve it and you put these galaxies on the surface of that curve and then you expand it,
if you're big enough that anywhere you look, it's expanding at the same rate from that spot.
Relativity tells us that in the presence of mass and energy, space can curve. Space is dynamical. It can bend, it can expand, it can contract. And one of the great holy grails of cosmology, in fact, the reason I got into cosmology originally as a particle physicist, was to determine which kind of universe we live in. Because the fact that the universe is curved means it can exist in one of 3 different forms, so-called closed, open, or flat.
The bottom line is experiment. We can simply speculate as much as we want about this great universe of ours, but the bottom line is you have to look at the data. The data shows that the universe seems to be remarkably flat. And how do you get a flat universe from a Big Bang? Well, one possibility is inflation. In fact, it is the simplest way to get a flat universe.
Inflation, the hypothesis that the universe had, at its very beginning, an extremely rapid, exponential expansion that exceeded the limit on the speed of light set by the special theory of relativity, resulting in a space that is flat and homogeneous.
Think of a balloon and put a bug on it. The bug thinks that the balloon is flat because he's very small and the balloon is very big. However, it's a balloon. It is curved. However, it looks flat only because the bug is very small. We are the bugs.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Liftoff.
We choose to go to the moon.
How is it cloudy in TV? Oh, it's beautiful, Mike. It really is.
Coming on the heels of Hubble's discoveries, observations in the middle part of the 20th century showed that spiral galaxies didn't appear to be obeying the laws of gravity.
Several decades ago, we found a problem so great that it was brushed under the carpet for many a decade. And this is the fact that galaxies spin too fast. We believe in the work of Isaac Newton, at least on planetary scales, but when you apply Newton's laws of motion to the galaxy spins too fast. In fact, 10 times too fast. By rights, the galaxy should fly apart. Therefore, scientists said that we have to have dark matter, a halo of matter that surrounds the galaxy and holds the galaxy together.
Dark matter. Hypothesized form of matter introduced to allow conventional theories of gravity to explain the observed anomalies in galaxy rotation and expansion.
I mean, if you're going to use Newton's laws, F equals ma, and you're going to use Einstein's tensor equation, then you better have the matter and energy in the universe to make it work. But it ain't there.
Between 1 and 3% of the universe is all the stuff we can see, and somewhere between 99 and 97% of the universe is stuff we can't see. This dark matter that dominates our galaxy, we're virtually certain now, is made of some new type of elementary particle, different than the stuff that makes you and I up.
And what have they discovered? Absolutely nothing. Zilch.
What is a little bit perturbing is that after 50 years we still haven't found what the dark matter is. But on the other hand, that doesn't mean they're not there, it just means they're harder to find than we thought.
Turns out the gravitational energy of every galaxy moving away from us is zero. And that's strongly suggestive that the universe actually came from nothing. In fact, every measurement we can make about the universe is really consistent with a universe that came from nothing.
Nothing. Generally understood as the absence of anything, but sometimes used in modern cosmology to refer to an unseen form of something, virtual particles and the quantum vacuum.
Something from nothing, a key concept in modern cosmology. But this turns out to be a very unusual kind of nothing, since it apparently contains at least two somethings, energy and a law of gravity.
Well, it's a strange time in cosmology. It's an interesting time because we don't understand anything, or rather, we don't understand nothing. Because it turns out nothing is almost everything.
If you understand nothing, you understand everything.
Turns out the dominant stuff of the universe is nothing, and we don't have the slightest understanding of why. Nothing is really not quite nothing. Nothing is really a boiling, bubbling brew of virtual particles that pop in and out of existence in a timescale so short you can't actually see them. Now, you might say, if they exist for a time that's so short you can't even see them, it's like counting angels on the head of a pin. It's like philosophy, it's not like physics. But in fact, while we can't see those virtual particles directly, they do have an impact, an indirect impact on atoms and the structure of atoms in a way that we can actually predict.
So we now realize that nothingness is foamy, is foam created by subatomic particles darting in and out of existence. Well, if subatomic particles could do this, why not universes? We now believe that in the quantum foam, baby universes are constantly appearing. So if I had a super microscope and could look down at the fabric, the instantaneous fabric of space-time itself, I would see a bubble bath with baby universes being formed all the time.
If you have nothingness, quantum fluctuations will always produce something. And when you add gravity in the mix, it's even possible that whole universes could come from nothing.
Big bangs happen all the time, but most of them don't get anywhere. They pop back into the vacuum. But our universe was special. Our universe, for some reason, popped out of nothing and just kept on going.
So not only is all the evidence suggestive that we came from nothing, but the laws of physics tell us that it's to be expected that something comes from nothing.
They impose on the science, on their observations, they impose their worldview, which is really their religious belief system.
So the problem with cosmology is that we keep inventing theories, ad hoc theories, to try to explain the data, such as inflation, dark matter, dark energy, and so on, just to keep patching the theory up.
The energy of the vacuum Dark energy, as we call it, is the greatest mystery in all of creation.
Dark energy, a hypothetical form of energy that allows an accelerated expansion of the universe.
Nobody knows what the dark energy is. There are thousands of people out there trying to work out what the dark energy is.
What they do is they have to invent it now. And if you've ever read the science magazines, they say, well, there's dark energy and dark matter out there, and they constitute 96% of our universe. The reason they say that is because they need it. It's not going to work. Their Big Bang universe is not going to work without that matter and energy.
The necessity of adding unobserved entities such as dark matter and dark energy to the Big Bang theory might be a sign that there is something wrong in the fundamental assumptions.
In our universe, we have two great theories. God, in some sense, has a left hand and a right hand. The theory of the big and the theory of the very small. The theory of the big is relativity. It gives us black holes and big bangs and things we can see with the naked eye in outer space. Then there's a quantum theory, the theory of the atom. Now, the juncture between the two, that's when all bets fail.
And it actually is split into two giant sides, the relativity side for the large and the quantum side for the small, and we haven't been able to unify all these things back together again.
There is a crisis in cosmology.
Because the quantum field theory, it says there's this vast amount of energy in the quantum vacuum. If you do a simple-minded application of that to general relativity, it tells you the universe should be accelerating an incredible number of orders of magnitudes faster than it is.
Usually in science, if we're off by a factor of 2 or a factor of 10, we call that horrible. We say something's wrong with the theory. We're off by a factor of 10. However, in cosmology, we're off by a factor of 10 to the 120. That is 1 with 120 zeros after it. This is the largest mismatch between theory and experiment in the history of science.
Recently, some theorists have proposed that the need for dark energy can be dispensed with if we dispense with the Copernican principle itself.
There's an important point here, because if you then said, okay, let's stop here for a minute and let's suppose dark energy doesn't exist. Now, the raw data is correct. It's what we observe. But let's just change the model a bit. Let's say, okay, let's suppose for a minute that the universe is not homogeneous.
Or, to put it another way, let's suppose the universe does not follow the Copernican principle after all.
Let's see if we can fit exactly the same data with no dark energy. And the answer is yes, you can.
If we assume that Earth is in a special position, near the center of a local void, we can account for all observations without the necessity of dark energy.
This is using a description of the universe that has us somewhere near the local center, a spherically symmetric universe. But when you apply that type of a model, it actually does fit the data without dark energy.
What I'm saying is that is a possible alternative which needs to be looked at.
Among the recent large-scale surveys of our universe, the Sloan Digital Sky Survey has given us our most complete look to date at the distribution of galaxies in the sky. Professor John Hartnett has researched these galaxy distributions and has discovered evidence of non-Copernican periodic structure in the galaxy distributions.
We looked at of the order upward of over 400,000 galaxies and sort of posed the question, well, how are these things arranged in the sky? These are a three-dimensional map, and had a look at whether or not there was any structure in that. To my surprise, the mathematics bore out, and there is some very unusual structure. Now, if you look at a picture of this map, when I first saw that, it looked to me like there was like concentric shells, as if the galaxies preferred to lie at some periodic spacing out from the Earth. This is sort of like saying that our galaxy is somewhere near the center of the universe, and when you look at the galaxies arrayed all around us, they're on sort of like giant shells. They prefer to lie on these concentric shells spaced out by around about 250 million light-year separation.
One of the chief difficulties faced by cosmologists is that as we look out at the cosmos, our view is partially blocked by our own Milky Way galaxy. We are able to see only about a quarter of the whole sky. As we pull up from Earth, we see the two pie-shaped wedges which constitute the data of the Sloan Digital Sky Survey. Each one of these dots represents an entire galaxy, containing on average hundreds of billions of stars, giving us a visual indication of just how astonishingly vast our cosmos actually is. As we look down upon this two-dimensional slice of the sky, we notice that there is regular, periodic, concentric structure with a preferred redshift spacing or interval, or delta Z value, between each shell of approximately 0.0246, or about 250 million light years. If we fill in the missing areas of the sky on the assumption that the distribution is more or less similar, we are in a position to get a look at how the whole 3D structure might appear as viewed from Earth. The first thing to notice is, if we looked at the universe from some point far removed from our location, we would not see the same concentric shell structure, which is directly contrary to the assumptions of the Copernican principle. In 3D, we can slice open the galaxy distributions almost as if we were looking at the layers of an onion, disclosing the concentric shell structure around us.
So every phenomenon that you see out there in the universe is all in concentric cells around where? The Earth. I mean, how do you avoid this evidence?
Whether it would lead to an Earth-centered universe in itself, I'm not that sure, and because it certainly leads to our galaxy maybe being in a special place.
Now that is controversial because anyone in the standard cosmology community would not even entertain such a notion.
Cosmologists should be open-minded and not suppress, if you like, the exploration of non-mainstream ideas.
The oldest light in the universe, according to the Big Bang Theory, is the cosmic microwave background, the leftover radiation from the Big Bang itself, the only source of radiation we've ever discovered that comes to us from all directions of the sky.
The cosmic microwave background is the afterglow of the Big Bang. It's the radiation coming at us from the Big Bang, the leftover radiation. It's amazing. In fact, it's highly visible in a sense, but it wasn't discovered until 1965 in New Jersey, of all places, by two people who didn't know what the heck they were doing, but they won the Nobel Prize anyway. But in fact, you've actually seen it. Well, if you've ever disconnected your cable TV, or if you're like me, old enough to remember before cable TV, when the stations went off the air at night, after the test pattern, there'd be static. If you disconnect the cable on your TV, you'll see static. Turns out about 1% of the static you can see in your TV is radiation left over from the Big Bang.
This background radiation should be isotropic. It should define no special direction in the universe, and certainly not one related in any way to us. Max Tegmark decided to look at the cosmic microwave background in a new way, and he discovered something amazing.
I decided to look at the data in a different way by separating it into what we call spherical harmonics, and each one of those harmonics corresponds to a picture you can look at on your screen. And I wrote this computer program, and like 3 in the morning it was done, and I hit enter, and poof, up came a picture, and whoa. Crazy. I had typed in 2, which was the lowest one of these modes, and it didn't look at all like it was supposed to do. I had looked at this because there had been previous papers saying maybe there was something a little fishy about this lowest harmonic, but nobody had ever made a picture of it before because they couldn't clean out all the junk. And checked my program, there was nothing seemingly wrong with it. So I thought, I'm kind of tired, but I have to type in 3 and see what the next one looks like. And that one looked even more crazy. It had this big band, like a pancake across the sky. And it was lined up with what came out when I had typed in 2. Like, whoa, what is going on here? So we mentioned this sort of in passing at the end of our paper, that there was this funny alignment which later got dubbed the axis of evil. And we did another paper and realized that it's actually quite unlikely that it's just a fluke. And then later on, other people, like Dragan Hutterer and many others, picked up on this and did much more careful studies and found that actually there was nothing wrong in my computer program, and the effect was there, and even more strongly so than we had guessed.
When you look at the cosmic microwave background, it's uniform in all directions, which is what you'd expect for the universe, in fact. Another bit of evidence that there really was a Big Bang. But there have been some anomalies.
There's one point about it that the radiation isn't exactly isotropic, it's almost.
So they send up the satellite and they find out, wow, there's anisotropies out there. It's not smooth. Not only did they find anisotropies, what they found was that these anisotropies, these disturbances, these temperature disturbances throughout the universe were all pointing to the Earth.
This is, if you just look at the galaxies out there in the universe, it doesn't matter whether you look at them like this or whether you tilt your head like this or like that, because there is no special direction. There's no up or down in space.
One of the fundamental principles of cosmology is the Copernican principle, that we believe that the Earth does not occupy a special position.
Yet, there is this very special direction imprinted in these baby pictures of the universe. And it's pretty clear now, since many different groups have hammered at this, that it's real, it's in there in the data. What's much less clear is what it means.
The cosmic microwave background alignments do not define a center, but instead an axis, a preferred direction spanning the entire universe. The fact that these alignments are correlated to our own neighborhood is highly difficult to explain from within the assumptions of Big Bang cosmology. The dipole, which is aligned with our equinox, is usually attributed to a relative motion between our solar system and the cosmic background itself. However, the quadrupole and octopole alignments are also with respect to the ecliptic, the plane of the orbit of the planets around the sun.
Some people have actually suggested that there's structure in the cosmic microwave background radiation that's related to where the Earth is and how it's going around the sun, which is crazy, because we're nothing special.
Professor Lawrence Krauss, writing back in 2006, addressed these strange anomalies in the cosmic microwave background as follows.
He says this, but when you look at the CMB map, you also see that the structure that is observed is, in fact, in a weird way, correlated with the plane of the Earth around the sun. Is this Copernicus coming back to haunt us? That's crazy. We're looking out at the whole universe. There's no way there should be a correlation of structure with our motion of the Earth around the sun, the plane of the Earth around the sun, the ecliptic. That would say we are truly the center of the universe, unquote.
In 2005, I was talking about the observation and what it would imply, but it's so strange that it's likely to be wrong. Now, that doesn't mean it's always wrong, and some things are so strange that they're actually right. But in this case, I suspect that the structure that was seen by some people that suggested that, the whole microwave background is arranged around us is probably not right.
If you run up against an interpretation that sounds viable and credible, that's not Copernican, it's thrown out.
And so I can see the resistance there, that if you, like a heretic, you come out and you say, hey, no, this is not right. That there is evidence that this cosmological principle, this idea that we're not in any special place in the universe, there's something wrong with that.
That whole cosmic microwave background is pointing to us, this tiny little space in the universe, and that happens to be where we live.
I frankly try to keep an open mind about what this ultimately means, because I still don't know.
As a matter of fact, you can go on some websites of NASA and see that they've started to take down stuff that might hint to a geocentric universe.
You know, whenever there's something weird, it's wonderful if you get a fresh measurement of it. So I'm really keen to see what the Planck satellite pictures are going to look like, if they are going to have the same weird alignment. And they're going to have even better ability also to clean out noise from the galaxy and other sources. So I'm keeping all options on the table until then.
The strangeness of the alignment of cosmic microwave background with the ecliptic and equinoxes of Earth led many cosmologists to believe that the Planck satellite mission would finally show these alignments to have been a mistake, a foreground that wasn't subtracted properly, or a scanning beam anomaly in the WMAP telescope. Would the axis of evil turn out to be real? Finally, on March 21st, 2013, at the headquarters of the European Space Agency in Paris, the results of the Planck satellite mission were publicly released.
Today we are going to present to you the cosmic microwave background. Progress towards the future by understanding the past. This map is a goldmine of information.
The stakes were high. If Planck were to confirm the existence of the axis of evil, it could mean the foundational principle of modern cosmology, the Copernican principle, is wrong. Planck was expected by many to show instead that the strange CMB axis of evil was nothing more than foreground contamination or a scanning beam anomaly somehow missed by the WMAP team. We flew back to Boston to interview Max Tegmark at MIT. We asked him whether his discovery of the axis of evil had been confirmed or debunked by Planck.
It was just so exciting. I'm standing there shaving at 5 in the morning while I'm watching George Staffy on the live feed press conference. And when the first image comes up on the screen, I line it up with this cleaned image of the data that we had made way back in the past. And it all matches. This spot matches this spot, this one matches this spot. And I'm thinking to myself, whoa, this is so awesome. And the axis of evil is obviously there because all the big spots are in the same places. So all these puzzling anomalies have survived. And the axis of evil is still with us. And we have to actually ask us what it means.
But what about the alignments with the ecliptic and equinoxes, which Lawrence Krauss had said would mean we were really the center of the universe? We asked Max Tegmark if Planck's results had convinced him that the axis of evil actually was aligned with our ecliptic and equinoxes.
I have to confess that I was bothered by the fact that the axis of evil seemed linked to a special direction in our solar system. And something in my gut was telling me that this might, even though I greatly trust the people on the WMAP team, point to something fishy in their analysis. But I also feel very strongly that I have to actually override my gut by using my brain and by looking at data. And now we have completely independent data with better detectors, completely different people seeing the same thing. So there's just no way we can blame this on the WMAP team. There is, I think, a real possibility that the axis of evil and other strange things we see in large scales of the cosmic microwave background are a hint of something really big, just the tip of an iceberg, something huge.
So now we're in a position to look at the entire microwave sky. First, we introduce the multipoles. The dipole, usually attributed to a relative motion between our local system and the CMB itself. The quadrupole, the north and south ecliptic poles, and the spring and fall equinoxes. The S-shaped line represents the plane of the ecliptic, the plane of the orbit of the planets around the sun. Notice how it neatly divides warm and cold sections of the CMB map. This is our first hint that something very unusual is going on. Now we transform our Molveda projection into a sphere and rotate our universe so that the S-shaped line of the ecliptic becomes the dark line across the center of the sphere. This plane, lying between the warm and cold areas of the CMB, will become the grid along which we fly through the entire visible universe. From the point at which space first becomes transparent and structure begins to form, through the Virgo supercluster, and finally to our own Milky Way galaxy. As we enter it, amazingly, we arrive at our own local neighborhood, our sun, and finally, our home. So does this mean that the pendulum has started to swing back away from the Copernican principle? Could this, in fact, be Copernicus coming back to haunt us?
Now today, fortunately, we don't burn astronomers alive anymore, which I think is a good thing.
Life may be very rare, and we may be very special, but that doesn't mean the universe was created just for us.
I've really changed my opinion in a major way and how I feel about our place in the cosmos. For many years, I was feeling more and more insignificant. We realized that we humans were just living on a small planet in a solar system, in a galaxy, in this universe. We just kept getting smaller. Then we realized we're not even made of the majority kind of substance, dark matter and dark energy. And then we realized that we're also very brief. Our 100-year lifespans, compared to the 14 billion year age of the universe. So how could we possibly be significant? But I've really completely changed my mind, and now I actually think we're very significant.
The very successes of science have led it to this moment of truth. It now confronts the very same questions which were once considered the domain of metaphysics, even of theology.
We are asking about ultimate things. What is the bedrock of the world? What is time? What is motion? These are the most fundamental things.
Oh, this cosmic microwave background is like we are seeing the fingerprint of God, the hallmarks of the Creator.
Because nobody believes that the universe comes to an end just where we can see.
It's been remarkably difficult to come up with any physical theory that just makes exactly what we see and then stops.
I'm a great advocate of the multiverse and the idea that, our universe is just one of many, this progression in the Copernican concept.
Multiverse. The hypothesis that an unending number of universes exist, the main purpose being to answer what is commonly understood as the fine-tuning problem, namely, that our single universe operates within a very narrow margin of physical constants and could not have come into existence by chance.
We are made out of electrons. If each electron is in multiple places at the same time, then am I not also multiple places at the same time? And the answer is yes. Now apply this quantum principle to the universe. If the universe obeys uncertainty, then you don't know where the Big Bang was. The Big Bang could have been here, the Big Bang could have been there, just like electrons. You don't know where the electrons is. So this means you have multiple universes. So as soon as you apply the quantum principle to the universe, immediately you get parallel universes.
And some people don't like it and call it a crisis. I call it a multiverse.
I think the multiverse has really come about because of a whole range of fine-tuning issues. The Goldilocks type universe, the laws of physics finely tuned, the existence of humans.
The multiverse is an attempt to take quantum mechanics and give every possible answer as a yes.
There could be an infinite number of universes, and the energy and empty space would be different in each one. And only in those in which the energy empty space is comparable to what we see would galaxies have formed and life would have formed. So it's kind of a cosmic natural selection. It's not fine-tuning. It's not religious, like some people think. It's the opposite.
Yes, it can get all sorts of answers predictively, but it doesn't provide the mechanisms and it doesn't determine things properly.
There are actually a variety of approaches that come from both cosmology and from particle physics, which predict that there could be many other universes.
By inventing all of these other universes that are unobservable, unverifiable.
If you have a mechanism for producing one Big Bang, it's going to produce other Big Bangs, and therefore it would seem fairly logical there should be many other universes.
The multiverse hypothesis, the problem in a sense is it can explain too much. In the multiverse, as various people have proposed it, anything you want happens here, something else. You can take anything you want and you can explain it by the multiverse. That means it has incredible explanatory power, but it also means there's effectively nothing you can do to test it.
In trying to figure out all these anomalies that they see in the universe that don't fit the Copernican principle, what this leads to is creating a whole bunch of universes, billions and billions. It goes on ad infinitum. Somewhere in all those universes, there's going to be something that's not geocentric, you see, and that's how we can get out of the problem.
There's a geocentric universe in the multiverses. There's a heliocentric one. There's a Jovocentric one centered on Jupiter by this hypothesis.
It's a very, very interesting hypothesis. One can make good reasons why it's a good model to believe in, but there isn't any direct way to prove the multiverse is correct observationally.
We cannot directly observe these other universes because, remember, the point is we cannot observe beyond 40 billion light years.
Got to be careful when we claim the mantle of science for some of what comes out. I'm very happy to claim the mantle of scientifically based philosophy for what comes out, but I'm worried when we're claiming the mantle of science.
The fine-tunings, if we're the only universe, the fine-tunings are really hard to explain unless you're going to invoke a creator or something.
We seem to find ourselves in a part of the universe that is perfectly tuned for life.
On the other hand, if you have got a multiverse, then it's fairly natural by a simple selection effect that we are going to be in one of the universes which is going to allow life to arise.
Saying there's many universes doesn't really answer anything, does it? Because it doesn't deal with the universe we're in, assuming it's even true.
Where are we going to find ourselves in the multiverse? The only place we're going to find ourselves is where we can survive.
I would agree that the alternative is between a multiverse and God.
It's just too perfect to be a happenstance or a coincidence.
The reason the universe appears to be so tuned for our existence is not because some divine intelligence decided, I want to create a universe so people can be in it, but rather, if we're any different, we wouldn't be here.
Once you eliminate the creator, you have this gradation of learning, and all of a sudden you reach this point where you can't go any further.
The universe could not have been an accident. It is so gorgeous when it could have been random and ugly. It is so beautiful and elegant when it could have been random and an unwieldy collection of subatomic particles. Here it is, this glorious universe of ours that creates consciousness.
To me, that's evidence of a creator behind it.
What is particularly worrying about some of the discussion of the multiverse is the use of the word infinity.
God. That's the only infinity.
Infinity is a number that can never, ever, ever be attained. Infinity is the unattainable.
Big Bang cosmology assumes that the only thing that exists is the physical world. There's nothing beyond that.
You don't confront the face of God in a multiverse. You're just the result of a mathematical equation splitting infinitely.
If that were true, there would be no room at all for spirit, or for God, or for any of their mutual interactions.
People have had a brick wall placed in front of them because science has said certain things, and they said, you must stay over in this category here, and you cannot go into the God category, because that's going to destroy our science.
It does tend to be taboo to call on God or a creator for anything in science.
And there's no evidence of planning or purpose in the universe as far as we can tell.
They're not really referring to a Genesis biblical creator. They're referring to some innate, inanimate universe that created itself.
So, George, if you do take the fine-tuning seriously, but you don't believe it actually is due to there being a multiverse, what is your explanation of the fine tunings?
You really want to push me on this?
Even if it's a non-scientific explanation.
It's absolutely possible that there is a multiverse. It's possible this was just the way things happened, that there's nothing more to say about it. It's possible that in some sense it was meant to be that way, and that in fact all the other evidence about meaning, purpose and so on in the universe might help one to say that there's some element of meaning underlying all of this.
But is that tantamount to saying that there was a fine-tuner, a creator?
That would be tantamount to saying that.
And so, at the end of the day, the question remains, are we significant or just a cosmic accident?
Well, I think it's now very well established that our universe is a very special universe within the space of universes we can imagine.
When you look at all the parameters that have to be just right, temperature, solar radiation or stars radiation nearby, etc. So when you really look at the details, it takes a phenomenal number of parameters to be correct in order to support life on the Earth. When I see how barren the other planets are and how bountiful the Earth is, something's different, and we're in just the right spot for it.
We've got to get away from that Copernican principle and the notion that man means nothing. From just a meaningless molecule to a human being that's in a special location for presumably a special purpose. And therefore men are driven by their purpose, and they can see themselves in a very different light than the fact that they are simply chaotic blobs.
So that according to Big Bang cosmology, the future looks very bleak. Either the universe is going to keep on expanding forever, and eventually it'll run out of energy and all life will die, or it will recollapse again, and then everything will die as well.
The two lessons of cosmology that I like to give people are, one, we're more insignificant than we thought we were before. You're completely insignificant. All of our human drama and everything else is more irrelevant when it comes to the cosmos than it was before. So we're insignificant and the future's miserable. So those are the two things we've learned.
One shouldn't be too pessimistic.
Because astronomy is ripe for a new Copernican revolution, perhaps back in the other direction.
The Earth is a very special place, no two ways about it.
Human beings are very wonderful.
You are so special that consciousness is so powerful and so hard to create that is the defining principle of the universe itself.
But if we are significant, and if there's something special about our home, this planet, then those concepts have tremendous implications. And we need to be then focused on our commitments as stewards over the creation that we have.
We need to take that brick wall away so that we can make that bridge between science and theology.
I have a minority view as to what this means. I think it means that life of the advanced form we enjoy here is extremely rare, and that we are in fact the only life in our entire observable universe that's gotten to the point that we have telescopes. And if that's true, then we are very significant.
The carbon, the nitrogen, the oxygen, the iron in your body wasn't created in the Big Bang. It was created in the fiery nuclear furnaces of the cores of stars, and the only way it could have gotten into your body is if the stars exploded. So, and the atoms in your left hand might have come from a different star than your right hand, and so you're not only are you intimately connected to the cosmos, every atom in your body has experienced the most cataclysmic explosion in nature, a supernova explosion. When a star explodes, it burns with a brightness of 10 billion stars, and every atom in your body's experienced it.
So what I take away from this is we simply always need to keep an open mind and listen to all viewpoints and let Mother Nature be the one who gets the final word.
There's always a revolution coming in science because science is necessarily provisional. It cannot make a final statement because it doesn't know everything. It cannot examine what's going on at the four corners of the universe.
As to how many angels dance on the head of a pin, I think it's still an open question.
You know, I can tell you what the future might be, but it could be something different.
I mean, it's absolutely extraordinary. When you look at it, there's this little ball of rock with this thin layer of air, and here we are dependent on the rock and the air and the sun floating through these immense space. I just think one ought to have that picture of what we are in order just to have a full concept of being a human being.
We also know that there's nothing about the laws of physics that says that life has to be limited to just being stuck on this planet. and can't ultimately engulf our entire universe, come alive. If that happens in the distant future, I think it will be because of what we humans decide to do here on this planet. And it's probably going to be settled in my lifetime, whether we just permanently screw it up or get our act together and concede space with life. And if in the distant future our whole universe has come alive, I don't know how our distant ancestors are going to think about us, but I'm sure they're not going to think of us as insignificant.
For nearly 400 years, ever since the trial of Galileo, there has often been tension, if not outright conflict, between faith and science. Remarkably, the Copernican principle seems to be the ground upon which faith and science are again, at long last, approaching one another. Perhaps we can hope to achieve a more fruitful and successful dialogue this time around.
See the clouds in the distance, and the winds have changed. There's a look in your eyes I can't explain. I feel your souls in the desert, and I can't make it rain. Sky stands still as
Hey guys, my topic today may seem unnecessary, but there is actually a lot of misunderstanding about what the Bible teaches on this subject. Atheists like to point to this as proof that the Bible is flawed, and a surprising number of Christians actually believe it too. But does the Bible really teach that the earth is flat?
That your faith should not stand in the wisdom of men, but in the power of God. Comparing spiritual things with spiritual.
So, there are a lot of reasons that the flat earth theory is wrong scientifically. For instance, the theory basically ignores simple, easily verifiable scientific facts like the Earth's spherical shadow that is cast on the moon during lunar eclipses, or the visibility of different stars in the northern hemisphere than what are visible in the southern hemisphere, or the curvature of the Earth, which is why you can see much further from the top of a mountain than you can from a flat plain, because you have a better vantage point to see further beyond the curvature of the Earth. Flat Earth arguments routinely ignore basic scientific laws like the effects of gravity and physics, and atheists argue that the Bible supports these claims and is therefore untrustworthy. Now, this is actually a very different issue from the evolution-creation debate. The theory of evolution deals with what is called historical science, meaning it's not possible to recreate, observe, or test this theory. The shape of the Earth, on the other hand, is 100% testable, observable, and provable. So, in this case, we're talking about actual scientific fact, not just the unprovable claims of unbelieving scientists. So, when flat earthers claim that the Bible supports their theory, they are actually using the same argument that atheists use to discredit the Bible, and they are both wrong. The Bible actually doesn't speak to the shape of the earth at all. Here's a list of the most commonly used passages that are said to teach a flat earth. You may notice as we consider these that, with the exception of only one, all of these passages come from the prophetic and poetic books of the Bible. These are genres of scripture that are noted for being filled with symbolism and allegory, a point which flat earthers ignore when quoting these passages. In verses like these, it's very important to examine the surrounding passage, considering the context of the verse, as well as the implications of the original Hebrew words of the book. Let's examine a few of the most common of these. Let's start with an example from the book of Revelation. Chapter 7 speaks of the four corners of the earth. This passage must be studied properly. It is a prophetic passage that is heavily symbolic. The four corners here are linked to the four winds and the four angels that are also mentioned. The four winds obviously refer to the four directions from which winds come: north, south, east, and west. So it's reasonable to assume that the corners also refer to directions, not edges. The word corners was an idiom back when Revelation was written, just as it is today. You could say, I've searched every corner of this town for my lost puppy, whether the town is rectangular in shape or not. What the Bible is saying is that these angels will be around the earth in every direction, prepared to pour out God's judgment during the end times events. You may have heard that Isaiah 40:22 speaks of he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth. This seems to suggest that the earth is a circle, not a sphere. But is this really what the verse is saying? First of all, a circle is an accurate description of the earth when seen in two dimensions. Even in the flat earth model, the earth is not a circle. It's technically a very thin cylinder. Also, this passage is clearly not literal. God does not literally sit on top of the earth. Finally, the word circle is translated from the Hebrew word chug, which refers to being surrounded or closed in, especially on the horizon. It's literally saying that God is present everywhere around you in every direction on the horizon. This interpretation also fits with the point that the chapter is making about the awesome power of God. Job 26:10 says, "He hath compassed the waters with bounds." Does this teach that the earth has boundaries? Well, first of all, this verse is a recording of a statement spoken by Job, who only a few chapters earlier was asking God to kill him. Clearly, the words of Job are not to be taken as equal to the Word of God here. The Bible is simply giving us an accurate record of what Job said. Secondly, this verse says that the waters are bounded, not the earth. And the waters of the earth do have boundaries. They're surrounded by land. This is not contrary to a spherical earth. Job 38 says, "Hast thou commanded the morning since thy days, and caused the dayspring to know his place, that it may take hold of the ends of the earth, that the wicked might be shaken out of it?" Does this teach that the earth has ends? Clearly, as is typical in these poetic books, this is a figurative language. The verse describes the morning grabbing a hold of the ends of the earth and shaking it, like a garment, to remove the wicked from it. This is actually figurative of how men love darkness rather than light, and one day Jesus, who is the light of the world, will return to rid all darkness from the world. Also, the word translated ends here comes from the Hebrew kenef, which refers to an extremity like a wing, or in this case, the picture suggests a sleeve of a garment. Even flat earthers don't argue that the earth has wings or extremities. Here's one you may have heard. Psalm 93 says that the world is established, that it cannot be moved. This actually appears to be a prophetic psalm speaking of a future millennial reign of Christ, after which there is a new heaven and new earth. Also, the word move here is from the Hebrew mot, which means to totter, shake, or slip. What is being said is that the earth is not going to slip or totter from where God put it. Not that it cannot be revolving in a set pattern around the sun. Rather, God has set it so that it will stay in that set rotation without tottering, shaking, slipping, or being moved from it. Okay, so here's a really bad argument that is made for the flat earth. Genesis 1:2 says, "The Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters." Does this really mean that the earth has a face? Earlier, in the same verse, the Bible actually says that the earth was without form and void. So even if it was teaching that the earth was flat, it would not be teaching that it is the same shape today. But besides that, it's not teaching anything about the shape of the earth. The word face in Hebrew, like the English word, has many different meanings. However, the meaning here is very obvious, and it's used in Scripture this way many times. The word is referring to a surface. The Spirit of God moved over the surface of the water. This is very plain. There are other verses that are used that seem too obviously wrong to even consider, like Matthew 5:35, stating that the earth is God's footstool. This doesn't teach about the shape of the earth. It teaches that God has dominion over the earth. It's under his feet, as it were. If this verse were literal, then we should be able to see God's feet touching the earth somewhere. Now, you might ask, if the Bible doesn't teach a flat earth, then why did the church teach it for so long? This is actually a common misconception of church history that was popularized during the 1800s by two atheist skeptics, Andrew Dixon White and John Draper. They wanted to create the narrative that Christianity held back the progress of science because they wanted to shame the church into accepting Darwinism. They spread the lie that the church had taught that the earth was flat during the Middle Ages. They were so successful that today, most people actually believe that the church did teach that the world was flat. This is simply not true. Catholicism did teach that the earth was the center of the universe, but they actually never taught that the earth was flat. Many of the Old Testament Hebrew scholars did mistakenly believe in a flat earth, but never was it taught by the church. As a matter of fact, around 200 BC, Eratosthenes, the father of geography, measured the angles of the sun from different places on the earth and actually calculated the earth's circumference. Even in Christopher Columbus' day, people knew that the earth was round. Columbus just thought that it was much smaller than it is and that it would be faster to sail to India by heading west. His critics thought that there would be so much ocean in between Europe and India that sailing west would be much further than going around the tip of Africa. In the end, especially because of the two continents in his way, his critics were actually right. Just a reminder, I've posted some great articles about this in the description if you want to study this further, because I realize I'm really only scratching the surface with this video. So no, the Bible does not teach that the earth is flat. As always, the Bible stands up to scrutiny and is true in its entirety. Now, I know I haven't covered every claim of the flat earth theorists. My goal was just to deal with the most popular Bible arguments that they use. Let's keep the conversation going. If you know of another argument for or against the flat earth theory, let me know about it in the comments below. Now, before I go, I want to sincerely thank you for watching this video. If you like this content, don't forget to hit subscribe to support the channel and to see more content like this. I really appreciate it. Also, I want to remind you all that the whole Bible is ultimately about one thing: the redemption of mankind by Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible teaches that all men are sinners and that no sinner can have eternal life with God in heaven because we must pay for our sins for eternity in hell. That's the bad news. But the good news is that Jesus died to pay the penalty for our sins on the cross. Since your sin has been paid for by Jesus Christ, all that is left for you to do is to accept that gift by faith. If you've never accepted the gift of God by faith, won't you do that today?
So I'm going to bring them in, and then we'll start with first Dave. You may know him as Professor Dave Explains. He's linked. All of his channels are linked. He's on YouTube. He should also be on Rumble because, reasons. Dave, welcome. How are you today?
Good. How are you doing? Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I'm doing well. Thanks for being here. And then we've got Austin. You might know him as Witsit on Twitter. He's got a YouTube channel. I assume, I don't know, you should have a Rumble channel too, but their YouTube channels are both linked in the description below. I recommend you hear them both out. And I guess we're going to talk about flat Earth, and we're going to start the clock at the 7-minute mark for Dave, if you're ready.
Sure. Yeah. Just present here. How do
that on the bottom?
Oh, share screen, right?
Yep. If I can actually drop out too if we need more room on the screen, Yep, there's that.
Can we see the slides?
Yep,
you got it all?
Yep.
Okay,
so
ready?
I'm gonna shut up. I mean, I'll keep it to, so I got 4:37 now on my clock. So at
cool.
Well, just flip to 4:38. So go ahead.
Okay. So we're here to talk about flat Earth versus globe Earth. Austin is going to pretend to defend the flat Earth. He will do so with two tactics, which I will undermine right now. First, he will pretend that the default position is that it's just totally flat. Just observe and see how flat it is. So the burden of proof is on the globies to prove it is a globe. No, that's false. All of observations since antiquity have only make sense on a spherical Earth. Looking at the sun, moon, stars, only makes sense on a sphere. That's how we've known the Earth is a sphere for 2,500 years. Furthermore, if you deny a globe, most things don't make any sense. Day, night, seasons, weather, tides, Coriolis, geological phenomena like volcanoes, earthquakes, technology, communications, simple things like line of sight increasing with altitude, terrestrial motion, gravity. None of it makes sense if you deny that the Earth is a globe. Speaking of gravity in particular, I know that Austin will be very eager to talk about his electric gravity bullshit. Here are some reasons why that is stupid. He cannot derive 9.81 meters per second squared. He cannot explain why this value is based on Earth's mass. He cannot explain why G varies precisely with Earth's radius and your altitude. Despite electromagnetism being both attractive and repulsive, he cannot make anything significantly massive fall up. And no, his little middle school science project with a piece of styrofoam doesn't count. He cannot explain why there's no discrepancy in the motion of objects with differing properties, paramagnetic, diamagnetic, ferromagnetic. Cannot explain why there's no difference in activity over differing substances of different conductivities, grass, sand, water, concrete. He cannot explain why things fall at the same rate regardless of elevation. His electrostatic field dissipates with elevation until it disappears, yet things still fall. So, Austin, this is the default position. This is the position that correlates with all observations and every nook and cranny of our knowledge about the physical world. If you would like to make a case for the contrary, feel free to do so, and make sure to bring quantitative predictions. The second tactic he will use is because he knows the flat earth is so unbelievably indefensible, he will try to obfuscate by turning it into a discussion of geocentrism versus heliocentrism. He does this because he relies on using word salad about esoteric topics in modern physics, like relativity and certain experiments from the 19th and 20th centuries. Unfortunately, though, for him, geocentrism utilizes a spherical earth. That's right, the Ptolemaic geocentric model that was used from antiquity until Copernicus uses a spherical earth. So if he would like to change the topic of the debate completely from flat earth versus round earth to geocentrism versus heliocentrism, I'm willing to entertain that if he first admits that the earth is a sphere. And he has to mean it. If he is unable to make that concession, I will continually drag him back to very simple, naked eye observations and basic logic that prove the Earth is a sphere without any understanding of physics whatsoever. Number one, the observations of the stars. In the northern hemisphere, the stars rotate counterclockwise. In the southern hemisphere, they rotate clockwise. This makes absolutely no sense on the pizza land. Why would the sky be rotating in opposite directions just depending on where you're standing? Also, why can't we all see the same stars? If you have a line of sight to a star, you should be able to see it. Both of these make perfect sense. On a rotating sphere, you have two celestial poles, and the Earth is rotating, and then we can't see through the Earth. That's why you can't see certain stars. So in the north, can't see Southern Cross. In the south, can't see Polaris. Speaking of the Southern Cross, in order to get the pizza land, he has to take the point that is the South Pole and unwrap it to get the perimeter of the pizza. And that results in total absurdities like these three people all looking at the Southern Cross at the same time, despite looking at completely different directions. That makes no sense at all. Again, on a sphere makes perfect sense where south actually means something, and they're all looking at the South Pole. Number two, day and night and regions of illumination. This is very bad for the Flurfies because in the winter months, they need to take the sun all the way out to the periphery of the disk, and that would result in most of the pizza being dark everywhere most of the time. Of course, in reality, the opposite is true. The edge of Antarctica in these winter months is illuminated almost all the time. So how does the light get all the way over there? And then you don't even have to go all the way to Antarctica. You can go to Ushuaia, which is at the tip of South America, where people live, and that must be illuminated around 70% of the trajectory, while places like Point Barrow, Alaska, experience 24-hour night. In order to try to explain this, they have to make light do things that it doesn't do, and in fact, flat earthers do not ever try to explain this at all. It gets even worse if you go all the way to the South Pole. There is a 24-hour sun there, which completely obliterates the flat Earth, as flat earthers themselves admit. And that is why a rich person lately has been offering fully paid trips to the South Pole so that flat earthers can see the 24-hour sun, and they are all busy crapping their pants trying to make excuses to not go. Once again, on a globe Earth, this makes perfect sense. Day is when you're facing the sun. Night is when you're facing away. Pretty simple. Number three, Southern Hemisphere causes trouble. For years, flat earthers have been pretending that there are no direct flights in the Southern Hemisphere. This is wrong. There are many. Sydney to Santiago is one of them. And this goes both ways, nonstop, in both directions over the Pacific Ocean. And then we have the Antarctica Cup Ocean Race, which is a boat race that circumnavigates Antarctica. They go all the way around every year, and neither of these things make an ounce of sense on a flat Earth. You would have to have, for the flight, the Sydney to Santiago takes this incredibly enormous arced path instead of going the straight line path, and neither of which could be done in 12 hours anyway. And then the boat race would have to go around the entire world, always steering away from Antarctica instead of towards it, which it doesn't do. So all of these observations are very extremely basic, intuitive ways to prove that the Earth isn't flat. Okay, these all obliterate the flat Earth. They prove without a doubt that the Earth is a sphere. Every single one of them does this. Austin is unable to discuss any of these topics. He has no ability to explain any of these observations on a flat Earth, and so he will desperately try to pivot and turn this into a debate about geocentrism versus heliocentrism. Unfortunately, that's not the topic of the debate. If he wants to have that debate, that's totally fine. He must simply concede this debate that we're having now, admit that the Earth is a sphere, and then we can talk about that completely separate other topic about whether the spherical Earth moves or not. All yours, Austin.
Perfect. Hey, let me, perhaps I should have defined Austin, I'll give you an extra 60 seconds, if that's okay with you, Dave, to define what flat Earth even is, or just because not everybody in my audience knows.
Okay. I mean, I feel like it's pretty self-explanatory. But,
you think so? Should we just go right to the 7?
That the Earth is flat. That's
yeah. Okay. Just so everyone knows, but also that the Earth is at the center of the universe too, right? Is that one? Are those two things combined?
I mean, yeah, there is no universe if there's right. Okay, it doesn't matter. Go ahead. Whatever.
Okay. Well, no, that's fine. We'll just go right to the Dave's. Or I'm sorry.
Well, wait, what happened?
He just left.
He left?
Well, he might have just, maybe he'll come back. He might have clicked a button that
Yeah, well, yeah, maybe he accidentally closed the window.
He might have closed the window. Yeah, he might have been trying to add something.
He probably tried to switch tabs to go to a
Yeah. All right, there he is.
Something.
All right, I'll there you go. There you go.
My bad.
No, you're good. I was like, debate over? What? Okay, I'll shut up, and then so at 4:46, so you have your 7.
Cool. Yeah, I didn't really make a PowerPoint, but I'll just use the classic one here if you can pop it up on screen for me. So yeah, it's our position is that the Earth is a geocentric stationary plane. This feeble attempt to separate the conversations is disingenuous. If the Earth is stationary, it's in the center of the universe. None of the kinematics or dynamics, even of geocentrism, is exclusive to sphericity. That is just a get out of jail card because he will not be able to defend the claim that we're moving around the sun. To very quickly go through some of this, falsification is independent of replacement. And so what always happens is people don't defend the globe. They just want to ask millions of questions to the flat earthers. And somehow if a flat earther doesn't know the answer, then all of a sudden the globe model becomes true. And then of course the burden of proof is the one making the positive claim. And then shifting the burden is making the other person prove why your claim isn't true. So if I read a book and say all these fairy tales exist, I don't have to prove that unicorns don't exist. Very simple concept that gets overlooked consistently in this debate. Oftentimes we get what's called a straw man fallacy. People say that this is what flat Earth is, and they point and laugh, and no one that I know thinks that it's a flat disk in a solar system. That's ridiculous. Hopefully we can prevent these, but these are the typical fallacies used. Of course, a straw man fallacy, which we just discussed, ad hom, attacking the person instead of the argument, credentials. Oh, you're not qualified to talk about this. Appeal to what everyone else thinks, appeal to authority, poisoning the well, begging the question, shifting the burden of proof. These are always used. Everyone was taught the Earth's a globe when they were young. That doesn't mean it's true. So let's just quickly go through the basic claims here. Claim 1 is that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. The second claim is that the Earth is spinning, tilted, wobbling, revolving around the sun, shooting through the galaxy. That's then shooting through space. That is a positive claim. And then the third one is that the Earth is in the vacuum of space. The heliocentric model has the burden of proof for these claims. So attempting to remove the burden and pretend that it's just automatically granted to you at the beginning is not how logic works whatsoever. And then one would say, wait, isn't saying the Earth is flat a positive claim? It is, of course. And so then we would have the burden of proof, and we have fulfilled that, right? Actually, this right here is a specular reflection. Any convexity or concavity of the water, if it was curving, you wouldn't be able to get a specular reflection because it will cause what's called a diffused reflection. If we move on here, we have actually verified the Earth is flat in many ways. Radio waves can be sent over 10,000 miles. Amateur records show that they're sent thousands of miles at all frequencies far beyond the geometric limitation of the globe. Here we have a distant mountains observed from 167 miles away at less than 1,000 feet. So the target hidden height should be almost or over 11,000 feet, but the mountain's only 12,000 feet. We should only be seeing roughly 1,000 feet of the mountain. Clearly, that's not the case. Here we have another one, 168 miles. Target hidden height is almost 12,000 feet, and the elevation is entirely 12,000 feet. So we should not see the entire mountain. This is a major problem because you're going to have a problem trying to invoke refraction here, and hopefully you do. This used to be the world record longest distance line of sight. Of course, that means you're a direct line of sight to what you're observing. The world record for the longest photo. Here we have a target hidden height of 16,000 feet, and the top of the tallest mountain is 12,000 feet, which means that the mountain should have been thousands of feet below the curvature. Here's another one, 271 miles. Again, the entire mountain should have been obstructed by over 3,000 extra feet. Here's another one, 250 miles. you get the idea over and over. The mountain should be obstructed, except for just roughly 800 feet here. Here's another one, 241 miles. The entire mountain, almost the entire mountain should be hidden. And then it goes on and on and on. Here is a very important observation everyone ducks away from. If you look in the top left here, you see you can't see the mountains. These are called Canigou Mountains. You cannot see the mountains. So when people say, can you see what you'd be able to see forever if the earth was flat? That's a ridiculous straw man. Even within a globe paradigm, you'd have to admit you can't see forever because of something called attenuation. The light gets absorbed into the medium. We cannot see the mountains until the sun gets behind it due to the intensity of the light from the sun. You now get a silhouette, and we can see the Canigou Mountains. These should have been completely obstructed. You can buy a plane ticket right now for 2 specific days of the year, and you'll know that you'll see the mountains because of a silhouette based on where the sun sets. So I guess refraction is just colluding with the calendar and with the atmosphere to make the earth look flat over and over. Of course, as a silhouette, refraction affects light, not the absence of light. Here to address his straw man about the geocentrism thing, these are projected onto a plane. These are literally azimuthal projections. So to say that it requires sphericity is ridiculous. Here we see that all the paths of the planets fit right within a Ferrocell magnet torus field. Okay, what a coincidence. And to address this misnomer that sunsets are impossible on a flat Earth and they just go behind the curve of the Earth, that is also not true. Here we see the sun disappearing above the horizon with a horizontal line blocking the bottom of it far above the horizon. This is proof that the sun can disappear up above the horizon due to atmospheric conditions. Of course, we have tons of assumptions when it comes to the military that the Earth is flat. Specular reflection, again, I'm going to kind of speed through these, but specular reflection, you see that just a small concavity or convexity in the water actually causes what's called a diffused reflection. You'll see here in the left. So you actually need a flat surface to have a specular reflection. We see these over long distances consistently. So we'll just skip over here. So, and then of course, the globe claims that the horizon is a physical, tangible surface, and it is not. It's literally a horizon that is apparent. That's why it is where the sky appears to meet the ground. So here we can get into some of the specifics here, but of course, also on a globe, the horizon should drop down and away from you as you increase altitude. What we see in reality is it rises with us, which is a major problem. So long story short, the entire globe model depends on the accuracy of the claimed radius value. And if that radius value is wrong, the entire model is wrong. So in closing, what I'm going to say is, again, falsifications independent of replacement. The literal default position is that the Earth is a stationary plane. The globe says, well, yeah, but it's so big it looks flat, and it's so big that based on the angular rate of motion, you can't tell that it's moving. Could that be true in theory? Sure, but that is a concession that the default position based on empirical evidence and observation is that the Earth is a stationary topographical plane, hence why we utilize it as such for all military technology, etc. Therefore, to make a claim that everything is antithetical to that, you objectively and logically have the burden of proof. And then we'll get into a lot of the things that he mischaracterized my arguments regarding throughout the debate, hopefully. But yep, there you go.
Okay, thank you for the opener. I want to give you both. What do you think? Like, I assume there's one or two things that both of you have said or that strongly disagree with. Other. Do you want me to open it up to just give you both a 5-minute period for rebuttal?
No.
Or do you just want to leave it open?
We can dig into it.
Okay. Why don't what was the first particular topic maybe that Dave you want to poke around?
Well, Austin is denying this idea. He's insisting that the default position is the flat plane, empirically, observably, everything observable. Okay, so explain the observations from antiquity that I told you. How are you getting the sky to rotate in opposite directions depending on where you're standing? Let's start with there. How observable is that? How does that fit with your default?
This is what always happens. Instead of providing evidence that the surface is curving, you're saying, well, but if it's not, then how does this happen?
No curved surface. You said the default position, flat plane. I'm asking you on your flat plane, explain the observations of the celestial sphere. In the north, you get counterclockwise rotation. In the south, you get clockwise rotation. Explain that to me on your default flat plane. Explain it.
Yeah, so the counterclockwise and clockwise direction is super simple. It's based on looking different directions. Your better question is, why does it go around a singular point, is what you're trying to say.
No. I'm asking about the direction. I'm asking about the direction.
Just looking opposite directions would make them go the opposite directions. They all go east to west.
If you put a clock on your ceiling, which way can you face to make the hands go counterclockwise? Tell me which way you can face.
Not analogous. The stars drop.
No, it is, though, because the hands on the clock The hands on a clock
You
go
don't get it.
clockwise, right?
You don't get
hands
it.
on
The
a clock
stars
go clockwise.
drop due to perspective, so we're actually looking out towards them, not directly up.
Well, it
Did you know
depends on
that?
your latitude, right? Depends on your latitude. If you're
So
at
do
the
you
equator,
agree-
if you're at the equator, they're going from horizon to horizon.
Wait, do you
You
agree
look
that if
straight up.
I was looking out and something was spinning one way and then I looked at it from the other direction, it looked like it was spinning the opposite
No,
way?
it
Yes or
wouldn't.
no?
It wouldn't.
Okay,
That's why I
so-
said, you just said, if I put a clock on the ceiling, right? Which way, I'm asking you, which way you just said, if something is spinning one way and you look a different way, it'll spin another way. So I'm asking you, put a clock on the ceiling. Which way can you face that'll make the hands appear to go counterclockwise?
You
Which way?
obviously don't comprehend what I'm saying,
I
Dave.
think
but
you don't understand what I'm saying.
Do you agree
Pretty easy
that
to
things
understand.
will appear to drop due to perspective?
Why are you talking about perspective? I'm talking
Because
about
you
look
don't
up to the
understand
sky.
it. So
no, you're
if
trying to obfuscate.
no, I'm not. If the stars are above me
Let me help
on
you
a plane and
me
I
help you
look
out.
out, they're going to look like they're dropping down, which
Look
means
at
I'm
this, buddy.
looking out at. You don't even understand basic stuff, dude.
Look at this. Hang on. Where's the camera? Which way is this turning? Which way is this going, buddy? Which way is this going?
I don't know. Which
do you
way
mean?
is it going?
Yeah, which way is it turning?
Who cares?
do you mean, who
What is
cares?
Why
me-
are you obfuscating away
Is it
from
going
what I'm saying?
counterclockwise? No, I'm talking about exactly what I'm talking about. Is this going clockwise or counterclockwise? Come on, just give me the answer, buddy. You can see it.
To be fair, the webcam is mirrored, so it might be.
Oh, it is?
I think so. So
Well, I don't know, and I don't see what's
No,
the
I see
relevance.
it. I see it going counterclockwise. I see it going counterclockwise.
Yeah, that's how it.
That's going
Let-
counterclockwise, right? Just say it, Austin. Just say it.
It looks like that, yes.
Yeah. Okay. So we keep it turning.
Do you think I don't understand the concept?
No, I'm showing you, and I'm showing all the viewers. Look, which way is this going now?
We all get the concept.
Going clockwise. So if you're standing up here and you look at the sky, you see it rotating counterclockwise. If you're down here, you see it rotating clockwise. So admit that this phenomenon makes perfect sense on a globe, and on a flat Earth it doesn't, which is why you're rambling about perspective and all these other things. to
No,
try to
there was no
obfuscate those
rambling.
very
You
simple things.
incessantly interrupted me explaining it because you know you can't
No, because
actually
you're
allow me
trying
to
to
say.
change the subject.
Okay, let me. Ask,
I'm not.
Let me try this. If this is okay, can we start with? Let me because you guys are both super familiar with this. Let me toss out. Let me so people can dip a toe. One of the biggest conversations that goes back and forth. Both of you talked about this in your videos. Is in a flat Earth. Dave's video points out that there are some issues where, for example, the sun is coming around, right? And we know because we live here that one area of the world is in perpetual light, the other is in perpetual dark. This would be non-congruent with a flat Earth. So what is the flat Earth position? Am I describing that fairly, Dave? I'm oversimplifying.
Sure. The flat Earth cannot explain the region. That was my second point, that it cannot explain the regions.
That's what I
of
was trying to
illumination.
remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So what
The
is
regions of what?
The regions of illumination, the parts of the Earth that
Yeah.
are day or night at any given time.
Yeah, but I know you know the answer. So I've
Yeah,
heard
that-
the
that-
answer given to you.
The viewers
No,
don't
but Dave
know.
knows the answer. So
there's
so
10,000 people
something
watching.
called
The answer is that if you're facing the sun, it's day, and if you're not, it's night. That's the answer.
Dude, I'm gonna enlighten you, bro. If you don't allow the other person's point to be made, you didn't win anything. No matter how much coping's going on in the
waiting
chat.
for you to make a point. Go ahead.
Okay, it's called a coffee cup caustic. It's a literal physical effect that can be replicated. The light will actually bend around the rim of any type of containment. It can literally be demonstrated and shown to perfectly replicate the seasons, the perfect light distribution on a plain Earth. You're objectively wrong. You've had this presented to you, and now you're back here in front of people
Who's
pretending you
presented
don't
this
know
to
what
me?
it is.
Who has presented this to me?
Dave
If you
Weiss
guys
did. I
could-
watched it.
No, Weiss floundered like a buffoon. That's why you guys all call him
No.
controlled opposition now. If you could demonstrate
No.
this, you'd all have videos demonstrating
Coffee.
this.
There
Show
are
me the
literally
model.
hundreds of them.
No.
Coffee cup
I'm not
caustic.
talking about, oh, shine it and, ooh, it kind of does a thing, sort of. I'm talking about show the precise regions of day and night over several month period, right? Have it exactly precisely align with where
It's
day
literally
is
been
night.
done multiple times,
Okay.
Dave.
So
Sounds like an
the-
empty claim to me because I've never seen it.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, you have.
So okay, hold on. So Austin, give him a second to explain his side. So you're saying the what most people see is that the daylight is predictable. And daylight, nightlight is predictable based on what is believed that the orbit, the current belief about the Earth's orbit. In a flat
Rotation.
Earth, yeah, the rotation, yeah. In the flat Earth, just let him finish. Dave, you get 2 minutes. can you describe?
Oh, me? What?
No, sorry. I'm going to shoot it back to you for 2 minutes, but give Austin 2 minutes to describe what he's talking, because I just want you guys to remember, like, the audience doesn't know what coffee cup, whatever it is, right? So remember, okay, but remember, you're talking to like normies.
Sure. Okay,
so that's what I'm asking. So Austin, you have 2 minutes. Describe. Okay. We talked about how the sunlight stuff goes on. So 2 minutes, and then Dave, you get 2 minutes.
Okay. So if you type in coffee cup caustic, which I will literally I'll share the screen. And Dave has been shown this in his debate.
Stay on point, though. Stay on point.
Oh, okay. I am.
Answer my question. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Just Google coffee cup caustic. If I have a coffee cup, if I took the lid off of my coffee cup and then light was shining in from the window, what will happen because of the rim is the light will hit inside the coffee cup and wrap around the entire rim. I can take this little flat earth model right here and do it live. I'd have to cut all the lights off, and since the windows are open, I can't. So it's very simple to explain it. There you go. It wraps around. Now, if you apply this to a flat earth, you will be able to perfectly replicate the distribution of light that gives us day and night, depending on the proximity of the source of light. It's easily done. Everyone knows that, and you can look it up. If you're new to that, that's fine, but just look it up, right? And the way that we determine sunset time is with the equation of time, which uses the apparent sun. It uses the mean of the apparent sun. So we don't even use the globe model and a physical location of the sun to determine sunset time or day and night distribution. In the real world, we use the equation of time. So you can replicate this on a flat earth. It goes in the globe earth and flat earth basket. It isn't exclusive to either one.
Now, how does this, and I'm going to kick it over to Dave after this question, but I watched his debunk video, which is a little bit older, but has a zillion views. So congrats on that. But there's like, let's say you have this coffee cup caustic, right? And his claim is that there's like perpetual night, daylight in this spot and perpetual night in this spot, right? Am I representing that accurately?
Yes, near the solstices, there are places with 24-hour night and 24-hour day.
So how does that figure into this?
Yeah, look, okay, I'll share the screen so everyone can see it.
Okay,
does that work? We'll just do that. So I gotta find which one it is. Here we go. Okay.
I got you.
Okay. If you see here, this is a demonstration of the coffee cup caustic. Okay. That's what this is. So if you look, you put a dome over at the top of the flat earth, you're going to take a light source. It's going to give you see the distribution of the equinoxes and the solstice right there below it. Now watch what the light does. Now look at it wrap all the way around the outside. Okay, this is called coffee cup caustic, meaning if there was a container on the earth, it would literally have to do this. It would have to do this. And yes, all the mathematics has been shown, and I could pull that up if I need to.
Well,
so the math has been shown.
I want to give, while you pull that up, I'm going to give Dave 3 minutes to respond because we went over. So I want to give Dave, I'm like, I'm kind of keeping it rough, but, just try to keep some. So I want to let Dave respond to this.
I don't need 3 minutes. It doesn't perfectly match. It's just a very hackneyed demonstration that kind of sort of makes a shape. They're not showing any kind of actual model that directly correlates with all the positions. So number one, it absolutely does not correlate with the times of day and night, doesn't do it. But second of all, it also creates gigantic problems because in order to get this, you're pretending that there's this dome, magical dome or whatever the hell you're talking about that's giving this effect, which number one isn't there, right? You cannot demonstrate that this dome is there. But number two, it creates other problems because if you're saying that the sun is outside of this dome, then you don't get to have the sun inside the dome for the magical explanation for tides and all these other things that don't make sense on a flat earth that you're pretending that the sun and the moon do, right?
Yeah. Now, when Dave mentions this is another point of contention. I just, you guys are going at it, but I just want to keep everyone else in the loop. There is one of the points of contention is whether or not in the flat Earth model, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, is whether or not the sun is inside or outside of this hypothetical dome. Because in one case, it's responsible for the tides and this, that, and the other, and then the other case, it's responsible. What is it? Tides and what did you?
Storms, everything.
Yeah.
Right? Coriolis.
So what is
storms rotate in opposite directions depending on the hemisphere? Everything.
Oh my gosh.
So okay, all right. So Austin, I'll give you. Go ahead and respond to that.
Okay. Yeah. So we don't know what's above us because you can't freely just shoot stuff up as high as you want to. Okay. And GPS cuts off over a certain height. It's all militarized. But there could be layers to it. I don't know if you've ever thought of that, Dave, but there could just be layers. There could be multiple layers. And yeah, we know the sun affects things here. Tides don't work. You just gish gobs. Tides don't even work in your model. You can look up a paper by a Harvard paper, a century of tidal theory failures.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, it's very simple. But this was if the whole debate is just, hey, let's just start spamming Austin with questions of how would this work on a flat Earth. That's not a debate. You're supposed to support the claim the Earth's a spinning ball. I showed direct falsification of it in my PowerPoint. So avoiding that is totally disingenuous.
Like the rotation of the night sky, depending on latitude, and you can't answer. You just say the word perspective and run away.
So Dave,
no, I got 3 words out and you interrupted it.
No. You were free to answer. That's all you could do.
Let me.
You remember we did the whole thing with the clock on the ceiling, and you have no idea what you're talking about. You said that,
fellas. Let me do. Okay, I'll play ball. I think that's fair. Why don't I give Dave and Austin both blocks of time? Dave, defend your position. I'll give you 5 minutes enough. You think?
No. We don't need to. I mean, longer chunks of time are just time for word salads, right? We need to actually.
All right, defend that the Earth is a globe, and then when you're done, I'll pass it to Austin and let him defend that.
Well, I mean,
right?
look,
that's what you're asking for, Austin, right? So I'm gonna do that.
I want him to rebut the specific falsification of the globe, where we see things from hundreds of miles away that should be obstructed by literal miles of vertical curvature, including silhouettes.
Pick one thing. Pick one thing like that. Okay, so that is the question.
Okay, the question is, why do we see too far? And the answer is, we don't. Sorry, they're all lies. Every time you do a picture like that, you're lying about the distance, you're lying about the elevation, right? The altitude from which the picture is taken. You're just lying, right? All of these things.
What is the picture you're talking about? Is this a picture where it's like, oh, here's a mountain that's
they just take pictures and like, look at this thing that's so far away, we shouldn't be able to see it. Or like, here's the Chicago skyline from across the lake, well, we shouldn't be able to see it. They're just always lying. They're just lying about the distance. They're lying about various.
Bro, those were everyone I showed was from a professional photography website that has nothing to do with flat Earth, with all of the information listed.
Austin,
your model doesn't claim that the distances are wrong. That isn't your model's answer.
No, you guys just lie. You guys just lie. That's all it is. You just lie about how far away things are and how high.
It's a professional photography website. It has nothing to do with flat Earth.
Well, can you share one so people can see what you guys are talking about? Please.
Yeah, sure.
Anyone you want, as long as Dave agrees that it looks good. Share one that you think, Austin, that you think. I'm trying to, share one that you think supports your position, and then Dave can debunk the photo, or he can share his criticisms of the photo. And while he's looking that up, I want to give everyone a chance, let you know. I'm joined here by 2 creators, 2 commentators, both Witsit Gets It Done on YouTube. Linked in the description is at YouTube at Witsit, and as well as Professor Dave. Also enjoyed your Terrence Howard video because I think he actually is legitimately insane, but that I don't know. But
expected virality on that one,
yeah, that was all right. Yeah, but both guys create content. One of the people in this room are banned from Twitter. I don't want to name names, but the otherwise you can find them on Twitter or Dave. Is there somewhere else where you want people to look for your stuff other than?
Nah.
Okay.
YouTube.
One of these guys in the room is also propped up by all the algorithms.
All right.
I make popular content, man. I make popular content because it's funny.
Wait. You're prioritized by the algorithm.
No, I'm things that people like to watch are prioritized by the algorithm.
If I Google Witsit Gets It, you
guys
come up.
So few people are stupid enough to fall for a flat Earth, so nobody watches you guys.
Dave, listen.
Interesting.
If I YouTube Witsit Gets It geocentrism, a literal stream I did, you pop up. Can you explain to me why you're popping up when I search for me? Okay, let's not play games.
Let's try it.
YouTube admitted in Congress they deprioritize flat Earth content because it's misinformation. So what?
I don't get it. I got, if the Earth is flat, what's under it? Shorts.
Yeah,
solar system from Earth's perspective.
Of course, because it's heavily censored. It doesn't mean it's true, but we don't have to play this game that you're not propped up.
Just recommends popular content, but I make very good, informative, educational content.
Look at that. What do you? Wait, go down. What do you have to do with Witsit Gets It geocentrism? What does your video have to do with it? You just proved my point live for the whole entire audience.
Maybe I put the keyword geocentrism in there. I don't even remember what my keywords are.
No, you didn't.
You don't know what my keywords are.
I know for a fact you did it. So anyway,
You don't have access to my YouTube
because I've tested this because you're the number one propped up anti-flat Earth. Dude, they admitted in Congress that they consider it misinformation, so they deprioritize it and they prioritize the information correcting the misinformation. That would be you, according to them. So they prioritize you. If you look up anything flat Earth related, you get Professor Dave. Okay, we all know that content blows the rest of your content out. That's why you got so many tens of millions of views.
Look, I have 1,500 tutorials. Do we really want to talk about my education?
No, bro, I'm not even. I hope good luck, brother. I'm not hating on you or your success. I'm just pointing out.
No, you definitely.
I'm literally not, dude. If you make $400 million, I don't care. I wish you would. I don't care. It doesn't matter. I'm just pointing out, bro. I'm just pointing out. The objective fact that it's C-part.
Austin, I love you, but hold on. Now, here's a picture that Austin shared. Nobody denies that this picture exists. Austin, what do you say this is showing? Now, remember, I keep bringing it back because people who are watching aren't as balls deep as you guys both are in the topic. You know what I mean?
Sure.
So this is just a picture to me. What does this show?
Okay, so this was the world record at the time. It's been beaten now for the longest line of sight photograph ever taken. This is a mountain called Pic Gaspard. Okay, and it was so now on a globe. If I look out, the Earth should be curving and blocking things in the distance, similar to how I can't look around a corner, right? If I look, it's like looking at a hill. So if based on your height,
taken at 12,000 feet, though, right?
Correct. Right. So what you do is you pull up Earth Curve Calculator, you put the observer height in, and then it'll tell you where the horizon will be, and it'll tell you how much of the target hidden height there is. So this is from the Earth Curve Calculator, official calculator. And if you look at it, the observer was 9,000 feet up. The target hidden height, meaning how much Earth curvature should be there, is 16,000 feet, and the top of the tallest part of the mountain is only 12,000 feet. That means the top of that mountain should be 4,000 feet below Earth curvature.
Okay, and then Dave, what do you say to that?
Two things. One, I cannot verify any of those numbers. Those could absolutely be fabricated by you. And number two, we're not doing any of the math. So those are two things that are not being verified. So instead, let's talk about something purely conceptual and intuitive. Why can we see farther with elevation?
You're on the screen. Be careful.
What happened?
I know.
Awesome. Okay. I was just saying,
this guy's just denying basic math.
I put my own home address on when I didn't realize it, so I was just telling.
I get you. Good look.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Let me finish the thing I was saying.
Go ahead. Sorry, Dave. Go ahead.
So we can't verify any of these numbers. So instead, let's just talk about something very simple and intuitive. If we are looking at something at the horizon, if we go up in elevation, we can see farther. That is not intuitive on a flat Earth because that actually increases the distance to the horizon, right? If you're going up, now there's an additional distance, right? If you get a hypotenuse, that's always going to be longer than the leg there. So why can we see further with higher elevation? That doesn't make any sense.
Okay, that's insanely incorrect. So you change your angle of view.
Okay, so just to address the point, right?
I did.
Okay, go ahead.
Within 7 seconds. He made a claim
you're
that
here
it doesn't
and you're
make any
looking
sense.
here.
It's
if you go up,
basic
this is
math.
even farther now, right? If you're here and you're looking at something here and you go up in elevation, that thing is now further away from you. So why can you see further with additional elevation?
Because you're increasing your angle of view.
Increasing your
didn't
angle
know
of
that?
view, you can see how can you see a further distance? We're not talking about an angle, a further distance. How can you see?
Because now you're changing your angle of view, so you're increasing your angular resolution and the things that you can pick up in the distance. Also, the ground ramps up due to perspective.